Chapter 001 Revived Again. In a dimly lit alley, the yellowed glow of the streetlights cast shadows on the wet pavement, still bearing the remnants of a recent rain. And the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood that infiltrated his nostrils with each breath. Yen Hui rose from the ground, his hand brushing away the liquid that threatened to trickle into his eyes from his forehead. He cast a glance at the gang of ruffians who had encircled him moments ago, now sprawled lifelessly on the ground, their bodies severed. His gaze then shifted to the figure approaching from a distance. It was at this very moment that he had traversed into his previous life. The scene mirrored that fateful encounter. Little did he anticipate that he would be granted another chance at life, returning to this precise moment. A flicker of malice glinted in his lowered eyes, a ghost of a smile playing upon his lips. He raised his head slightly and beheld the tall figure drawing nearer. In the dim light, the man's features gradually became discernible. With short, dark hair that exuded a refreshing aura, his chiseled face bore deep contours, and he radiated a chilling presence, a remnant of the violence that had just transpired. He halted a mere half-meter away from Yen Hui. "This is an external injury treatment serum." The man's voice was clear, yet tinged with a low timbre. Yen Hui accepted the offered serum with a simple thank you. As he ingested it, a wave of warmth cascaded down his esophagus, spreading throughout his body. The pain in his head and body quickly ebbed beneath this soothing warmth. The revival of spiritual energy had propelled the rapid advancement of pharmacology. Many previously unimaginable medicines had now become a reality. Noticing Yen Hui's improved condition, the man stated, "I will take you home." Yet, Yen Hui met his gaze with unwavering intensity and spoke in a tone that bordered on command. "I wish to go to your home." The man's eyes darkened at his words, his throat constricting before he finally uttered a single word. "Very well." The two of them slowly exited the alley. The city at night retained none of the coolness of late evening. The air was laden with oppressive humidity, making Yen Hui feel as though he were being roasted in a furnace, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. The shops lining the street had long since closed, and the roads were nearly deserted, exuding an eerie silence and desolation. Even the streetlights were few and far between, with only the rare few illuminated. This marked Yen Hui's third life. Initially, he had resided in a world known as Earth, a realm characterized by its low-tech civilization. An orphan, he had always been strikingly handsome, and his allure only intensified with age. However, as he entered his teenage years, he often became the target of bullying. At first, he yearned for someone to rescue him, but eventually, he relinquished that unrealistic hope. Each encounter became a desperate fight for survival, and he would seize upon one of his tormentors to retaliate fiercely, leading to a significant reduction in his aggressors. In time, he caught the attention of a wealthy man. This led to his expulsion from school, confinement, and eventual disappearance. No one cared about his absence. He was dragged into the depths of hell by that man. Trapped with no escape, the hatred within him grew ever more profound. After years of torment, he finally orchestrated a fiery demise for those seemingly noble yet truly wretched individuals, consuming them in flames he himself had ignited. He perished, yet lived again, transported into a novel he had once read, set in a modern high martial world named Blue Star, based on Earth. 187 years prior, this world had closely mirrored Earth. However, in the year 2048, a passage to the battlefield of myriad races suddenly emerged. Since then, the spiritual energy of Blue Star began to rejuvenate, facing an onslaught of countless invaders. Fortunately, a 200-year novice protection period had been established, during which the passage imposed strict restrictions on the life levels of beings entering Blue Star. Had it not been for this, Blue Star would have been overrun by foreign races long ago. To defend against these myriad races, the people of Blue Star commenced their cultivation and established the Martial Alliance. Years of development have led to a well-established system for martial practitioners. As the strength of these practitioners grew, the Martial Alliance gradually evolved into the most powerful governing body on Blue Star. In this era where martial prowess reigns supreme, students begin their cultivation of vitality in secondary school, and upon achieving a certain depth of vitality, they are recognized as martial practitioners. Those commencing their cultivation are referred to as martial apprentices. Even the college entrance examination has now bifurcated into martial and literary examinations, with the martial examination primarily focused on testing vitality and practical combat, while written assessments hold minimal weight. Becoming a martial student is the aspiration of many, with little desire to pursue the literary path. The societal status of martial practitioners is exceedingly high, and gaining admission to a martial university guarantees a minimum rank of a second-tier martial practitioner, with the potential for mid-tier status before graduation if one attends a prestigious institution. Only those lacking talent in martial arts are compelled to consider enrolling in literary universities. Even within literary universities, the studies revolve around research pertaining to the myriad races, spiritual energy, and martial arts. Many students, upon realizing their prospects in martial examinations are bleak, opt to enter society directly or enlist in the military. Unlike many other transmigrators, Yen Hui arrived in this world without the memories of the original host. Thus, upon his arrival, he was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had entered a novel he had once perused. He was unaware that the man who had saved him was named Zhong Ziyuan, a character destined to possess numerous romantic entanglements within this narrative. Thus began the intertwined fate of their lives. Due to the tribulations of his first life, Yen Hui felt a surge of emotion as Zhong Ziyuan rescued him anew, for it was a scene he had envisioned countless times in his fantasies. He had once questioned whether his feelings for Zhong Ziyuan were merely a product of the bridge effect. Yet he found such distinctions to be inconsequential. If it were merely a debt of gratitude, but Zhong Ziyuan's appearance were less striking and his strength less formidable, would he still harbor affection? Certainly not. He understood himself well. As time passed, this affection, initially not particularly pure, gradually morphed into jealousy as Zhong Ziyuan was surrounded by more and more women, gnawing at Yen Hui like a relentless parasite. Thus, he killed Zhong Ziyuan's fiancée and countless of his close confidants. If love was absent, then hatred would suffice. Yen Hui believed he had long since lost his sanity. But was it at the moment Zhong Ziyuan plunged a cold blade into his heart? Or was it when he took that man's life and subsequently took his own in his first life? Perhaps it had been long before that. They had become sworn enemies. Or rather, Zhong Ziyuan had unilaterally vowed to pursue a vendetta against him. Later, in a fit of rage, Yen Hui inadvertently killed Zhong Ziyuan, and in his fury, he tore through the upper echelons of Blue Star and the invading myriad races, ultimately taking his life before Zhong Ziyuan's grave. And then, he lived again, returning to the moment he had first traversed into this world. Once more, he encountered Zhong Ziyuan. With a deep sigh, Yen Hui refrained from delving further into his thoughts. The memories of the past were hardly pleasant. But this time it would be different. He would belong solely to him alone. Yen Hui lifted his gaze to Zhong Ziyuan ahead, his eyes concealing a chilling madness and obsession. He silently invoked the system panel. A translucent panel, glimmering with azure light, materialized before Yen Hui. This panel radiated brilliance, exuding a futuristic technological aura. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed woven with countless intricate lines of profound principles, an inexplicable essence emanating from its surface. Beneath the interwoven lines of principle, a multitude of information began to manifest. Host information. Soul Companion level, purple. Soul Companion strength, 99999. Body control level, 5. Cultivation technique. Soul Spirit formula ultimate level. For those inquiring about the roles, let it be known, Yen Hui is the receiver, and this is a primary receiver narrative. Chapter 002. The Companion Soul Ascension System. The full name of the system is the Companion Soul Spirit Ascension System, abbreviated as the Companion Soul System. This system manifested itself as soon as he traversed into his second life. At that time, his mind was still in disarray, yet the countless online novels he had perused compelled him to instinctively choose to bind with it that I end this reincarnation. The system was already in a bound state. Furthermore, upon examining the strength of the companion soul, it was evident that all the data accumulated from his second life had been brought back. Only the control over his physical form had been restored. However, for someone who had already experienced this once, it was a relatively simple matter. The term companion soul refers to the companion spirit, commonly understood as the soul. The spirit is a symbiotic entity of the body. Birth from the maternal essence after several months of gestation. They are intertwined, yet remain distinct entities. Both the body and the companion soul possess infinite potential. However, potential does not equate to strength. In contrast to their potential, their initial strength is lamentably weak. The body can only be controlled by the soul, yet the feeble soul cannot truly master the body. Consequently, the soul becomes tarnished, the body ages. And ultimately, both meet their demise. For ordinary individuals, the strength of their companion soul typically ranges between 4 and 6, allowing only for the most superficial control over the body's actions and thoughts. Only by enhancing the control over the body can the true power latent within be unleashed. In essence, the strength of the companion soul directly correlates to the level of control one can exert over the body. The numerical value of body control can never exceed that of the companion soul strength. These two figures can at most be equal. The existence of the system is to assist the host in rapidly enhancing their companion soul strength, thereby augmenting their control over the body. The strength of the companion soul can be elevated through the cultivation of the soul technique or by assimilating the companion souls of other beings for personal use. The former is safer, while the latter is swifter, especially in a realm like Blue Star, which possesses dimensional battlefield channels. The alien races provide an inexhaustible resource for cultivation that in his previous life, Yen Hui was able to elevate his companion soul strength to a staggering 99999, a testament to the sheer number of alien beings he had vanquished. The soul technique is categorized into 6 tiers: low, intermediate, advanced, supreme, ultimate, and ultimate. The upper limits attainable through cultivation correspond to different companion soul levels. The companion soul levels are also categorized into 6 tiers, from lowest to highest: white, yellow, orange, red, purple, and gold. That if an individual practices the low-tier soul technique, their companion soul level cap is confined to white. Given that body control cannot exceed companion soul strength, it too is restricted to the lower tier. This implies that the grade of 1S technique can effectively seal 1S potential. Yen Hui practices the highest tier, the ultimate soul technique. Unlike other grades, its upper limit is infinite, meaning there are no boundaries. Currently, with a companion soul strength of 99999, if fully converted to body control, he is merely a hair's breadth away from the ultimate. The system stipulates that the ultimate soul technique is exclusive to the host, while other grades do not have such restrictions. The ultimate soul technique notes that high-level companion souls exert a natural suppressive effect over lower-level ones. The more powerful the companion soul, the more acute its perception of others, allowing it to sense the oppression from higher-level souls. This suggests that if the companion soul ascension system were to proliferate across Blue Star, it would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable civilization, structured like a pyramid with distinctly stratified levels. The higher one ascends, the fewer individuals remain. While this may seem harsh, it is a reality that any societal structure ultimately converges towards. Regardless of the societal framework, as long as it provides ordinary individuals with at least one transparent path for ascension, it suffices. Those who cultivate within the companion soul ascension system are referred to as soul mergers, akin to how martial practitioners are called warriors. Yen Hui gazed at the staggering 99999 companion soul strength displayed on his system panel. It dawned on him that this life was not merely a return to the past, but rather a rebooting of this world. His soul, along with the system it was bound to, remained unaffected. What had caused the situation? The system, or the essence of his foreign soul? With a thought, Yen Hui adjusted the body control value on his system panel to 9 points. This was the upper limit of strength attainable for a white-tier companion soul. Theoretically, he could elevate his body control to match his companion soul strength of 99999. However, this was merely theoretical. The enhancement of body control is a concurrent process shared between the soul and the body. As it is a process, time is inherently required. After activating the technique, Yen Hui was able to visualize his soul, that he walked while channeling the corresponding soul energy into his body. The infused energy was only 3 points. He swiftly controlled these energies to expand within, harmonizing with his physical form. Once fully synchronized, he proceeded to merge this soul energy with his skin, muscles, and bones. This marked the completion of his control over the body. His soul now overlapped with his body, akin to 2 sheets of paper of identical size, layered upon one another. This stage of body control is referred to as low-tier control, corresponding to values below 9 points. At this phase, the body's defensive capabilities, strength, reflexes, speed, and overall attributes experience a significant enhancement. It was at this moment that they finally arrived at Zhong Ziyuan's residence, a luxurious apartment spanning over 300 square meters in the heart of Star City. This was the place where Zhong Ziyuan had grown up with his parents, one of the legacies left behind after their tragic demise in battle. The protagonist of this narrative, Zhong Ziyuan, not only possesses exceptional martial talent, but also has a martial emperor as a foster father and a martial emperor as a mentor. At the age of 12, when his parents perished, he retained every memory, making it impossible for him to genuinely integrate into his foster family. Wang Wuhuang adopted him, not only due to his connection with his parents, but also due to the promise of his martial prowess. Contemplating Wang Wuhuang, Yan Hui's gaze turned sharp and menacing in his past life. Zhong Ziyuan had perished by his blade while attempting to rescue that old fool, although he ultimately annihilated Wang's entire family. The resentment in Yan Hui's heart remained unassuaged. He hoped that this time around, Wang would be more perceptive. Otherwise, he would show no mercy. Zhong Ziyuan walked ahead, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts consuming Yan Hui. The current weather was scorching, and even at night, the interior felt akin to a furnace. Thus, upon entering, Zhong Ziyuan turned on the lights and the air conditioning. He glanced back at Yan Hui, who, standing in the bright, pristine living room, appeared particularly disheveled. Dried blood stains marred his forehead and ears, while his light-colored clothing was not only soiled but also torn and tattered. To go take a shower first, Zhong Ziyuan said, furrowing his brow. Yan Hui, feeling equally uncomfortable, followed Zhong Ziyuan to the bathroom. Zhong Ziyuan retrieved a fresh towel and handed it to him. "Thank you," Yan Hui replied, accepting the towel. Zhong Ziyuan turned away. He felt an intense gaze fixed upon his back. This sensation lingered until the bathroom door clicked shut, at which point it dissipated. Chapter 003, an alluring appearance returning to his room. Zhong Ziyuan leaned against the door and exhaled deeply. The pressure of Yan Hui's unwavering stare had been overwhelming. Approaching the wardrobe, he rummaged for quite some time before locating a t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants that he deemed suitable for Yan Hui. His own clothes were excessively large, compelling him to dig out garments from years past. Zhong Ziyuan placed the clothes on the sink. The sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. Yan Hui washed his hair. He discovered that many strands had become entangled at the site of his wound. He squeezed a dollop of shampoo and vigorously lathered it into his hair. Just as he finished washing his hair, a knock sounded at the door. Hearing the voice, he turned off the water. "What is it?" Yan Hui inquired. "I will place your clothes on the sink. You can retrieve them when you're done," came Zhong Ziyuan's voice from outside. "Did I understand?" After Yan Hui finished speaking, he waited for a moment, only reopening the shower after hearing the footsteps of Zhong Ziyuan fade away, clad in the attire sent by Zhong Ziyuan. Yan Hui stood before the wash basin, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, which appeared even more exquisite than in his previous life. The corners of his mouth curled slightly in a charming, albeit dangerous, smile. Yet it was still insufficient. Yan Hui accessed the system panel and adjusted his body control level to 99 points, the upper limit of a yellow-grade soul companion. A range of 10 to 99 points is categorized as intermediate control, also known as system control. Here, system refers to the 8 major systems of the human body, encompassing all organs including the nervous system, blood vessels, and the internal organs. The objective of the intermediate control phase is to integrate spiritual power into these systems. Under Yan Hui's will, the spiritual power rapidly enveloped all organs. However, it merely covered them without penetrating, a feat achievable only in the advanced control phase. Even so, this process proved to be exceedingly time-consuming and laborious for newcomers, requiring a gradual infusion of spiritual power to permeate. Yan Hui, confident in his experience and sufficiently reckless, dared to maximize the intermediate control process all at once. Naturally, the prerequisite for this was possessing a sufficiently high soul companion strength. Upon completing the intermediate system control, Yan Hui merely shifted his thoughts, and his complexion paled by at least 2 shades. His pink lips appeared as if dusted with frost, delicate yet enticing. His skin and features, along with his entire body, underwent subtle adjustments, though to the eye, there seemed to be little change. Satisfied, Yan Hui averted his gaze from the mirror, tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine, and stepped into the living room. There, he immediately spotted Zhong Ziyuan emerging from the kitchen. Upon seeing Yen Hui, Zhong Ziyuan paused imperceptibly before stating, "I made noodles. Come eat." Yen Hui headed to the dining area, where 2 bowls of vegetable noodles, each adorned with a poached egg, awaited him. Zhong Ziyuan's specialty. Zhong Ziyuan placed 2 pairs of chopsticks on the table, and the two took their seats across from one another. Yen Hui lifted his gaze to meet Zhong Ziyuan's. After he took a bite of his noodles, feeling Yen Hui's gaze, he glanced up, their eyes locking. The depth of Zhong Ziyuan's eyes, framed by thick lashes, made Yen Hui feel as if they were brimming with affection. Due to this alluring appearance, Yen Hui had contemplated disfiguring Zhong Ziyuan's face in his past life, though ultimately he could not bring himself to do so, for he found it undeniably beautiful and cherished it deeply. "Why aren't you eating?" Zhong Ziyuan inquired. "That it's nothing," Yen Hui replied, picking up his chopsticks and bowing his head to resume his meal, that by the time he had only consumed half a bowl of noodles. Zhong Ziyuan had already set down his chopsticks. "Take your time," Zhong Ziyuan remarked before rising to return the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, subsequently retreating to his room. After Yen Hui finished eating and washed the 2 bowls, he still did not see Zhong Ziyuan re-emerge, that he sat down on the sofa in the living room, noticing the television remote within reach, and pressed the power button. The programming in this world primarily consisted of news, interviews, variety shows, and live broadcasts, with films and television being comparatively scarce. Various programs eagerly invited martial artists, and many streamers focused their content on martial arts. Some aimed to give ordinary people a glimpse into the daily lives of martial artists, while others taught martial techniques, and some even streamed battles with other races. From the onset, ordinary people were aware of the emergence of the myriad races battlefield and understood the sacrifices made by martial artists over the years. Thus, they harbored no substantial objections to the elevated societal status enjoyed by martial artists. Instead, many hoped to produce a martial artist within their own families. With this thought in mind, the television successfully powered on, revealing a male and female host reporting the news. This afternoon, Emperor Ling Wu, at great personal cost, eliminated the martial emperor-level otherworldly beings that had been wreaking havoc in Feng City recently. "We wish Emperor Ling Wu a swift recovery." The male host's voice was deep and melodious. "Emperor Ling Wu injured?" Yen Hui maintained a skeptical demeanor, that he had not seen this news in his previous life, yet he knew that Emperor Ling Wu was Zhong Ziyuan's martial emperor teacher. Now 19 years old, Zhong Ziyuan was attending Tsinghua Martial University, located in the imperial capital, set to advance to his sophomore year after the summer break. Each year during the long holidays, he would return alone to Star City to spend some time there. Thus, it was in Star City that Yen Hui encountered Zhong Ziyuan tonight, that if Emperor Ling Wu were truly injured, Zhong Ziyuan would not have remained in Star City until the start of school. After all, Zhong Ziyuan's feelings for this teacher were no less than those he held for his adoptive father. The female host's voice then chimed in. "Recently, members of the Soul Sect have been active across Blue Star, and several martial exam candidates have fallen victim to persecution, that we urge all martial exam candidates to exercise caution, and if anyone spots suspicious individuals, please contact the Martial Alliance immediately." At this, a smirk of derision crossed Yen Hui's face. He glanced at the upper left corner of the television screen, confirming it was the Martial Alliance channel. Following, there was news about a 6th-rank mentor from a martial university who had recently broken through to become a martial sect master. A click sound drew his attention. The door to Zhong Ziyuan's room opened, and its occupant emerged with damp hair, clad in a black bathrobe, evidently having just showered. Yen Hui regarded Zhong Ziyuan, whose once clear eyes now appeared unfathomably dark. He felt an overwhelming desire to possess this person immediately. However, that was not enough. What he sought far exceeded Zhong Ziyuan's mere corporeal form. Upon encountering Yen Hui's gaze, brimming with possessiveness, Zhong Ziyuan paused, seemingly oblivious to the intensity of the moment, before approaching with a slight frown, expressing concern. "You don't look well." "Perhaps I was a bit startled," Yen Hui replied, his pale visage appearing fragile and delicate. "I'll go tidy up the guest room. You should rest early," Zhong Ziyuan suggested. Hearing this, Yen Hui turned to him and declared, "I want to sleep with you." Flirting with Zhong Ziyuan and hinting at his feelings was futile. In his previous life, he had been too reserved, leaving Zhong Ziyuan oblivious to his affections until death. Zhong Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback before quickly declining. "I'm sorry, I'm not accustomed to sleeping with others." With that, he exited the living room, evidently heading to the guest room to tidy up, as if fleeing from something. Yin Hui's downcast gaze concealed thoughts that were murky and complex. Not accustomed to sleeping with others? More accurately, he was not accustomed to sleeping with men. Was he? With so many women in his past life, had they all lived, he might not have gotten a single night's rest in 10 days or half a month. Yet, due to his existence, none of those women remained. Zhong Ziyuan's animosity towards him was not without reason. With a silent chuckle, Yin Hui followed him in the guest room. Zhong Ziyuan had already turned on the air conditioning and was rummaging through the closet for blankets. Preparing to make the bed, Yin Hui approached, and together they swiftly arranged the bed. You should rest first. We can discuss everything else tomorrow. Zhong Ziyuan finished speaking and departed from the guest room. Yin Hui remained silent, simply watching, but he observed Zhong Ziyuan as he walked into the living room, turned off the television, visited the bathroom, and then returned to his room. Only then did Yin Hui close the door and turn around. He lay on the bed, extinguished the light, and closed his eyes, allowing the memories of 2 lifetimes to swirl relentlessly in his mind until fatigue overcame his consciousness and he plunged into darkness. Chapter 004. Identity. The next day, Yin Hui awoke momentarily bewildered. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was just past 5 in the morning. Rising from his bed, he drew back the curtains, revealing that daylight had already broken outside. He made his way to the bathroom to attend to his physiological needs and rummaged through one of the drawers in the sink to find a new spare toothbrush. After brushing his teeth, he cupped water in his hands to wash his face, then dried it with a tissue instead of using the towel from the rack that he intended to wash the clothes he had thrown into the washing machine the previous day, only to discover that the washing machine door was ajar and the clothes were missing. After a brief search of the house, he spotted neatly folded clothes on the sofa. Upon closer inspection, he could still detect the fresh scent of laundry detergent lingering on the fabric. They must have been washed and dried directly after using the machine. The washing machines on Blue Star are equipped with drying functions, and it is customary for people to utilize both washing and drying simultaneously. In many respects, Blue Star's technology is decades ahead of the Earth he had known before his transmigration. For instance, wristwatches now feature virtual projection capabilities. These wristwatches combine functions such as identification, bank accounts, mobile phones, and computers, surpassing smartphones in both power and convenience. Each identification is linked to a single wristwatch, while it is possible to switch the linked wristwatch. The replaced watch will lose many of the functionalities of the original. Additionally, linked wristwatches can record military achievements. When this feature is activated, the wristwatch detects the energy levels of foreign entities and records the images of the linked wearer hunting them, converting this data into military achievements. If there is any doubt regarding one's military accomplishments, the recorded images can be retrieved for verification. Furthermore, linked wristwatches are equipped with a distress signal feature, a small button on the edge, when pressed and held, automatically sends out a distress message and activates location tracking. Yin Hui took the clothes back to his room and then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Zhong Ziyuan was likely in the training room, so he refrained from disturbing him. Opening the refrigerator, he found a selection of vegetables, fruits, and eggs on the fresh side, while the frozen compartment contained meats and some ready-to-eat meals. He fried a few eggs, sauteed a small dish, and finally boiled 2 bowls of noodles. Once he finished, he set the table with bowls and chopsticks before approaching the training room door. Unlike other rooms, the training room was designed with strong soundproofing to prevent disturbances. Knocking on the door would go unheard from within. However, the training room was equipped with a dedicated doorbell. Yin Hui pressed it. Before long, the door to the training room opened, revealing Zhong Ziyuan. Dressed in a white shirt, Zhong Ziyuan appeared strikingly handsome. Yin Hui smiled and said, "I came to call you for breakfast." Zhong Ziyuan glanced at Yin Hui and replied with a simple thank you. At the dining table, Yin Hui asked Zhong Ziyuan, "What do you want for lunch?" "I can make it for you." He looked at Zhong Ziyuan, awaiting his response. Zhong Ziyuan hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's no need to go to such trouble." "Not a trouble at all. I have nothing else to do," Yin Hui replied casually. Zhong Ziyuan, hearing this, could only say, "Well, see what's left in the fridge and just make something." "I'm not picky." Yin Hui pursed his lips. While Zhong Ziyuan claimed to be easygoing with food, he was actually quite selective, but he typically concealed this preference in public, able to eat anything with an air of indifference. Even if he didn't particularly enjoy in his previous life, Yin Hui's culinary skills were mediocre, inferior even to Zhong Ziyuan's. After having eaten his cooking twice, Zhong Ziyuan either cooked for himself or ordered takeout. Once school started, they ate at the cafeteria. Yin Hui had attempted to teach himself to cook for quite some time, but he never made significant progress and had burned his hands more than once. Not long after, the original host's father came to retrieve him, forcibly taking him back to the Soul sect. It was then that he discovered the original host was, in fact, the youngest son of the villainous leader of the Soul sect, an inconsequential character who was initially rescued by the male lead and later executed when the Martial Alliance eradicated the Soul sect. A character so minor that he had no name. Had it not been for his identity as the Soul sect's young master, Yin Hui would not have remembered there was such a person in the novel. He never expected to become that nameless pawn. And so, he parted ways with Zhong Ziyuan to be by the time he finally mastered the art of cooking, he no longer had the opportunity to prepare meals for Zhong Ziyuan. However, his efforts were not in vain. He was finally able to put them to use now. After they finished their meal, Zhong Ziyuan took the initiative to wash the pots and dishes in the kitchen. Yin Hui lingered at the door for a moment before stepping behind Zhong Ziyuan and embracing him. This was the first time in both of their lives that Yin Hui had been so close to him while he was awake. The faucet continued to run, but Zhong Ziyuan's hands froze mid-motion, his entire being stiffening in place. Zhong Ziyuan, Yin Hui murmured, pressing his cheek against Zhong Ziyuan's back. His voice was soft, yet Zhong Ziyuan caught every word through the sound of running water. You should let go. It's hard for me to wash the dishes like this. Zhong Ziyuan felt very uncomfortable, but didn't dare to move, searching for an excuse to prompt Yin Hui to release him. Yin Hui knew he couldn't be too overbearing from the outset. So even though he longed for the embrace, he eventually let go as he turned to leave. He sensed Zhong Ziyuan visibly relax. Upon reaching the kitchen door, Yin Hui glanced back at Zhong Ziyuan, who was now busy again. His expression somewhat shadowed. That you'll gradually get used to this, he thought. Returning to his room, Yin Hui adjusted his body control to 300 points. At this stage, the soul energy permeated his organs, facilitating a deeper fusion that was akin to adding more adhesive between two sheets of paper that were already stuck together, increasing the areas of their adhesion. In comparing the strength of a soul integrator to that of a martial artist, low-level control corresponds to low-tier martial artists, mid-level control to mid-high-tier martial artists, and high-level control to martial sovereigns, and even higher powers. The uppermost levels, top tier, ultimate, and supreme, are realms that martial arts cannot attain. This means that Yin Hui now possessed the strength equivalent to that of an early martial sovereign. However, he still needed to feign weakness before Zhong Ziyuan. Yin Hui spent the entire morning in his room, acclimating to the increased body control. Around 11 o'clock, he ventured into the kitchen to prepare lunch. The scant vegetables left in the fridge were barely enough for this meal. There are no more vegetables in the fridge. Shall we go buy some together this afternoon? He suggested to Zhong Ziyuan during their meal that he spoke naturally, so much so that Zhong Ziyuan felt as though Yin Hui were another master of the household. Zhong Ziyuan snapped back to reality and said, sure. Think about what you need, and we can buy it together. The frequency with which Zhong Ziyuan added dishes to his plate indicated his satisfaction with the meal. After finishing lunch and resting briefly, the two took the elevator down to the underground parking garage. Did I it far? Yin Hui inquired, puzzled that he recalled that the comprehensive shopping mall was quite close to Zhong Ziyuan's home. Within walking distance. Did Zhong Ziyuan plan to go somewhere else today? To his surprise, Zhong Ziyuan replied, not far. It's just a 10-minute walk. Then why drive? Yin Hui asked, confused as he looked at Zhong Ziyuan. Your health is not good, Zhong Ziyuan stated before starting the car. Yin Hui had not anticipated this reasoning. His true strength could easily overpower Zhong Ziyuan. However, under his control, he indeed appeared to be in poor health. Not merely in appearance. Even if he were to visit a hospital for a checkup, his body genuinely felt weak. For him, the state of his health was merely a matter of thought. Once he mastered body control, ailments such as cancer on Earth or the damaged energy sea on Blue Star, even severed meridians or destroyed acupoints, became trivial issues that as long as his body control level was sufficiently high. He could instantly transform into a martial sovereign and then revert back to an ordinary person without any martial talent. Chapter 005. The Martial Alliance. The vehicle soon arrived at the parking lot in front of the shopping mall. As it was not the weekend, the mall was relatively empty at this hour, allowing Zhong Ziyuan to easily find a parking space. Stepping out of the car, Yin Hui was greeted by a wave of heat that hit him like a wall. He furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the heat. Yin Hui questioned whether making his body so weak was a self-imposed hardship. Should he switch his physical state back? No, he decided to endure it. Embracing this thought, he quickly walked toward the mall entrance, Upon stepping inside, he was enveloped by the cool air, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief that he glanced at the sparsely populated supermarket before regretfully shifting his gaze back to Zhang Ziyuan's hand, raising an eyebrow in disappointment. What a pity. However, this was to be expected that IT was not the weekend, and with the sweltering heat, few were inclined to venture outside. First, let's buy you some clothes, and then we can get groceries from the supermarket, Zhang Ziyuan suggested, turning to Yan Hui. All right, Yan Hui replied. Yan Hui replied with a smile. Zhang Ziyuan, tall and strikingly handsome, exuded an air of remarkable coolness and elegance, although Yan Hui was half a head shorter than Zhang Ziyuan and bore a somewhat frail and gloomy countenance. He possessed a striking beauty that was hard to overlook. Their presence attracted the attention of countless passers-by. However, the palpable distance between the two deterred anyone from approaching them for a conversation. Zhang Ziyuan led Yan Hui to a boutique specializing in fashionable attire for young men. Upon their entrance, the sales associate greeted them with a warm smile. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Please let me know if you find anything appealing. Zhang Ziyuan addressed the associate. Please recommend a few outfits for him. The attendant immediately turned to Yan Hui, asking with a smile, do you have any particular styles or colors in mind? Simple styles that are comfortable to wear will suffice. Yan Hui replied, as he typically did not invest much thought into such matters. Once all the items were purchased and the transaction completed, Yan Hui glanced at the total. The amount was neither insignificant nor overly substantial. Although he had funds in his account, he wished to keep his identity hidden from the original owner's family, so he allowed Zhang Ziyuan to handle the payment. They then placed their purchases in a storage locker and proceeded to a supermarket. Zhang Ziyuan pushed a shopping cart while Yan Hui walked beside him. The air circulation in the supermarket was poor, and the mingled scents began to overwhelm Yan Hui, making him increasingly uncomfortable the longer they lingered. Eventually, he felt too unwell to continue speaking to As they exited the mall and were abruptly hit by the sweltering heat. Yan Hui fainted, his vision darkening. Fortunately, Zhang Ziyuan was right beside him and quickly caught him. He first placed Yan Hui in the car before returning to retrieve their items. That be why the time Zhang Ziyuan had loaded everything into the trunk and returned. Yan Hui had regained consciousness. Zhang Ziyuan, seated in the driver's seat, turned to look at Yan Hui, whose complexion was pale and even more dismal than the previous night. That I will take you to the hospital, Zhang Ziyuan declared. There's no need. I simply experienced a drop in blood pressure, Yan Hui declined. Zhang Ziyuan did not insist further and silently started the car. Yan Hui, already feeling unwell, found the car ride increasingly unbearable, succumbing to motion sickness. Once they entered the elevator from the underground parking garage, Yan Hui instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhang Ziyuan's waist, burying his head against Zhang Ziyuan's chest, appearing on the verge of fainting once more. Upon arriving at Zhang Ziyuan's home, Yan Hui collapsed onto the sofa, his complexion ghastly. After setting down their items, Zhang Ziyuan approached and knelt before Yan Hui. He could sense the extremely frail state of Yan Hui's vitality. Such a constitution was incapable of cultivating martial arts, nor could it withstand the effects of restorative elixirs. Otherwise, not only would his condition fail to improve, but he might also suffer severe harm or even death due to an inability to absorb the tonic. Fortunately, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, medicinal herbs had evolved into spiritual medicines, significantly enhancing their efficacy. When combined with food to create medicinal cuisine, the results were remarkable. Moreover, the effects of medicinal cuisine were mild, making them ideal for nourishing and conditioning the body, perfectly suited to Yan Hui's current state. That I will order some medicinal cuisine for you. After a while, you will feel better, Zhang Ziyuan said, his gaze fixed on Yan Hui. Yan Hui smiled at Zhang Ziyuan and softly replied, all right. Zhang Ziyuan gently ruffled Yan Hui's hair before rising to leave. Yan Hui closed his eyes, shutting out all thoughts. Before long, his body surrendered to sleep. Yan Hui, wake up. It's time to eat, a voice roused him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Zhang Ziyuan seated beside him, currently looking down at him. His gaze lingered on the man's face. The medicinal cuisine has arrived. You should get up and eat, Zhang Ziyuan informed him before departing, appearing somewhat flustered. Yan Hui made his way to the dining area, where a bowl of medicinal cuisine awaited him on the table. Zhang Ziyuan had prepared 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables and a bowl of rice for himself. Yan Hui instinctively took a seat in front of the medicinal cuisine and looked up at Zhang Ziyuan, asking, is it going to taste bad? Zhang Ziyuan chuckled at the question. The medicinal cuisine contains gentle spiritual energy, For someone with a weaker constitution, it should feel quite pleasant, and the taste is not bad. He recalled a time in his youth when he was ill and had consumed medicinal cuisine for several days for the flavor. Initially, it was acceptable, but it became increasingly unpalatable. However, he would certainly not share that with Yen Hui. Leaning closer, Yen Hui inhaled the fragrant aroma of the medicinal herbs that he took a spoonful to taste, finding no foul flavors, just a hint of blandness, which contradicted his preferences. Yet, recognizing Zhong Ziyuan's good intentions, he graciously finished the meal. After dining, Zhong Ziyan told Yen Hui, "I need to visit the Martial Dao Alliance tomorrow morning, that I will accompany you." Yen Hui replied, lifting his gaze. Zhong Ziyuan looked back at him, replying resignedly, "Very well." He merely intended to purchase some daily supplements for his training, as he had exhausted the supplies given by his teacher. The following morning around 7 a.m., the sun had already risen high in the sky. Zhong Ziyuan drove Yen Hui to the Star City branch of the Martial Dao Alliance. The sound of cicadas was piercing, clearly audible even through the windows. Yen Hui gazed outside, observing the trees lining the streets drooping listlessly. While pedestrians sought shade to escape the oppressive heat, some even resorting to umbrellas. Upon reaching their destination, Yen Hui stepped out of the car, feeling the oppressive heat envelop him like a wave. Even at this early hour, the temperature had already risen to an unbearable level for ordinary people, that he glanced at Zhong Ziyuan, who appeared unaffected. Indeed, martial artists were resilient to both cold and heat. However, the sweltering atmosphere dissipated upon entering the Martial Dao Alliance. Under the comfort of central air conditioning, the temperature became quite pleasant. The layout of the Martial Dao Alliance bore some resemblance to that of a commercial store. But all items for sale were martial arts related, including elixirs to aid cultivation, remedies for injuries, weapons, and various equipment. Zhong Ziyuan clearly navigated the space with familiarity that he led Yen Hui directly to a counter and addressed the staff. "Please fetch me 2 vials of Refining Organs Elixir." The Refining Organs Elixir was specifically designed to assist third-tier Refining Organs realm martial artists in their cultivation. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The staff responded promptly, retrieving 2 porcelain vials from the display and placing them on the counter. They then gestured toward the payment machine, stating, "Please make your payment here." Zhong Ziyuan scanned his wristwatch against the machine. Standing nearby, Yen Hui observed the display read, "Low-tier martial artist, after a 10 discount, XXX points, Chapter 006, Martial Dao Realms." After completing their purchases, Zhong Ziyuan turned to Yen Hui and asked, "Would you like to explore a bit?" Yen Hui pondered for a moment before responding, "I would like to see the spiritual herbs." Zhong Ziyuan did not inquire further and led Yen Hui to the spiritual herbs section, that he initially assumed Yen Hui was merely curious about the herbs, but was taken aback when Yen Hui rattled off the names and quantities of over 10 different spiritual herbs. "Do you have these?" Yen Hui inquired of the staff at the spiritual herb counter. "Yes, we do," the staff confirmed with a nod. That a few minutes later, the staff had gathered all the spiritual herbs Yen Hui needed, packaged them, and quoted a price. Yen Hui looked to Zhong Ziyuan, who promptly made the payment with perceptive understanding. As they exited the Martial Dao Alliance, Zhong Ziyuan encountered an acquaintance at the entrance. A boisterous voice called out, revealing a person of similar age. Zhong Ziyuan turned with mild surprise, exclaiming, "Tian Xiao. I thought you had forgotten me, desk mate." Tian Xiao laughed, clapping Zhong Ziyuan on the shoulder, seemingly unfazed by Zhong Ziyuan's distant demeanor. By the way," he said, turning his gaze to Yen Hui, "who is this?" "My younger brother." Zhong Ziyuan replied. Between friends and his younger brother, Zhong Ziyuan ultimately chose the latter. Following this, the two engaged in a brief conversation, inquiring about each other's recent circumstances. Zhong Ziyuan learned that Tian Xiao had successfully enrolled in Xingqing Wuda, having recently achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd tier. He was also in the Martial Alliance to procure cultivation resources. Upon hearing that Zhong Ziyuan was at Qingwu and had already reached the 3rd tier, Tian Xiao expressed his envy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and well wishes, they bid farewell without excessive formalities, each mindful of their own aspirations and paths. Tian Xiao entered the Martial Alliance, while Zhong Ziyuan departed with Yen Hui. Once in the car, Yen Hui curiously inquired about Tian Xiao, and Zhong Ziyuan did not withhold information. From Zhong Ziyuan's account, Yen Hui learned that he and Tian Xiao had been classmates in middle school, even sharing a desk, and that they had maintained a good relationship back then, that he was surprised to find that Tian Xiao had now become a martial arts student. although Xingqingwuda was merely a second-tier martial university in the grand scheme of Blue Star. It stood as the premier martial academy in the local context. Yan Hui harbored no ill feelings towards Tian Xiao. Despite appearing to have a close rapport with Zhong Ziyuan, he understood that it was merely a bond of camaraderie. He was not the type to harbor malice towards anyone who drew near Zhong Ziyuan, as previously mentioned. Those who began cultivating their vital energy were referred to as martial apprentices. Upon surpassing the martial apprentice stage, they naturally became martial artists. Martial artists are categorized into 9 tiers. The first 3 are considered low tier, the 4th to 6th are mid tier, and the 7th and beyond are high tier. The first tier is body refinement. The second is bone tempering, and the third is organ refining. The 4th tier is chi condensation, the 5th is meridian unblocking, and the 6th is acupoint opening. The 7th tier is known as martial ancestor, the 8th as martial venerable, and the 9th is respectfully called martial king, while those above the 9th tier are referred to as martial emperors, also known as the divine repository stage. At present, the pinnacle of martial prowess on Blue Star is represented by the martial emperor. Each of the first 6 tiers has auxiliary elixirs for cultivation, with their names derived from the corresponding tier. Zhong Ziyuan currently resided in the organ refining stage, while the Tian Xiao he had just encountered was in the bone tempering stage. They both remained low-tier martial artists. The recently purchased spiritual herbs could be utilized to help martial artists reconstruct their foundations and enhance their upper limits, proving most effective for someone like Zhong Ziyuan, who was still a low-tier martial artist. Some herbs were intended for medicinal baths, while others were for consumption, requiring separate preparation and ratios. Yan Hui's understanding of these matters stemmed from his previous life, where he attained a mastery of body control at a level of 99999, granting him profound insights into human anatomy. Given this context, once he comprehended the functions of those spiritual herbs, making alterations to his body would be quite straightforward. Although he had not yet reached that level of body control in his current life, the memories from his past remained vivid. Upon returning home, Yan Hui activated the air conditioning, clearly feeling overheated. Zhong Ziyuan, observing this, couldn't help but smile slightly, that he understood that for an ordinary person, the outdoor temperature today was indeed unbearable. Please place those spiritual herbs in the refrigerator's fresh-keeping compartment. I will handle them shortly, Yan Hui instructed before settling onto the sofa. Acknowledging Yan Hui's request, Zhong Ziyuan took the herbs and proceeded to the kitchen. After putting everything away, Zhong Ziyuan headed to the training room. Once the temperature had cooled down, Yan Hui made his way to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator door to find several boxes specifically designated for storing spiritual herbs, each neatly containing various types of herbs. These spiritual herbs emitted a unique fragrance, seemingly imbued with boundless vitality. Yan Hui took them out and organized them by type and efficacy. He then began to meticulously process these herbs. Some needed to be directly dried to maintain their dryness and purity. Others required roasting over flames to activate their medicinal properties, while some needed to be soaked in clean water to fully absorb moisture and release more of their medicinal effects. Each type of spiritual herb had its own distinct processing method, necessitating a deep understanding and precise mastery of various medicinal materials. Only through the correct processing techniques could these herbs yield their maximum efficacy to meet his needs. Once this stage was complete, he retrieved a juicer from the cabinet. After plugging it in, he began to add the herbs one by one. This process involved numerous details, making it difficult for an average person to replicate his actions even if they witnessed them. Some of the fresh herbs were juiced, while the dried ones were reduced to powder, ultimately forming a round medicinal pill in Yan Hui's hands. At first glance, it resembled the elixirs sold by the Martial Alliance, albeit slightly larger in size. Other herbs were similarly crafted into pills, some brewed into medicinal liquids, and one portion was turned into a paste. By the time Zhong Ziyuan emerged from the training room at noon, Yan Hui was still tidying up. The medicinal liquids and paste were still warm, all contained in large bowls resting on the stove, while the pills were stored in small bottles, akin to those used by the Martial Alliance for vitality elixirs. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhong Ziyuan observed Yan Hui washing the dishes, then glanced at the bowls of medicinal liquids and paste. He leaned closer to inhale their fragrance, seemingly reminiscent of the spiritual herbs. Did you purchase those herbs specifically for this? Just then, as Yan Hui finished washing and turned off the water, Zhong Ziyuan asked, "What is this for?" Without elaboration, Yan Hui replied, "For you." Exhausted after such a lengthy endeavor, He entrusted the task of preparing lunch to Zhong Ziyuan. Thus, they had noodles for lunch once more. In the afternoon, when Zhong Ziyuan headed back to the training room, Yin Hui stated, "I'll join you." After retrieving a bowl of the homemade paste and one medicinal pill from the refrigerator, he accompanied Zhong Ziyuan to the training room. This was Yin Hui's first time entering the training room in this life. His gaze swept around, and he found it identical to his memories. Despite having spent just over a month here before, the recollections remained vividly clear, perhaps even more so than the impressions left by the villa where Zhong Ziyuan resided in Qingwu. During his time there, it had been just him and Zhong Ziyuan, while Qingwu was filled with Zhong Ziyuan's classmates, friends, fiancé, and numerous women who coveted him. Zhong Ziyuan frequently had to leave for missions, leaving Yin Hui to wait alone in the villa for his return. Thus, compared to the Qingwu villa, Yin Hui cherished the memories of that solitary month here the most. Contemplating this, a complex expression crossed Yin Hui's face as he placed the items he had been holding onto a stone table against the wall. He glanced at Zhong Ziyuan, who appeared curious, and said, "Take off your clothes. I will apply the medicinal paste for you." "What effects does this paste have?" Zhong Ziyuan asked, eyeing the dark, slightly golden paste in the bowl. "It can assist low-tier martial artists in body refinement," Yin Hui explained. Under normal circumstances, one would undoubtedly refuse such an offer. However, after some hesitation, Zhong Ziyuan ultimately decided to remove his shirt and pants, leaving only his underwear as he lay down on the soft mat, without asking further questions. Yin Hui's gaze lingered greedily over Zhong Ziyuan's body, and he soon noticed Zhong Ziyuan becoming increasingly tense under his scrutiny. Nevertheless, Yin Hui showed no intention of averting his gaze that he gently knelt beside Zhong Ziyuan on the soft mat, scooped some of the paste from the jar, and carefully applied it to the nape of Zhong Ziyuan's neck. The sensation caused his heart to skip a beat, and he couldn't help but lightly caress it with his fingers, that he then applied slight pressure to evenly distribute the paste, that he felt the warmth and slickness beneath his hands. Yin Hui's expression grew increasingly inscrutable. With his palms gliding over Zhong Ziyuan's skin, his heartbeat quickened. His hands gradually descended along the spine, finally resting on the waist and then the thigh. Throughout this process, Zhong Ziyuan involuntarily held his breath, and his body, which had initially relaxed, became even tenser. Despite both being men, applying a bit of medicinal paste was nothing unusual. Even if he were fully undressed, it would seem entirely normal. Yet he found himself overly nervous and somewhat self-conscious, likely understanding the reason behind it. Once he finished applying the paste to Zhong Ziyuan's back, Yin Hui instructed, "You can apply the remaining paste yourself." He paused before adding, "No need to apply it to your face. After applying the paste, take this medicinal pill and practice the body refinement technique until all the paste on your body is absorbed." Yin Hui pointed at the small vial containing the elixir on the stone table, uttering a few words before departing from the cultivation room. As he left, he kindly closed the door behind him. Zhong Ziyuan gazed at the shut door. Unable to suppress a long sigh of relief, he approached and locked the door, then swiftly removed all his clothing, applying the medicinal ointment to the remaining areas of his body. To prevent any interference with the medicine's efficacy, he emulated Yin Hui's technique and performed a certain degree of massage during the application. Once he had coated his entire body, he found that half of the ointment still remained. Turning back, he inquired about how to preserve it. After confirming there were no issues, Zhong Ziyuan opened the vial and swallowed the elixir, then sat cross-legged on the ground to commence his body tempering technique. As the technique began to flow, he felt a wave of coolness surge through his entire being. This coolness, driven by the technique, penetrated through his pores and instantaneously transformed into an intense heat. His whole body was engulfed in a tingling pain that, while not overly severe, was rather tormenting. Zhong Ziyuan endured the discomfort and continued to circulate the body tempering technique. Time slipped away, and eventually, all those sensations faded. He looked at his body. Noticing that the layer of ointment previously applied had vanished, he reached out to feel his arm and discovered it was not as sticky as he had imagined. Most importantly, his internal vitality had significantly strengthened. He had thought that his martial foundation had reached its limit, yet was astonished to find such a remarkable enhancement from a mere elixir and some ointment. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar. However, since these items originated from Yin Hui, he would share this secret with no one unless Yin Hui himself consented. After redressing, Zhong Ziyuan emerged from the cultivation room, carrying the remaining half bowl of ointment. That it was now past 10 o'clock at night. The lights in the living room were on, and the television was broadcasting what appeared to be a news program. Yin Hui lay on the sofa as Zhong Zuan approached. He realized that Yin Hui had already fallen asleep. Glancing at the ointment in his hand, he made his way to the kitchen, wrapped it in cling film, placed it in the refrigerator, and then returned to the living room. After a brief internal struggle between the options of waking Yin Hui or carrying him back to his room, Zhong Zuan ultimately opted for the latter. As he cradled Yin Hui in his arms, he caught a whiff of a fragrant scent, one that lingered from the shower he had just taken. Carefully laying Yin Hui on the bed, Zhong Zuan turned on the air conditioning and tucked him in with a blanket before exiting. Once the door to the room was closed, Yin Hui opened his eyes that he had indeed been asleep on the sofa, but awakened the moment Zhong Zuan drew near. Nevertheless, he controlled his body, maintaining the FA of sleep, so that even Zhong Zuan, a martial artist, remained oblivious to his awareness. Yin Hui had originally intended to inquire about Zhong Zuan's situation after he emerged, but instead, he had drifted into slumber. Though he had not slept for long, he found himself momentarily free of sleepiness. Thus, he opened the system panel to continue enhancing his bodily control. Host information: Companion Spirit Level, Purple. Companion Spirit Strength, 99999, Bodily Control, 600, Technique, Soul Spirit Formula Ultimate. This time, he directly increased his bodily control by 300 points. Consequently, in a couple of days, he would be able to enter the pinnacle stage of control. With advanced control reaching 600 points, the power of the soul had already permeated most of his bodily organs. At this stage, most ailments would no longer affect him. Furthermore, once he mastered the 5 internal organs, he would be able to utilize the elemental attributes they carried. This was not akin to martial arts, where one forcibly summoned power through techniques. Rather, it was as natural as using one's hands to grasp objects. No intermediaries were required. Merely a thought would suffice. He could freely combine these attributes, even merging them. The so-called elemental sacred bodies encountered along the path of cultivation were utterly insignificant in the presence of advanced soul integrators. As for martial arts, while a martial emperor could contend with an advanced soul integrator, it was merely in terms of offensive capability. The greatest limitation of martial arts lay in its inability to extend lifespan. As martial artists only enhanced their physical prowess, their soul strength remained unchanged. When a person's soul perishes, the continued existence of their body holds no significance. The soul spirit formula begins with the assertion that the universe harbors countless paths of cultivation. Yet the ascension of the companion spirit is the only true path. Some of the alternative routes are as utterly misguided as martial arts, while others can enhance both physical strength and varying degrees of soul power, thereby prolonging one's lifespan in his previous life. Yin Hui had encountered myriad races and witnessed numerous paths of cultivation, affirming this truth. Those formidable races had no capacity to resist him, forced instead to succumb to his devouring of their soul power. The next morning, Zhong Ziyuan refrained from going to the cultivation room and instead prepared breakfast before Yin Hui awoke. A simple bowl of congee, paired with a poached egg and a piece of pan-fried beast meat. Zhong Ziyuan shared the effects he had absorbed from the ointment with Yin Hui. "Thank you." Zhong Ziyuan expressed his gratitude. Yin Hui smiled and replied, "I'll use the remaining ointment today, though its effects are certainly not as potent as the first time." After finishing breakfast, Yin Hui retrieved a small vial containing an elixir from the refrigerator, and together with Zhong Ziyuan, they returned to the cultivation room. The process was largely the same as yesterday. Though Yin Hui's gaze was slightly deeper, Zhong Ziyuan felt quite uneasy as he lay there. When Yin Hui's hand pressed against his body, his muscles instinctively tensed, only to relax under his conscious effort. When Yin Hui finally rose, Zhong Ziyuan realized that a fine sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead. If he were to describe the experience with a single word, it would be exquisite torment. Before leaving the cultivation room, Yin Hui glanced at Zhong Ziyuan's face, offering a faint smile. Subsequently, Zhong Ziyuan applied the remaining ointment himself. After consuming the elixir and circulating the body-tempering technique to absorb all the ointment, he discovered, as Yin Hui had indicated, that the effects were significantly diminished compared to yesterday. Nonetheless, the enhancement was still quite evident in the days that followed. Yin Hui continued to administer medicinal baths to Zhong Ziyuan to aid in bone tempering. Zhong Ziyuan's bedroom was equipped with a bathtub, and Yin Hui added the medicinal solution directly to the bathwater, combining it with the internally ingested elixir and bone tempering technique. This process did not require Yin Hui's assistance, allowing Zhong Ziyuan to breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was clear that he had relaxed too soon. Upon completing the bone tempering and exiting the bathroom after rinsing off, he found Yin Hui waiting in his room. At that moment, Zhong Ziyuan was only wrapped in a towel around his waist and nearly retreated back into the bathroom upon meeting Yin Hui's gaze. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure. Yet, as he watched Yin Hui approach him step by step, he involuntarily took a half step back. Yin Hui fixed his gaze upon Zhong Ziyuan, stopping only when he was about half a foot away. He still appeared pale and frail, yet his striking features possessed a unique beauty, even in such a weakened state. What troubled Zhong Zi most were Yin Hui's piercing eyes, which evoked both fear and compassion within him. He knew he should keep his distance, yet could not bear to do so. Thus, he permitted Yin Hui to wrap his arms around his waist, resting his face against Zhong Ziyuan's chest. "Brother," the youth's voice resonated with dependency and fragility. A flicker of guilt crossed Zhong Ziyuan's eyes as he slowly raised his arm to embrace the young man. After a considerable time, Zhong Ziyuan carried the youth back to the room, turned on the air conditioning, and tucked him under a light blanket before departing. The bone tempering process proved to be far more intricate than body tempering, requiring several medicinal baths to complete. Zhong Ziyuan remained as cooperative as ever, not uttering a single question that "Aren't you curious?" Yin Hui inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Zhong Ziyuan's. "Curious, but this is your secret," Zhong Ziyuan replied, striving to control his expression. Yin Hui's lips curled into a smile, and suddenly he leaned forward, his face nearly touching Zhong Ziyuan's, his gaze intent on piercing through him. Just as Zhong Ziyuan was about to say something, Yin Hui retreated. "Starting tomorrow, I'll assist you in refining your organs," he said with a smile. "That all right, but I tea this moment." Zhong Ziyuan's heart raced slightly, a manifestation of his anxiety, that he wished to conceal from Yin Hui the fact that he possessed memories from his previous life. After his demise, his consciousness had not faded. Rather, it had lingered beside Yin Hui, allowing him to acquire knowledge of numerous matters. Although he had met his end at Yin Hui's hands in his past life, it was merely an unfortunate accident. The one who suffered the most after his death was indeed Yin Hui. The instant he laid eyes on Yin Hui in this life, he recognized him as the same Yin Hui from his previous existence. For the obsession evident in those eyes was unmistakable. That it was only after his death in the past that he comprehended the significance of such a gaze. Despite Yin Hui having grown strong enough to pierce through the martial alliance and fend off the invading myriad races, Zhong Ziyuan still perceived him as remarkably fragile. The present was no different. Yin Hui smiled briefly before turning to leave. Zhong Ziyuan watched his retreating figure, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity and contradiction. The process of refining the internal organs seemed considerably simpler than the methods of body tempering and bone forging. One merely needed to consume the elixir and then circulate the refining technique. However, Blue Star lacked a dedicated technique for this purpose. Practitioners in the organ refining phase resorted to a crude method of forcefully cleansing their organs with their vital energy and blood, devoid of any finesse. Thus, the technique was provided by Yin Hui. After commencing the organ refining technique, the method gently infused the medicinal properties of the elixir into his organs. Throughout this process, the elixir continuously nourished and repaired his damaged organs, culminating in their enhancement. Had these provisions not come from Yin Hui, even if they had originated from a stranger, Zhong Ziyuan would have attempted to persuade the individual to share these formulas and techniques. Of course, this was not to suggest that they should be freely handed over to the martial alliance. Rather, he envisioned a transaction of sorts. After all, Blue Star was perilous, and methods to significantly enhance a practitioner's strength were exceedingly rare. He had initially believed that the pain experienced during the organ refining phase was simply a result of reinforcing his organs. That it was only now that he realized it was not so. Their cultivation of martial arts had already inflicted damage upon the organs during the strengthening process. The techniques and elixirs provided by Yin Hui restored his compromised organs, making the organ refining experience feel akin to being immersed in warm water. While body tempering and bone forging could be accompanied by discomfort and tingling sensations, now there was only a sense of comfort. Yin Hui had achieved a mastery of control over his physical form that reached 1,500 points, elevating him to the status of a top-tier controller. This level of mastery was also referred to as organizational control. The human body comprises 4 major tissues: epithelial, connective, muscular, and nervous tissues, with the integration of soul energy into these four tissues. The level of control over the body escalated to a new plateau at this stage. Even if Yan Hui wished to grow wings or appendages that did not previously exist upon his body, he could accomplish it. Furthermore, not only could he manifest these features, but he could also retract them as his soul energy and physical form continued to align. Once he reached the pinnacle of this mastery, he would become as inseparable as two sheets of paper glued together, truly seamless. Yan Hui extended his right hand, opening his palm, that a translucent white jade sword emerged from his hand. The blade became increasingly exquisite with Yan Hui's intention. Its edge extraordinarily sharp that he casually took a stainless steel nail clipper and pressed it against the sword's edge. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated clash did not occur. The nail clipper was effortlessly cleaved in two by the blade, as if it were merely tofu. He then used the blade to lightly graze his left palm. The sensation coursed through his hand. Yet upon inspection, there was not even a scratch that a smirk graced Yan Hui's lips that he felt a nostalgic yearning for the sensation of a bone sword gliding across his neck. The bone sword was an extension of his being, a sensation that no other weapon could replicate. Calculating the time, Zhong Ziyuan realized it was almost time for him to return to Qingwu. Chapter 009. The soul sect in Yan Hui's eyes that morning. Zhong Ziyuan was in the kitchen preparing porridge that a meal of plain congee necessitated accompaniments, also considering nutrition. Thus, he planned to stir-fry a couple of side dishes and fry a couple of meat chops. It was at this moment that Yan Hui entered the kitchen. For reasons unknown, the instant Zhong Ziyuan saw him, he felt an instinctive tension. Yan Hui's gaze was intensely aggressive, unreserved in its scrutiny, as though he had locked on his Zhong Ziyuan, rendering his movements sluggish. In the fleeting moment that Zhong Ziyuan was momentarily distracted, Yan Hui had already approached from behind, wrapping his arms tightly around Zhong Ziyuan's waist, resting his head against his back. "Brother, you will take me back to school, won't you?" Yan Hui seemed to be inquiring, yet it also felt like a statement of fact. Zhong Ziyuan responded that a smirk graced Yan Hui's lips as his cheek brushed against Zhong Ziyuan's back. The meat chops in the pan began to emit a hint of a burnt aroma, prompting Zhong Ziyuan to resume his tasks. "It's time to eat. You go ahead and serve the porridge." He turned to Yan Hui, who still held on to him. "All right." Yan Hui released Zhong Ziyuan accordingly. The entire breakfast was shrouded in a veil of silence. In the morning, Zhong Ziyuan continued to consume the elixirs and circulate the organ refining technique. In recent times, he had ceased his original cultivation. However, he could distinctly sense that the organ refining technique provided by Yan Hui was far more effective and accelerated. To be honest, he was somewhat uncertain about Yan Hui's current level of strength. Or perhaps he was merely an ordinary person? Zhong Ziyuan knew that Yan Hui did not tread the path of martial arts, but rather the soul-devouring path, which was scorned by the martial alliance. Yet, having followed Yan Hui's spirit after his death for many years, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the so-called wicked soul-devouring path. Yan Hui stood at an elevated vantage point, easily discerning the flaws of martial arts and rectifying them. The top-tier powerhouses that instilled fear in all martial sovereigns of Blue Star were, to Yan Hui, akin to ants that could be crushed beneath his feet. It was apparent that the soul-devouring technique Yan Hui practiced had undergone modifications, differing significantly from the current soul sect's approach. Zhong Ziyuan's conjecture was reasonable, yet not entirely accurate. Had Yan Hui been aware, he would have informed him that the soul sect's methodology could only be regarded as the nascent stages of this path, merely the threshold of the soul companion ascension. In contrast, the soul technique he cultivated had been perfected over countless ages, becoming a path harmoniously aligned with humanity. This day, only this path could lead humanity to its ultimate destination. However, in a world like Blue Star, where the extraordinary was just beginning to emerge, it was already a rare achievement for anyone to embark upon this journey. Should they continue to develop and explore, there may come a day when they could uncover it themselves. Regrettably, this path had been branded as malevolent from the outset on Blue Star. The soul sect, which disseminated the teachings of the soul-devouring path, was also labeled as a cult. Decades ago, a youth named Yin Yin was found to possess only low-tier martial talent. Yet he refused to accept this fate. After perusing countless texts, he inadvertently developed the soul-devouring path. Thereafter, he utilized this technique to continuously absorb the souls of other races on the dimensional battlefield, attaining strength that slightly surpassed that of a martial sovereign. Upon confirming the power of his technique, he sought to persuade the Martial Alliance to invest resources for further research. However, the Martial Alliance deemed the method excessively wicked, a transgression against the natural order, and rejected his request. The name Soul-Devouring Path was a label propagated by the Martial Alliance that in truth, Yin had never named his technique. Disheartened yet unwilling to give up, he founded the Soul Sect, recruiting many individuals lacking martial talent. His own experiences served as the best advertisement. No one wished to remain weak. The Soul Sect rapidly flourished. Under Yin Yan's leadership, they hunted down other races, devouring their souls to strengthen themselves. In a mere few years, the initial members of the Soul Sect had already attained considerable strength. The upper echelons of the Martial Alliance sensed an impending threat. Yet the Soul Sect's actions were solely directed at hunting other races, also providing a path to greatness for ordinary individuals. They had no grounds to act against the Soul Sect. However, at that juncture, the side effects of the soul-devouring path were unveiled. After consuming too many souls, one's consciousness would uncontrollably be influenced by the residual thoughts of the devoured souls. The weaker one's will, the more susceptible one became to alterations in character due to these lingering thoughts. The reason why Yin and the earliest strong practitioners had not yet been significantly affected was their formidable mental fortitude. By the time this issue was discovered, the Soul Sect had already established itself. To address the matter, the higher-ups of the Soul Sect expended vast resources to establish a laboratory. Yet this problem could not be resolved overnight. During this process, some members, swayed by the lingering thoughts, began to act against ordinary people. Coincidentally, this incident was reported to the Martial Alliance, leading to their apprehension. The Martial Alliance, having struggled to find fault with the Soul Sect, seized the opportunity to exploit the situation. They launched a fervent campaign to denounce the Soul Sect's wickedness, branding it a cult. Simultaneously, they dispatched martial sovereigns to destroy the Soul Sect's laboratory, delivering a heavy blow to the organization. The members of the Soul Sect harbored deep resentment towards the Alliance. After all, the Martial Alliance also had its share of traitors. Why were they so quick to criticize the Soul Sect? They had slain countless other races over the years, yet the Martial Alliance clung to this minor transgression, leaving them feeling disheartened. The actions of the Martial Alliance instilled fear in ordinary people, preventing them from joining the Soul Sect. As tensions escalated, all members of the Soul Sect were placed on the Martial Alliance's list of targets for extermination, while the Soul Sect set its sights on hunting down the Alliance's prodigies. This solidified the label of cult that the Martial Alliance had bestowed upon them. The Martial Alliance consistently positioned themselves on a moral high ground to castigate the Soul Sect. Thus, it was no wonder that Yin Hui scoffed at the situation. Merely devouring the souls of enemies was deemed evil. The Martial Alliance had truly descended into a state of utter decay. Had it not been for their selfishness back then, perhaps they would have long since turned the tables on the alien races. The existence of the Soul Cult today owes much to the Martial Arts Alliance. From a higher vantage point, Yin Hui recognizes that the path of the Soul Cult is indeed the correct one. In contrast, the actions of the Martial Arts Alliance appear increasingly absurd. His adoptive father was also a genius. Although the creation of the soul-devouring technique involved an element of luck, that luck constituted only a fraction of the whole. Back in the day, Yin Yan's heart was filled with passion. He was prepared from the outset to contribute the technique. Even when rejected by the Martial Arts Alliance, he nevertheless disseminated this method to countless ordinary individuals through the Soul Cult. Moreover, he led the Soul Cult in hunting down innumerable alien foes, which can hardly be considered anything less than heroic. Yet, what has the Martial Arts Alliance done? It is hardly surprising that the Soul Cult would retaliate. Were it Yin Hui, he would have acted even more excessively. However, his disdain for the Martial Arts Alliance has nothing to do with Yin Yan, his father. It is purely a revulsion towards their manner of conduct. The alien races have already invaded Blue Star, and they are still quarreling over power and profit. Otherwise, he would not have, in his previous life, after mistakenly killing Zhong Ziyuan, furiously slaughtered the senior members of the Martial Arts Alliance, that he was merely enraged, not irrational. After eliminating the high-ranking officials of the Martial Arts Alliance, he instilled terror and trepidation in the alien races. Even if he were to perish, the Soul Cult would still possess ample time to develop. After all, the ordinary people of this world have done him no wrong. There is no need to drag them down with him. Chapter 010. The reader's certificate Zhong Ziyun accompanied Yan Hui on a train back to the imperial capital. They then directly transferred to the subway at the station, arriving at Qingwu without incident. Upon returning to the dormitory and setting down their belongings, Zhong Ziyun informed Yan Hui, "I will first assist you in obtaining your reader's certificate." The so-called reader's certificate essentially grants each Qingwu student a reading companion quota. The primary function of a reader is to attend to the daily needs of the student. Consequently, readers lack access to many areas of the academy. Yan Hui followed Zhong Ziyun to the designated location for processing the reader's certificate, where he underwent some tests, filled out forms, had his photo taken, and ultimately received the certificate. His information was filled out by Zhong Ziyun. Aside from his name and age, everything else was fabricated. Gazing at the certificate in his hand, Yan Hui felt a momentary daze that in his previous life. He had later discovered that Qingwu Academy mandated that a student serve as a guarantor when applying for a reader's certificate. Should any issues arise with the reader, the guarantor would be held accountable. This meant that Zhong Ziyun undertaking the process for him carried considerable risk, given his obscure background in his previous life. He had intentionally altered his appearance when he later appeared as a member of the Soul Cult, to prevent anyone from drawing connections to Zhong Ziyun's former reader. Not only Yan Hui, but Zhong Ziyun also contemplated this. For the first time, he proactively reached out to grasp Yan Hui's hand, leading him back to the dormitory. While referred to as a dormitory, it was actually a two-story villa, a privilege exclusive to the top student of the year. There is a smart terminal in the study equipped with the Academy's app. If you need anything, you can simply place an order there. Zhong Ziyun explained, if a wristwatch is analogous to a mobile phone, then the smart terminal is akin to a desktop computer on Earth that I will buy some groceries and spiritual herbs later. Yan Hui replied. Zhong Ziyun was nearing the limit of his cultivation in the dirty realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the qi condensation realm. He intended to prepare the necessary elixirs for this advancement. I will visit the teacher, Zhong Ziyun stated. Having just returned, I must inform him. After Zhong Ziyun departed, Yan Hui closed the door to avoid anyone overhearing that Zhong Ziyun had returned, that he was not in the mood to deal with anyone at the moment. Entering the study, he activated the smart terminal and placed a multitude of orders. The smart terminal was linked to Zhong Ziyun's student account, and upon checking, Yan Hui noticed there were still ample points available. The Qingwu Academy app features numerous sections, and Yan Hui directly navigated to the Academy supermarket. After completing his purchases, he returned to his room to organize the items he had brought. Meanwhile, Zhong Ziyun had already arrived at the residence of Emperor Lingwu. Emperor Lingwu had long been stationed at Qingwu. Although he did not reside in the student dormitory area, the distance was not considerable. The place where Emperor Lingwu lived was also a villa. But it was about 1.5 times larger than Zhong Ziyun's dormitory and boasted a spacious yard that a middle-aged man was currently pruning the flowers in the yard. And upon seeing him, Zhong Ziyun smiled and greeted Uncle Yan. The man referred to as Uncle Yan by Zhong Ziyun was named Yan Zicheng, a martial honor cultivator and one of Emperor Lingwu's followers, who had long been by his side. Yan Zicheng set down his large pruning shears and looked towards Zhong Ziyun. You have returned? He said warmly. Yes, I just arrived today, Zhong Ziyun replied. Emperor Lingwu is in the living room having tea. You may go in, Yan Zicheng instructed. Upon entering, Zhong Ziyun immediately spotted a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, and he beamed with a smile, exclaiming, Teacher. Indeed, this middle-aged man was none other than Emperor Lingwu. Ling Yin, that he was a newly ascended martial emperor, currently at the age of 48. Had it not been for the limited lifespan extension provided by the martial arts of Blue Star, he would hardly appear as a middle-aged man, but rather as a youth. Please, have a seat, Emperor Lingwu said with a warm smile. Zhong Ziyun sat down on a sofa not far from Emperor Lingwu, casting a concerned glance in his direction. Teacher, you truly weren't injured that time? A month ago, the news of Emperor Lingwu's severe injuries had caused quite a stir online, and Zhong Ziyun had certainly seen the reports that he had intended to return to Qingwu to visit his teacher, but was preempted when his teacher contacted him first, stating that the news was deliberately released by the Martial Arts Alliance and that he was unharmed. Not exactly. I did sustain some minor injuries. However, the Martial Arts Alliance felt it necessary to inform the public of the difficulties faced by martial artists, thus exaggerating the facts. He explained that he only learned of the situation after the news had been disseminated, and it was only upon inquiry that he grasped the intentions of those above. While he did not agree with their approach, the news had already been released. It would be inappropriate to seek clarification. After all, the news had been officially broadcasted by the Martial Arts Alliance, and attempting to refute it would be akin to slapping the official face, undermining its credibility. Although Emperor Lingwu did not elaborate much, Zhong Ziyuan could surmise some details. "That is a relief," Zhong Ziyuan responded. "Your foundation seems to have solidified significantly." After perceiving Zhong Ziyuan's vitality and cultivation, Emperor Lingwu remarked, "Yes, I should soon be able to transition into the qi condensation realm." Zhong Ziyuan replied with a smile that IT was fortunate that the teacher had not discerned anything amiss. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. He could never reveal Yin Hui's existence, not even in front of his teacher. Should this matter come to light, it would lead to tremendous complications that if anyone were to provoke Yin Hui, he would be utterly powerless to intervene and would not dare to do so. The more he tried to intervene, the more irate Yin Hui would likely become that a reference point could be drawn from the incident in his past life when he had shielded his adoptive father from a sword strike. He had indeed sacrificed his life to deflect Yin Hui's attack aimed at his adoptive father. But what was the outcome? After his death, not only did his adoptive father continue to be slain by Yin Hui, but his entire family was also killed, along with the entirety of the senior ranks of the Martial Arts Alliance. Had he not intervened, it was likely that only his adoptive father would have perished. Now, facing a similar situation, how should he act? It was impossible to stop it. At most, he could only persuade Yin Hui to grant that person a swift end, striving to avoid involving innocence. Zhong Ziyuan vividly recalled the trembling hands of Yin Hui as he clutched him, his eyes red with fury and sorrow. There were no tears, yet he seemed on the verge of shattering. Zhong Ziyuan had taken his last breath, filled with confusion that he could not comprehend why Yin Hui was so heartbroken. When he regained consciousness, the Wang family was engulfed in a sea of blood. Aside from Yin Hui, there was not a single survivor. Zhong Ziyuan watched as Yin Hui departed with his lifeless body. After burying him, he sat in silence before the grave for an entire night. From that point on, he followed Yin Hui, for his consciousness could not bear to leave Yin Hui's side, that he witnessed Yin Hui grow stronger amid the bloodshed. Yet he also perceived the increasing despondence in him. After cultivating a successor for the soul cult, Yin Hui took his own life. Right before his grave, that he heard Yin Hui confess countless secrets to his tombstone before ending his life. Having learned everything, he could no longer inflict harm upon Yin Hui, nor did he desire to. When Zhong Ziyuan returned to the dormitory, Yin Hui was already preparing dinner. The academy's delivery service was remarkably efficient. Within half an hour of placing an order, someone arrived at the door with the goods. The spiritual herbs were stored in the refrigerator's fresh-keeping compartment, and Yin Hui planned to address them after dinner. Originally, Emperor Lingwu had invited Zhong Ziyuan to stay for dinner, but Zhong Ziyuan declined, using the excuse of having brought a reader and prepared meals as a reason. This also served as a subtle way to inform Emperor Lingwu that he had acquired a reader. Chapter 011. The non-existent person from the previous life. As they dined, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yin Hui furrowed his brow. Such was life in Qingwu, whenever he was with Zhong Ziyuan. They were invariably interrupted. "I'll go take a look." Zhong Ziyuan felt quite helpless that he approached the visual window by the door and glanced outside. Standing there was Shifeng, Zhong Ziyuan's classmate from high school, whom he had met after arriving in the capital with Wang Wuhuang. Their paths home after school overlapped for a while, allowing their relationship to deepen more than with other classmates in his previous life. Shifeng had encountered an unfortunate accident before the college entrance examination. However, in this lifetime, with Zhong Ziyuan's intervention, he had managed to evade that fatal mishap and gained admission to Qingwu. Shifeng frequently visited Zhong Ziyuan. But for Zhong Ziyuan, it felt as though a lifetime had passed. Saving Shifeng was merely an act of remembrance for their past connection, yet they had long lost any common topics of conversation. After a moment's contemplation, Zhong Ziyuan decided to open the villa's door. Upon seeing Zhong Ziyuan, Shifeng beamed with a radiant smile. "Why didn't you notify me about your return today?" His familiar and enthusiastic demeanor left Zhong Ziyuan feeling slightly out of sorts, and he could only manage a smile in response. "I simply forgot. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast," Shifeng said, draping an arm over Zhong Ziyuan's shoulder. However, as he was shorter than Zhong Ziyuan, the gesture appeared somewhat comical. "Maybe another time. I've already eaten." Zhong Ziyuan could not possibly abandon Yin Hui to go out for a meal with Shifeng, especially since he himself was not particularly inclined to do so. Standing at the entrance, Shifeng could not see the dining situation inside. "Did you cook this yourself?" He asked with an eager expression that he had heard that Zhong Ziyuan was skilled in the kitchen, but had never tasted his cooking. I have a reader this semester, Zhong Ziyuan explained, seemingly oblivious to Shi Feng's confusion. That a reader? Shi Feng asked, puzzled. Didn't you say you were particularly against having a reader? Shi Feng recalled Zhong Ziyuan stating that he came to the academy for learning and cultivation, not for enjoyment. Why would he need a reader? He strongly agreed with Zhong Ziyuan's perspective and had not brought one himself. Moreover, as far as he knew, Zhong Ziyuan greatly disliked others invading his personal space, even after years of acquaintance. Yet a reader lived in the same dormitory as the student. That was indeed strange. Sensing Shi Feng's bewilderment, Zhong Ziyuan presented a premeditated excuse that he is my distant cousin. His family is no longer around, and he has no martial arts talent, that I cannot neglect him. With this explanation, Shi Feng ceased to dwell on the matter, recognizing it as Zhong Ziyuan's personal affair. Then I'll go eat first and come find you later. I'd also like to meet your cousin, Shi Feng stated, casting a glance inside the house. He was quite eager to join for a meal, but it was evident that Zhong Ziyuan had no such intention. Watching Shi Feng leave, Zhong Ziyuan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Returning to the dining table, he resumed his meal. Yan Hui had overheard the entire conversation between Zhong Ziyuan and Shi Feng. The voice, however, was unfamiliar to him, as he seemed to have never heard it in his previous life. A classmate? Yan Hui inquired. Zhong Ziyuan, sensing Yan Hui's curiosity, responded, a high school classmate. He then briefly mentioned the incident during Shi Feng's summer vacation that nearly led to his misfortune, adding, he said he would come by after eating. By the way, I told him you were my distant cousin, and I am your only relative. This served as a precautionary measure for Yan Hui. Yan Hui displayed no noticeable emotion. After finishing their meal, Zhong Ziyuan tidied up the dining table, placing the dishes into the kitchen dishwasher. Upon exiting the kitchen, he noticed Yan Hui quietly seated in the living room, just as he intended to approach. The doorbell of the villa rang. Zhong Ziyuan went to the door, and upon seeing Shi Feng, felt no surprise that he opened the door and invited Shi Feng inside. Yan Hui looked up in the direction of the door at the sound. Standing beside Zhong Ziyuan was a sunny-looking youth, who was now directing his gaze toward him. Backlit as he was, Yan Hui could not discern Shi Feng's expression clearly. This was their first meeting across 2 lifetimes, devoid of any old grudges or new animosities. Yet Yan Hui found himself inexplicably disliking the young man. The extraordinarily high spiritual power granted him an uncanny intuition, allowing him to perceive that this person's heart was not as bright as his exterior suggested. Nonetheless, Shi Feng's outward charm was potent, his facade deeply ingrained, that as Shi Feng walked into the living room and caught sight of Yan Hui, he couldn't help but think that it was no surprise they were cousins. Zhong Ziyuan's looks ranked among the finest in all of Qingwu, and this cousin was no less impressive. However, compared to Zhong Ziyuan's striking handsomeness, Shi Feng's features leaned more toward androgyny, leaving Yan Hui to believe that many of the school's goddesses might not even compare to him. Meeting Shi Feng's gaze, Yan Hui offered a smile. Since they were indeed cousins, he felt it appropriate to exhibit a brotherly demeanor. After they settled in the living room, Zhong Ziyuan introduced, this is Yan Hui. My cousin Duddy then turned to Yan Hui and added, this is Shi Feng, my high school classmate. Hello, Yan Hui greeted obediently. Hello. If Zhonggu is ever unavailable at school, feel free to reach out to me. Shi Feng replied with a smile. Thank you. Yan Hui expressed his gratitude. Afterward, he turned to Zhong Ziyuan and asked, brother, did you have a girlfriend in high school? No, Zhong Ziyuan answered promptly, adding, my focus in high school was solely on studying and cultivation. I had no girlfriend or anyone I liked. What about now? Yan Hui inquired further. Still none, Zhong Ziyuan replied. Upon hearing this, Yan Hui chuckled. That's good. Otherwise, living here, I would genuinely fear disturbing you with a girlfriend. Don't overthink it. I will always be here with you, Zhong Ziyuan assured him. Thank you, brother, Yan Hui said, a joyful smile gracing his lips. That Shi Feng, seated nearby, couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The younger brother worried that his older brother might have a girlfriend, and that his presence could interrupt any romantic endeavors. The older brother, in turn, sought to reassure his younger sibling, making it clear he had no girlfriend. So his brother could feel secure in staying here. Was this not perfectly normal? Still, it was Shi Feng's first time witnessing Zhong Ziyuan display such tenderness and patience toward someone. Even if your brother were to date, he wouldn't abandon you, Shifeng assumed Yin Hui was genuinely concerned that Zhong Ziyuan might neglect him for romance, and he offered words of comfort. However, Zhong Ziyuan immediately countered, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I have no intention of dating the..." Shifeng chuckled. "The way you speak to your cousin. Does Zira know about this?" Upon hearing that name, Yin Hui's gaze darkened. Zhong Ziyuan regretted allowing Shifeng to enter, but knew he had to clarify. "Ziru is my adoptive father's daughter, which makes her my sister. My romantic pursuits have nothing to do with her. In this lifetime, I and Wang Ziru are solely siblings, and there will never be anything beyond that." Shifeng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zhong Ziyuan to say such a thing, that he had heard Wang Ziru mention that Wang Wuhuang intended to arrange a marriage between her and Zhong Ziyuan. Yet Zhong Ziyuan's current demeanor clearly indicated his disinterest in Wang Ziru. Pondering this matter, Shifeng chose not to linger in Zhong Ziyuan's dormitory for long. After Shifeng departed, Zhong Ziyuan retreated to the training room, while Yin Hui returned to his room to continue refining his body control. His current body control had already reached 2,500 points. Chapter 012. A subtle shift in emotions upon arriving at school. Zhong Ziyuan had been preoccupied, unaware that Yin Hui had not tidied up the guest room. All of their belongings were stored in the master bedroom. When Zhong Ziyuan emerged from the training room and returned to his room, he found Yin Hui lounging against the headboard in his pajamas. He halted in his tracks. Meeting Yin Hui's gaze, he said, "I'm going to the guest room." With that, he went to retrieve some clothing. Yin Hui's unwavering stare sent a chill down Zhong Ziyuan's spine, causing him to abruptly stop his movements. "I'm going to take a shower," Zhong Ziyuan said, hastily changing the subject, and took his clothes into the master bedroom's bathroom. He felt as though he was fleeing the scene. After emerging from the bathroom, Zhong Ziyuan feigned calmness as he climbed into bed, lying about half a meter away from Yin Hui if not for the bed's width. He might have moved even further away. Seeing him like this, Yin Hui found it somewhat amusing but restrained his laughter, fearing Zhong Ziyuan might become embarrassed and retreat to the guest room. Yet, Yin Hui had no intention of letting Zhong Ziyuan off the hook easily. In a soft voice, he asked, "Do you really dislike me that much?" It was as if he might cry at any moment. Hearing this, Zhong Ziyuan felt as though a heavy stone had settled on his heart, with memories from his previous life replaying in his mind. "Perhaps I should not have treated you so well. With my strength, you are utterly powerless to resist. After all, you hate me intensely. It would be better to approach things differently." Zhong Ziyuan thought to himself, "I regret it that as Yin Hui leaned against his gravestone while uttering these words. His eyes were filled with regret and sorrow, accompanied by a profound sense of disillusionment with life. This thought, Zhong Ziyuan took a deep breath, moved beside Yin Hui without uttering a word, and wrapped his arm around Yin Hui's waist. He had been attempting to accept Yin Hui, yet the emotional barrier within him had always remained insurmountable, leading to his passive demeanor. However, at this moment, Zhong Ziyuan resolved to actively adapt. Yin Hui, to his surprise, found himself leaning into Zhong Ziyuan's embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating through the fabric of their clothes, a gentle smile graced his lips as he quietly closed his eyes. The two remained entwined, slumbering peacefully through the night. But on the following morning, Zhong Ziyuan, still in a haze, became aware of a fragrant aroma wafting through his nostrils, a blend of shower gel and shampoo. His hand rested upon smooth, delicate skin, instinctively urging him to caress it further. Yet as this thought crossed his mind, he abruptly withdrew his hand as if jolted by an electric shock, fully awakening in the process. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the youth nestled in his arms. It suddenly dawned on him that he had fallen asleep, holding Yin Hui. In his earlier anxiety, he had overlooked the enchanting scent emanating from Yin Hui. Having embraced him only through their garments, the night had passed, leaving their clothing disheveled. Noticing that Yin Hui was still asleep, he quietly slipped out of bed. In the morning, Zhong Ziyuan engaged in his training, while Yin Hui attended to the spiritual herbs he had purchased the previous day. Initially, he had intended to process them after dinner, but an unexpected visit from Shifeng had delayed him. Now at the pinnacle of his mastery, he no longer required tools to handle these spiritual herbs. Whether it was purification or the fusion of elixirs, he could accomplish it solely by hand, relying on elemental forces without excessive effort. Remarkably, the final product surpassed the quality achieved through the use of tools. Yielding superior medicinal effects. In the afternoon, Yin Hui began assisting Zhong Ziyuan in his breakthrough. After refining the internal organs, the next stage was the condensation of energy. But what exactly is energy condensation? It is also known as refining essence into energy, which involves transforming the vital essence within the body into a gaseous form of energy. This is the reason why practitioners refer to their vital essence as chi blood. Before unlocking their potential, martial artists could only convert their essence into chi blood through medicinal pills, subsequently transforming the chi blood into energy within their bodies that to better assimilate the pills. They would also engage in various forms of training. The more chi blood a martial artist accumulates in the early stages, the stronger their foundation will be once they enter the condensation phase, greatly benefiting their future training and accelerating their progress. In the villa's training room, Yan Hui handed Zhong Ziyuan a bottle containing approximately 10 spirit pills. These are chi blood pills, refined by me with no impurities, before your breakthrough into energy condensation. Aim to increase the chi blood within you until you feel saturated. When consuming the pills, channel this technique. Yan Hui transmitted a technique through his consciousness, then added, use the method taught by your master for the condensation process. Zhong Zin earnestly noted Yan Hui's words, his heart a whirlpool of complex emotions. Even if he were to start anew, Yan Hui would still treat him with such kindness. The difference this time was that he was aware of everything. Glancing at the spirit pills in his hand, Zhong Ziyuan focused his mind. Recalling the technique Yan Hui had taught him, he finally consumed a pill. The technique was straightforward, and Zhong Ziyuan quickly became adept at it, accelerating his practice. The chi blood pills crafted by Yan Hui were indeed of high purity, containing chi blood that was over 10 times that of ordinary pills, that he could feel the chi blood within him surging wildly. Once he had absorbed the first pill, he consumed another. Yan Hui remained nearby, safeguarding him that as Zhong Zin ingested the chi blood pills, his energy intensified. After consuming 11 pills, the chi blood he could accommodate reached its limit, prompting him to begin the process of refining essence into energy. Due to the larger quantity of essence he needed to refine compared to other martial artists, the process naturally took longer. The entire breakthrough unfolded smoothly, and the benefits were evident. Having just broken through to energy condensation, the energy within Zhong Ziyuan had already reached the late stage of energy condensation. Every breakthrough at each tier often entails a cleansing of the marrow and body, expelling some impurities. The transition from refining the internal organs to energy condensation was no exception. Furthermore, this was akin to an elevation from a lower to a mid-tier, resulting in even more impurities being expelled. Once Zhong Zin exited his meditative state, he glanced at Yan Hui, offering no words of gratitude, only a smile that I'll go take a shower first. He appeared markedly more composed than before. Observing Zhong Ziyuan depart, Yan Hui tidied the training room. After waiting in the living room for a while, Zhong Ziyuan emerged, dressed in a fresh set of clothes, and sat beside Yan Hui. Rapid advancement will surely raise questions from my master. Do you have any suggestions on how to conceal it? After his breakthrough, Zhong Ziyuan realized he had unexpectedly ascended to the mid-stage of energy condensation, nearly reaching the late stage. The issue was that he had not ventured outside, making it impossible to attribute his progress to fortuitous encounters. Yan Hui's lips curled into a faint smile as he regarded Zhong Zi, but there's no need for such complexity. Simply state that you consumed a considerable amount of high-quality chi blood pills before your breakthrough. High quality? Zhong Ziyuan exclaimed in astonishment that high-grade energy condensation pills were in short supply in the market, while top-tier pills were controlled by a select few. The notion of perfect quality was entirely new to him. Indeed, Yan Hui nodded slightly. But my master will surely inquire about the source of these pills. Zhong Ziyuan replied with a wry smile. Just tell him the truth. After all, the spiritual herbs used to refine the pills were purchased from the Academy's supermarket. And your master will undoubtedly find out, Yan Hui advised. Fine, I'll ensure my master keeps it confidential. Zhong Ziyuan conceded, having no other recourse. Chapter 013. The original female lead. Once one has reached the stage of energy condensation, they can project energy outward for attacks. Unlike before, when they merely possessed a physique stronger than the average person, that if Yan Hui were to describe it, it would be akin to evolving from a warrior into a mage. Zhong Ziyuan had prepared himself to discuss the matter of the perfect grade pills with his master, only to receive word that his master would be entering seclusion for training in the coming days. With this knowledge, Zhong Ziyuan set aside his concerns. Coincidentally, the time had come for the academy to officially commence the new semester. All students would be returning to school over the next few days. Among them was Zhong Ziyuan's childhood sweetheart and fiancé, from his previous life, Wang Zhou was the only daughter of the Emperor Wang Wu, doted upon by him from a young age. She had developed feelings for Zhong Ziyuan. Subsequently, under the auspices of Emperor Wang Wu, they confirmed their relationship and decided to get engaged after their graduation, in the original plot. Wang Zhou met her demise at the hands of the Soul Cult before their engagement. In his previous life, Zhong Ziyuan's presence had instilled a sense of urgency in Wang Zhou, prompting her to seek an early engagement with him. Yan Hui, of course, could not accept this. Thus, he personally intervened to eliminate the woman. It's worth noting that Wang Zhou was the first woman Zhong Ziyuan had ever had in his life, and this was largely due to the fact that prior to Wang Zhou's death, he had not been involved with any other women. The occurrence of such events seemed to stem from the author's original intent to write a single female lead. However, due to the reader's lack of interest in this character, the author opted to kill her off and shift towards a harem narrative. Reflecting on those women, an air of gloom enveloped Yan Hui. Zhong Ziyuan, lying nearby, keenly sensed the shift in Yan Hui's aura. He turned to face him, that moment. Yan Hui's beautiful eyes appeared shrouded in darkness, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smile that seemed both elusive and tangible. This expression was all too familiar to Zhong Ziyuan. It mirrored Yan Hui's demeanor when he had dealt with those women in his previous life. Indeed, tomorrow Wang Zhou would return to school, and she would undoubtedly seek him out. That would be a miracle if Yan Hui were pleased by this turn of events. Zhong Ziyuan wished to offer some comforting words to Yan Hui, yet he found himself at a loss for what to say. His feelings for Wang Zhou were devoid of romantic inclination. It was merely the influence of his adoptive father and Wang Zhou's admiration for him that had led to their engagement. Contemplating Wang Zhou's attractive appearance and having no affections for anyone else, he had consented to the marriage. Zhong Ziyuan wrapped his arms around Yan Hui, silently reassuring him that those were matters of the past. He currently has no connection with Wang Zhiru. They may have been childhood sweethearts. Yet the time they truly spent together has been rather limited. The last time he mentioned being busy with training during middle and high school was no exaggeration. The following morning, Zhong Ziyuan rose early to prepare 2 servings of egg noodles. After breakfast, he quietly remained in the villa's training room to cultivate. The process of forming qi entails continually refining essence into qi until the body's energy reaches a certain limit. Naturally, the prerequisite for refining essence into qi is an abundance of vital energy. After his breakthrough that day, Yan Hui prepared a batch of specially formulated qi and blood pills for him, significantly accelerating his qi formation speed. During her idle moments, Yan Hui would merge her soul with her physical body to enhance her corporeal control. The control rating of her physical form is nearing 4,000. In terms of strength comparison, it's approximately at a level where she could effortlessly vanquish the martial emperors of Blue Star with a mere slap. In just a few days, she would be able to advance her mastery progress to the halfway point. However, for the time being, it seems there are no opportunities requiring his intervention. After consuming medicinal dishes in Star City for a period, Yan Hui decisively adjusted her physique since those dishes were rather unpalatable. Although her complexion was not particularly radiant at this moment, it no longer bore the pallor of illness. With a diminished sense of frailty, her attractiveness has indeed improved somewhat. He believes that while men may care about gender, their standards for beauty remain consistent. Just like he genuinely favors men, he prefers those who are tall, handsome, and ideally wealthy and powerful. They had anticipated. Wang Zhiru arrived at Zhong Ziyuan's location shortly after arriving at the academy that afternoon. Just as in their previous lives, observing the woman in the visual window, Yan Hui's lips curled into a slight smile. However, he had no intention of opening the door for her. Inside the soundproof training room, Zhong Ziyuan was entirely oblivious to the doorbell's chime. Yan Hui watched as Wang Zhiru activated her wrist device, presumably contacting Zhong Ziyuan. Sure enough, about a minute after Wang Zhiru ended the communication, the door to the training room opened. Upon seeing Yan Hui standing at the visual window, Zhong Ziyuan felt inexplicably anxious. Should he open the door or not? Zhong Ziyuan's gaze turned towards Yan Hui, seemingly seeking his counsel. Suddenly, Yan Hui's previously calm expression appeared as if he might burst into tears. His tone affected as he said, "Brother, wouldn't he dislike me just because sister is here? Would he?" Zhong Ziyuan felt goosebumps rising all over his body, hastily assuring her no. Absolutely not. Really? Yan Hui inquired skeptically, his eyes glistening with moisture. I absolutely do not like my sister, truly. Zhong Ziyuan wished for nothing more than to be left in peace by Yan Hui. If it weren't for the doorbell ringing again, he would have nearly forgotten that someone was waiting outside. Yan Hui turned and returned to the living room, settling onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Zhong Ziyuan opened the villa's main door and was greeted by the radiant smile of Wang Ziru. "Zian, you finally opened the door," she complained lightly, implying that she had been waiting for quite some time. "I was just in the training room," Zhong Ziyuan replied. However, he remained in the doorway, clearly reluctant to let her in. "I heard from Shifeng that you brought a scribe with you," Wang Ziru inquired. Dumb. Zhong Ziyuan merely acknowledged, refraining from explaining why the scribe had not come to open the door. Yan Hui was well aware of Zhong Ziyuan's deep-seated disdain and hatred for women like Wang Ziru, having witnessed him kill several women in front of him in his past life. Zhong Ziyuan genuinely feared that Wang Ziru might provoke Yan Hui with her words, especially since she was the only daughter of his adoptive father. He couldn't bear the thought of feeling guilty again if something were to happen to her. Part of the reason he had shielded his adoptive father in his previous life stemmed from this concern. "Come in. I've been standing here for ages," Wang Ziru said, visibly displeased that I still need to cultivate. Zhong Ziyuan replied, implying that he had no time for idle chatter with her. "Did you come here for something today?" he asked, glancing at Wang Ziru with a distinctly cold demeanor. "Did I end this life?" Zhong Ziyuan had made a conscious effort to distance himself from Wang Ziru after his rebirth, so although Wang Ziru was quite displeased with his attitude, she was not overly surprised. However, her spoiled temperament flared up. "I just came to see the scribe you found. Is that not permissible?" she remarked as she attempted to step inside. Zhong Ziyuan extended his arm to block her, coldly stating, "No." Then, with a deft motion, he pushed her back a step and shut the door firmly, leaving no room for courtesy. Yan Hui couldn't help but chuckle at this scene, easily imagining the fury that must be bubbling within Wang Ziru outside. Zhong Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief as he moved to sit beside Yan Hui. "If possible, let her live. Otherwise, I can't shake the feeling of guilt towards my adoptive father," Zhong Ziyuan said with a tone of resignation. "I'll do my best," Yan Hui replied, not making any promises, for no one could predict what Wang Ziru might do next. Should she touch upon his taboos, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Not wanting Zhong Ziyuan to perceive his words as dismissive, Yan Hui added, "If she refrains from appearing before us in the future and doesn't involve herself in anything concerning us, I can manage to endure." What did he mean by manage to endure? Zhong Ziyuan clearly sensed Yan Hui's intense desire to eliminate the women from his past life. Chapter 014. Breaking the facade. Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui had not exchanged many words when the villa doorbell rang once more. He genuinely did not want to engage, yet he still rose to approach the visual window. This time, not only was Wang Ziru present, but she was accompanied by Shifeng. Zhong Ziyuan turned to Yan Hui and said, "It's Wang Ziru and Shifeng." Yan Hui merely responded with a soft offering no further comment. The doorbell chimed again, and Zhong Ziyuan frowned as he opened the villa's main entrance. "Didn't I say I needed to cultivate?" Having chosen Yan Hui, he could no longer afford to grow close to Wang Ziru, even if it meant severing ties. Thus, he was even more unyielding this time than before. Wang Ziru's face flushed with indignation at his words. Shifeng stepped forward, completely unfazed by Zhong Ziyuan's cold demeanor, and spoke with a smile. "Ziru is merely curious. I know you train diligently. But surely there is time for a meal and conversation. If there is something to discuss, just say it." "I don't need to eat," Zhong Ziyuan replied curtly, showing no interest in Shifeng's proposition. He had reincarnated a week before the martial examination, just one day prior to Shifeng's incident, that in his previous life. Shifeng had died early, leaving Zhong Ziyuan with memories of a cheerful and amiable friend. Now, however, having spent time together again, Zhong Ziyuan realized that Shifeng was rather shrewd and adept at reading people's emotions, often speaking in a way that endeared him to others. Yet, these traits had eluded him in the past. Shifeng's father was a peak martial king, but Shifeng himself was a bastard son, and though he was brought back to the main family due to his martial prowess, he had not been treated well under the main wife's care. Growing up in such an environment, Shifeng had learned to read people's faces and adapt his words accordingly, becoming skilled at discerning others' thoughts. Using this ability, Shifeng managed to get closer to Wang Ziru. Had he directly approached her from the outset, the Wang family would likely have intervened. Instead, Shifeng cleverly befriended Zhong Ziyuan first, which naturally led to his introduction to Wang in contrast to Zhong Ziyuan. The adopted son of the martial emperor, Shifeng placed greater importance on Wang Ziru, the martial emperor's cherished daughter. Thus, whenever Wang Ziru and Zhong Ziyuan had disagreements, Shifeng would find ways to assist her in achieving her desires. His initial goal had always been Wang Ziru, as she was the martial emperor's beloved daughter. Whether there was any genuine affection involved, Zhong Ziyuan could not say. However, it was clear that Wang Ziru favored him and that the martial emperor was also pleased with him. As he had anticipated, Wang Ziru would undoubtedly ask Shifeng, her good friend, to help her pursue him, and Shifeng would likely feign compliance while secretly scheming against him. Just like this instance, he claimed that Wang Ziru was merely curious. Curious about what? Naturally, it was about Yan Hui. But how did she come to know about Yan Hui? Wasn't it through Shifeng's words? Such blatant instigation, and yet Wang Ziru believed Shifeng was merely conveying her message, calling upon him to assist her after being turned away by him. She failed to consider that if Shifeng were truly his friend, how could he possibly help her? If he were not his friend, then how could she claim to like him while bringing another man to bolster her position? Was she not of sound mind? Upon hearing Zhong Ziyuan's words, Shifeng nearly lost his composure, struggling to maintain his smile that he is just a good-looking man. Do you really need to be so protective? He scoffed, and you claim he is a distant cousin. I hardly believe that. Wang Ziru retorted disdainfully, her scorn clearly directed at Yan Hui. Oh, your tongue is quite sharp. Zhong Ziyuan remarked with a hint of mockery towards Shifeng. Of course, it was not merely a matter of being outspoken. Otherwise, how would Wang Ziru know that Yan Hui was handsome? Ziru often inquires about you. You're well aware of that, Shifeng admitted, his face displaying a hint of helplessness. Zhong Ziyuan turned to Shifeng and scoffed before speaking. Shifeng, I know you like Wang Ziru and that your friendship with me is merely a means to get closer to her. But you should not continue to exploit me at this point. Our friendship ends here. Do not claim me as your friend in the future. And you, Wang Ziru, if you wish to be with Shifeng, I have no objections, but do not involve me in your affairs that in order to avert any unnecessary misunderstandings, I must candidly express my sentiments. I do not harbor any affection for you, neither in the past, nor in the present, nor in the future. Please refrain from disturbing me any further. Zhong Ziyuan is not one to procrastinate. He prefers to lay everything bare, even if it means tearing down facades. Wang Ziru gazed at Zhong Ziyuan in disbelief, before turning to Shifeng with shock. Shifeng hastily clarified, It's not what you think, I didn't. Yet by this point, Zhong Ziyuan had lost interest and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Shifeng's words faltered mid-sentence. It seemed as though the sound of the door closing had startled him. In truth, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to explain himself. Should he deny his feelings for Wang Ziru? Or assert that his initial intent in approaching Zhong Ziyuan had nothing to do with Wang Ziru? However, to refute this would mean slapping his own face if he were to pursue Wang Ziru in the future, especially when she would inevitably recall today as events that no, he would rather accept this predicament than attempt to justify it. After all, Zhong Ziyuan was not wrong. His true aim had indeed been Wang Ziru. With Zhong Ziyuan having resolutely severed ties with him, it became all the more imperative for him to seize the opportunity with Wang Ziru. Even at a prestigious institution like Qingwu, the number of direct descendants of the martial emperor was exceedingly limited. With Wang Ziru being the sole daughter, for someone like Shifeng, whose intentions were rather misguided, she was undoubtedly the most appealing choice. Meeting Wang Ziru's gaze, Shifeng had already composed his words anew. I initially approached Ziyuan because of you. I believed you were his sister. Upon discovering your relationship with him and your feelings for him, I chose to remain silent. His expression perfectly conveyed a bittersweet admiration. With Zhong Ziyuan no longer present, he spoke without any psychological burden. Wang Ziru, having just faced rejection from Zhong Ziyuan, felt a twinge of shared sorrow upon hearing him. Moreover, Shifeng's affection for her was innocent. He had done no wrong. Yet, despite Shifeng's affection, her heart still belonged to Zhong Ziyuan. Thus, Wang Ziru replied, Thank you for your feelings, but you know I have feelings for Ziyuan and I'm sorry. Shifeng felt a surge of displeasure at her words. He thought to himself that Wang Ziru was rather foolish. No matter how remarkable Zhong Ziyuan was, he did not reciprocate her feelings, always wearing a cold expression, yet Wang Ziru continued to seek his attention. Were it not for the martial emperor, Zhong Ziyuan likely would not have given Wang Ziru a second thought. Now that Zhong Ziyuan had made his rejection clear, it was evident that Wang Ziru was still unwilling to give up. Shi Feng understood that her confidence stemmed from her connection to the martial emperor. Yet, she failed to realize that in matters of the heart, Zhong Ziyuan's unwillingness could not be coerced by the martial emperor. Shi Feng cast a glance at the closed villa door. Zhong Ziyuan truly was fortunate. Not only did he have a martial emperor as a guardian, but also as a mentor, that Shi Feng made an effort to adjust his mindset. Saying to Wang Ziru, "It's all right. My feelings for you are my own concern." Following this, he listened to Wang Ziru's grievances about Zhong Ziyuan, offering consolation as he led her away. Chapter 015. The expression almost split apart Zhong Ziyuan had long since returned to the living room. "I have clarified everything with them," he informed Yan Hui. Yan Hui smiled and replied, "I heard that he had not anticipated that the relationship between Zhong Ziyuan, Shi Feng, and Wang Ziru was so intricate. Shi Feng was indeed someone who could endure. Given his personality, he certainly would not be content with mediocrity, and it was uncertain what actions he might take in the future. Perhaps it would have been better not to intervene." Zhong Ziyuan mused regretfully. At least the former Shi Feng had been a commendable friend in his memories, yet he had now devolved into this state. Yan Hui offered a faint smile, but refrained from commenting. When Zhong Ziyuan had first arrived in the capital, he had been wholly focused on his training and had naturally lacked friends that Shi Feng had taken the initiative to approach him, and over time, they had grown close as classmates. However, to say that the bond between Zhong Ziyuan and Shi Feng was particularly deep would be an overstatement, that it was merely the absence of other friends that made Shi Feng appear unique. With this thought, Yan Hui couldn't help but feel a twinge of restlessness, as if the bone sword yearned to be drawn. The following day marked the official start of the semester. However, for returning students, it was merely a formality with little to occupy their time. The theoretical knowledge had already been imparted in the first year, and from the second year onward, the focus shifted primarily to cultivation. Cultivation required resources, and the question arose, where would these resources come from? Aside from the occasional contributions from elders or teachers, it ultimately depended on the students themselves. The Academy's supermarket offered not only spiritual herbs but also pills, weapons, and other cultivation resources, all of which required points for exchange. Points could only be earned by undertaking tasks issued by the Academy, as conventional currency held no value within its confines. Previously, Yan Hui had utilized points from Zhong Ziyuan's student account to make purchases on the Qingwu Academy app. Zhong Ziyuan had recently reached the 4th tier, having just absorbed a substantial quantity of blood essence pills, and was in dire need of practical combat experience, that he shared his intentions with Yan Hui. "You really need to accumulate more points. Otherwise, you won't even be able to afford the spiritual herbs for refining blood essence pills," Yan Hui remarked. Zhong Ziyuan's expression nearly split apart, since Yan Hui had directly purchased the pills. He had completely forgotten about this aspect. Reflecting on the numerous blood essence pills he had consumed and the meager points he had left from the previous semester, Zhong Ziyuan found himself at a loss as to whether to lament the low cost of spiritual herbs or the exorbitant price of pills. Those few points would barely exchange for a handful of blood essence pills in the Academy. The crux of the matter was that the ordinary blood essence pills and Yan Hui's refined ones were not on the same level. Yet, even the Academy's standard blood essence pills were not affordable for an average person within the Martial Alliance. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Yan Hui was right. He needed to earn more points. At the breakfast table the next morning, Yan Hui said to Zhong Ziyuan, "I'll accompany you." Zhong Ziyuan paused in his eating, lifting his gaze to meet Yan Hui's. After swallowing his food, he replied, "All right." This was something that had not occurred in his past life, that time. Yan Hui had merely been an ordinary person, only gaining strength after returning to the Soul Sect. Therefore, to this day, Zhong Ziyuan could not discern Yan Hui's true strength. Yet he did not inquire further. The task review and acceptance could be managed through the task section of the Qingwu Academy app, while task submission required a visit to the Academy's task hall. The items for the task had to be presented to the staff for verification before they could proceed. Both the Light Brain and Wristwatch could download the Academy app, but only students enrolled at the Academy could log in. The two sat together on the sofa, perusing the task section projected from Zhong Ziyuan's wristwatch, filtering through potential tasks. The tasks were categorized into several types: collection, exploration, hunting, and cleanup, among others. Zhong Ziyuan selected hunting tasks. The targets were primarily either invading extraterrestrial beings or members of the Soul Sect. Zhong Ziyuan focused on tasks related to the extraterrestrial beings, with targets ranging from the 3rd to the 5th tier. Yan Hui did not comment on his choices, merely raising an eyebrow and asking, Are you taking on so many tasks? The distances aren't too far, and if all goes well, it won't take much time. Zhong Ziyuan replied. Even though his current tier was only 4, he had confidence in dispatching 5th-tier adversaries, and 6th-tier foes were not beyond his capabilities either. However, considering that Yin Hui might still be an ordinary person at this stage. Just like in his previous life, he refrained from accepting those 6th-tier hunting tasks. Yin Hui was well aware of Zhong Ziyuan's capabilities and simply nodded nonchalantly in response. Zhong Ziyan mentally plotted the routes for these tasks and drove to the first task location. Situated in a village on the outskirts of the capital, as they walked along the road, Zhong Ziyuan softly informed Yin Hui, "There are 2 targets located here." After walking a bit further, Yin Hui remarked, "This village is quite large, with each household being independent. Extraterrestrial beings could easily conceal themselves here." The term conceal was somewhat misleading. In reality, it often involved eliminating one household and taking their place. The abilities of these extraterrestrial beings were diverse and peculiar. Some could alter their appearance, while others could create illusions, rendering detection nearly impossible. In an urban environment, residential complexes could monitor the identities of those entering and exiting. But in such an open rural setting, there was no means of assessment. It was only after an extraterrestrial being had committed their crimes that they might be discovered if they were cautious. The number of victims could be staggering before anyone realized anything was amiss. These extraterrestrial beings lurking within the borders of Blue Star were often of the type that consumed flesh and blood to enhance their own strength. Most extraterrestrial beings were disinterested in humans below the high tier, as only those who reached the 7th tier, thus becoming martial sovereigns, would form golden pills within their bodies. The golden pills of humans were to extraterrestrial beings what the energy bodies within their forms were to humans, serving as valuable resources for cultivation. The Martial Alliance had informants in these villages. Though their strength was not formidable, they possessed keen observational skills. Upon spotting suspicious individuals, they would investigate and report back to the Martial Alliance, which would then allocate tasks to various academies based on the situation. As long as the information was accurate, these informants would receive a reward. The 2 walked hand in hand, appearing as a couple enjoying a leisurely outing. After a while, they came across a small shop. Zhong Ziyuan glanced at the shop sign. Glory Department Store. According to the task data, the extraterrestrial being they were after resided on the 3rd floor of this very store. Having allegedly killed 5 individuals thus far, averaging 1 every 3 days before ascending the stairs, Zhong Ziyan instructed Yin Hui, "You wait here for me. I'll be back shortly." "All right." Yin Hui chuckled. After Zhong Ziyuan's figure vanished from Yin Hui's sight, he unfurled his spiritual power, enveloping the entire building before him, that he observed Zhong Ziyan ascend the stairs to the 3rd floor, arriving at the door of his target. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open and swiftly entered. The alien, caught off guard and with no time to contemplate or escape, found himself cornered in the living room. Upon glancing at the coffee table, he noticed remnants of a body, presumably that of the victim mentioned in the report from yesterday. Even though he had witnessed such scenes numerous times before, a surge of anger welled up within him. Chapter 016. The cunning alien. Faced with such an alien, there was no need for communication. Zhong Ziyuan launched his attack directly. The alien's strength, when measured against the standards of Blue Star's martial arts, amounted to merely an ordinary 4th-tier practitioner, rendering him no match for Zhong Ziyuan. In no time, Zhong Ziyuan's condensed energy sword cleaved through him. This exemplified the stark contrast between mid-tier and low-tier warriors. Low-tier practitioners could only wield physical weapons in combat, while those of the 4th tier and above, having generated chi within their bodies, could project this energy outward to strike at their foes. Thus, it was customary for practitioners above the mid-tier to abandon physical weapons altogether, regardless of whether they were cold or hot weapons. Even with continuous advancements by scientists, they often failed to breach defenses. Both aliens and martial artists had transcended the realm of ordinary humans. As one's strength increased, physical weapons became increasingly obsolete. Unless there were groundbreaking breakthroughs in weapon research on Blue Star, such weapons would remain ineffectual. Gazing at the lifeless alien, Zhong Ziyuan severed its left thumb, placing it into a bag he retrieved from his pocket, stowing it away. This was the required item for the mission. The items submitted for hunting tasks typically consisted of body parts, although the requirements varied for each mission. Having completed this, he activated his wristwatch, entered the mission interface, and clicked the Submit Application button. signifying the mission's completion. Consequently, the Academy would promptly inform the Martial Alliance, who would then dispatch personnel to handle the subsequent matters. Turning off his wristwatch, Zhong Ziyuan exited the room, but he descended the stairs step by step, his expression returning to its original state during the process. As he emerged from the staircase, he immediately spotted Yan Hui waiting there, but he approached her with a smile and took her hand, saying, "Let us proceed to the next location." "Indeed," Yan Hui replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The second target was located at the edge of the village, requiring approximately a 10-minute walk. The two strolled leisurely until they reached their destination. It was a single-story standalone house, evidently aged, at a small courtyard lay outside, with a large iron gate rusted and worn. Zhong Ziyuan did not rush in. Instead, he paused at the entrance of the courtyard. Yan Hui, however, was already aware that the alien was not inside, but rather in a brand-new two-story farmhouse across the street, observing them through the window. There were 3 aliens within that small building. Contrary to the mission description, which indicated only one ordinary third-tier alien without any special abilities, one of the aliens possessed the power to create illusions, allowing them to effectively replace the family that once resided in the small building. The courtyard before them was merely a smokescreen set up by these 3 aliens. They had deliberately sent one to commit an act in this courtyard without disguise, leading observers to overlook the presence of specially gifted aliens. Under the cover of illusion, even if an incident occurred in the courtyard, the perpetrating alien would remain undetected. This indicated that these aliens were indeed cunning. Yan Hui was able to discern this due to her formidable spiritual power. The low-level illusions appeared as mere wisps of mist before her, easily dispelled with a wave of her hand. Low to mid-tier practitioners would require detection devices for any discovery. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious. The critical aspect was that the detection device needed to make contact before testing, significantly complicating the tasks for low to mid-tier practitioners. After all, one could not simply approach someone and say, "I suspect you are an alien. Please cooperate with the testing." Practitioners of the 7th tier and above could perceive the distinction between aliens and humans, with heightened clarity corresponding to their strength. Naturally, this was contingent upon the special alien's strength not exceeding that of the practitioner. Therefore, tasks involving aliens with special abilities were typically assigned to higher-tier practitioners. Their encounter this time was purely coincidental. Fortunately, Zhong Ziyuan was not a complete novice. As long as there was no threat to life, Yan Hui did not intend to intervene. She too was curious to see when Zhong Ziyuan would uncover the truth. At that moment, she heard Zhong Ziyuan remark, "This does not seem like a choice an alien would make." Yan Hui looked at him, puzzled, struggling to grasp the meaning of his words. Aliens were generally indulgent in their desires. This house was far too dilapidated for them to choose as a refuge. Zhong Ziyuan explained. Yan Hui responded with a slight nod. She truly had no knowledge of this in his previous life. He had been an ordinary person at this juncture, and he had never accompanied Zhong Ziyuan on a mission. Later, when confronting aliens, it was always a matter of kill on sight, who had the inclination to understand their habits. However, Yan Hui surmised that the reality was likely as Zhong Ziyuan had stated, that a comparison between the quaint villa across the street and the decrepit courtyard made the disparity evident. The aliens likely remained unaware that their subconscious choices and habits had been catalogued by the Blue Star side. Otherwise, they would not have been so blatant. That said, they still needed to investigate further. As Zhong Ziyuan spoke, he utilized his chi to slice through the door lock, gently pushing it open. The iron gate creaked ajar. The courtyard housed an antiquated water well, nearly obsolete with the passage of time, alongside various debris. This time, Zhong Ziyuan did not leave Yan Hui outside, but brought her into the courtyard with him. The door to the house faced them, a red-painted wooden door typical of rural homes from decades past. Zhong Ziyuan employed the old method to breach the door lock. Once pushed open, the severed lock fell to the ground with a clatter. In the quiet environment, the sound was somewhat jarring. Simultaneously, a faint scent of blood wafted from within the house. The hall was spacious, covering several dozen square meters and feeling somewhat empty. A disposable tablecloth covered the large table at its center, stained with darkened blood. The cement floor bore numerous splatters of the same. There was a trash bin beside the table, and when Zhong Ziyuan approached, he found it contained what he had anticipated. The aliens had indeed spent time here, but they had departed at least 2 days prior. There was no further need for investigation in this room, that we should head out first, Zhong Ziyuan said as he walked over to Yan Hui. She nodded in agreement, and together they exited the house, leaving the courtyard behind. The two returned to the entrance of the small courtyard. That moment, the three aliens on the second floor of the villa across the way were mocking Zhong Xin and Yan Hui. Particularly, the alien with special abilities appeared quite smug. The other two aliens seemed to be deferential to this empowered one, that Yan Hui did not invade their consciousness, so she was unaware of their conversation. However, their expressions clearly indicated that the two were attempting to curry favor with the alien possessing special abilities. Yet their expressions soon froze. Zhong Ziyuan had suddenly turned to look in their direction. At this, a smile flickered in Yan Hui's eyes. That it seemed that Zhong Ziyuan indeed possessed considerable experience when dealing with these aliens. That I will go take a look, he declared, his gaze still fixed on the villa. All right, I shall wait for you here, she replied. Yan Hui comprehended the intentions of Zhong Ziyuan and had no intention of following him. However, Zhong Ziyuan did not anticipate the presence of three otherworldly beings. Upon noticing Zhong Ziyuan's actions, one of the peculiar beings, possessing special abilities, conveyed something to another of their kind who had assumed a female form, after which the latter discreetly exited through the back door of the villa. Once Zhong Xin entered the villa through the main entrance, he seized the opportune moment to approach Yan Hui from behind as Yan Hui turned to glance at the small courtyard. To the otherworldly beings, Yan Hui appeared to be an ordinary individual devoid of any martial aura. Their cautiousness stemmed from a desire to avoid attracting the attention of Zhong Ziyuan and the other humans in the village. Yan Hui feigned ignorance, allowing the otherworldly being to approach him unawares. Chapter 017. Understanding the sharp bone spur of the otherworldly being pressed against Yan Hui's back, while a palpable aura enveloped him. Had he truly been an ordinary person or a martial artist of insufficient strength, he would likely have been incapable of uttering a sound at that moment, even though a mere thought could obliterate this being and consume its soul. Yan Hui refrained from such an action, merely exerting control over it. Upon realizing he was immobilized and powerless, the otherworldly being was filled with trepidation. The youth before him had distanced himself slightly and turned to gaze in his direction. The indifference in Yan Hui's eyes bore no emotion, as though he were regarding a lifeless object. The otherworldly being recognized that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. This youth was far more terrifying than any of the powerful beings he had previously encountered. Certainly not the ordinary person he had presumed him to be. Yan Hui cast a fleeting glance at the being, whose height was akin to that of a human but with a mouth that protruded like an animal's, before swiftly redirecting his gaze towards the villa. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed that Zhong Xin was heading straight for the second floor, mere walls separating him from the two otherworldly beings. The second floor housed 3 rooms, 2 of which faced the dilapidated courtyard. Zhong Ziyuan's gaze flitted between the doors of the 2 rooms, seemingly attempting to deduce where the beings were concealed. Soon enough, he pinpointed the correct location. Yan Hui was not particularly astonished by this, as Zhong Ziyuan must have sensed something while he was below, when Zhong Ziyuan forcefully kicked open the door. He was met with the sight of 2 otherworldly beings who had dispelled their illusions, grinning with unabashed arrogance. These 2 beings possessed strengths of the 4th and 5th tiers, respectively. Your companion has already been subdued by us. I advise you to comply, proclaimed the 5th tier being with pronounced confidence, erroneously believing that Yan Hui had been captured and relying on their numerical and strength advantage. He spoke in the universal tongue of all races participating in the Myriad Realms battlefield, a language that had swiftly gained prevalence following the arrival of Blue Star through the battlefield passage. Thus, Zhong Ziyuan naturally understood his words that he furrowed his brow, yet his position prevented him from observing Yan Hui through the window of the room. I must confirm this first, Zhong Ziyuan stated. Very well, replied the being with special abilities, stepping back with the other being to grant Zhong Ziyuan access. Zhong Ziyuan advanced a few steps into the room. The demeanor of the otherworldly beings had already led him to anticipate this outcome, and upon witnessing it firsthand, his expression darkened considerably. Countless thoughts surged within him, only to be extinguished in an instant. At that moment, Yan Hui lifted his gaze in this direction, that a slight smirk curved his lips, carrying a hint of audacity that in that instant, Zhong Ziyuan felt a profound sense of resolve. Upon closer examination, he discerned that the situation of the otherworldly being standing behind Yan Hui was clearly amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, he acted swiftly, neutralizing the 4th tier being in a flash. The 5th tier being, taken aback by Zhong Ziyuan's sudden aggression, was unable to react in time to save his subordinate, who perished before him. While engaging Zhong Ziyuan, he shouted to his comrade below, "Kill him." After uttering this command, he glared fiercely at Zhong Ziyuan. However, the unfolding events below defied the expectations of the special being. His other subordinate appeared entirely unresponsive to his orders, remaining completely motionless. Observing this scene from the corner of his eye, Zhong Ziyuan's attacks grew increasingly ruthless. Each strike a lethal blow. Though the special being possessed considerable power, even surpassing a significant tier, it was evident that he was insufficient against Zhong Ziyuan. In mere moments, he met the same fate as his subordinate. After leaving the task items from the two beings behind, Zhong Ziyuan descended the stairs. Upon reaching Yan Hui, he was struck by the expression of sheer terror on the face of the being with only third-tier strength. If he was not mistaken, this was likely the being mentioned in their mission briefing. Without hesitation, Zhong Ziyuan ended the being's life, deftly collecting the task items. Neither of them broached the subject of what Yan Hui had done. Given the significant discrepancies in the mission's execution, Zhong Ziyuan would undoubtedly need to explain the situation when submitting the task. Such a mission, which had deviated so greatly from its original scope, would likely yield additional points upon verification by the school. Grasping Yan Hui's hand once more, feeling the warmth of his palm, Zhong Ziyuan experienced a genuine sense of reassurance. Today, he realized just how fearful he was of losing Yan Hui. Ever since his rebirth, he had felt out of sync with the world around him. Only Yan Hui, who shared the memories of a previous life, truly understood him. How profoundly lonely would he be without Yan Hui? In that moment, Zhong Ziyuan suddenly comprehended why, after his death in the previous life, Yan Hui had chosen to take his own life. Compared to his rebirth, Yan Hui's sense of disconnection from this world would be even more pronounced. He was the bridge connecting Yan Hui to this world, serving as a crucial source of emotional support. Thus, Yan Hui's obsession with him was entirely understandable. Their entanglement across 2 lifetimes rendered them uniquely special to one another. A bond that defied definition by any conventional terms. It was far too intricate. Gripping Yan Hui's hand tightly, the two made their way back to the parking area. Once inside the car, Yan Hui suddenly inquired, "When did you acquire this vehicle?" Zhong Ziyuan started the engine and replied with a smile, "This was sent to me after my teacher discovered that I had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, stating it would facilitate my tasks once I advanced to the middle tier." Yan Hui understood immediately, and oh wonder the car from his previous life had been different. That time, Zhong Ziyuan's cultivation progress had been slower than it was now. By the time he reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, Ling Wuhuang had already entered seclusion, and when he emerged, Zhong Ziyuan had already purchased a vehicle. "Your teacher treats you quite well. Far better than Wang Wuhuang." Yan Hui did not conceal his disdain for Wang Wuhuang. Zhong Ziyuan rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Yan Hui was correct. However, Wang Wuhuang was, after all, a martial emperor and his adoptive father, making it challenging for him to voice any criticism. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke, "He doesn't owe me anything." Understanding this principle, Zhong Ziyuan had never harbored any expectations of Wang Wuhuang, his nominal adoptive father. Had he not been so young and lacking other relatives, the inconveniences of solitude would have deterred him from leaving Xingxing with Wang Wuhuang. Wang Wuhuang recognized his talent and intended to cultivate him. Yet there were numerous heirs within the Wang family, and the resources allocated to him were, in truth, quite limited. In contrast, Ling Wuhuang's intentions had been much more sincere. Unlike Wang Wuhuang, Ling Wuhuang was an only child and remained single, with Zhong Ziyuan being his sole disciple. The significance of this relationship was self-evident. Deep down, Zhong Ziyuan preferred this master far more. However, upon hearing Zhong Ziyuan's words, Yan Hui shot him a sidelong glance. He had thought Zhong Ziyuan was oblivious. Given his clarity of insight, it was surprising that he had once shielded someone from harm. The mere thought of that moment sent shivers down Yan Hui's spine. If Wang Wuhuang or Wang Ziru were to appear before him now, Yan Hui would undoubtedly wield his sword against them. In an instant, Zhong Ziyuan discerned Yan Hui's thoughts. That moment, he wished fervently that he could be a bit more naive. Fortunately, Yan Hui did not voice his thoughts. After all, this was a matter he found exceedingly difficult to explain. Should he tell Yan Hui that, despite Wang Wuhuang's goodwill being less than pure, the Yan Hui of that time had appeared to him as a cunning infiltrator of the soul cult? Wang Wuhuang was not only his adoptive father, but also his future father-in-law. How could that even be compared? Chapter 018. A gentle kiss. Zhong Ziyuan reflected on this, and found it to be inaccurate. When he had shielded Wang Wuhuang from harm, Wang Ziru had already been slain by Yan Hui, and he and Wang Ziru had not even finalized their engagement, so Wang Wuhuang had at most almost become his father-in-law. Subsequently, they undertook several missions in the vicinity, all of which proceeded smoothly. They even made time for a lunch break that let's leave the other missions for tomorrow. We should find a place to stay tonight and not return to school, said Zhong Ziyuan as the sun descended beyond the horizon. Zhong Ziyan spoke after completing yet another task. Yan Hui was nothing but pure companionship, always prioritizing Zhong Ziyuan's opinions, naturally responding with a simple all right to his words. Zhong Ziyan drove to a hotel, effortlessly securing a room with a king-sized bed that he had grown accustomed to holding Yan Hui close each night as they slept. After Yan Hui took a shower, he emerged clad only in a bathrobe, having forgotten to bring any clothing. Once he left the bathroom, Zhong Ziyan entered, while Yan Hui settled onto the bed. Zhong Ziyuan found himself in a similar predicament, helplessly tossing their clothes into the washing machine, adding a laundry ball, and setting it to wash and dry to ensure they had something to wear the next day. Before leaving the bathroom, he stood in front of the hairdryer, opting for a cool breeze, and within minutes, his hair was dry. This modern appliance was far more convenient than the old-fashioned dryers. Once in bed, Zhong Ziyuan instinctively wrapped his arms around Yan Hui, just as he always did. However, a bathrobe was not a suitable substitute for sleepwear, and its loose fit created an uncomfortable situation. Zhong Ziyuan had to adjust his own robe carefully to avoid any awkwardness. At that moment, Yan Hui suddenly turned to face him, silently studying Zhong Ziyuan, causing a wave of confusion within him. An inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. Yan Hui was undeniably striking. His fair skin revealed no blemish even at such a close distance. His eyelashes fluttered like delicate wings with every blink, and his lips were a soft pink, moist and glistening. Zhong Ziyuan felt the urge to kiss him, yet reason incessantly reminded him that this was a man. But having made up his mind, Zhong Ziyuan would not waver. He closed his eyes and swiftly pressed his lips against Yan Hui's, offering no opportunity for retreat. Yan Hui's lips were soft, carrying a slight chill at first, but soon grew warm as their contact lingered. Zhong Ziyuan maintained this position for quite some time, until Yan Hui moved, slightly parting his lips to gently suck on Zhong Ziyuan's. His hand slipped beneath Zhong Ziyuan's robe, encircling his waist. Yan Hui's kiss remained on Zhong Ziyuan's lips, not advancing further. Although Zhong Ziyuan's body stiffened, he did not push him away. Yan Hui sensed Zhong Ziyuan's effort to accept this, so he chose not to rush things. Despite the bathrobe remaining mostly intact during their movements, the effect was nearly the same that he knew they could not continue this way. Pulling away from Zhong Ziyuan's lips, Yan Hui embraced him tightly, burying his face in Zhong Ziyuan's neck. Yet the response of their bodies was utterly unmasked. It was not a matter of losing control. Rather, Yan Hui simply did not wish to restrain himself. Hearing Zhong Ziyuan's rapid breaths nearby, he ran his hand gently along Yan Hui's back. "Just give me a little more time." Zhong Ziyuan's voice was slightly husky. After a long while, he heard a soft from Yan Hui. Only when Yan Hui had fallen asleep did Zhong Ziyuan gently loosen his hold, opting for a more delicate embrace. The following day, after checking out, Zhong Ziyuan drove Yan Hui to the remaining task locations. With 3 tasks left, all within the same vicinity, they would be completed swiftly. After parking, Zhong Ziyuan remarked to Yan Hui, "You should also work out in the gravity chamber when we return. You've absorbed so many vitality pills that you likely haven't fully digested them yet." Even though the vitality pills he refined contained no impurities, retaining too many within the body for an extended period could be detrimental. That I understand. As they conversed, they opened the car doors and simultaneously stepped out, walking side by side toward their task destination. Aside from one task participant having recently broken through to the 5th rank, there were no unexpected developments. After submitting all task reports, they drove back. Upon returning to Qinggu, the two first visited their dormitory. After refreshing themselves, Yan Hui lay down on the sofa to rest while Zhong Ziyuan headed to the task hall to submit their completed items and settle points. The staff were somewhat astonished to see Zhong Ziyuan complete so many tasks, especially since he had only just entered his sophomore year. Among the task participants, 2 had reached the 5th rank, one of whom was a special exotic race. Even without knowing Zhong Ziyuan personally, the staff recognized him as undoubtedly a top-tier talent within Qinggu if he had come just a few minutes earlier. The Martial Arts Alliance still had a task pending verification. The staff member remarked with a smile, glancing at the task verification records. Zhong Ziyuan recalled the time he completed the last task and realized it had only been a little over an hour. It seemed the personnel responsible for verifying tasks at the Martial Arts Alliance were quite efficient. Noticing Zhong Ziyuan's silence, the staff member continued after a brief pause. "All right, all points have been credited to your student account." "Thank you." Zhong Ziyuan expressed his gratitude before leaving the task hall. Upon returning to the dormitory, he approached Yan Hui on the sofa. Sitting beside him, he smiled and said, "Let's buy some spiritual herbs." "All right, let's use your wristwatch to make the purchase," Yan Hui replied, feeling too lazy to head to the study. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ziyuan opened the Qingwu app on his wristwatch to access the Academy's supermarket section. With Yan Hui leaning against him as he sat up, the IT felt similar to when they selected tasks, yet somehow even more intimate. This time, Yan Hui took the lead in purchasing the spiritual herbs. He tapped the screen projected from Zhong Ziyuan's wristwatch, directly entering the purchase history page, doubling the amount from their last order before submitting and settling the payment. Yan Hui had no concern that anyone would notice anything unusual about the spiritual herbs he purchased, as the ingredients he used for refining vitality pills were identical to those found in the market. The only difference lay in the method of refinement. At 18 noon, Zhong Ziyuan went to the cafeteria to fetch lunch for both of them. As Yan Hui preferred not to cook and wasn't too keen on eating noodles, occasionally, the cafeteria's meals were decent. The spiritual herbs had already been delivered before Zhong Ziyuan left for the cafeteria. After they finished eating, Yan Hui immediately began to refine the herbs. This was Zhong Ziyuan's first time witnessing Yan Hui's alchemical process, which was entirely different from his expectations that he had seen alchemy masters work before. But none had ever done so without any auxiliary tools, as Yan Hui did. Various elements transformed in Yan Hui's hands, the spiritual herbs twisting within his palms. The herbs were consumed by flames, with some parts turning into spiritual liquid and others into powder. The impurities were burned away, dissipating into wispy gray smoke. Then, the wood element enveloped the spiritual liquid and powder, merging them into a pill, maximizing the efficacy while avoiding contamination from manual shaping or tools. Yan Hui's alchemical technique was something even the most skilled masters would never be able to replicate, no matter how many times they observed. Noticing the astonished expression on Zhong Ziyuan's face, Yan Hui felt he might have been misunderstood and remarked, "Actually, the first pills and ointments I made for you were crafted using the cooking pot from your kitchen." Zhong Ziyuan, Chapter 019, Second in Class, Jiang Shiqing. After packaging the pills, it was still early. Yan Hui's speed in refining was quite astonishing that I'm going to train in the gravity chamber for a while. "Would you like to join me?" Zhong Ziyuan had grown accustomed to having Yan Hui accompany him wherever he went. Yan Hui asked in confusion, "Am I allowed to enter?" In his previous life, he had only visited the villa and cafeteria, never venturing to other places in Qingwu due to fears of causing trouble for Zhong Ziyuan or encountering unwanted attention. After all, his striking appearance often drew the eyes of others. Suddenly, memories of Earth that should have faded away surged back, causing a lump in his throat. Though he had sent those individuals to hell, everything he had experienced remained etched deep within his memory. Impossible to forget. Zhong Ziyuan stepped closer, concern evident in his voice. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Yan Hui replied, unwilling to burden Zhong Ziyuan with his troubles. Yet he was unaware of just how distressed he appeared moments ago. Next to the gravity chamber was a resting area, and Zhong Ziyuan smoothly redirected the conversation. Hearing him say this, Yan Hui nodded. Zhong Ziyuan filled a large cup with water and gathered a towel before leading Yan Hui toward the gravity chamber. The chamber was divided into several rooms, each designated for different gravity levels, and the resting area was located outside those rooms. Yan Hui noticed several attendants, clearly younger students, waiting with water cups and towels in the resting area, along with a couple of students seated nearby. Zhong Ziyuan chose the 20x gravity area, where only a handful of individuals occupied the resting area. Zhong Ziyuan helped Yan Hui find an empty spot to sit, placing the water cup and towel beside him. "You can play with your wristwatch here for a while." After speaking, Yan Hui nodded and then swiped his wristwatch on the device at the entrance. Here, too, points were required for usage, with charges based on time. The door to the gravity chamber swung open, and Zhong Ziyuan stepped inside. Yan Hui withdrew his gaze and opened his system panel. Host Information Companion Soul Level. Purple Companion Soul Strength. 99999 Body Control Level. 6000 Technique. Soul Spirit Art Ultimate. It seemed that he had been somewhat negligent during this period, as his body control level had yet to break through to the pinnacle. Achieving 10,000 points in body control would signify his entry into the realm of ultimate mastery in his previous life. He had reached the peak of ultimate mastery just a step away from crossing the threshold of the ultimate level. Once he converted all of his current companion's soul strength into body control, Zhong Ziyun should have already become a high-ranking martial artist, ready to venture into the battlefield of myriad races. Since the ultimate level had no upper limit, did that mean he could devour all the foreign souls from the battlefield of myriad races? At this thought, Yan Hui pressed his lips together, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. However, there was no rush. He still hoped to spend 2 enjoyable years of university life alongside Zhong Ziyun, and it was a perfect opportunity to elevate his body control level to the current limit of his companion's soul strength. Yan Hui promptly increased his body control level by 500 points and then devoted most of his focus to the fusion process. The fusion of the soul spirits could be halted at any moment, so he was not concerned about being interrupted. After a considerable time, Zhong Ziyun emerged from the gravity chamber. Yan Hui ceased his cultivation, noticing Zhong Ziyun wiping off his sweat with a towel, and casually handed him a water cup. "Thank you." Zhong Ziyun smiled and accepted it. Sitting down beside Yan Hui, he opened the bottle cap and gulped down a few swigs. "Zhong Ziyun." Just then, someone called out. Yan Hui turned his gaze toward the sound and discovered a handsome young man, also drenched in sweat, who must have just exited the gravity chamber. "Jiang Shiqing." Zhong Ziyun spoke, then introduced Yan Hui. "This is my classmate, Jiang Shiqing." "This is Yan Hui," he began, but Zhong Ziyun paused midway, that he didn't want to continue addressing him as his cousin. Yet he found it difficult to utter the words boyfriend. "I am his cousin, currently serving as a reader for my elder cousin at school," Yan Hui interjected. Zhong Ziyun looked at him in surprise. "Hello," Jiang Shiqing greeted Yan Hui with a smile. Yan Hui returned a slight smile. Jiang Shiqing settled next to Zhong Ziyun and turned to ask, "What gravity level are you at now?" He hadn't seen Zhong Ziyun in the 10x gravity chamber. 20. Zhong Ziyun replied, "In reality, the pressure of 20x gravity was quite limited for him. After 2 days of adaptation, he would likely be able to enter the 25x gravity zone. 20. Jiang Shiqing exclaimed in shock. Fortunately, he was not one to overreact, so his voice was moderate. Zhong Ziyun merely responded with a nonchalant for someone who had once reached the martial emperor realm. His current strength was hardly a cause for boast that you've broken through to the 4th rank. Jiang Shiqing pondered, unable to comprehend how Zhong Ziyun, who had previously only been one minor realm above him, could have advanced so much over a single holiday that he had been diligently cultivating for the past 2 months. Even hoping to surpass Zhong Ziyun. "Yes, I just broke through a few days ago," Zhong Ziyun said, taking another sip of water before capping the bottle and setting it down. Yan Hui listened in, noticing the rapport between the two. Given that Jiang Shiqing had gained Zhong Ziyun's recognition, he must possess commendable character. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Shiqing suggested, "Let us practice for another hour, and then the 3 of us can go for a meal." Although he had been conversing with Zhong Ziyun, Jiang Shiqing had not forgotten Yan Hui's presence. Zhong Ziyun did not respond directly, but instead smiled and asked Yan Hui, "Are you going?" "Since Jiang is inviting us, of course I'll go," Yan Hui replied with a light chuckle. Thus, Zhong Ziyun smiled at Jiang Shiqing and said, "Since Yan Hui has agreed to join, I shall graciously accompany you for a meal." "Thank you, cousin," Jiang Shiqing said with a grin. "Who is your cousin? Call him by name." Zhong Ziyun shot an annoyed glance at Jiang Shiqing. Jiang Shiqing looked exasperated, but ultimately nodded that he had merely called out due to his connection with Zhong Ziyun. After this exchange, the two resumed their respective training in the gravity chamber. Exiting midway for a break and re-entering would be automatically recognized by the system, and as long as they did not exceed the time limit, no points would be deducted again. An hour passed swiftly during Yan Hui's training. Zhong Ziyun and Jiang Shiqing emerged one after the other from the gravity chamber, took a brief rest, and then set off towards the cafeteria. On the way, Jiang Shiqing addressed Yan Hui, saying, "Zhong Ziyun has never mentioned you as his cousin before. Has he talked about me to you? Because I lack talent in martial arts, my elder cousin has never spoken of his school life in front of me." Yan Hui replied that Jiang Shiqing did not expect that to be the case. Seeing his reaction, Yan Hui smiled and said, "Actually, I'm quite curious about his life at Wu University. Otherwise, I wouldn't have insisted on becoming his reader." "Your cousin is very impressive. He is the top of our grade," Jiang Shiqing added, then quickly clarified, "He is the first in the grade." "Really?" He never mentioned it to me, Yin Hui feigned surprise. In truth, he had been aware of this from Wang Ziru in his previous life. This was indeed the first time hearing it in this lifetime. Your cousin is a prominent figure at Qingwu. Jiang Shiqing continued. Since you have such a good relationship with my cousin, does that mean you're quite remarkable too? Yin Hui inquired. Before Jiang Shiqing could respond, Zhong Ziyuan interjected with a chuckle. He is the second in the grade, which means he is the second best. Chapter 20. Unrequited affection. The three arrived at the cafeteria, drawing considerable attention. Both Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing were recognized as geniuses at Qingwu. And with Yin Hui's striking appearance, they stood out even more. The school did not mandate students to wear uniforms, making it easy for Yin Hui's age to be mistaken for a freshman. Typically, readers were either family members or subordinates cultivated by prominent families. These subordinates often had their entire families under someone else's control, bound by contracts akin to servitude to ensure their loyalty. However, this also created an inherent disparity in status between students and their readers. Even when dining together, such readers would unmistakably belong to the service category. Yet, observing Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui, it was clear that their relationship was exceptionally close. Zhong Ziyuan first sought a place for Yin Hui to sit. Then he and Jiang Shiqing went to fetch their meals together. He even knew Yin Hui's favorite dishes after collecting their meals. Zhong Ziyuan sat beside Yin Hui, placing one portion in front of him. Jiang Shiqing took a seat opposite Zhong Ziyuan. Today, we have spirit chicken wings, though they're not as delicious as the ones you make. Zhong Ziyuan remarked. Spirit chicken wings were a variant of ordinary chicken that had absorbed spiritual energy after the resurgence of spiritual energy. These spirit chickens were larger and stronger than typical chickens, with meat that was more delectable. Numerous other poultry and livestock had also mutated similarly. Even after their transformation, these spirit animals were still raised by people, primarily low-ranking martial artists serving as caretakers. The meat of these spirit animals could provide a slight increase in vitality, although not as significantly as the meat from naturally evolved beasts in the wild. Zhong Ziyuan usually consumed meat from these exotic beasts. The flesh of low-tier exotic beasts was beneficial for both martial artists and ordinary individuals, especially those at the martial apprentice stage. Regular consumption of low-tier exotic beast meat could rapidly enhance vitality, offering a tremendous advantage in their martial examinations. Then I'll buy some when I return and cook it for you tomorrow. Yin Hui smiled. Spirit chicken wings were not only his favorite, but also Zhong Ziyuan's. Their closeness was evident, and Jiang Shiqing had never doubted their relationship from the start. While it was rare for siblings to serve as readers, it wasn't entirely implausible. Jiang Shiqing sat beside them, listening to their conversation, and finally interjected, "You're discussing this right in front of me, and didn't he even invite me?" He had never been to Zhong Ziyuan's villa before. While their relationship was indeed good, today marked the first time they would share a meal together. Previously, Su Feng and Wang Ziru were always surrounding Zhong Ziyuan, making Jiang Shiqing reluctant to engage with them. Zhong Ziyuan sensed that Yin Hui had a favorable impression of Jiang Shiqing, but still refrained from directly inviting him. Instead, observing Yin Hui's expression, Yin Hui, feeling helpless, finally said, "All right, come over tomorrow at noon." Jiang Shiqing smiled and thanked Yin Hui, then turned to Zhong Ziyuan, asking, "Why has your training progress been so rapid lately?" Just be careful not to overconsume elixirs. While they can expedite cultivation, excessive intake leads to an accumulation of impurities that can diminish a martial artist's innate talent that I mentioned earlier. The lower the quality of the elixir, the more impurities it contained. Did I know? Don't worry. Zhong Ziyuan was well aware that Jiang Shiqing had only the best of intentions. Kind words are often unpalatable. If genuine concern were absent, most individuals would hardly be inclined to engage in such discourse. Offending others without cause yields no benefit whatsoever. As the trio emerged from the cafeteria, they fortuitously encountered Shi Feng and Wang Ziru. Upon noticing the smile on Zhong Ziyuan's face as he approached, Wang Ziru was taken aback, and Shi Feng could scarcely intervene. Yet, Zhong Ziyuan completely disregarded Wang Ziru, who was nearly upon them, and took Yin Hui's hand, departing without a backward glance. That the sole daughter of the Emperor Wang Wu. Endowed with both exceptional talent and beauty, she was a goddess-like figure at Qingwu, and it was unthinkable for her to compromise her dignity in such a situation. Wang Ziru indeed harbored affection for Zhong Ziyuan, yet her noble lineage instilled a deep-rooted pride within her. Watching Zhong Ziyuan and his companions fade away, She couldn't help but reflect on the striking youth whose hand Zhang Ziyan had grasped. It was undeniably handsome, surpassing her own allure when gender was set aside. This realization filled her with intense aversion. All the sorrow and grievances provoked by Zhang Ziyan were redirected into disdain for Yan Hui. She stubbornly concluded that it was Yan Hui's presence that had altered Zhang Ziyuan. Wang Ziru fixed her gaze fiercely upon Yan Hui, while Shifeng stood aloof, coldly observing her. However, before Wang Ziru could turn away, the chill in Shifeng's eyes dissipated, replaced by a warmth of tenderness. Jiang Shiqing, having witnessed the entire exchange, quickened his pace to catch up with Zhang Ziyuan and Yan Hui. He had been puzzled as to why Shifeng and Wang Ziru were not clinging to Zhang Ziyuan that day. It appeared something had transpired. Once they had walked some distance, Jiang Shiqing quietly inquired, "Have you had a falling out with them?" He was aware that Zhang Ziyuan was the adopted son of Emperor Wang Wu, and that Wang Ziru was his biological daughter. Most of the school was privy to Wang Ziru's infatuation with Zhang Ziyuan. "Could you refrain from being so nosy?" Zhang Ziyuan shot Jiang Shiqing a glare. "Curiosity is a natural human trait," Jiang Shiqing retorted. Zhang Ziyuan chose not to engage further. Noticing this, Jiang Shiqing shifted his attention to Yan Hui. "Yan Hui, do enlighten me," he implored, his smile now ingratiating, devoid of his previous noble demeanor. Shifeng's affection for Wang Ziru was merely a means to an end, leveraging his cousin to approach her. Yet Wang Ziru's affections were directed towards Zhang Ziyuan that a few days ago, Zhang Ziyuan had explicitly spurned her, also clarifying Shifeng's intentions. Yan Hui, not wishing to disappoint Jiang Shiqing, succinctly conveyed the crux of the matter. Jiang Shiqing found it both surprising and unsurprising. However, what of the Emperor Wang Wu's side? One was an adopted son, the other a biological daughter, and it was said that the emperor cherished his only daughter immensely. Zhang Ziyuan's outright rejection of Wang Ziru would surely complicate matters with the emperor. Observing the worry etched on Jiang Shiqing's face, Zhang Ziyuan felt compelled to explain that I was adopted at the age of 12. I have an inheritance from my parents, as well as the guidance of my mentors. The Wang family is not as paramount to me as you might think. Upon returning to the dormitory area, Jiang Shiqing parted ways with the two, heading to his own residence. Zhang Ziyuan and Yan Hui made their way back to the villa. Once the door was closed, Yan Hui remarked, "Wang Ziru clearly hasn't given up. Unless you agree to be with her, she will undoubtedly cause trouble that if you insist on keeping her around, don't regret it later." While he spoke thus, in truth, Yan Hui had never intended to truly let this woman go. Unless Wang Ziru completely relinquished her feelings for Zhang Ziyuan and pursued someone else, Yan Hui would always find ways to compel her to act. The ambitious Shifeng was a perfect pawn in this game. However, there was no need for Zhang Ziyuan to be privy to these machinations. Yan Hui intended to allow these two to gradually erode Zhang Ziyuan's patience and the bonds of their past friendship. Yan Hui would not permit Zhang Ziyuan to harbor feelings for anyone but him. Not even guilt. Not even in death. Chapter 021. Mastery of the ultimate cell in truth, should Yan Hui desire. He possessed numerous methods to eliminate Wang Ziru without anyone ever discovering the truth that he could even manipulate foreign entities to carry out the deed, all to prevent Zhang Ziyuan from harboring suspicion. Yet both Wang Ziru and Shifeng still held value to him. Should he wish to sway Zhang Ziyuan away from the martial alliance towards the Soul Sect, these two would serve as his designated tools. Yan Hui sauntered into the living room, taking a seat on the sofa. Zhang Ziyuan stood still, contemplating Yan Hui's earlier words, for he too understood that, given Wang Ziru's nature, she was not the type to relinquish her pursuit based on a few words. It was not that she genuinely liked him. Rather, her obstinacy stemmed from a sense of unfulfilled desire. The more he rejected her, the more she yearned. This was a psychological conundrum, to put it bluntly. It was rather pathetic. Wang Ziru was surrounded by admirers, having been treated like a princess since childhood, with everyone, regardless of gender, fawning over her. This included members of the Wang family, school faculty, classmates, and peers of her age. She was not only beautiful, but also possessed exceptional martial talent. And more importantly, she had a father who was a martial emperor. Were these individuals kind to Wang Ziru? Undoubtedly. Yet, Wang Ziru looked down upon them, instead fixating on conquering the elusive Zhang Ziyuan, who had never bestowed her a smile. Ultimately, Zhang Ziyuan chose to abandon his fixation on the matter, believing he had done all he could. The following morning, Yan Hui procured ingredients such as spiritual chicken wings from the academy supermarket. Zhang Ziyuan took the initiative to process all the ingredients and store them in the refrigerator. When Jiang Shiqing arrived around 11 in the morning, Yan Hui had just entered the kitchen. That as Zhang Ziyan opened the door, he remarked, "You've come rather early. Surely you aren't expecting to wait until mealtime to arrive." Although Jiang Shiqing's family lacked an emperor, they were certainly not of ordinary lineage, having been raised with impeccable manners. Even though today he was merely visiting Zhang Ziyuan's dormitory and not his home, he adhered to the etiquette of guesthood, arriving early and bearing gifts. Considering that Zhang Ziyuan had just broken through to the 4th rank, he brought with him the essential blood qi pills and qi consolidation pills, which were critical for those in the qi consolidation realm. Blood qi pills had been a necessity since one began their martial journey, proving to be invaluable until one reached the higher ranks of martial prowess. For lower-ranked martial artists, the effects of low and mid-grade blood qi pills were quite pronounced, provided they were careful not to accumulate impurities within their bodies. However, once a martial artist ascended to the 4th rank, only high-grade and supreme-grade blood qi pills would yield any benefit. Such high-quality elixirs were not easily obtainable, even with wealth or connections. In addition to 10 mid-grade qi consolidation pills, Jiang Shiqing also brought along 3 high-grade blood qi pills. The function of qi consolidation pills was to enhance the speed of qi consolidation. Yan Hui had yet to refine such a pill, primarily because the perfectly crafted blood qi pill was notably easy to assimilate. Zhang Ziyuan had naturally ceased consuming qi consolidation pills to avoid the unnecessary effort of expelling impurities, which would be counterproductive. This gift was undoubtedly heartfelt, even though Zhang Ziyuan had no real need for it. "Thank you," Zhang Ziyuan said with a smile as he accepted the offering. When Yan Hui emerged from the kitchen and noticed the clearly non-homemade pills on the coffee table, he looked at Jiang Shiqing in astonishment and inquired, "Did you bring these?" Jiang Shiqing smiled and replied, "After all, it is my first visit. Dinner is ready." Yan Hui spoke, and the 3 of them made their way to the dining hall. The meal was filled with joy for both guests and hosts. After a brief rest following their meal, Zhang Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing headed to the gravity chamber, while Yan Hui remained in the villa to continue the integration of his soul and body. He was a mere 1,000 points away from achieving ultimate mastery, so he needed to exert himself in the coming days. For several consecutive days, Zhang Ziyuan immersed himself in the gravity chamber, finally digesting all the blood essence pills within him. After refining the surplus blood essence, he successfully advanced to the late stage of qi condensation. Yan Hui then purchased some spiritual herbs to concoct additional blood essence pills. The points from his previous mission were nearly depleted, prompting Zhang Ziyuan to sit on the sofa and begin selecting new tasks. Aware of Yan Hui's connection to the soul cult, he chose only tasks related to other races. Yan Hui's control over his current body had reached a 5-digit level, signifying the ultimate control phase. Ultimate control, also known as cellular control, involved the infusion of soul power into the cells, achieving a deeper level of integration. Once this step was fully completed, the soul and body would be virtually seamless, akin to a single sheet of paper. In his previous life, Yan Hui had reached this level. However, the current Yan Hui had only just begun with cellular control. With a long journey still ahead, standing before the full-length mirror in the room's wardrobe, his white, glass-like bones quickly pierced through his clothing, emerging from the scapular region. Once unfurled, they transformed into long, slender bones, interconnected by large, smooth membranes of a white jade hue. The bones spread these membranes like the ribs of an umbrella, forming a pair of wings. Their texture bore some resemblance to bat wings. Yet the white jade color appeared far more sacred. In terms of offensive capability, the tentacles were undoubtedly the most formidable, albeit somewhat terrifying to behold. The wings, on the other hand, were aesthetically pleasing and offered comprehensive defense. With a mere thought, Yan Hui's wings rapidly transformed. In just 2 seconds, a pair of white butterfly wings emerged. The bony spines on the butterfly wings were more delicate and numerous, possessing remarkable resilience while remaining extraordinarily light. As Yan Hui observed these wings, he decided to add some black fluff along the edges. These black tufts clung to the membranes, serving as a beautiful embellishment on the wings. The shape of the wings could be altered at his will. During this process, the soul would also extend and synchronize with the body's changes. Unfortunately, he was still far from achieving the ultimate gene control. When that time came, not only could he modify the genes to allow the wings to sprout feathers, But he could also transform the butterfly wings into a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the variously colored butterfly wings found in nature that in his past life. He had only attained peak control after Zhang Ziyuan's demise. At that time, when Yan Hui slaughtered the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance, he was merely at the advanced peak control level, or what could be termed as an advanced soul integrator. It was only after formally entering the battlefield of the myriad races that he swiftly broke through from advanced control to the pinnacle, reaching ultimate limit control. During that period, his sole focus was on slaughter, with countless tentacles behind him and a bone sword in hand, creating chaos and devastation. However, at that time, Yan Hui primarily targeted only those alien races that had invaded Blue Star and were close by. After exterminating those factions, he returned to Blue Star. He had not encountered the truly elite races at the heart of the myriad races battlefield. It was not out of fear, but rather a belief that it was unnecessary. While he had indirectly saved Blue Star, he had no intention of becoming a savior, and thus did not contemplate whether other alien races would invade after his death, that if he were to overthink such matters, would he not need to clear the battlefield of all races? Yan Hui believed that, given the circumstances of Blue Star at that time, the truly powerful races would not even consider it. Moreover, with his own life hanging in the balance, why should he concern himself with the floods that might ensue after his demise? Whether it was the Martial Alliance or the alien races, it was merely a form of venting. Once that was accomplished, he lost all desire to continue living. Chapter 22. The communication from Wang Wuwang. Yan Hui changed into another top and entered the living room, where Zhang Ziyuan had already finished selecting tasks that he voluntarily showed the tasks to Yan Hui. Let's set off after lunch, Yan Hui suggested. Zhang Ziyuan smiled and replied, all right. For him, departing in the afternoon or the following morning held no distinction. As before, Zhang Ziyuan drove them to the task location. The missions assigned near Qingwu would not take more than 3 hours by car. For many martial students, hunting tasks were fraught with danger. But for Zhang Ziyuan, they were akin to merely accumulating points that on the first day alone, he completed 7 tasks without encountering any mishaps. The final task was only an hour's drive from Qingwu, and the two of them returned to the academy. The next morning, they set out again, but before reaching the first task location, they received a communication from Jiang Shiqing. There was nothing of great importance. He had originally intended to find Zhang Ziyuan to train together, but discovered no one was at the villa and did not see him in the gravity chamber. So he reached out to inquire about their whereabouts. I've been out on missions these past 2 days, Zhang Ziyuan responded. On the other end, Jiang Shiqing paused before saying, oh, I see. You've already reached mid-tier. Although Qingwu did not prohibit low-tier martial artists from accepting tasks, the academy recommended that students become mid-tier before undertaking missions for their safety due to the task difficulties. Jiang Shiqing had only just reached the late stage of Tier 3, still a small distance from Tier 4. Are you taking Yan Hui with you on your missions? Jiang Shiqing suddenly asked, realizing this, in response to his inquiry. Zhang Ziyuan replied, I'm only taking on relatively simple tasks, so there's no danger. Jiang Shiqing remarked. He has indeed never done any off-campus tasks, but please don't treat him as a fool. Zhang Ziyuan did not wish to dwell on this issue, saying, I'll contact you when we return. It was clear he was ready to end the conversation. Jiang Shiqing, feeling somewhat speechless, could only reply, all right, let's do tasks together once I reach mid-tier. But I always take Yan Hui with me on my missions, Zhang Ziyuan stated. And no worries, I don't mind, Jiang Shiqing said. Zhang Ziyuan thought to himself that he did mind, but ultimately resigned himself to saying, fine. After driving for a while longer, Zhang Ziyuan's watch beeped with another communication alert that he glanced at it and said to Yan Hui, it's my adoptive father. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had not been in contact with Wang Ziru recently and had even blocked his communications. Regardless, he knew he had to answer this call from his adoptive father. Zhang Ziyuan pulled over to the side of the road and connected to the communication. Uncle Wang, Zhang Ziyuan began, referring to his adoptive father in a formal manner, something he would never do face-to-face. To Zhang Ziyuan, he had only one true father, so he always addressed Wang Wuhuang as Uncle Wang. Has Zira done something recently to upset you? Wang Wuhuang's voice was gentle, not immediately accusatory. However, this did not change the fact that he was indeed calling regarding Wang Ziru. No, Zhang Ziyuan certainly wouldn't take Wang Wuhuang's words to mean he was genuinely on his side, nor would he overstep by complaining about Wang Ziru. Zira mentioned that you blocked her communications. And since the academy couldn't reach you, she was worried about you and asked me to contact you, Wang Wuhuang explained. This statement was likely mostly true, but the part about worrying for his safety was certainly added by Wang Wuhuang himself. Well, the other day she came to find me while I was training, and when I asked her what was wrong, she said nothing that I told her I needed to continue training and suggested she go back. But then she returned with Shifeng and caused a commotion to avoid her constant communications while I was in the training room. I blocked her. Zhong Ziyuan elaborated if the person on the other end were not Wang Wuhuang. He would never have been so accommodating. However, given their relationship, it seemed inappropriate to directly state, "I don't like your daughter. I'm afraid she'll become a nuisance," although Wang Wuhuang felt somewhat displeased upon hearing Zhong Ziyuan's words. He was well aware of his daughter's character. Wang Ziru was indeed capable of incessantly sending communications. Wang Wuhuang had no reason to doubt Zhong Ziyuan's dedication to his training, which had been evident for quite some time. "I heard you found a reader?" Wang Wuhuang inquired further. This was clearly information Wang Ziru had relayed. "Yes, I met him during the summer break in Xingcheng." Atio put it simply. "He's somewhat related to me, more like a distant cousin. His family is no longer around, and he lacks martial talent and has poor health that I thought it would be good to take care of him. So I brought him along," Zhong Ziyuan replied. Unlike Wang Ziru and Shifeng, Wang Wuhuang would not take the direct approach of stating that Yan Hui was his cousin, as this could easily be verified. However, by slightly embellishing the truth, everything appeared plausible. He remained a cousin, albeit a very distant one, possibly with no blood relation, merely a matter of connection. The rationale for bringing him along was not solely based on that relationship, but also for various other reasons. Zhong Ziyuan worked hard to disguise his motives, not out of fear that Wang Wuhuang would discover his ambiguous relationship with Yan Hui, but rather to prevent him from uncovering Yan Hui's true identity. For he was well aware that Yan Hui's father was Yan Yan, the founder and leader of the Soul Cult. In the previous life, after Yan Hui murdered Wang Ziru, his true identity was uncovered by Emperor Wang Wu. The emperor informed him of this revelation, detailing various conspiracies that Yan Hui had plotted while lurking by his side. Thus, instinctively, Zhong Ziyuan wished to keep Wang Wu oblivious to the truth. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu refrained from further discussing Yan Hui and inquired, "Haven't you been at school these past few days?" Ziru replied that he had visited the dormitory several times, but no one answered the door, that I was out on a mission. Zhong Ziyuan responded. "You've reached the 4th rank?" Wang Wu asked, though his tone bore little surprise that he had always recognized Zhong Ziyuan's exceptional martial talent, and his ascension to the 4th rank was anticipated. However, Wang Wu was unaware that Zhong Ziyuan was not merely a novice at this level, but was nearing its pinnacle. "Yes, I broke through not long ago." Although Zhong Ziyuan felt a hint of impatience, he maintained a courteous tone that "I'll speak to Ziru and ask her not to disturb your training anymore. You should also remove her from your blacklist, lest she come looking for you and disrupt me." Wang Wu chuckled that in the eyes of his foster father, this was merely a trivial squabble between two young lovers. Indeed, under Wang Ziru's misguidance, Wang Wu believed that Zhong Ziyuan harbored feelings for her, albeit unexpressed. Therefore, though slightly displeased with his daughter's assertiveness, he did not intervene that he had learned of this matter in his previous life, when Wang Wu reminisced about the past. At that time, he had already consented to an engagement with Wang Ziru and chose not to expose the truth that in this life. However, he was still unaware of Wang Wu's thoughts, and since Wang Wu had not voiced them, how could he clarify? It was quite vexing. After terminating the communication, Zhong Ziyuan sighed. Had he known that having a foster father would bring about such complications, he would have preferred to manage alone from the outset. Chapter 023. He is truly troubled. Throughout the entire communication, Zhong Ziyuan had the speakerphone activated. Yan Hui sat quietly in the passenger seat, listening intently to the exchange. After the call ended, she glanced over with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. Zhong Ziyuan immediately asserted, "I have no intention of removing her from the blacklist." He was unafraid of Wang Ziru and Wang Wu reporting him. If the truth were revealed, it would be Wang Ziru who would be embarrassed, and Wang Wu who would lose face at truth. Even if Wang Ming or the Martial Alliance were to learn of his identity, it would not matter. His current strength far surpassed what it had been when he had once breached the Martial Alliance in his past life. By the way, Wang Ming is the name of Wang Wu. Zhong Ziyuan, upon hearing this, looked up in surprise at Yan Hui. This was the first time she had mentioned her own prowess that he was astonished. Yet not overly so that that's good, Zhong Ziyuan replied with a smile. However, if that is the case, our peaceful life will soon be disrupted. The remaining tranquility of Blue Star was dwindling, with only a few years left before the novice period of the 100-year interspecies battlefield approached. Once that period concluded, Blue Star would face an onslaught of endless foreign invasions. Yen Hui pondered the implications. Regardless of the martial alliance's upper echelons or those foreign beings, there would be ample opportunities for conflict in the future. Zhong Ziyuan noticed that Yen Hui did not seem inclined to obliterate his foster father or the members of the martial alliance immediately, which relieved him that he was indeed troubled. Earlier, he had been concerned for Yen Hui, and now he had to worry about these individuals as well, that he hoped they would not provoke Yen Hui. However, Zhong Ziyuan was also acutely aware that this was unlikely. The relationship between the martial alliance and the Soul Sect had irreversibly deteriorated. Only the annihilation of one side would put an end to it. With Yen Hui present, the only entity that would face destruction would be the martial alliance that he merely needed to protect the warriors who, like his teacher, were dedicated to Huaxia and Blue Star. With this thought, Zhong Ziyuan started the car and resumed his journey. That evening, Zhong Ziyuan completed all tasks and returned to Qingwu with Yen Hui, only to unexpectedly encounter Wang Ziru at the villa's entrance. Clearly, Wang Ziru had run out of options and was forced to confront him here. She stood at the entrance, seemingly anxious that Zhong Ziyuan might bypass her. "Ziyuan, I promise I won't disturb your training anymore. Could you please remove my contact from the blacklist?" At that moment, Wang Ziru lacked her previous arrogance, instead resorting to a display of charm and vulnerability. Her tearful, beautiful eyes gazed at Zhong Ziyuan, evoking sympathy. That it appeared that Wang Ziru had invested considerable effort to win Zhong Ziyuan's forgiveness. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with a reincarnated Zhong Ziyuan, whose experiences and wisdom rendered him immune to such rudimentary theatrics. That I have already made my feelings abundantly clear. I do not harbor any affection for you and wish to sever all ties. Zhong Ziyuan stated with a detached expression while regarding Wang Ziru. Step aside. His meaning was unmistakable. Wang Ziru was obstructing his path. Taken aback by Zhong Ziyuan's coldness, Wang Ziru's eyes glistened with unshed tears from her sense of grievance. At that moment, two students strolled by from a distance. Wang Ziru, not wanting to become the subject of ridicule, could no longer maintain her facade and directed an angry, resentful glare at Yen Hui, who stood beside Zhong Ziyuan. "That it's all your fault," she screamed before bolting away. Unaware of the full context, the passing students might have assumed that Zhong Ziyuan and Yen Hui had bullied her. Although they had not initially glanced in that direction, Wang Ziru's shout made it impossible to ignore. However, they only caught a glimpse of her retreating figure as Zhong Ziyuan and Yen Hui entered the villa with an air of indifference. Why can't she comprehend straightforward words? Once inside, Zhong Ziyuan lamented. Yen Hui remained silent, contemplating that she would likely become even more unreasonable in the future. After all, he had just subtly influenced Wang Ziru's thoughts, intensifying her obsession with Zhong Ziyuan and her resentment towards him. That it was unfortunate that Xiang Feng had not come today. The effect would have been far more potent had the two collaborated. Yet there was no rush. They would undoubtedly encounter each other again. That he was simply too disinterested to seek her out personally. After settling on the sofa, Zhong Ziyuan messaged Jiang Shiqing to inform him of their return. Jiang Shiqing promptly called, learning that Zhong Ziyuan and the others had yet to eat. "I was just heading to the cafeteria. You two wait in the dormitory, and I'll bring food back for us to share." Zhong Ziyuan expressed his gratitude and hung up. Yen Hui had initially intended for Zhong Ziyuan to fetch food from the cafeteria, but now it saved him an extra trip. Jiang Shiqing was indeed a good person, someone with whom he could discuss matters regarding medicinal baths and pills. Since he was already prepared to inform Ling Wu Huang, having another person in the know posed no issue. Most importantly, Yen Hui possessed absolute self-defense capabilities and had no fear of others coveting her. Zhong Ziyuan understood this principle and nodded in agreement. Jiang Shiqing, fully aware that Yen Hui was merely an ordinary person lacking martial talent, neither looked down upon nor disregarded her. He treated Yen Hui not as a mere attendant, but as Zhong Ziyuan's brother. Such character was exceedingly rare, especially among the gifted scions of martial families. "That we can talk to him about it after dinner," Zhong Ziyuan suggested. Yen Hui, lazily reclining on the sofa, responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Before long, the doorbell rang, prompting Zhong Ziyuan to answer. Jiang Shiqing stood outside, carrying 2 bags filled with takeout meals. Zhong Ziyuan accepted the bags, brought them inside, and placed them on the dining table before retrieving bowls and dishes from the kitchen. Yen Hui rose from the sofa and cheerfully inquired of Jiang Shiqing, "Why haven't you eaten yet?" I just spent a bit longer in the gravity chamber, Jiang Shiqing replied with a hint of exasperation. The pressure exerted by Zhong Ziyuan, the top student of his year, was considerable. After all, he was the second best that I in recent days. He had consumed more pills than usual, necessitating increased training to expel impurities. The gravity chamber was the perfect venue for this. When Zhong Ziyan messaged him, he had just exited his dormitory, intending to head to the cafeteria. After an intense afternoon training session, he was drenched in sweat, with impurities expelled alongside it, prompting him to return for a shower. Otherwise, he would have gone directly from the gravity chamber. Zhong Ziyuan transferred the takeout meals into home dishes and called the two over to eat. Jiang Shiqing teased, "You really have high standards." Zhong Ziyuan said nothing, merely smiled. That it was not that he was particular, but rather that Yan Hui disliked it. Even with the same food, she would eat half as much if it were served in a takeout container. However, there was no need to explain this to Jiang Shiqing. "What a splurge," Zhong Ziyuan remarked, eyeing the array of spiritual meats and vegetables on the table. These dishes were not the cafeteria's standard fare. They had been specially prepared by a chef, hence their higher cost. "Just invite me over for a few more meals in the future," Jiang Shiqing chuckled, and he then proceeded to ask numerous questions regarding the outdoor missions. Zhong Ziyuan shared essential insights about the novice period, imparting valuable knowledge that was not covered in textbooks and not taught by teachers or elders, as the challenges faced in their era were vastly different from those in the present. The senior students were aware of these matters, but who would share such information with someone they had a poor relationship with? Thus, many seemingly trivial details were, in fact, invaluable experiences that could significantly reduce the dangers encountered during missions. Chapter 024. Zhong Ziyuan's choice after finishing their meal. The three settled in the living room. Yan Hui brewed 3 cups of spiritual tea, all purchased with points from the Academy's supermarket. Jiang Shiqing took a sip and remarked, "You two seem to be living quite well." Zhong Ziyuan, upon hearing this, curled his lips and remarked, "Not as good as you." Jiang Shiqing's grandfather was a martial king, and his father stood at the pinnacle of martial venerables. It wouldn't be long before he too could ascend to the realm of martial kings, placing his family among the most powerful in Huaxia. The status of a martial king is only surpassed by a few martial emperors. "My family is indeed able to provide me with resources for cultivation, yet we lack spiritual tea," Jiang Shiqing shrugged. "Spiritual tea is not particularly expensive, but its benefits for warriors diminish over prolonged use. Unless it is of exceptionally high grade. Then you should drink more today," Zhong Ziyuan suggested with a smile. Jiang Shiqing could only respond with a look of exasperation. He turned his gaze towards Yan Hui and asked with a grin, "How did it feel to go out with your cousin?" "Not much to feel. I was just waiting for him in a safe place," Yan Hui replied softly. "It seems he is quite reliable," Jiang Shiqing remarked. After some idle chatter, Zhong Ziyuan inquired, "Have you reached the peak of the 3rd rank yet?" "Almost, just a couple of days away," Jiang Shiqing replied confidently. Zhong Ziyuan stood up and retrieved a bottle from the refrigerator in the kitchen, containing 3 qi blood pills, all of perfect quality crafted by Yan Hui himself. Even though the raw materials were not costly, Zhong Ziyuan was reluctant to part with too many, as excess could render them cheap. "This is a perfect grade qi blood pill, with over 10 times the blood essence content compared to other qi blood pills. Take it when you break through to the condensation realm. Consider it a token of gratitude," Zhong Ziyuan said, shoving the bottle into Jiang Shiqing's arms. Jiang Shiqing stared at the few pills in the bottle, utterly incredulous. Perfect grade, free of impurities, over 10 times the blood essence content. Such a qi blood pill had never crossed his ears before. Did this come from Ling Wu Huang? Jiang Shiqing could only surmise this, as any resources his grandfather could not access must be of martial emperor caliber. Zhong Ziyuan looked at Jiang Shiqing with surprise, not expecting him to connect it to his mentor. "You need not inquire about the origins of this item. Just trust me and consume it," Zhong Ziyuan neither confirmed nor denied. Jiang Shiqing expressed his sincere gratitude, fully aware that this pill was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, and Zhong Ziyuan's rapid breakthrough must be closely related to it, that a qi blood pill with 10 times the essence and free of impurities. Even a mid-tier warrior would experience significant benefits from such a pill. To be honest, what is your current realm? Jiang Shiqing asked, his gaze fixed intently on Zhong Ziyuan. "Only 1 realm higher than yours," Zhong Ziyuan replied nonchalantly, but Jiang Shiqing could sense the underlying arrogance that he did not believe Zhong Ziyuan could confuse realms and minor realms. This implied that Zhong Ziyuan was nearing the pinnacle of the fourth-rank condensation realm. He might even break through before Jiang Shiqing. Before Jiang Shiqing departed, Zhong Ziyuan cautioned, "Do not disclose the existence of perfect-grade pills that I understand." Jiang Shiqing nodded solemnly. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Shiqing remained in a daze. Holding the pill bottle in front of him, he uncorked it, immediately inhaling a rich aura of blood essence to prevent the medicinal properties from dissipating. He hastily recapped the bottle that it was not yet time to consume it. He longed to inquire if his grandfather had received any news lately, particularly about the rapid advancements of other core descendants from martial families that in Jiang Shiqing's view, the perfect grade Qi blood pill must have been recently developed. Regrettably, as Zhong Ziyuan insisted that the details of such pills remain confidential, he could only endure the restless sensation akin to a cat's claws scratching at his heart. That on the other hand, after Jiang Shiqing left, Yin Huai smiled and asked Zhong Ziyuan, "Did you enjoy the performance?" Zhong Ziyuan laughed heartily. "Not bad." Yin Huai rolled his eyes at him. With the points he had accumulated, Yin Huai procured another batch of spiritual herbs, one of which was meant for refining condensation pills, while the rest were intended for creating Qi blood pills. Whether it be condensation pills, meridian opening pills, or subsequent enlightenment pills, they all serve to assist in accelerating the processes of condensation. Meridian opening or enlightenment. However, in truth, as long as one's internal energy was sufficiently abundant, no assistance was necessary. The energy alone could easily open the meridians and break through the acupoints. Thus, Yin Huai had not previously prepared any condensation pills for Zhong Ziyuan and only planned to refine a small quantity of meridian opening pills this time. Zhong Ziyuan watched in awe as Yin Huai performed his miraculous procedures that in his previous life. He had only known the devastating power of the soul-devouring technique, unaware of its utility in pill refinement. Moreover, not only was the refining speed impressive, but the effects of the pills were also remarkable. As for why Yin Huai, who practiced the soul-devouring technique, would study pills aimed at warriors, Zhong Ziyuan was well aware. It was undoubtedly for him. Zhong Ziyuan understood Yin Huai's feelings better than anyone else. Even though this affection had led to the unjust deaths of many women, and even his own demise at Yin Huai's hands, Zhong Ziyuan did not hold it against him. After his death in his previous life, Yin Huai, in a state of despair, went on a killing spree. After slaughtering the Wang family, he took time to deal with the higher-ups of the martial alliance. Just as the novice period of the 10,000 Races passage came to an end and the foreign races launched a massive invasion, Yin Huai took the opportunity to eliminate the invaders. He then fought his way into the battlefield of the 10,000 Races. With each battle, Yin Huai's strength grew, and the number of foreign beings slain by his hand was countless. Some speculated whether Yin Huai had been influenced by the soul-devouring technique. But Zhong Ziyuan, ever present in his consciousness, knew that was not the case. Yin Huai was merely venting, pouring out his pain and despair. For 3 years, he continued this relentless slaughter until he finally found peace. He returned to Blue Star and ended his life at his own grave. Just as Yin Huai's life force faded, his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he awoke once more, it was many years prior. Before he had met Yin Huai, he could have chosen differently, that he could have opted not to enter that alley, chosen never to have contact with Yin Huai in this lifetime. After all, he already understood Yin Huai's thoughts. Yet, he could not bear to imagine what would transpire if Yin Huai were to be humiliated by those people. Zhong Ziyuan contemplated sending someone to rescue Yin Huai, that he wrestled with this decision for a long time, thinking through countless possibilities. Ultimately, he chose to go himself to this day. Zhong Ziyuan is grateful for that choice that on that fateful day, when his gaze met Yin Huai's, the ferocity and obscurity within her eyes struck his heart fiercely. Yin Huai had returned. The thought flashed through his mind instantaneously. Although the subsequent details differed somewhat, they bore a striking resemblance to his previous life. The most significant change lay within themselves. The reborn Yin Huai appeared docile before him, yet was brimming with aggression, as if she might consume him whole at any moment. That took him a considerable time to acclimate to her unmasked, direct gaze. Though Yin Huai seemed normal now, she was in truth teetering on the brink of madness. Should a certain trigger be touched, Yin Huai would either annihilate herself once more or bring destruction upon the world. And that trigger was him. Before her suicide, Yin Huai had said at his grave, "I unexpectedly arrived in this strange world, placing all my hopes upon you. Yet due to my insecurities and cowardice, I never made an effort to strive. Nor did I ever think to demand that it was only after your death that I began to regret. Chapter 025. Breakthrough. Zhongzi did not perceive Yan Hui as weak, that he had indeed sheltered Yan Hui for a time. Yet later on, Yan Hui had saved him on multiple occasions, providing him with countless resources under the guise of a mysterious senior. Yan Hui was simply too benevolent towards him, which is why he consistently considered Zhong Ziyuan's feelings, just as he was doing now. Amidst the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, Zhong Ziyuan regained his focus, only to discover that Yan Hui had completed the refinement of the first batch of blood vitality pills, with rapt attention. Zhong Ziyuan observed as Yan Hui's movements caused the pill's effects to be enveloped by a layer of elemental energy. Once placed in a vial, the fragrant aroma that had just wafted out dissipated swiftly. For the next 2 days, Zhong Ziyuan spent his mornings in the villa's training room refining blood vitality pills, while in the afternoons, he had arranged to train in the gravity chamber with Jiang Shiqing. On the 3rd day, after finishing the refinement of the blood vitality pills, Zhong Ziyuan felt that he had reached the pinnacle of the qi-gathering realm. Without opening up his meridians, his body could no longer accommodate any more energy. Zhong Ziyuan realized it was time to break, through that he took a meridian opening pill and began to circulate the corresponding cultivation technique. The essence of the meridian opening realm lies in unblocking the meridians within the body. Generally speaking, the more meridians one can open, the greater the capacity for storing energy and the wider the selection of cultivation techniques available. This, in turn, enhances one's foundation, significantly boosting both immediate combat effectiveness and future potential. However, some meridians are exceedingly fine, so much so that they are nearly imperceptible. Even if one can sense them, the process of unblocking them can be perilous. Moreover, there is a specific order to unblocking the meridians that must not be disregarded. Yesterday, Yan Hui had provided Zhong Ziyuan with a detailed diagram of the human meridian distribution. Before reaching the 7th tier, martial artists are unable to introspect and can only perceive the meridians through the energy within their bodies. The academy also had a diagram, but it was not as detailed as the one Yan Hui provided. The human meridian system is a wondrous entity beyond the reach of current technological means on Blue Star. The meridian diagram has been refined over time by martial ancestors, and the meridians depicted in it are over 23 fewer than those present in Yan Hui's diagram. Yan Hui claimed that his diagram included all the meridians within his body. Furthermore, he had annotated the meridians with sequential numbers, simple digits to remind Zhong Ziyuan of the order in which to unblock them. Yan Hui had directly transmitted this information into Zhong Ziyuan's consciousness, sparing him the need to memorize it, thus embedding it deeply in his mind. Just the distribution diagram alone would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion if revealed that the soul-devouring technique truly this formidable. Yan Hui's understanding of martial arts evidently surpassed that of all practitioners, including those at the martial emperor level. Regarding the order of unblocking the meridians, Yan Hui's instructions aligned perfectly with those provided by the Martial Alliance, advocating for the unblocking of primary meridians first, followed by secondary ones, and subsequently, selectively unblocking certain branch meridians based on the chosen cultivation technique. However, Yan Hui had directly instructed him to unblock all meridians within the meridian opening realm. This all was based on the human meridian distribution diagram provided by Yan Hui. Zhong Ziyuan mused that it was only with the assistance of the perfect quality blood vitality pill that he could achieve this. Otherwise, he would have to remain in the meridian opening realm for several years. After all, unblocking meridians requires energy, and once unblocked, energy must be retained within to prevent the meridians from becoming obstructed again. And where does this energy come from? Naturally, it is derived from refining blood vitality. This implies that the energy required to unblock all meridians is immense, not to mention the time consumed in the refining process. If you were to accumulate energy, like an ordinary martial artist, the time and effort involved are unimaginable. Zhong Ziyuan had an ample supply of energy. Once he sensed and confirmed the position of the first primary meridian to unblock, he mobilized his energy and began to gently strike. According to his teacher's guidance, this process must not be overly forceful. Aware of the potential damage to organs during the refining process, Zhong Ziyuan had also sought advice from Yan Hui. As he had anticipated, if one is careless during the unblocking process, the meridians may sustain damage that if discomfort arises, one should pause and carefully assess whether the strike was misaligned or if the meridian was harmed. Zhong Ziyuan heeded Yan Hui's words and refrained from impatience. After each strike on a segment of the meridian, he would reassess to avoid any deviation. Though Yin Hui was in the living room, his spiritual power allowed him to observe everything within the training room clearly, including the meridians within Zhong Ziyuan's body, which were laid bare before his spiritual sight. The martial arts techniques of Blue Star were indeed rudimentary. However, Yin Hui could empathize with this, for the emergence of the myriad races battlefield passage was abrupt, occurring only a little over a century ago. Humanity had no foundational knowledge. Everything was improvised. The rapid development of martial arts on Blue Star had led to an unstable foundation. Otherwise, the enhancement of lifespan upon reaching the martial emperor realm would not have been so fleeting, lasting only a few decades. One of the primary reasons was the excessive damage inflicted on the body during foundational training. The martial arts techniques of Blue Star were flawed not only in the lower tiers, but also in the higher tiers. Particularly in the 8th tier, the out-of-body realm, progress was hastily accelerated. Humanity had created martial arts based on ancient texts, yet in their eagerness to achieve results, they had neglected certain processes, unaware that these processes were perhaps the most crucial elements that it may seem as though they had bypassed them, saving training time. Yet in reality, they had lost much more. In ancient texts, the out-of-body realm is referred to as refining the spirit and countering the void, primarily a stage for enhancing spiritual power. Spirit is the term used in ancient texts on Blue Star to denote the soul, essentially the essence of vitality. Straying from the topic, Zhong Ziyuan calmed his mind and gradually unblocked segment after segment of meridians. His energy was ample, and he continued until he had completely unblocked a primary meridian, at which point he paused. The hour had turned to evening. Upon exiting the training room, Zhong Ziyuan first took a shower, then sought out Yin Hui in the living room that he approached and seated himself beside Yin Hui, sharing his experiences and reflections on the recent breakthrough. Continuing on this path, you will undoubtedly surpass even those martial emperors, Yin Hui remarked pragmatically. However, he soon furrowed his brow and added, yet even if you reach the true pinnacle of martial arts, it remains worlds apart from the technique I practice. Zhong Ziyuan looked at Yin Hui, perplexed. The human body and spirit exist in a symbiotic relationship. Yin Hui elucidated the connection between the physical body and the accompanying spirit. Thus, our task is to strengthen the spirit. Cultivation methods like martial arts, which focus on developing the body, are fundamentally misguided. After saying this, Yin Hui turned his gaze to Zhong Ziyuan. Zhong Ziyuan had never delved deeply into such profound matters. The ancestors who created martial arts must have shared a similar mindset, hence their relentless pursuit of physical enhancement. That if what Yin Hui said was true, then Blue Star was indeed veering further down the wrong path. After processing Yin Hui's insights, Zhong Ziyuan inquired, "Are you suggesting that I practice the soul-devouring technique?" My cultivation technique is the Soul Spirit Formula, a perfected version that has undergone countless upgrades from the soul-devouring technique. Free from any side effects. Whether or not to practice, it is ultimately your decision. That I merely offer my suggestion. Chapter 026. Withdrawal from the practical combat course. On the very afternoon that Zhong Ziyuan entered the meridian opening realm, Jiang Shiqing also achieved a breakthrough. After consuming 3 blood vitality pills provided by Yin Hui, he may not have ascended to the late stage of qi gathering as Zhong Ziyuan had. But he solidified his foundation, successfully stabilizing his cultivation at the 4th tier. It was only after taking the perfect quality blood vitality pills that Jiang Shiqing truly appreciated their benefits. Not only did they provide an astonishing amount of energy, but they were also remarkably easy to refine, without the concern of residual impurities. Exiting the training room, Jiang Shiqing tidied up before heading out, his destination naturally being Zhong Ziyuan's villa. Upon his arrival, he found Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui already engaged in dinner, with Zhong Ziyuan having just returned from the cafeteria with takeout. Jiang Shiqing suddenly remembered that he had yet to have his dinner. However, he was too lazy to make the trip to the cafeteria. Ultimately, Zhong Ziyuan finished his meal and went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of vegetable noodles for him. Yes, just vegetable noodles, without even an egg. Jiang Shiqing did not mind and quickly polished off the entire bowl. Learning of Zhong Ziyuan's breakthrough to the 5th tier, Jiang Shiqing felt a tinge of melancholy, though he was not particularly surprised. The 3 of them had originally planned to undertake a mission together, yet circumstances had shifted. The next morning, Zhong Ziyuan received a notification from the school, stating that all second-year students who had reached the late stage of the third tier or above were to commence practical combat courses starting the following day. Students meeting the criteria were to gather in a designated classroom by 10 o'clock in the morning. Both Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing evidently fell within this category, arriving 10 minutes early at the gathering point. Jiang Shiqing was already there, and Shifeng was present as well. Zhong Ziyuan ignored the latter and walked over to Jiang Shiqing. "Do you know any insider information?" Zhong Ziyuan whispered that it seems we will be led by our instructor to undertake missions, which serves as preparation for independent tasks later on. Jiang Shiqing relayed the information he had received that it possible to opt out. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ziyuan immediately lost interest. Jiang Shiqing slightly shook his head. "I am not sure we can ask later that if it's possible. I'll join you for the mission that moment." Two instructors entered the classroom. Zhong Ziyuan glanced over and discerned that they were two martial sect masters. Specifically 7th-tier Blood Sea Realm warriors that appeared that the school took them quite seriously, as they had dispatched martial sect masters to escort for the novice tasks. However, upon reflection, this made sense. After all, the Soul Cult was notorious for hunting down the prodigies from their academy. The two instructors briefly introduced themselves, revealing one was surnamed Zhang and the other Li. Regarding the arrangement for this practical combat class, the school had selected tasks, and the students were to form two temporary teams to undertake them. I and Teacher Li will each protect one of your teams. However, unless you encounter a life-threatening crisis, we will not intervene. Teacher Zhang began to elaborate on the arrangements for this practical course, which were quite similar to what Jiang Shiqing had mentioned, but in greater detail. Moreover, even with our protection, it does not guarantee absolute safety. You signed a waiver before entering the Martial Academy. Should any incident occur, you can only blame your misfortune. However, you may choose to withdraw now. After Teacher Zhang finished speaking, he looked towards the crowd. Not a single one of the dozen or so talented individuals spoke up that I asked there any question. Zhong Ziyuan had been listening quietly until the instructor posed this question, prompting him to respond. "Teacher Zhang, may I opt out of this practical course and undertake a task independently?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang turned his gaze towards Zhong Ziyuan. After sensing his robust vitality, he realized Zhong Ziyuan was indeed formidable. Yet as a martial sect master, he could not discern the precise realms beyond the mid-tier. "When did you break through to the 4th tier?" Teacher Zhang inquired with a smile. As the top student in his second year, and also the adopted son of Wang Wuhuang and disciple of Ling Wuhuang, both instructors were naturally familiar with Zhong Ziyuan. Zhong Ziyuan replied with a slight smile. "It has been a while. Have you undertaken tasks on your own?" Teacher Zhang asked. "Yes, I have completed two, that although I have accepted multiple tasks each time, there have indeed only been two." Teacher Zhang pondered for a moment and stated, "You may act independently. However, this means you forfeit your ranking for the tasks and will not receive any additional points as rewards from the school." "Thank you, teacher. I am certain I wish to proceed independently." Zhong Ziyuan had no desire to squander time playing at make-believe with these individuals for the sake of the school's meager rewards. He could not fathom how many tasks he could complete in that time. "Very well, do take care." With that, Teacher Zhang turned his attention to the other students, saying, "If anyone wishes to act independently, they may do so." Jiang Shiqing then spoke up. "I too will act independently." That he refrained from mentioning he would be accompanying Zhong Ziyuan to avoid any unwelcome attention. Teacher Zhang nodded and looked at the other students. But no one else spoke up. Though most hailed from martial families, these families would not provide constant protection. Whether it be the Martial Academy or these families, they aimed to cultivate true strength. Not merely individuals with empty realms. When it came time for practical training, whether to dispatch protectors was a matter for each family to decide. The Academy would not interfere. Thus, in the end, only Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing departed. Shifeng observed Zhong Ziyuan's departing figure, a myriad of emotions swirling within him that in the past, he would have expressed a desire to join Zhong Ziyuan, but that was no longer feasible. Occasionally, he pondered whether it was worthwhile to sever ties with Zhong Ziyuan for Wang Ziru's sake. It was evident that even after all this time, Wang Ziru remained infatuated with Zhong Ziyuan. Her response to his confession had been non-existent, as if it had never occurred. He could only maintain a friendship with her. Knowing full well he harbored feelings for her, she would often complain about Zhong Ziyuan or Cursian Hui. There were moments when Shifeng felt an urge to lash out. It was no wonder Zhong Ziyuan was indifferent towards her. If he had a better option, he certainly would not force himself to please Wang Zhu. Thoughts of his father and the matriarch of the Shi family clouded his gaze with resentment. Despite possessing martial talent on par with his legitimate brother, the resources allocated to him were worlds apart. When his brother entered the capital's martial academy, their father arranged for a martial emperor to take him as a disciple. Yet he remained neglected that if their father had truly cared, he could have at least sought a martial king to take him under their wing. How could Shifeng not harbor resentment if he looked down upon him as a bastard? Why had he taken him back into the Shi family in the first place? With his gaze lowered, Shifeng concealed all his emotions. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiqing and Zhong Ziyuan returned to Zhong Ziyuan's villa. Yan Hui had exited his training. Upon seeing him, the two recounted the events that had just transpired. Thus, we will continue to undertake tasks independently. Zhong Ziyuan remarked, glancing at Jiang Shiqing with a hint of disdain. It's just an additional person. He nearly blurted out the phrase third wheel. Although his relationship with Yan Hui had yet to be defined, Zhong Ziyuan had evidently already categorized their dynamic in his mind. Yan Hui, however, was unfazed by this. After all, it was not just the two of them undertaking tasks. During their previous two outings, an 8th-tier martial venerable had accompanied them, likely arranged by Wang Meng or Ling Wuhuang as a protector for Zhong Ziyuan. Yet, since he was currently portraying the role of an ordinary person devoid of any martial talent, he had to feign ignorance. Chapter 027. A great shock within Yan Hui visited the Academy's supermarket and procured various spiritual vegetables and meats, preparing a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Jiang Shiqing and Zhong Ziyuan began selecting tasks from the Qingwu app's task section. Lacking experience, Jiang Shiqing merely observed Zhong Ziyuan's actions in silence. That it wasn't until Zhong Ziyuan accepted around 20 hunting tasks related to foreign races that he could not help but inquire. Why not accept tasks to hunt members of the Soul Cult? Are members of the Soul Cult more formidable than foreign races? I have never heard anyone say that before. I believe the foreign races are the true enemies. Zhong Ziyuan's explanation was straightforward yet compelling. After contemplating, Jiang Shiqing found it reasonable that he nodded but could not resist commenting. How long will it take you to complete so many tasks? If it takes a day, perhaps 5 or 6 tasks at a slow pace and 10 at a quicker rate. That amounts to only 2 or 3 days' worth of work. Zhong Ziyuan replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Jiang Shiqing's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Could hunting tasks truly be completed with such efficiency? He recalled that even when seniors teamed up, they typically accepted only 2 or 3 tasks each outing. Thinking back to how he often saw Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui purchasing spiritual meat and beast meat in the cafeteria with points, he surmised that he too had likely spent a fair amount of points on spiritual vegetables and meats while cooking in the villa. And no wonder you spend points so freely, he remarked enviously. However, realizing that he would also earn points alongside Zhong Ziyuan, this time lifted his spirits. Yan Hui was also seated on the living room sofa, having noticed that Jiang Shiqing had become notably relaxed after becoming familiar with his surroundings. It doesn't cost much to eat, Zhong Ziyuan stated. Whether it be spiritual poultry and livestock or the meat of naturally mutated beasts from the outside world, purchases with points are quite economical. Most of his points were spent on spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the raw materials for blood essence pills were not overly expensive, if he had to rely on channeling pills like others to cultivate. The points he earned might not suffice. The following morning, Jiang Shiqing arrived at Zhong Ziyuan's villa to gather, and the three departed from Qingwu together. Zhong Ziyuan drove, with Yan Hui in the passenger seat, leaving Jiang Shiqing to sit alone in the back. Jiang Shiqing suggested he take the wheel, but Zhong Ziyuan replied that they would switch once he grew tired as a 5th-tier warrior. The targets and the tasks they accepted were primarily within the 4th to 7th-tier range. With very few 4th-tier tasks, most were chosen to give Jiang Shiqing some practical experience. Now aware of Yan Hui's strength, Zhong Ziyuan no longer felt concerned about his safety and had adopted a more relaxed demeanor compared to before. However, when selecting tasks, Zhong Ziyuan acted swiftly, and Jiang Shiqing did not notice the specific strength of the targets. Had he known that the hunting targets included those of high tier, he would have certainly advised Zhong Ziyuan against it. It was common for geniuses to battle above their level, but facing 2 levels above, especially with the leap from mid-tier to high tier, was it truly wise? The first target was indeed of 4th-tier strength. Yan Hui remained in the car, while Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing approached the location of their target. You go ahead, I'll cover you. Zhong Ziyuan addressed Jiang Shiqing, and upon finishing his words, He tucked his hands into his pockets and stood aside. This marked Jiang Shiqing's first encounter with a foreign race in battle. Initially flustered, he fought without any semblance of technique. Fortunately, his opponent was merely an ordinary member of the alien race, lacking any extraordinary abilities. Thus, Jiang Shiqing only sustained minor injuries. Gradually, he regained his composure, channeling his energy towards exploiting the weaknesses of the alien FOE.IN high school. He had studied various materials detailing the weaknesses of the invading foreign races, much of which was documented in textbooks. However, when faced with the reality of combat, most of that knowledge tends to evaporate. Even for those who manage to retain the information, integrating learned concepts with practical combat skills is no simple task. Rarely does one achieve mastery from the outset. The instinct for combat, too, requires countless acts of slaughter to cultivate. By the time Jiang Shiqing finally vanquished the alien, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. Had it not been for Zhong Ziyuan standing guard, that alien might have fled long ago at this point. Jiang Shiqing had exhausted all his energy that if the fight were to drag on, it was he who might end up losing. That it was only with Zhong Ziyuan's presence that he dared to fight so relentlessly. He raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then turned to Zhong Ziyuan and smiled. Observing the somewhat foolishly cheerful expression on Jiang Shiqing's face, Zhong Ziyuan felt an inexplicable sense of mentorship. "Retrieve the task item and let's leave," Zhong Ziyuan instructed. Jiang Shiqing promptly snapped back to attention, hurrying to the alien's corpse to sever its left ear. He produced an item bag, placing the severed ear inside. "All done," he reported to Zhong Ziyuan. Though the battle had been exhausting, it was also deeply fulfilling. Seeing this, Zhong Ziyuan took the lead in departing, with Jiang Shiqing following closely behind. The two swiftly returned to their vehicle. "How do you feel?" Yan Hui inquired, glancing back at Jiang Shiqing with a smile. Having witnessed the entirety of the recent events, he refrained from asking what had transpired, instead focusing on Jiang Shiqing's feelings. "It was exhilarating. What one hears pales in comparison to personal experience," Jiang Shiqing replied. Yan Hui chuckled softly and chose not to speak further. As Zhong Ziyuan started the vehicle, the trio set off towards their next task location. As Jiang Shiqing observed Zhong Ziyuan effortlessly dispatching 5th and 6th tier foes, and even overpowering 7th tier opponents, he was struck with astonishment. "Why does it seem you find killing 7th tier foes easier than I do with 4th tier ones?" Jiang Shiqing expressed his confusion. In response, Zhong Ziyuan could only state, "Realm does not equate to strength." While this sentiment might come off as boastful, it also held a kernel of truth. Despite being at the 5th tier realm, the energy within Zhong Ziyuan rivaled that of a peak 6th tier, complemented by his extensive combat experience and understanding of the alien races, allowing him to handle early 7th tier foes with relative ease. However, the energy of 7th tier beings undergoes a qualitative transformation akin to that of martial artists. Thus, were he to confront a mid to late 7th tier opponent, Zhong Ziyuan would undoubtedly find himself outmatched, at least for now. Once he had fully unblocked his meridians, he could reconsider. During this time, they fortuitously encountered one of the teams from Qingwu that had also come out for training. Being classmates, they exchanged greetings and engaged in brief conversation. The others expressed surprise that Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing were working together, rather than being accompanied by someone from their families for protection. When someone inquired about Yan Hui's identity, Zhong Ziyuan continued to refer to him as his cousin. The group did not press further, assuming the three had simply teamed up for the task. Yan Hui observed the perpetually silent Shifeng within the group and smiled, sensing that his luck was holding. A wisp of soul power, unnoticed by anyone, drifted toward Shifeng and entered his mind as Zhong Ziyuan drove the vehicle away from the team. Yan Hui noticed Shifeng looking up and gazing at the direction of their departing vehicle for an extended period. His expression tinged with jealousy and shadows. Due to Jiang Shiqing's delay, they did not complete all their tasks until 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the third day, by the time they returned to Qingwu. It was already evening. After submitting the task items and receiving approval, they were rewarded with a substantial amount of points, most of which Zhong Ziyuan claimed, with Jiang Shiqing receiving 20%. "Thank you," he acknowledged, well aware that these points were essentially a gift from Zhong Ziyuan, in a generous gesture. Jiang Shiqing treated the two to a meal at the cafeteria, ordering numerous spirit vegetables, spirit meats, and exotic beast meat, spending several points in the process. Chapter 028. A kiss under the influence. Jiang Shiqing felt this was insufficient and purchased a bottle of spirit wine. The spirit wine was considerably more expensive, costing 5 points for a single bottle. Jiang Shiqing felt a twinge of regret, but was not yet at the point of being unwilling to part with the money. Yan Hui also indulged in some. Compared to ordinary beverages from Blue Star, the spirit wine had an exquisite flavor, albeit with a potent kick. Nevertheless, even inebriated, one would not suffer from headaches upon waking. The intoxication simply struck with greater intensity. It was not uncommon for individuals to sleep for several days after consuming high-quality spirit wine. However, the wine they had was of lesser quality, and Yan Hui had only a modest amount, leaving him merely tipsy. Both Jiang Shiqing and Zhong Ziyuan were intermediate-tier martial artists, so such a small quantity of alcohol posed little challenge. Yan Hui could instantly dispel any mind-altering effects, should he choose to. Upon exiting the cafeteria, the three prepared to return to their dormitory. Jiang Shiqing's residence was conveniently located near the cafeteria, and upon arrival, he bid farewell to the two that Yan Hui took Zhong Ziyuan's hand, leading him towards the villa where they resided. Observing Yan Hui's complexion, which appeared more flushed than usual, it was evident she had taken to the drink. Zhong Ziyuan chuckled. "You haven't overdone it, have you?" "Not at all," Yan Hui replied with a smile. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, just as Zhong Ziyuan was about to open the door, Yan Hui suddenly embraced him, pushing him against the door. She tilted her head slightly. Gazing up at Zhong Ziyuan, "Kiss me," she urged, her gaze somewhat hazy, yet imbued with an intense desire, mingled with a hint of pleading. Zhong Ziyuan found himself captivated by Yan Hui's eyes that he lowered his head slowly, pressing his lips against hers, which were more vividly colored than usual due to the wine. Yan Hui wrapped her arms around Zhong Ziyuan's neck. The faint scent of alcohol emboldened her, allowing Zhong Ziyuan to relax the constraints he'd held within his heart. He cradled the back of Yan Hui's head, drawing them closer, while his other hand secured her waist. Not far from them, Wang Ziru clenched her fist tightly, her fingers digging into her palm. Having heard from Shi Feng that Zhong Ziyuan had declined to participate in the school's collective combat activities, opting instead to team up with Jiang Shiqing, and even bringing along Yan Hui, she had rushed over upon learning of Zhong Ziyuan's return. She contemplated informing her father if Zhong Ziyuan failed to apologize to her. After all, it was reckless to involve an ordinary person in such perilous tasks, and Zhong Ziyuan would be hard-pressed to justify his actions. However, Wang Ziru never anticipated witnessing such a scene, despite her constant assertions that Yan Hui and Zhong Ziyuan were not innocent. She had never truly believed it, yet the sight before her made it painfully clear. It was all real. But how could Wang Ziru accept this? How could he be with someone else, especially a person lacking family background or martial talent? What did Yan Hui have to offer beyond her looks? Most distressingly, Yan Hui was a man. How could Wang Ziru come to terms with such a reality? For years, she had toiled to win Zhong Ziyuan's affection, and her father had always believed that she and Zhong Ziyuan shared mutual feelings, even preparing to arrange their engagement to solidify their relationship. If her father were to discover that Zhong Ziyuan had never harbored feelings for her and had outright rejected her, she would never allow it. Wang Ziru's gaze fixated intensely on Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui for an extended period before she gritted her teeth and turned to leave. A faint smile graced Yan Hui's lips as she withdrew her soul power. The two then opened the door and returned to the villa. Zhong Ziyuan headed to the training room, while Yan Hui retreated to her room to bathe and rest. Aware that Zhong Ziyuan felt somewhat uneasy after regaining his composure, she allowed him to go to the training room unimpeded. By the time Zhong Ziyuan returned to his room, it was already quite late. Observing the peacefully sleeping Yan Hui, he let out a slight sigh of relief. After freshening up, he climbed into bed and embraced Yan Hui from behind. His thoughts still somewhat disordered, eventually succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Hui had been fully awake from the very beginning, merely practicing in silence with her eyes closed. The cultivation of a soul amalgamator involves the fusion of body and soul, with a tranquil environment enhancing the effectiveness. Upon waking the next day, Zhong Ziyuan, now at ease while holding Yan Hui, reflected on the kiss they had shared at the villa entrance the previous day. Under the influence of lingering intoxication, the sensation was indescribably profound. This was undeniably the most intimate interaction he had experienced with Yan Hui to date. Contrary to his initial apprehensions, it was not as difficult to accept as he had imagined. After purchasing breakfast from the cafeteria, he returned to eat before heading back to the training room. Now that he had reached the meridian opening stage, he needed to dedicate considerable time to unblocking his meridians while simultaneously enhancing and refining his vital energy. His training sessions in the gravity chamber had been reduced to a mere 2 hours daily. In the morning, a notification was sent to the class group, instructing all students to gather at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for an analysis and evaluation of their first combat class. After their first year, martial arts students enjoyed considerable freedom, engaging in self-training or completing tasks without the need to attend classes daily. Only occasionally did the instructor send out notifications for matters requiring attention. After having lunch with Yan Hui at the villa and resting for a while, Zhong Ziyuan made his way to class, arriving with about 10 minutes to spare. However, as soon as he sat down, a female classmate approached him, saying, Wang Ziru asked me to call you outside. She mentioned it was quite important. Having delivered her message, she left promptly. Zhong Ziyuan was genuinely reluctant to meet Wang Ziru. Yet to avoid her causing a scene in class, he rose and stepped outside. Let us speak over there, Wang Ziru directed, pointing to a secluded corner not far from the classroom, but distant from the hallway. Zhong Ziyuan, disinterested in prolonged discussions over trivial matters, walked over and said, I'm about to return to class. What is it that you need? You know that attendant isn't actually your cousin, but rather a lover, right? Wang Ziru replied, her expression one of seeming dominance, as if she had him in her grasp. Zhong Ziyuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yes, he is my partner. Not my cousin. And what of it? What concern is it of yours? Faced with Zhong Ziyuan's incredulous expression, Wang Ziru, filled with indignation, retorted, Aren't you afraid of this reaching my father or the martial Emperor Ling? Whether in the peaceful era over 200 years ago or today, even with same-sex marriage legalized, it remained largely unaccepted by the majority, especially when it involved one's own children or younger generation. Wang Ziru naturally assumed Zhong Ziyuan would be too intimidated to inform his elders. Zhong Ziyuan, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. You can go ahead and tell them, he said, before turning on his heel and returning to class. Wang Ziru was so enraged, she nearly stamped her foot that, of course, she could never divulge this to her father. Otherwise, he would realize that her prior claims were mere fabrications. Yet, Wang Ziru could not conceive of a way to change Zhong Ziyuan's mind. As a pampered prodigy raised in luxury, even amidst the tumult of a world under siege, Wang Ziru possessed little cunning and had limited means. After class, Shifeng, who had been observing everything, approached Wang Ziru. Upon learning from her that Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui were indeed a couple, he feigned disdain alongside Wang Ziru, secretly delighted by the outcome. After all, with Zhong Ziyuan's preference for men, he would certainly no longer harbor any interest in Wang Ziru. And even the martial Emperor Wang would not attempt to unite the two without observing Wang Ziru's lingering hopes for Zhong Ziyuan. Shifeng felt compelled to intervene that if possible, it would be best to have the martial Emperor Wang step in. Didn't your father previously mention wanting to discuss your marriage with Zhong Ziyuan? He suggested. Zhong Ziyuan is likely merely toying with that attendant. Aside from his handsome face, what else does he have to offer? He continued, you not only possess beauty and exceptional martial talent, but your father is also a martial emperor. Besides, the martial Emperor Wang has a nurturing bond with Zhong Ziyuan. If he speaks, Zhong Ziyuan would find it difficult to refuse that Shifeng shared numerous thoughts, concluding with a note of caution. However, it's best to act swiftly. The longer this drags on, the more I fear Zhong Ziyuan may genuinely develop feelings for that attendant. His words, albeit grounded in reality, were merely a ploy to inform Wang Ziru that Zhong Ziyuan had never been interested in her, nor in women at all. Thus Shifeng believed that once Wang Ziru realized even her father could not compel Zhong Ziyuan to be with her, she would relinquish her fantasies. While Wang Ziru was indeed attractive and gifted in martial arts, her intellect was sorely lacking. It was evident that with a little contemplation, she could foresee the myriad complications that might arise from informing the martial Emperor Wang. Yet, she fell prey to Shifeng's flawed reasoning, and, the following day, took a leave of absence to return home. Unable to concoct a credible excuse, she insisted on wanting to get engaged to Zhong Ziyuan sooner. Each time the martial Emperor Wang inquired about her reasoning, Wang Ziru remained tight-lipped, leading him to suspect that something might have transpired between the two, even glancing at her belly several times, clearly misinterpreting the situation. Whether Wang Ziru realized the misunderstanding or not remained uncertain, as she offered no explanations. Meanwhile, upon returning to the villa, Zhong Ziyuan recounted Wang Ziru's visit to Yan Hui. What idea you think your teacher will disapprove? Yan Hui inquired, her expression tinged with concern and a hint of vulnerability. No, not at all. You need not worry, Zhong Ziyuan assured her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Although he harbored doubts about Yin Hui's sincerity, he felt there was little else he could do. What if her feelings were genuine? Given Yin Hui's enigmatic psychological state, he dared not take the risk. Later that evening, Jiang Shiqing visited, presenting Yin Hui with a one-time protective jade pendant capable of withstanding attacks from beings below the rank of Martial King. Since receiving the perfect grade vitality pill, Jiang Shiqing had pondered what would be an appropriate return gift. Ordinary cultivation resources would not suffice, as he could not offer anything superior to the pills in Zhong Ziyuan's possession. Ultimately, he opted for a protective item, believing it most fitting for Yin Hui, whom he assumed to be an ordinary person. This pendant had just been acquired that day, having been sent over by his father after contacting home. Yin Hui expressed his gratitude to Jiang Shiqing as he held the protective pendant. Though he may not need it, he appreciated the sentiment. During their conversation, Zhong Ziyuan's wristwatch chimed with a communication alert. Their gazes shifted to him as he glanced at the watch, responding to Yin Hui with a hint of resignation. It's the Martial Emperor Wang. Yin Hui raised an eyebrow. Both he and Zhong Ziyuan surmising that this communication was undoubtedly related to Wang Ziru. The specifics eluded Yin Hui, as he had little desire to keep tabs on Wang Ziru. Given Jiang Shiqing's presence, Zhong Ziyuan opted not to use the speakerphone. After a brief exchange, Zhong Ziyuan replied affirmatively and concluded the call. Without waiting for Yin Hui to inquire, he stated, "I'm to visit the Wang residence tomorrow." He didn't specify the reason. "Surely it's not about you and me." Yin Hui quipped, smiling, "That I wouldn't know." Zhong Ziyuan replied, "Who can tell what Wang Ziru has discussed with her father?" Jiang Shiqing interjected, "Wait, what is this about?" He glanced between Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui, puzzled. "Aren't you two supposed to be cousins? What is so significant to discuss?" The tone of Yin Hui suggested something was amiss. "It's nothing." Yin Hui smiled reassuringly. Yet Jiang Shiqing remained skeptical. His gaze shifted back to Zhong Ziyuan, who replied, "I'll explain later." It wasn't that Zhong Ziyuan was unwilling to share with Jiang Shiqing. Rather, he was at a loss for how to broach the subject in Yin Hui's presence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqing ceased his inquiries. Once he departed, Yin Hui embraced Zhong Ziyuan and looked up at him, asking, "What is our relationship now?" "Naturally, we are partners." Zhong Ziyuan replied that he could not pinpoint the exact moment when Yin Hui had come to occupy such a significant place in his heart. Perhaps it was the day he resolved to save her after his rebirth. Or perhaps it was when he first held her close as they drifted into sleep. The sound of his words. Yin Hui's lips curled into a radiant smile, her joy palpable. The following morning, Zhong Ziyuan first ventured to the cafeteria to procure breakfast. After sharing a meal with Yin Hui, he inquired, "Would you like to accompany me? I fear I might inadvertently harm the Wang family. So I shall refrain from going," she replied. Yin Hui remarked that he held no concerns for Zhong Ziyuan's safety, having taken precautions long ago. When Zhong Ziyuan faced life-threatening danger, he would instinctively activate his defensive mechanisms, which Yin Hui could sense. With his current prowess, tearing through the void for instantaneous travel was merely a matter of flicking a finger. The measures Yin Hui had left behind were such that not even the Martial Emperor, let alone the formidable invaders from the Blue Star, could breach them in a short span of time. Unbeknownst to Zhong Ziyuan, upon hearing Yin Hui's words, he found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Watching Zhong Ziyuan depart, Yin Hui fell into a reverie. To have reached this point with Zhong Ziyuan in this lifetime was something he had never anticipated. The transformation in Zhong Ziyuan's attitude was striking, almost unsettling that if it were merely a case of rebirth, one would expect him to harbor greater resentment, especially since Zhong Ziyuan had perished at his hands. There must be some underlying reason he was unaware of. Yet Yin Hui dared not delve deeper. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, the guards greeted him with courtesy, addressing him as young Master Zhong. Their tone was polite, befitting that of a guest. That it was evident that Zhong Ziyuan did not regard himself as part of the Wang family. Otherwise, he would surely feel discomfort. Overall, the Wang family's treatment of him was relatively amicable. Otherwise, he would not have remained until now. After giving a slight nod to the guards, Zhong Ziyuan proceeded inside. It seemed there had been prior arrangements. For once he entered, he was promptly led to the living room where Martial Emperor Wang was seated, enjoying tea. "Please have a seat," the Martial Emperor smiled. Zhong Ziyuan sat down, inquiring, "Uncle Wang, what brings you to seek me today?" "Indeed, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you," the Martial Emperor replied. That moment, a servant brought in a cup of spiritual tea, Placing it before Zhongzi, he looked at Martial Emperor Wang and said, "Please go on." However, the emperor did not respond immediately. Instead, he gestured for the others in the room to leave. He fixed his gaze upon Zhongzi and said, "Zhou has returned and insists on becoming engaged to you. I ask you to speak honestly." Before the Martial Emperor could finish, Zhong Ziyuan raised a hand to interrupt him. "Uncle Wang, wait a moment. What engagement? Why would I and Wang Zhi be getting engaged?" In a bid to maintain some decorum for the emperor's sake, Zhong Ziyuan attempted to feign surprise, all the while feeling immensely relieved that Yin Hui had not accompanied him today, for the situation could have been quite awkward. Upon hearing Zhong Ziyuan's words, Martial Emperor Wang was equally bewildered. He had always regarded Zhong Ziyuan as a prospective son-in-law, never once questioning the nature of his relationship with Wang Zhu. Perhaps he had placed too much trust in his daughter. "You and Zhou have been childhood friends. It has been several years now. Uncle Wang, who have you been listening to?" Zhongzi interjected once more. The Martial Emperor, sensing something amiss, inquired, "What do you mean?" This was clearly a fabrication. As Zhong Ziyuan's expression shifted to one of discomfort, he continued, "However, she does indeed harbor feelings for me, but I do not reciprocate, and I have made my refusal clear that I blocked her last time precisely because of this." Upon hearing this, the Martial Emperor realized he had been misled by his own daughter. Reflecting on the years they had spent together, it seemed Zhong Ziyuan had never shown any signs of intimacy with Zhou. He had been focused solely on his training upon returning home. Despite this, the Martial Emperor still felt displeased about Zhong Ziyuan's rejection of his daughter. "I must have misunderstood that it turns out it was Zhou's unrequited affection." Zhong Ziyuan could discern the underlying sarcasm in the Martial Emperor's tone and responded, "I do not think poorly of Zhou. It is simply that I am attracted to men, and she is aware of this." The Martial Emperor stared at Zhong Ziyuan in astonishment, taken aback by the revelation. However, with this newfound understanding, he found himself less agitated. Yet he couldn't help but sigh at the situation with his daughter. "Wang Zhi," Zhong Ziyuan continued, "she has returned to seek you out, likely because she has learned that I have a partner." He paused before adding, "A few days ago, she even came to confront me, threatening to inform you and my teacher about my relationship with that person." After saying this, Zhong Ziyuan gazed at the Martial Emperor with a hint of resignation. The Martial Emperor felt a bit awkward, but, being the Martial Emperor, quickly regained his composure. "This isn't a grave matter. That girl often speaks to me about you, which led to my misunderstanding of your relationship. That I owe you an apology, my dear nephew," he said with a tone of regret. Regardless of the sincerity of his remorse, the Martial Emperor had no qualms about defending Wang Zhi. Even at this juncture, he still sought to protect her. "It is of no concern. I should have informed you sooner," Zhong Ziyuan replied, taking the blame upon himself. For whatever reason, the Wang family had treated him relatively well over the years that in his previous life. Due to his actions, Yin Hui had annihilated their clan. This time, if possible, he hoped the Wang family would avoid such a fate. Moreover, as a Martial Emperor, his apology was more than sufficient. Zhong Ziyuan had no desire to dwell on trivial matters. After discussing this issue, the Martial Emperor inquired, "You mentioned you have a partner?" "Yes, his name is Yin Hui, and he is currently serving as a reader at Qinggu," Zhong Ziyuan candidly stated. The Martial Emperor raised an eyebrow. Chuckling, "Previously, you deceived me by claiming he was a cousin." Zhong Ziyuan remained silent, offering only an awkward yet polite smile. Martial Emperor Wang invited Zhong Ziyuan to stay for lunch. Wang Zhi was absent that day. Yet the atmosphere at the dining table remained harmonious. After finishing the meal and returning to Qinggu, Zhong Ziyuan briefly recounted the day's events to Yin Hui. "She seems to have grand ideas. Thinking she can secure an engagement just by having Martial Emperor Wang intervene. I wonder where she gets such confidence," Yin Hui remarked without mercy. Yet his expression remained calm, betraying no hint of anger. "I have made my stance clear and told him that you are my partner," Zhong Ziyuan stated. Just as he finished, he noticed Yin Hui regarding him with a knowing smile, which made him somewhat uneasy. "What is it? You are using me as a shield, aren't you? To deflect the unwanted attention from Wang Zhi, correct?" Yin Hui's displeasure was evident, as he did not believe that the nature of their relationship needed to be disclosed to the Wang family. If anyone were to be informed, it should be Ling Wuhuang. Zhong Ziyuan was taken aback by Yin Hui's keen insight, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt that in some respects, Yin Hui's words held truth. "I apologize," Zhong Ziyuan offered, refraining from arguing. "Did I ask the Wang family so significant to you?" Yin Hui inquired. The more Zhong Ziyuan valued the Wang family, the more they should not exist. Was the Wang family truly important? Zhong Ziyuan pondered this question and ultimately concluded, not particularly in his previous life. The downfall of the Wang family could be attributed to him, but Wang Zhou and Martial Emperor Wang's own actions also played a significant role. Furthermore, he had sacrificed himself to protect Martial Emperor Wang. That if one were to analyze it, had the Wang father and daughter not intervened, he and Yin Hui may not have ended up as adversaries. Therefore, it was difficult to determine who owed whom. However, while he bore no grudge against the Wang family, he certainly had a long-standing enmity with Yin Hui. Whether annihilating the Wang clan had placated Yin Hui's anger was uncertain. Yet one thing was clear. Yin Hui harbored a profound disdain for the Wang father and daughter. Zhong Ziyuan's response caused the shadows in Yin Hui's gaze to wane slightly. As for Wang Ming, he secretly arrived at Qingwu that very afternoon. Making his way to Wang Zuo's dormitory to avoid misunderstandings, he had notified the higher-ups of the school upon entering. Upon his arrival, Wang Zuo was anxiously awaiting news while glancing at her wristwatch. She was not surprised by her father's sudden appearance, yet the grim expression on Wang Ming's face filled her with unease. The excitement and agitation that had originally surged within her began to cool. You are the daughter of Wang Ming. What outstanding talent do you not deserve? Yet, you resort to such underhanded tactics for a mere Zhongzi. If word gets out, my reputation will be in tatters. Wang Ming, determined to teach his daughter a lesson, bluntly exposed the situation, maintaining a stern countenance throughout. More than anger, Wang Ming felt a deep sense of disappointment. Wang Zuo was not lacking in looks or talent, and many descendants of martial emperors and kings sought to ally with the Wang family. Originally, Zhong Ziyuan had been chosen due to his exceptional martial talent and lack of familial entanglements, presenting a balance of pros and cons compared to other noble offspring. Most importantly, Wang Zuo was fond of Zhong Ziyuan as an only child. Wang Ming naturally wished for her happiness. Little did he expect that his foolish daughter had been deceiving him all this time. Wang Zuo, initially apprehensive, felt her heart swell with indignation after being reprimanded by Wang Ming. Just like Zhongzi, she exclaimed, her eyes reddening, her tone brimming with defiance. This was the confidence that came from being pampered. Wang Zuo had no siblings or rivals, thus she felt emboldened. Wang Ming looked at her with a hint of sorrow. But he does not reciprocate your feelings. He does not even like women. Even if you were to force a relationship, what could you possibly gain? He attempted to reason with her. I don't care, Wang Zuo retorted, dismissing his words entirely. You are a martial emperor and have done him a favor. He would surely listen to you. Seeing his daughter so obstinate, Wang Ming felt a sense of helplessness. This is simply not feasible. That he left behind those words before departing from Qingwu. Chapter 031. A stirring commotion. The following day, Wang Ziru took the initiative to contact Shifeng. It was not that Wang Ziru lacked other friends or admirers, but when it came to her affair with Zhong Ziyuan, only Shifeng was fully aware of the intricacies. She understood that Zhong Ziyuan was resolutely unwilling to be with her. Otherwise, he would not have confided in his father about his preference for men. Yet, she could not swallow this indignation. Shifeng observed the infuriated Wang Ziru, subtly offering her suggestions. However, Wang Ziru appeared oblivious, believing the ideas were her own, that Shifeng had no intention of becoming further involved. Although Wang Ziru lacked intellect, she was exceedingly arrogant, so it was better to let her stir up trouble on her own, sparing himself the effort of unrequited assistance. This distinction between Shifeng and the sycophants elucidated the difference in Wang Ziru's attitude toward him compared to those flatterers. His admiration for Wang Ziru was intangible, never overtly displayed, but Shifeng understood this woman well. Indulging her would only lead to her disdain. Moreover, with the imminent martial arts competition, each grade had only 2 slots available. Typically, these were reserved for the top 2 students, making it challenging for others to compete unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Nonetheless, he wished to vie for a slot himself, that if no accidents were forthcoming, then it was time to orchestrate an incident. The timing was impeccable, coinciding precisely with the nomination period. Wang Ziru did possess some capability to at some point. The second-year students of Qingwu had all heard the news. Their top student, Zhong Ziyuan, had a remarkably attractive aide. Some even circulated animated images of the two dining together in the cafeteria, captioned, Zhong Ziyuan had his aide sit there while he fetched the food himself. Upon seeing this, many recognized the aide as someone they had previously mistaken for a junior. Naturally, Zhong Zuan, the subject of the rumors, had also caught wind of the gossip. Jiang Shiqing and classmates with a decent rapport had informed him. Jiang Shiqing even visited Zhong Zuan's villa, stating directly, "This matter has suddenly become quite the sensation. I can't shake the feeling that someone is up to no good behind the scenes that I can roughly guess who it is." Zhong Ziyuan remained remarkably calm. "Who?" Jiang Shiqing inquired, astonished. "Wang Zuru," Zhong Ziyuan replied. He glanced at Yin Hui's expression, perhaps reassured. This woman was a significant nuisance to both him and Yin Hui. Zhong Ziyuan genuinely wished she would not intrude upon his life, yet Wang Zuru constantly meddled. Jiang Shiqing glanced at Zhong Ziyuan with confusion. Why would she do such a thing? To seek revenge on me? This was something Zhong Ziyuan was uncertain about. However, apart from revenge, he could not fathom any other motives Wang Zuru might possess. After a brief pause, Jiang Shiqing asked, "Is it simply because you don't like her?" Zhong Ziyuan chose not to respond. He preferred to avoid further discussion on the topic. As the situation escalated, the three of them attracted considerable attention upon entering the cafeteria that day. As the top student of the second year, many students unfamiliar with Zhong Ziyuan had heard of him. At this moment, curiosity about the appearance of Zhong Ziyuan prevailed, and there was little malice in their gazes. However, it wasn't long before the rumor evolved into a new version. It turned out that the so-called aide was actually Zhong Ziyuan's young lover. Everyone knew that Zhong Ziyuan's aide was a boy, suggesting that Zhong Ziyuan preferred men. Even seniors and juniors alike had heard of this. Zhong Ziyuan, already anticipating such reactions, remained unfazed as he sensed the varied gazes of his seniors in the gravity chamber. They were all martial artists. Zhong Ziyuan's sexual orientation was his own affair. While they were indeed surprised, the matter had no bearing on them, and at most, they would discuss it privately. After training, Zhong Ziyuan returned to his villa. He instructed Yin Hui, "For the next few days, do not go out, that we will dine at home, or I will fetch food from the cafeteria." This was of little concern to him. But what if Yin Hui became incensed? Would he assist or intervene when Yin Hui unleashed his fury? Zhong Ziyuan preferred to eliminate such potential dilemmas from the outset. All right, Yin Hui obediently agreed. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shiqing paid another visit to Zhong Ziyuan's villa. As he settled onto the sofa, his gaze flitted back and forth between the two, incredulously exclaiming, "You two are actually a couple. I thought you were cousins." Jiang Shiqing regarded Zhong Ziyuan with an expression of disbelief, as if he had been deceived. Zhong Ziyuan suddenly recalled that he had intended to inform Jiang Shiqing of this matter privately, but it had slipped his mind. Yin Hui observed silently, offering no assistance to Zhong Ziyuan. Jiang Shiqing did not press further, but instead broached another topic. "Have you received the notification regarding the martial arts competition?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Ziyuan nodded. "Currently, only the two of us in the second year have broken through to the fourth rank." Jiang Shiqing stated, "At this moment, Zhong Ziyuan was already at the mid-stage of the fifth rank, capable of slaying martial masters across two realms. To be frank, he had little interest in such competitions. Even among the fourth-year students, few possessed the strength to reach the martial master stage. Moreover, the martial arts competition involved inter-school resource allocation, and as a member of Qingwu, Zhong Ziyuan was obliged to contribute. In his previous life, both he and Jiang Shiqing had secured championships for Qingwu on multiple occasions. At this juncture, Zhong Ziyuan remained unaware that someone had set their sights on his competition slot. The next day, rumors took on a new twist. Zhong Ziyuan's young lover was supposedly an ordinary person devoid of any martial arts talent. Yet, Zhong Ziyuan genuinely loved him, insisting on bringing him along even when undertaking tasks. Evidence arose when a team unexpectedly encountered Zhong Ziyuan's squad during a second-year practical class, with several witnesses attesting to the encounter. The topic then escalated into discussions about Zhong Ziyuan's disregard for team interests. Suggesting he treated missions as mere play, the rumors gained traction. Discussions began to arise regarding whether Zhong Ziyuan was deserving of a slot in the martial arts competition. The orchestrators behind the scenes had clearly revealed their intentions. Zhong Ziyuan was somewhat taken aback by the developments. "Will this affect your chances of securing a slot?" Yin Hui inquired. Zhong Ziyuan replied, "I am uncertain, but if the school were to revoke my slot due to this, it would save me some trouble." At that moment, Yin Hui posed an unrelated question. "What is Shi Feng's ranking in your year?" "Shi Feng? His strength should place him within the top 5 of the year. I haven't been paying attention lately, so I'm not entirely sure." After answering, Zhong Ziyuan quickly realized the implications. Are you suggesting that Shifeng intends to secure a slot in the martial arts competition? Upon further contemplation, he recognized the possibility. With Yan Hui by his side, he could also acquire resources through his own endeavors. However, for other students, the resources and honors attainable from the martial arts competition were undeniably enticing. Particularly for Shifeng, who lacked training resources and sought to gain his father's attention. Yan Hui remarked, he certainly wishes to, but it may not come to fruition unless Shifeng's father is willing to intervene on his behalf. However, the likelihood of that seemed slim. Chapter 032. Disappointment in Qingwu as events unfolded, it was evident that others had become involved. However, these individuals were merely taking advantage of the situation, making only superficial attempts. After all, Zhong Ziyuan's mentor was the esteemed Ling Wuhuang of Qingwu. Ling Wuhuang was known for his frequent seclusions, emerging at any moment. Do you need me to inform the school? That afternoon, Yan Zicheng, a confidant of Ling Wuhuang, approached Zhong Ziyuan. After some consideration, Zhong Ziyuan ultimately shook his head. That I no need. Yan Zicheng regarded him with surprise. To my knowledge, several martial kings have already contacted the school as higher-ups. Your fallout with Wang Ziru is no secret, and this incident was instigated by her. It is highly probable that Wang Wuhuang will remain indifferent, that if we do not intervene, the school might indeed leverage this situation to revoke your slot. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ziyuan chuckled. There is truly no need. I am curious to see how the school will respond. By the way, Uncle Yan, do you have any idea when the teacher will emerge from seclusion? I still haven't discussed the matter of the perfect quality blood chi pill with him. Yan Zicheng smiled. That should be soon. Then please inform me immediately once the teacher emerges, Zhong Ziyuan instructed. Yan Zicheng agreed to this request before taking his leave. Not once questioning Zhong Ziyuan or Yan Hui, he was well aware of his position. Even if inquiries were warranted, they ought to come from Ling Wuhuang himself, not an attendant like him. Others remained oblivious to Zhong Ziyuan's conscious rejection of assistance from Ling Wuhuang, presuming that the esteemed mentor did not hold his disciple in high regard. Bereft of the backing of Ling Wuhuang as a mentor and Wang Wuhuang as a foster father, Zhong Ziyuan was merely an ordinary individual. What right did he have to contend with them? The situation has escalated into something increasingly exaggerated, as if Zhong Ziyuan had committed an unforgivable transgression. Jiang Shiqing, another member of the team, has attempted to clarify the matter multiple times, both in reality and online, yet to no avail. It was only after a conversation with Zhong Ziyuan that Jiang Shiqing managed to regain his composure. When the final roster for the martial arts school competition was announced, and Zhong Ziyuan noticed his name was absent, he felt a sense of disappointment mingled with an expectation that had long been harbored. His discontent did not stem from the inability to participate in the competition itself, but rather from a profound disappointment in Qingwu. The significance of the martial arts competition in terms of resource allocation among the various martial arts schools is something that the institutions themselves understand all too well. In his previous life, such a scenario had not unfolded. The school had allowed each grade's top 10 to be selected through a series of smaller competitions. This time, it seemed the school had bypassed this process entirely, likely to prevent him from securing a spot, as they had directly designated the participants. Not only was he excluded, but Jiang Shiqing also found himself without a mention on the list when Jiang Shiqing approached him. Zhong Ziyuan learned that he had outright refused when his grandfather sought to negotiate with the school. What was the need for that? Zhong Ziyuan mused, feeling a touch of gratitude despite the words. He understood Jiang Shiqing's motivations. Yet, Jiang Shiqing waved his hand dismissively, stating, I did not do this for you. I simply believe that if the school is willing to abandon us in such a manner, then it is not worth my effort to strive for it. You are right, Yan Hui interjected with a sudden smile. Even if you were to secure resources, who can say where they will ultimately end up? Yan Hui was acutely aware of what Zhong Ziyuan cared about, and his words struck directly at his heart. Ultimately, the Martial University is governed by the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance. Given that the Martial Alliance has already succumbed to corruption, how much better can those at the Martial University be? After all, there is a saying that goes, the upper echelons set the example. Many of the high-ranking officials of the Martial Alliance were once ordinary individuals who merely happened to benefit from the rewards of the myriad races battlefield passage and the revival of spiritual energy in Blue Star. They leveraged their remarkable martial talent to ascend through the social strata, becoming figures of authority in Blue Star. It has already been mentioned that the truly great pioneers mostly perished on the battlefield. with only a few returning, burdened by injuries. Those who cling tightly to power are rarely virtuous. Furthermore, their perspective is extremely limited. Despite knowing that Blue Star is on the brink of war, they neglect to nurture powerful warriors, instead preoccupied with vying for power and profit. The only consolation is that, at least, they have not actively stifled talent. Yanhui speculated that they likely understood that once the war began, someone would need to stand at the forefront. Surely we cannot rely on these old geezers, Jiang Shiqing remarked. Really? Zhong Ziyuan, with a serious expression, turned to Yanhui. Did Yanhui truly know something? Yanhui looked at the two naive young masters and said, "Are there not many individuals among the common folk with powerful martial talent? Whether at Martial University or in high school, resources are allocated based on the talent of the students. Yet how many children from ordinary backgrounds gain admission to prestigious martial universities? Even if a few manage to enter Qingwu or Jingwu, how much resource do they receive within those institutions? In recent decades, how many commoners have broken through to become martial lords? If it were not for this, how could the Soul Cult continue to attract a steady stream of newcomers? Initially, the Soul Cult targeted those with low or non-existent martial talent among the common populace. After all, the Soul Cult's soul-devouring techniques impose no requirements on martial talent. Yet many individuals with outstanding martial gifts still chose to join the Soul Cult. Upon uncovering the truth, Yanhui's disdain for the martial alliance intensified. Both Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing were taken aback. They had never considered these factors. Such matters could be easily uncovered with a bit of investigation, and Yanhui certainly would not speak recklessly that if this were indeed the case, then perhaps not participating in the martial arts competition was for the best. With this time, we might as well focus on our training or undertake more tasks, Jiang Shiqing remarked, visibly disheartened. After he departed, Zhong Ziyuan sighed. I never expected the higher-ups of the martial alliance to have succumbed to corruption in less than 200 years. Yanhui scoffed. Do you not know how the Soul Cult emerged? I must admit, I am rather unclear, Zhong Ziyuan replied, his expression awkward. Suddenly, Yanhui looked at him with surprise that he truly had not anticipated that Zhong Ziyuan, who had at least achieved the rank of martial emperor in his previous life, would be unaware of such matters at the hotel. Zhong Ziyuan urged, genuinely curious. 78 years ago, a youth named Yin Yin was identified as having low-level martial talent. Centered around Yin Yin, Yanhui recounted the origins of the Soul Cult and the intricate history of its enmity with the Martial Alliance. Zhong Ziyuan was left speechless. Had it not been for the myriad secrets he had learned from Yanhui after his previous life, his worldview would have been shattered multiple times over. He was truly astonished to discover that the Martial Alliance represented the true antagonists. Observing Zhong Ziyuan's expression, Yanhui took a perverse pleasure in saying, "Quite revolting, isn't it?" Zhong Ziyuan struggled to find words to respond. Throughout his upbringing, he had been taught that the Soul Cult was a malevolent sect, its members mere anti-human zealots. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Having read novels, Yanhui was more privy to certain hidden narratives than the inhabitants of this world. Had it not been for the emergence of Zhong Ziyuan, a protagonist of remarkable caliber, Blue Star would have faced annihilation the moment the novice phase of the myriad races passage concluded. Yet, even with Zhong Ziyuan's presence, he had barely managed to repel the overwhelming invasion of foreign entities. Yanhui recalled that the novels had detailed the staggering death toll of those who perished in that battle, amounting to hundreds of thousands of martial artists, with ordinary civilian casualties soaring into the 8 figures. Chapter 033. The return of the martial emperor Zhong Ziyuan had not anticipated that the Martial Alliance had encountered such issues so early on. Observing the small details revealed the larger picture. In retrospect, Yanhui had attempted to discuss the problems with the Martial Alliance on multiple occasions in his previous life, only to be interrupted each time. That time, Zhong Ziyuan had perceived Yanhui's comments as mere slander against the Martial Alliance, believing that Yanhui had been brainwashed by the Soul Cult. Yet, it seemed that he himself had been the one misled. Yanhui left the living room for Zhong Ziyuan and retreated to his room to meditate. He had become somewhat lax recently, with his body control only increasing by 50 points. Host information, companion spirit level. Purple companion spirit strength. 99999 body control. 15,000 technique. Soul spirit technique. Ultimate level. He had been a considerable length of time away from breaking through to the ultimate control level. Becoming a supreme controller, in his previous life, he had ascended step by step from low level to mid level, high level, and then to top level. each stage requiring him to absorb corresponding soul spirits to enhance his companion's spirit strength. How different it was now, starting with an ultimate limit on companion spirit strength. Once he fully integrated this companion spirit strength, he would soon break through to the pinnacle of the soul spirit technique. At that point, his companion spirit level would elevate to gold, and the companion spirit strength would reach the potential of infinity. However, the infinity level of companion spirit strength was merely the beginning. Or perhaps infinity had no endpoint at all. Meanwhile, Chiffon was also feeling quite disheartened upon seeing the list for the martial arts competition. His name was not on it. He had plotted against Zhang Ziyuan and manipulated Wang Zuru, only to end up with nothing after all that effort. Instead, he had unwittingly dressed others in finery. The names on the senior list were not a concern. Even if they were not the top or second in their grade, they were still within the top three. Yet, looking at the names of those selected from the first year and second year classes, they were either the children of martial kings or the grandchildren of martial emperors. What more could Chiffon possibly misunderstand? Although these individuals had performed well academically, ranking within the top 10, in terms of actual strength, the top 3 could easily outclass them. Many teachers were also opposed to the school's decision. Yet their opinions held no sway. The return of the martial emperor occurred on the day following the team's departure for Modu for the martial arts competition, which was to be held at Moa this year. Having learned about the recent events from Yan Zicheng, the martial emperor personally visited Zhang Ziyuan. When he arrived at the villa's entrance, Yan Hui was currently engaged in meditation in his room. As the martial emperor pressed the doorbell, Yan Hui, already sensing his arrival, opened the door. To be honest, Yan Hui was somewhat surprised that the martial emperor had not simply appeared inside the villa but stood outside instead. After all, martial emperors generally possess the ability to teleport. When a martial artist reaches the 9th rank of the law phase, they begin to engage with the rules, or perhaps the Tao itself. Teleportation is merely a superficial application of spatial rules. The 9th rank of the law phase is referred to as the martial king, while the martial emperor transcends the 9th rank, reaching the 10th. Yan Hui gazed at the middle-aged man standing outside the door, offering a gentle smile. The martial emperor returned Yan Hui's gaze, and although he had just learned from Yan Zicheng that his disciple had seemingly found a young boyfriend, seeing it in person was still somewhat unexpected. At least one of the rumors was accurate. This young man was indeed quite handsome. Meeting Yan Hui's smile, the martial emperor also greeted, "Is Ziyuan here?" "I am his teacher. He is in the training room," Yan Hui replied. "Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. I will fetch him." As he spoke, Yan Hui stepped aside to allow entry. The martial emperor entered the villa, simultaneously stating, "Let him continue his training. I will wait here for a moment. I primarily wish to have a private conversation with this young man named Yan Hui." "Very well. I shall prepare a cup of tea for you." Yan Hui spoke once more. This time, Emperor Lingwu did not decline, instead watching Yan Hui as he made his way to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, Yan Hui emerged, bearing a cup of tea, but he placed the teacup upon the coffee table before Emperor Lingwu and took a seat on the adjacent sofa. "Have you just emerged from seclusion?" Yan Hui inquired, his tone cordial. Emperor Lingwu responded with a nod, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I have only just heard of your affair with Ziyuan upon my exit." His gaze shifted to Yan Hui, seemingly curious about his reaction, which took him by surprise. Yan Hui displayed no signs of shyness or embarrassment. Instead, he asked with a natural demeanor, "You do not seem angry?" "Why would I be?" Emperor Lingwu countered, "I am merely an ordinary person devoid of martial talent. Do you not believe I am unworthy of Zhongzi? Are you not concerned that I might hinder him?" Yan Hui said, lifting his gaze to meet Emperor Lingwu's. Under Yan Hui's deliberate control, his eyes were remarkably clear at that moment. Certain sentiments were intended solely for Zhang Ziyuan's eyes, not that they could not be concealed. This was his personal matter, and ordinary individuals possessed their own merits as well. Emperor Lingwu shared this sentiment, believing it to be true. The rationale behind this was that, in launching, the lifespan disparity between martial artists and ordinary people was not significantly pronounced. Even upon achieving the status of emperor, one's lifespan would at most be merely double that of an ordinary person. Had martial artists been able to live for several hundred or even 1,000 years, Emperor Lingwu would likely have held a different perspective. Subsequently, Emperor Lingwu inquired about how the two had become acquainted. Yan Hui smiled as he recounted the tale of how Zhang Ziyuan had rescued him. This is not merely a case of a hero saving a damsel in distress. He even brought the rescued maiden home, It was no wonder Emperor Ling Wu thought this way. Zhong Ziyun was not the type to meddle in others' affairs. Encountering someone in need of rescue was not surprising, but bringing them home was far from his usual conduct. It's nearly noon. I shall call Zhong Ziyun, Yan Hui declared, rising to head towards the training room. Upon opening the door, Zhong Ziyun, surprised to hear that his master had arrived, immediately smiled and made his way to the living room. After assessing Zhong Ziyun, Emperor Ling Wu felt a sense of relief. It was evident that Zhong Ziyun was in excellent condition, entirely unaffected by the recent martial school competition. That I shall prepare lunch, Yan Hui announced. Are there sufficient ingredients at home? Zhong Ziyun queried. There are plenty, Yan Hui replied before entering the kitchen. Although unspoken, it was evident that he intended to invite Emperor Ling Wu to dine. Emperor Ling Wu noticed this and merely smiled, refraining from comment. Once Yan Hui departed, Emperor Ling Wu's expression turned serious as he turned to Zhong Ziyun and asked, Yan Zicheng mentioned that you instructed him to refrain from involving himself in the martial school competition? Zhong Ziyun nodded. Master, I care little for the martial school competition. I simply did not expect Qing Wu to have transformed in such a manner. His voice carried a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ling Wu sighed. I once harbored similar doubts and contemplated altering the situation. Yet even now, my capabilities are rather limited. Are you referring to the martial alliance? Zhong Ziyun inquired. Emperor Ling Wu, somewhat taken aback, responded, You have noticed, have you not? It was as if he were both questioning Zhong Ziyun and not. Zhong Ziyun then asked, Do you know the origins of the Soul Sect and its relationship with the martial alliance? Emperor Ling Wu was puzzled by Zhong Ziyun's sudden inquiry regarding the Soul Sect. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I know a few things. The Soul Sect has existed since my earliest memories, according to the higher-ups of the martial alliance. It was derived from the evil cultivation techniques of foreign races. However, I have heard whispers that this is not the case. The Soul Sect was not originally an evil cult, but the specifics remain unknown to me. Zhong Ziyun's expression was complex. That it was no wonder he had never heard of such matters in his past life. The martial alliance had long concealed the truth. Such secrets were known only to a select few high-ranking members of the martial alliance. Aside from those within the Soul Sect. Under the relentless vilification of the martial alliance for decades, the Soul Sect had been thoroughly branded as a malevolent cult, a villain, who would believe the truth if it were revealed. Nonetheless, Zhong Ziyun did not share this with Emperor Ling Wu. After all, if even Emperor Ling Wu was unaware, how could he possibly know? Unable to explain, Zhong Ziyun chose to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After discussing this matter, Emperor Ling Wu recalled to gauge Zhong Ziyun's current cultivation level, late stage of the Tongmai realm. His tone bore a hint of disbelief that if memory served him correctly, Zhong Ziyun had only reached the pinnacle of the third tier before entering seclusion. It had not been long since then, yet he had ascended to the late stage of the fifth tier, an almost two-tier leap. Indeed, Zhong Ziyun affirmed. Emperor Ling Wu could not help but inquire, Have you consumed a considerable number of qi blood pills? The energy required for the condensing qi realm was tremendous. Without consuming a plethora of qi blood pills, it would be impossible to swiftly transition through this realm and directly reach the Tongmai realm. The qi and blood within Zhong Ziyun were indeed exceptionally robust. However, he had long informed Zhong Ziyun that excessive consumption of pills in a short period was inadvisable. Just as Zhong Ziyun was about to respond, he heard Emperor Ling Wu express his concern, one must not be overly hasty in cultivation. Zhong Ziyun quickly interjected, I understand, Master, there is no need for concern. I sought you out to discuss this matter. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ling Wu looked at Zhong Ziyun, awaiting his explanation. Instead, Zhong Ziyun stood up and retrieved a vial containing qi blood pills from the refrigerator, placing it before Emperor Ling Wu. Please take a look at this. Emperor Ling Wu reached for the pill bottle from the coffee table, uncorked it, and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply that a pure and potent fragrance wafted forth. Though the efficacy of the pill was negligible for someone of his cultivation level, he could perceive the exceptional purity of this pill, that it seemed to be purer and more concentrated than even the finest qi blood pills. The purity refers to the quality of the pill, while the concentration signifies its efficacy. Zhong Ziyun elaborated with a smile. This is a perfectly crafted qi blood pill, containing more than 10 times the potency of an ordinary qi blood pill. And most importantly, it is devoid of any impurities, making it exceptionally easy to refine. Where did you acquire this? Emperor Lingwu inquired, his curiosity piqued. He glanced at the pill. It appeared to have been freshly concocted, indicating that his disciple must be acquainted with that renowned alchemist. This pill was refined by Yan Hui, Zhong Ziyuan replied. Emperor Lingwu instinctively cast his gaze toward the kitchen. Isn't it said that he is an ordinary person? Yan Hui indeed lacked martial talent, yet he possessed remarkable alchemical skills. However, he was certainly not an ordinary person. This was a point he could not disclose to his master, opting instead to shift the narrative. Currently, the soul-devouring technique had not yet encompassed alchemical arts, so his master would not draw the conclusion that Yan Hui had cultivated techniques from the soul sect. Emperor Lingwu found this matter rather enigmatic. Yet the pills lay before him. Moreover, it was not to say that an ordinary person could not practice alchemy. Without the aid of cultivation, however, successfully refining a pill was nearly impossible, even for alchemists of the martial sovereign realm. The success rate for pill refinement was a meager 30%. Truly, a prodigious talent, Emperor Lingwu mused, unable to conceive of any other explanation. He then learned from Zhongxian that the raw materials for this qi blood pill were identical to those of an ordinary qi blood pill, and that Yan Hui had procured the spiritual herbs from the Academy's market. In addition to being astonished, Emperor Lingwu found himself speechless. Compared to Yan Hui, those so-called master alchemists appeared rather inept. So, have you been consuming this type of qi blood pill recently? Emperor Lingwu inquired again. Indeed, recently, Yan Hui has also refined a limited quantity of perfectly crafted Tongmai pills. Though not many, Zhong Ziyuan clarified that it was the quantity that was limited, not the ability to produce more. Every word he spoke was the truth, albeit selectively omitting certain details. Zhong Ziyuan found himself in a difficult position. He could neither deceive his master nor allow Yan Hui's abilities to be overly showcased. Once Yan Hui refines high-grade pills suitable for martial artists, I shall bring some to you, master, Zhong Ziyuan assured him earnestly. Emperor Lingwu smiled, displaying a sense of appreciation. Very well. I shall await them eagerly. Should the high-grade pills refined by Yan Hui possess efficacy exceeding that of ordinary pills by tenfold, they would indeed be beneficial to him. Finally, Zhong Ziyuan requested that Emperor Lingwu keep this matter confidential. The latter understood the allure that a perfectly crafted qi blood pill would hold for mid to low-tier martial artists and nodded in agreement. His disciple confiding in him was a testament to their trust, and he would not betray that faith. You and Yan Hui must refrain from disclosing this to others, Emperor Lingwu reiterated, still somewhat apprehensive. Zhong Ziyuan acquiesced, internally apologizing to his master, and he felt he could not take responsibility for this matter. Additionally, it was not Yan Hui who needed to be concerned for his safety. Just then, Yan Hui emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of dishes. Observing this, Zhong Ziyuan turned to Emperor Lingwu and said, "Shall we proceed to dine?" Emperor Lingwu cheerfully replied, "Very well." Upon reaching the living room, Zhong Ziyuan invited Emperor Lingwu to take a seat while he entered the kitchen to assist in serving the meal. During the meal, Emperor Lingwu praised Yan Hui's culinary skills more than once. "Then you must come often, and I shall cook for you," Yan Hui said with a smile that he genuinely appreciated Zhong Ziyuan as a teacher. His initial impression had been favorable, and upon further interaction, he discovered him to be even more agreeable than anticipated. After finishing their meal, the three settled on the sofa to converse. Emperor Lingwu did not shy away from addressing Yan Hui directly, asking Zhong Ziyuan, "What is the situation with the Wang family?" Zhong Ziyuan is indeed reluctant to mention the Wang family, especially in the presence of Yan Hui. However, when the teacher inquires, he feels compelled to respond, and he must clarify the matter before Yan Hui. Wang Ziru is aware of the situation between me and Yan Hui and has deliberately spread rumors at school. It seems others have intervened as well. Though Zhong Ziyuan is unaware of the specifics, Lingwu Huang is not surprised. You and Wang Ziru. He had heard Wang Wuhuang mention it before. It appears they have been a couple for quite some time. Zhong Ziyuan can only reiterate his explanation, this time with greater directness than when he faced Wang Wuhuang at the Wang residence. After hearing both versions, Yan Hui slightly pouts, believing Zhong Ziyuan should not have spared Wang Meng any courtesy at that moment. Did Wang Wuhuang truly allow her to act as she pleased? Did he not provide any clarification afterward? Ling Wuhuang expresses his displeasure, which is naturally directed at Wang Meng and the Wang family. He is astonished that Wang Meng, a formidable martial sovereign, could be so indulgent toward his daughter, especially when Wang Ziru has caused trouble for Zhong Ziyuan. regardless of Wang Meng's genuine feelings for Zheng Ziyuan. The title of foster father undeniably holds weight. With the situation having become widely known throughout Qingwu, does Wang Wuhuang still maintain a favorable reputation? Since my return from the Wang residence, I have not been in contact with Uncle Wang. Zheng Ziyuan states. Yan Hui, upon hearing Ling Wuhuang's words, finds his amusement deepening, though he remains silent, quietly listening from the sidelines. Chapter 035. The Enlightenment Realm. This is for the best, Ling Wuhuang ultimately concludes. The two then shift their conversation to the upcoming martial arts school competition. This year, Qingwu is unlikely to secure even a top 2 position. Ling Wuhuang sighs softly. Zheng Ziyuan, having participated in this competition in his previous life, is aware of the current state of affairs. Yet he raises his gaze to Ling Wuhuang and asks, Teacher, do you happen to know any insider information? Jingwu and Mo have concealed their strengths in recent years, all in pursuit of this year's championship. The Jingwu team boasts 2 5th rank and 2 peak 4th rank members, with the weakest being at the late 3rd rank. Mo is marginally weaker, having only 1 5th rank and 2 peak 4th rank members, but they possess 1 more late 4th rank than Jingwu. Ling Wuhuang pauses at this point. Zheng Ziyuan contemplates the competition roster for Qingwu this year. The 4th grade has 1 5th rank and 1 peak 4th rank. The 3rd grade has 2 late 4th rank members. The 2nd grade includes 2 individuals, one at peak 3rd rank and the other at late 3rd rank. The situation is even worse for the 1st grade, where one is at mid-3rd rank and the other merely at early 3rd rank, and no wonder the teacher would express such sentiments. Yan Hui, while not entirely clear on the ranks of personnel from each martial arts school, is aware that Qingwu's previous championship was largely due to Zheng Ziyuan's identity as the son of fortune. However, the competition roster from his last life was not nearly as dismal, to the very least. Zheng Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing from the 2nd grade were both 4th rank martial artists back then. The gap with the current 5th rank peak is indeed considerable, but as the male protagonist, his strength is naturally unrivaled amongst his peers. Zheng Ziyuan laments, as long as we don't fall short of the top 3, Qingwu's reputation will remain intact. That seems unlikely, Ling Wuhuang responds, his own uncertainty evident. Yan Hui can only chuckle at this. He slightly bows his head to prevent the duo from noticing the curve of his lips that in the following days. Zheng Ziyuan immerses himself in seclusion, meticulously opening the last few minuscule meridians. The meridian map provided by Yan Hui is replete with numerous pathways, and even with the perfect grade Qi blood pill and meridian opening pill, Zheng Ziyuan still requires a significant amount of time. The further he goes, the more troublesome the intricate pathways become that prevent Zheng Ziyuan from injuring his meridians. Yan Hui has been diligently monitoring his training progress. Consequently, the speed of his soul and physical body merging has slowed down. At present, his body control level stands at merely 18,000 points. Upon the final meridian within Zheng Ziyuan's body being opened, he feels the energy begin to surge freely within him, and he can now control it at will. Since martial techniques require the circulation of energy through meridians, the unimpeded flow of meridians signifies a significant milestone. This means he can now learn any martial technique. However, to truly execute these techniques, he still needs to unlock the corresponding acupoints, which corresponds to the next realm for a martial artist, the 6th rank Enlightenment realm. Currently, he has discovered 428 acupoints, with the individual possessing the most acupoints having opened 362. However, many of this person's acupoints remain unusable due to the lack of compatible techniques, and the pursuit of a greater quantity of acupoints has resulted in a delayed breakthrough to the 7th rank, leaving him at the pinnacle of the 7th rank Blood Sea realm to this day. Opening over 99 acupoints is required to break through to the Enlightenment realm and achieve the 7th rank. The 7th rank, also known as the Martial Zone, signifies a formal entry into the high-tier martial artist echelon. Many martial artists, who are not particularly exceptional talents, choose to break through quickly at this stage. While it is understood that the more acupoints one opens, the stronger their battle prowess and endurance will be in the later stages, they are also acutely aware that without talents that match their ambition, they risk wasting their potential. The individual who opened 362 acupoints was once viewed by many as possessing the attributes of a martial king or martial sovereign. Yet he remains a martial zone pinnacle to this day. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, this realm appears quite formidable. However, to true powerhouses, the martial zone is merely a starting point. although he possesses many acupoints and can achieve near invincibility among peers. This only holds true within the same rank. When it comes to martial kings, martial sovereigns, or even slightly stronger martial venerables, he is not their match. In Zhong Ziyuan's case, Yan Hui provides him with the locations of all acupoints within his body. Their unlocking sequence and precautions to heed. It turns out that the human body contains a total of 720 acupoints. Unlocking all of them will create a state of completeness within the body, resulting in a qualitative transformation in strength. However, to unlock all acupoints, the prerequisite is to open all meridians. Acupoints and meridians are both essential organs for the cultivation and execution of martial techniques. And it would not be an exaggeration to say they belong to the same system. Excluding time costs and resource expenditure, the more meridians and acupoints one opens, the better. However, acupoints should not be opened recklessly. Some acupoints are fatal if opened without first unlocking corresponding ones. Numerous early martial arts sages on Blue Star have perished while exploring the path of the Enlightenment realm. Their stories have been recorded, serving as a reminder to all martial artists. Unverified acupoints should not be opened indiscriminately. Zhong Ziyuan consumes the Qi blood pill and meridian opening pill provided by Yan Hui. His current objective is to breach the barrier of the meridian opening realm and advance into the Enlightenment realm. This process proves to be even easier than Zhong Ziyuan had anticipated. He cannot help but compare it to his previous life, realizing the disparity is indeed substantial, with a vast reservoir of energy as his trump card. Zhong Ziyuan swiftly reopens more than 20 acupoints in one breath. That if he maintains this pace, unlocking all 720 acupoints will take no more than half a month. This time frame already accounts for the time spent refining essence into energy. The Enlightenment realm is a rather unique stage. The opening of acupoints signifies that a martial artist can absorb spiritual energy from the external environment. The more acupoints that are opened, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy. After being absorbed through the acupoints, spiritual energy must circulate through the meridians. Since acupoints are opened through the flow of energy via the meridians, the existence of acupoints necessitates the presence of meridians. Zhong Ziyuan increasingly comprehends why Yan Hui refers to the two as part of a unified system. Remarkably, it is Yan Hui, who has never practiced martial arts, who has elucidated this so clearly. For the first time, Zhong Ziyuan contemplates abandoning martial arts. Yet to forsake martial arts would mean relinquishing not only martial arts itself, but also an abundance of other things. Thus, this fleeting thought merely flashes through his mind. When Jiang Shiqing encounters Zhong Ziyuan again, he keenly senses that his aura has grown significantly stronger. But don't tell me you've broken through again. Zhong Ziyuan raises an eyebrow at him. Jiang Shiqing incredulously inquires again. Don't you tell me you've reached the 6th rank already? I just broke through yesterday. Zhong Ziyuan replies with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqing nearly has his heart shattered, that if his memory serves him correctly. Both he and Zhong Ziyuan broke through to the 4th and 5th ranks on the same day, that he has only just reached mid-4th rank. How has Zhong Ziyuan advanced to the 6th rank? Shouldn't the higher the rank, the slower the cultivation speed? As if recalling something, Jiang Shiqing wraps an arm around Zhong Ziyuan, leaning closer to say, "Brother, do you happen to have any perfect-grade Qi blood pills? If so, please sell me some. We can negotiate a fair price." Chapter 036. You have made a good friend. I do indeed still possess perfect Qi blood pills that I can provide you with some at intervals. I do not require payment. Instead, you may exchange them with resources that can enhance mental strength. Zhong Ziyuan did not intentionally create suspense. This matter had long been discussed with Yan Hui. The blood Qi pill could be sold to Jiang Shiqing, but it was agreed that he would not disclose that these pills originated from Yan Hui. The suggestion to seek mental resources came from Yan Hui as well. Enhancing one's mental strength could, to a certain extent, bolster the potency of the soul. Although the effects are subtle, with accumulation, the results will eventually become apparent. The strength of the soul is crucial for cultivating in the 8th rank's out-of-body realm. The inhabitants of Blue Star have yet to break through to the martial emperor level, primarily because they bypass the cultivation of soul power in the out-of-body realm, forcefully utilizing external substances to merge their essence, energy, and spirit to achieve a breakthrough, which ultimately undermine their foundation. Most importantly, with an increase in soul strength, even a future transition to the soul technique would have a higher starting point. However, Yan Hui did not share this last point with Zhong Ziyuan. Upon hearing Zhong Ziyuan's words, Jiang Shiqing smiled and said, "Thank you." Despite the fact that the perfect blood chi pill is merely a mid-low grade cultivation resource, while mental cultivation resources belong to the high grade. Such a comparison is not entirely fair. Mental cultivation resources are indeed quite expensive, yet they can always be found on the battlefield of myriad races. Jiang Shiqing had yet to hear of a perfect quality blood chi pill from any other source. He had indirectly inquired with his grandfather about the availability of perfect quality pills, only to receive an unequivocal negative response that it is a matter of luck to forge top-grade pills, even on the myriad races battlefield. He had not heard of any alien race possessing a perfect quality pill devoid of impurities. Those were the exact words his grandfather had spoken. Furthermore, compared to the swift elevation in realm brought about by the perfect blood chi pill, the effects of mental cultivation resources are not as pronounced that a swift step leads to rapid progress. This is particularly significant for prodigies. When Jiang Shiqing departed, he carried with him a large pill bottle filled with 10 perfect blood chi pills. As he was certain he could not acquire mental resources, he informed Zhong Ziyuan that he could share the matter of the perfect blood chi pill with his grandfather and father. Jiang Shiqing did not return to his dormitory but took leave to head home. His family also resided in the imperial capital, in the Jiang family study. Jiang's grandfather and father gazed at the blood chi pill in their hands. Their eyes filled with disbelief. "No wonder you asked me about perfect grade pills last time," thought Jiang's grandfather. Quickly recalling that conversation, Jiang's father, feeling somewhat anxious, turned to Jiang Shiqing and inquired, "Where did this come from?" Upon hearing this, Jiang's grandfather also shifted his gaze towards Jiang Shiqing. "Let us first put the pills away," Jiang Shiqing suggested, noticing the excitement of his father and grandfather over the pills, that he picked up the pill bottle from the table, uncorked it, and presented it before them. The perfect quality blood chi pill was indeed a treasure in his eyes. Jiang's grandfather and father exchanged glances at the pills they held, then looked back at Jiang Shiqing's actions, speechless as they returned the pills to their places. Once the pills were secured, Jiang Shiqing informed his father and grandfather, "I obtained these pills from Zhong Ziyuan, though I am unclear where he got them." After recounting the exchange of mental cultivation resources for the perfect blood chi pill, Jiang Shiqing smiled at his grandfather, saying, "I would appreciate your assistance with the mental resources. That's not an issue. But is this pill truly as remarkable as you claim?" Jiang's grandfather responded, somewhat uncertain due to his status as a martial king, which did not afford him the same clarity of perception regarding the effects of the medicine as a martial emperor would possess. Jiang Shiqing then recalled a detail he had forgotten to mention. "Before I broke through to the 4th rank, Zhongzin gifted me 3 perfect blood chi pills. You've already consumed them?" Jiang's father asked, exuding a hint of exasperation. Jiang's grandfather remarked, "No wonder your breakthrough occurred several days earlier than I expected. The speed of chi condensation after consuming this pill is particularly rapid." Jiang Shiqing added, "What rank is Zhong Ziyuan at now?" Jiang's grandfather inquired, the adopted son and disciple of a martial emperor and the top student in his cohort. Jiang's grandfather was well aware of Zhong Ziyuan's status. It was said that he not only possessed exceptional martial talent, but also practiced diligently. With the assistance of such pills, his realm would surely advance rapidly, wouldn't it? Jiang Shiqing replied, "He is already at the 6th rank." Even though he had anticipated this, hearing from Jiang Shiqing that Zhong Ziyuan had indeed reached the 6th rank still astonished Jiang's grandfather. If he recalled correctly, his grandson was only in his 2nd year, and the semester had just commenced. Wasn't Zhong Ziyuan in the same class as his grandson? Surely he wouldn't achieve martial sovereign status in his 2nd year. Jiang's father expressed aloud what Jiang's grandfather was thinking. It must be noted that among the schools of Qingwu, Mo, and Jingwu, it was exceedingly rare for students to reach the 5th rank by their 4th year. What was Zhong Ziyuan's situation? You should nurture your relationship with him. If he confides in you, it means he genuinely considers you a friend, and he'll not worry about the mental resources. In a few days, I will arrange for them to be sent to you. Jiang's grandfather advised Jiang Shiqing that he did not expect Jiang Shiqing to surpass Zhong Ziyuan, but with the perfect blood chi pills, surpassing others was certainly within reach. Since Zhong Ziyuan required mental resources, the Jiang family would provide them abundantly. Jiang's father patted Jiang Shiqing on the shoulder, saying, "Your grandfather is right. You have made a good friend," but he lamented internally why he had not encountered such a friend in his youth. Otherwise, he might have already become a martial emperor. The matter of the perfect quality pills must be kept confidential. Only you and your father should be privy to this, Jiang Shiqing emphasized upon hearing this. Jiang's grandfather and father both chuckled. Yes, if we needed your reminder. Jiang's father playfully slapped the back of Jiang Shiqing's head. Jiang Shiqing winced, taking a sharp breath to Jiang's grandfather. Witnessing this, retaliated with a slap to Jiang's father's head. Scolding, "What are you doing?" The study was once again filled with the sound of a sharp intake of breath. Jiang Shiqing lowered his head, stifling a laugh, fearing retribution from his father. That evening, after dinner, the trio of grandfather, father, and son gathered in the training room. Jiang Shiqing consumed a perfect blood qi pill and commenced his cultivation, that he felt his internal qi and blood surging rapidly, and without the need for a qi condensation pill. He could effortlessly refine the pill using his cultivation technique. After digesting one pill, he immediately took another. The sensation of cultivating in this manner was utterly delightful that he managed to refine 5 perfect blood qi pills before finally pausing. Were it not for considering his father and grandfather's presence, he would have continued consuming the pills until they were all gone. Jiang's grandfather and father watched in astonishment at this pace of cultivation. They immediately understood why Zhong Ziyuan's realm had ascended so swiftly that he resolved to double the mental cultivation resources designated for Zhong Ziyuan. He sought nothing more than for Zhong Ziyuan to share more perfect blood qi pills with Jiang Shiqing. Jiang's grandfather was also harboring other thoughts. Since the perfect quality blood qi pills had already appeared, perhaps there would be other perfect quality high-grade pills in the future. Chapter 037. The consequences of coveting Zhong Ziyuan. No wonder Zhong Ziyuan looked down upon the meager cultivation resources from the martial school competition. Jiang's grandfather remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Shiqing nodded in agreement, turning to his grandfather and stating, "In my opinion, as long as one possesses perfect blood qi pills before reaching the 7th rank, it suffices that I didn't even use a qi condensation pill today." Although the cultivation of mid-low grade martial artists is subdivided into many realms, the core remains the qi and blood, that as long as the qi and blood are ample, one can swiftly elevate their realm. "Father, where do you think he obtained the perfect blood qi pills?" Jiang's father inquired. Glancing at Jiang's grandfather, Jiang's grandfather shook his head in response. "I am uncertain. Could it be from Lingwu Huang?" Jiang's father posited that Jiang's grandfather did not answer, but instead turned to Jiang Shiqing, asking, "What are your thoughts, Shiqing?" After exchanging a glance with his grandfather, Jiang Shiqing spoke. "Initially, I speculated that such a cultivation resource might only be accessible to those at the martial emperor level. But after observing for some time, I no longer believe that to be the case. The descendants of those martial emperors in Qingwu, including Wang Ziru, the sole daughter of Wang Wuhuang, have not exhibited any abnormal acceleration in their realms. Thus, I think that even if this pill indeed came from Lingwu Huang, it bears no relation to the martial alliance, but is rather a matter of personal fortune." His reasoning was sound, and Zhang's grandfather nodded in agreement. "You are quite right," he praised that Zhang's father concurred. "Indeed, no relevant information has been disclosed. Since Zhong Ziyuan is unwilling to speak about it now, let us refrain from investigating. I trust that when the time is right, he will share it with us." Jiang Shiqing advised his father and grandfather that Zhang's father looked toward Zhang's grandfather, who shot him a glare before turning back to Jiang Shiqing with a smile, saying, "I will heed your advice." That he then added, "You are handling this well. Since he is your friend, certain matters should remain unspoken." Once Jiang Shiqing departed, Zhang's father remarked, "Had I known, it would have been better to let Shiqing attend Jingwu." Short-sighted, Zhang's grandfather rebuked. His grandson's acquaintance with Zhong Ziyuan was the most significant gain to Zhang's father. Puzzled, asked, "Do you think so highly of him?" "You wouldn't understand," Zhang's grandfather replied. Unwilling to elaborate further, Zhang's father intended to press for more information, but was shooed away by Zhang's grandfather to gather mental cultivation resources. "Hurry up! I want them by tomorrow," Zhang's grandfather urged. "Wasn't it supposed to be in a few days?" Zhang's father reminded him of his grandfather's earlier words that I said tomorrow, so tomorrow it is. Old Master Jiang remarked. What could Zhang's father do? He could only work through the night, gathering everything according to the list provided by Old Master Jiang before finally resting. Thus, Jiang Shiqing encountered his grandfather early the next morning. Once Old Master Jiang departed, Jiang Shiqing took the items to Zhong Ziyuan's villa. Observing the box in his hands, Zhong Ziyuan inquired, "What is this?" "It is a resource for mental cultivation," Jiang Shiqing replied. Yen Hui sensed the various spiritual herbs and treasures within the box, noting that there were more than he had anticipated. "May I take a look?" Yen Hui directed his gaze toward Jiang Shiqing. Jiang Shiqing, at a loss for words, retorted, "Why are you looking at me?" Noticing the exchange, Zhong Zuan simply placed the box on the coffee table and opened it. Inside were numerous smaller boxes, clearly indicating that each resource was stored separately. Zhong Zian opened them one by one, that although he could not concoct elixirs, having once been a martial emperor, he recognized these items. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Zhong Ziyuan glanced at Jiang Shiqing, who met his gaze with a look of astonishment. Jiang Shiqing had not opened the box since receiving it, so he genuinely had no idea what it contained. Realizing this, Zhong Ziyuan quickly comprehended that Jiang Shiqing was entirely unaware of the details beforehand. "Well, it's not too much that at worst, when you no longer need the qi blood pills, you can share some with me," Jiang Shiqing quickly reasoned. Since Zhong Ziyuan was already at the 6th rank, the qi blood pills would be of little use when he reached the perfect 7th rank. "Very well," Zhong Ziyuan conceded without further politeness. According to Yen Hui, the more resources for mental cultivation, the better. Unable to venture into the battlefield of the myriad races at present, he could only exchange qi blood pills from the Jiang family for the time being. The three of them went to the cafeteria for lunch. Since the relationship between Zhong Ziyuan and Yen Hui had been made public, this was Yen Hui's first outing. Zhong Ziyuan had thought that after so many days, no one would pay attention anymore, but he realized he was mistaken. He took Yen Hui's hand that "Don't be upset." Jiang Shiqing also noticed the envious glances directed at Yen Hui and added, "They are just jealous of your beauty." Yen Hui halted, her gaze fixed intently on one of the girls. "You are not wrong," she replied, her tone somewhat frosty. While Yen Hui was uncertain about the others, she was sure this particular woman was indeed envious. Although she could not recall the woman's name, she remembered that she was 2 grades above Zhong Ziyuan. Shortly after Wang Zuo's death in her previous life, this woman had quickly drawn closer to Zhong Ziyuan by teaming up with him for tasks. On one occasion, she recklessly saved Zhong Ziyuan from danger and subsequently confessed her feelings to him. Sensing something amiss, Zhong Ziyuan turned to Yen Hui, following her gaze to see the woman. "Do you remember her?" Yen Hui's voice was calm as she created a barrier between herself and Zhong Ziyuan's space. Hearing her question, Zhong Ziyuan was at a loss for how to respond. "She has liked you for a long time. She just didn't dare to act when Wang Zuo was around. That so-called act of saving you was merely a scripted performance on her part. The motives are self-evident." Zhong Ziyuan's eyes widened in surprise, meeting Yen Hui's mocking gaze. The reason he had agreed to this senior's request was indeed largely due to the gratitude he felt for her so-called rescue. However, he had never imagined that it was all part of her scheme. After all, this senior had been severely injured at that time. "That I detest the way she looks at you." The adoration and desire in her eyes when directed at Zhong Ziyuan made him feel nauseous. Zhong Ziyuan understood what he needed to say. Yet, before he could speak, Yen Hui resumed her stride toward the cafeteria, and he had no choice but to follow. Jiang Shiqing, unaware of what had transpired, noticed that the two had finally stopped standing there foolishly and promptly followed suit. Just as they were about to enter the cafeteria, a series of piercing screams echoed from behind them. Zhong Zian turned around to see the senior with blood oozing from her features, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Before he could examine the situation closely, Yen Hui, still holding his hand, tugged him along. Regaining his focus, Zhong Ziyuan turned to enter the cafeteria with Yen Hui. Outside, a commotion ensued as students who had been eating rushed out to witness the spectacle, leaving many seats vacant. After ensuring Yen Hui was settled, Zhong Ziyuan went to get food that he knew that Yen Hui was behind the incident. Seeing the fate of that senior did not surprise him much. Instead, it felt like a foregone conclusion. The fact that he and Yen Hui were a couple had already spread throughout Qingwu, and under such circumstances, it was peculiar that anyone would still covet him, especially someone with a history. It was a wonder that Yen Hui had spared her. Zhong Ziyuan felt a twinge of guilt over this, but not excessively, that in his previous life, both Wang Zuo and this senior had been killed by Yen Hui. And he had initially felt quite remorseful. He even contemplated addressing the matter before resolving things with Yen Hui. However, those women, like moths to a flame, were entirely unafraid of death, as more women met their demise. He grew more indifferent. Chapter 038. Yen Hui's consideration do not say anything to him about how innocent those women are. Is he not innocent? Wang Zhe had a penchant for opposing Yin Hui when she was unharmed. And after her death, due to her actions, Yin Hui's identity was exposed, resulting in him and Yin Hui becoming enemies that in the end. He was even mistakenly killed by Yin Hui while trying to save Wang Wuhuang. This senior thought she was a good person, but she had been scheming from the very start. Their time together had been brief before Yin Hui ended her life. Had Yin Hui not just informed him, he would have been entirely unaware. Every woman he had been with afterward had been made clear to him. Despite having the examples of Wang Zhuo and this senior, they remained obstinate, believing they were special. When he expressed his disapproval, they clung to him, crying and whining, seeking parental intervention, resorting to drugs, every tactic imaginable. Zhongxian was exasperated, thinking that since they were unafraid of death, he would let them be. He harbored little genuine affection for those women. Therefore, when they were killed by Yin Hui, he felt no sorrow, only anger. Aside from Wang Zhuo, the time spent with each had been quite short. Thus, after a lifetime of separation, witnessing their deaths again evoked little emotion in him. Zhongxian sat beside Yin Hui, placing one of the 2 servings of food in front of her. "Today, I have your favorite spiritual chicken wings," Zhongxian said with a smile. "Dumb." Yin Hui replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Zhongxian's demeanor lifted Yin Hui's spirits, but as the crowd outside gradually dispersed, the cafeteria buzzed with chatter about the sudden demise of that senior. A few individuals seated not far from Zhongxian and Yin Hui spoke loudly enough for them to overhear. "What do you think happened to that girl?" The principal, even at the Marshal King level, couldn't discern anything. "You ask me?" "I heard it was quite bizarre. Blood suddenly flowed from her features, and she died without uttering a sound. Could it have been the work of the alien races or the soul cult? I don't know. I never heard of them employing such methods before." Hearing that the principal had discovered nothing, Zhongxian was not surprised in the least. Not to mention the Marshal King. Even a martial emperor would be of no use. No matter how they investigated, it would be impossible to trace anything back to Yin Hui. "Hey, you didn't call me when you left," Jiang Shiqing said, approaching with his meal and sitting down across from Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui. "Didn't he want to delay your enjoyment of the spectacle?" Zhong Ziyuan replied. "How could it be called a spectacle?" Jiang Shiqing retorted, not entirely convinced. Zhong Ziyuan ignored him and continued eating. However, Jiang Shiqing was bursting with curiosity and, after taking a few bites, spoke up again. "The principal didn't discover anything, that he just contacted Ling Wuhuang, and we should eat quickly. He's quite eager to know the cause of that senior's death." Upon hearing that his teacher was coming, Zhong Ziyuan considered going to see, but fearing that it would cause Yin Hui to overthink, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Then we shall wait and see," Yin Hui suggested. Jiang Shiqing recalled that Yin Hui was an ordinary person and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "A bit," Yin Hui admitted. "Ziyuan is worried I might be scared. He just took me away directly." However, Ling Wuhuang is Ziyuan's teacher, and since Ziyuan is here, it would be inappropriate for him not to go, that I'll just stand a little farther back. Yin Hui's words were incredibly considerate. You must treat Yin Hui well. Jiang Shiqing thought that Yin Hui was truly thoughtful of Zhong Ziyuan in everything done. Zhong Ziyuan nodded helplessly. Turning to see Yin Hui chuckling to herself, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing their meal, the 3 headed to the scene of the incident. Initially expecting a large crowd, they instead heard a mentor sternly instructing a group of people ahead, "Return to your training. The school will release a statement." "Well then, let us return as well," Zhong Ziyuan declared. "All right," Jiang Shiqing replied with a pout. The 3 parted ways on the way back, with Jiang Shiqing heading to the gravity chamber, while Zhong Ziyuan took Yin Hui back to their dormitory. Neither mentioned the recent events. Upon entering the villa, Yin Hui instructed Zhong Ziyuan to open the Qingwu app on his wristwatch and purchase some spiritual herbs. Some of these were the same as before, used for concocting qi blood pills, while others were for enhancing the strength of soul spirits that I have run out of points, Yin Hui noted, observing the dwindling digits on her account. "Then I'll take on some tasks." Zhong Ziyuan replied, "Dum." Yin Hui had just finished his purchases when he heard the news and did not log out. Zhong Ziyuan switched from the student supermarket to the task section and began selecting assignments. This time, he did not intend to bring Jiang Shiqing along, opting instead for tasks of higher difficulty that offered greater points, in addition to missions involving the extermination of 6th and 7th rank alien creatures. There were also a few cleaning tasks, targeting less populated alien gathering spots. When the delivery person brought the spiritual herbs Yin Hui had purchased, he went to the refrigerator to retrieve the mental cultivation resources that Jiang Shiqing had brought. After extracting the spiritual herbs and secret treasures, Yin Hui began the process of alchemy. Can these also be refined into pills? Zhong Zuan pondered as he observed the mental cultivation resources. These treasures that enhance mental strength are typically consumed directly by martial artists upon acquisition. While some have contemplated refining them into pills, countless attempts have invariably ended in failure. Mental strength is a component of soul power, and the requirements for refining pills that enhance soul strength are exceedingly high. The inhabitants of Blue Star possess lamentably low soul strength, unable to even project it outward. How could they possibly refine such pills? Zhong Zian was taken aback as the reasoning once again tied back to soul power. He could not help but recall Yin Hui's cultivation method of the soul spirit technique, that he harbored no psychological barriers regarding the shift in cultivation paths. However, abandoning martial arts would inevitably mean he could no longer remain in Qingwu. Although the soul spirit technique is not a soul-devouring method, the Martial Arts Alliance would not entertain their explanations. The only place that might accept them would be the soul sect that he himself was indifferent. But Zhong Ziyuan was concerned about implicating his teacher. Moreover, his teacher was likely to perish on the battlefield of 10,000 races in about a year. Zhong Ziyuan wished to help his teacher survive the calamity before departing from Qingwu. He could then simply vanish on the battlefield of 10,000 races. With such vastness, it would be nearly impossible to trace him. Once Yin Hui had refined all the herbs and treasures into pills. Zhong Ziyuan finally voiced his thoughts. "All right, I am in no hurry." Yin Hui looked at Zhong Ziyuan, his eyes filled with mirth. After speaking, he lowered his head to place the pills into the prepared vials. A shadow of darkness flickered in his lowered gaze. Since Zhong Ziyuan cared so much for Ling Wu Huang, he might as well find a way to bring Ling Wu Huang into the soul sect as well. Not only Ling Wu Huang but Jiang Shiqing could also be taken along, alleviating Zhong Ziyuan's worries about him thinking of this side when he went to the soul sect at a year. Indeed, he was not in a rush. Life was quite pleasant as it stood. Continue taking the blood chi pills as usual, and give Jiang Shiqing a few extra if you have surplus. Yin Hui pointed to several vials of pills and informed Zhong Ziyuan. Zhong Ziyuan embraced Yin Hui from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder as he softly replied, "All right." Chapter 39. Almost lost a life, the death of that woman stirred no ripples between Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui. However, the school was abuzz with activity over the incident. Ling Wu Huang had also failed to uncover anything useful. All they knew was that the student had died due to a sudden and catastrophic injury to the brain. Who struck the blow? And how was it accomplished? No one knew. The death of a single individual in this era was not particularly significant, but the inexplicable death of a student within the bustling campus of Qingwu was unacceptable. Upon learning of the incident, the Martial Arts Alliance dispatched powerful individuals to investigate. Yet, they too found no traces of beastly involvement. Could it possibly be a new skill developed by the Soul Sect? After all, the techniques of the Soul Sect were inherently related to the spirit. That it was indeed very likely. The two of them exchanged thoughts, conveniently shifting the blame onto the Soul Sect. The matter ended up unresolved. By the time the investigation results were posted, Yin Hui and Zhong Ziyuan had already left the imperial capital, arriving at the Wilderness Zone. The so-called Wilderness Zone was essentially the rural areas that existed before the arrival of the battlefield of 10,000 races. After the battlefield descended, the populations of these places were relocated to cities, while the few unwilling elders perished at the hands of the aliens long ago. Nowadays, many alien beings lurked in these areas. With numerous gathering spots already established, martial artists frequently undertook missions to cleanse these areas, but after each wave of extermination, more would arrive. The vehicle stopped by the roadside, and Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui disembarked. Observing several three-story buildings surrounded by trees a few hundred meters ahead, the data indicated that one of the small hideouts was situated there. "Will you wait for me here?" Zhong Ziyuan asked Yin Hui. "Of course," Yin Hui replied. Once Zhong Ziyuan departed, Yin Hui began his cultivation. His control over his physique had reached 21,000 points, an increase of 3,000 points. The progress was still somewhat slow, before Zhong Ziyuan entered the battlefield of 10,000 races. Yin Hui planned to elevate his control to the ultimate limit of 99,999 points. After returning this time, he needed to intensify his integration efforts, given his current strength, achieving an increase of 1,000 points in physique control each day was not difficult, but he did not worry about Zhong Ziyuan. Should real danger arise, he would sense it at such a short distance. He could annihilate those aliens from afar. In fact, Zhong Zun effortlessly dealt with a dozen or so aliens. Once all the cleansing tasks were completed, they began hunting individual aliens. Among them was an alien with a special ability to conceal itself, which Zhong Zun could not locate. Yan Hui, unwilling to waste more time, revealed the location of the alien 3 days later. Upon returning to Qingwu, they did not go back to the dormitory first, but headed directly to the task hall. Zhong Ziyuan handed a large bag of task items to the verifying staff. The staff member's face displayed surprise, and other students in the hall quickly gathered to observe the scene. Inevitably, they recognized Zhong Ziyuan, and naturally turned their attention to the exceptionally handsome Yan Hui beside him. Even though everyone knew Yan Hui was a student aide, his appearance and demeanor were so outstanding that he resembled the most cherished young master of a noble family, aristocratic, willful, and somewhat innocent. Some onlookers exchanged whispers, noting Zhong Zun and Yan Hui holding hands, that I feel like Zhong Zun truly likes that aide. One remarked, not knowing Yan Hui's name, only that he was Zhong Ziyuan's aide. Whether he likes him or not is his business. I am more concerned about how many points Zhong Ziyuan will earn this time, said another friend. Previously, many were using him and his little aide's tasks as a topic of discussion. Those were all about the quota for the grand competition. Do you really believe that? His friend rolled his eyes in disbelief. Speaking of the martial arts academy competition, I am at a loss for words. As he spoke louder, his friends tugged at him. Realizing the situation, he fell silent, seeing that several people had turned to look at him, and he promptly led his friend out of the task hall. Meanwhile, Zhong Ziyuan had just finished counting the task items with the staff. Among them, 2 tasks were still pending verification by the Martial Arts Alliance, so the rewards would be delayed. The rewards for the other tasks had already been credited to his account. The staff smiled as they informed Zhong Ziyuan. The back end could view the task completion times, making it clear to him just how swiftly Zhong Ziyuan had completed his assignments, truly deserving of the title of the top student in his second year. The school must have been out of their minds to not allow such a talent to participate in the Martial Arts Academy competition, the staff inwardly lamented. After leaving the task hall, Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui made their way to the cafeteria at mealtime. They happened upon Shi Feng and Wang Ziru. Scanning the cafeteria, the only vacant seats left were at the table next to the two of them. Yan Hui promptly pulled Zhong Ziyuan to the empty seats. Zhong Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat, hoping that Wang Ziru wouldn't follow in that senior's footsteps. Although he wouldn't feel heartbroken over her demise. Uncle Wang would likely go mad that I'll go get the food, Zhong Ziyuan said habitually after ensuring Yan Hui was seated, making his way to the serving window. The moment Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui appeared, Wang Ziru had halted her eating. She stared at the two, her grip on the chopsticks tightening. After Zhong Ziyuan left, Yan Hui turned to meet her gaze, a hint of a provocative smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wang Ziru was so enraged she nearly struck out, that if not for Shi Feng's intervention, she might have acted. He is an ordinary person. Shi Feng asserted that in Blue Star, martial artists were not permitted to strike at ordinary people without cause. If Wang Ziru, in her capacity, were to kill Yan Hui outside, it would be easier to resolve. But here in Qingwu, especially in the bustling cafeteria, it was different. Although Yan Hui was not a student of Qingwu, he was still registered as an aide. Should Wang Ziru openly violate federal laws here? Even if Emperor Wang himself came, it would be difficult to explain he is provoking me. Wang Ziru felt her blood pressure rising. Yet he had done nothing, said nothing, Shi Feng added. Yan Hui regarded Wang Ziru, his killing intent intensifying that in his previous life Wang Ziru had often flaunted her closeness to him, constantly emphasizing her childhood friendship with Zhong Ziyuan, claiming they were engaged upon graduation. Were it not for this, he would not have made it his first priority to eliminate her once he gained strength. However, at that time, he lacked the power and was discovered by Emperor Wang. Just then, Zhong Ziyuan returned with his meal. Quick eat. Afterward, we should hurry back to rest. His demeanor today was exceptionally gentle. That as Yan Hui observed Wang Ziru's jealous expression, a new thought crossed his mind. I haven't slept well these past few days. He furrowed his brow, his tone laced with a hint of complaint. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Zhong Ziyuan immediately understood that it was time for a test of acting skills. That he smiled and remarked, I think it's quite all right. Although the space in the car is somewhat limited, as long as I can hold you while we sleep, it matters not where we are. Yan Hui shot a glare at Zhong Ziyuan. Threatening, Say that again. Seeing this, Zhongzian couldn't help but chuckle lightly, and he wrapped an arm around Yin Hui's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Aren't I already holding you while we sleep every day? Why shouldn't I say it?" Wang Ziru, witnessing this scene, became so infuriated that she abandoned her meal and stormed out of the cafeteria. Little did she know she had nearly lost herself in the realm of the underworld. Chapter 040, Memories in the Following Days. Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui remained in their dormitory to cultivate in just 4 days. Yin Hui's mastery over his physical form surpassed 25,000 points. Zhong Ziyuan's number of open acupoints had astonishingly reached 302. Yin Hui felt he needed to exert himself further. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to reach 99,999 points in physical control before Zhong Ziyuan advanced to the 7th rank. That afternoon, Emperor Lingwu once again graced Zhong Ziyuan's dormitory with his presence. Upon seeing him, Yin Hui greeted him with a smile and then proceeded to the training room to summon Zhong Ziyuan. Once the master and disciple settled on the sofa, Yin Hui prepared 2 cups of tea to serve. He then sat beside Zhong Ziyuan and said, "I'll go buy some vegetables." Upon hearing this, Zhong Ziyuan immediately activated his wristwatch, logged into the Qingwu app, and opened the sharing permissions, extending his arm for Yin Hui to operate. While he turned his attention to Emperor Lingwu observed their actions with a smile. "Have you been following the Martial Arts Academy competition?" At the mention of this, his expression sobered. No, Zhong Ziyuan replied. "I was on a mission a few days ago, and have been cultivating since, so I haven't watched any of the live broadcasts." Emperor Lingwu appeared somewhat speechless. He looked at Zhong Ziyuan and inquired, "Aren't you curious about the geniuses from the Demon Martial and Capital Martial schools?" Zhong Ziyuan was indeed uninterested. After all, he had encountered these individuals in his previous life. However, he certainly could not reveal this to his teacher. "I'm currently at the mid-stage of the 6th rank," Zhong Ziyuan stated. Emperor Lingwu's expression turned to one of astonishment. He recalled that during his last visit, Zhong Ziyuan was still at the late stage of the 5th rank. And it seemed only a few days had passed since then. The effects of the perfect grade Qi blood pill were indeed remarkable. Would Zhong Ziyuan soon ascend to the martial sovereign realm? "I took it relatively early. The accumulation of my Qi blood is substantial, and the energy I transformed is likewise impressive, which is why both my meridian opening and acupoint activation speeds have been rapid." Zhong Ziyuan explained to Emperor Lingwu, "As always, his words contained truth, albeit half concealed." Emperor Lingwu could tell that Zhong Ziyuan was not fully disclosing the truth, but he would not press for more details. What martial artist is without their own secrets? At this moment, Yin Hui completed his shopping and closed the projection screen on his wristwatch. Zhong Ziyuan lowered his arm. Yin Hui looked up at Emperor Lingwu. "Curious, Emperor Lingwu, is there an issue with the Martial Arts Academy competition?" He had overheard discussions in the mission hall indicating that the situation was not very favorable. "There's no need for such formalities. Just call me teacher, like Ziyuan does," Emperor Lingwu kindly replied to Yin Hui. "All right," Yin Hui responded with a smile. Emperor Lingwu sighed deeply. Qingwu has indeed failed to even reach the finals. His tone was complex. Although he had previously suggested that Qingwu wouldn't even secure 2nd place, the reality of the situation still left him somewhat disheartened. Was it 3rd or 4th? "Has the result been announced?" Zhong Ziyuan inquired. "The 2 teams that emerged victorious among the top 4 will proceed to the final competition, while the 2 eliminated teams will contend for 3rd place. 4th, Emperor Lingwu confirmed. 2 senior students fought until they were severely injured. Yet they still lost. Don't you find this outcome satisfactory, teacher?" Yin Hui asked, gazing at Emperor Lingwu with a knowing smile. Taken aback by Yin Hui's gaze, Emperor Lingwu paused momentarily. Zhong Ziyuan also looked at Yin Hui in surprise. Qingwu disregarded fairness and privately fixed their competition quotas. This is the consequence they ought to bear. Those who went to great lengths to secure their spots will end up ridiculed. I believe everything is as it should be. If Qingwu were to win the championship under such circumstances, I could only say that all martial universities would be beyond redemption. His voice was soft, yet his words were piercingly sharp. Due to alternative arrangements made for Emperor Lingwu, Yin Hui's demeanor towards him had slightly shifted. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Lingwu finally replied, "You are right. 4th place in his memory, Qingwu had never ranked so low." Yin Hui's observation rang true. Regardless of whether those who obtained their spots through backdoor means or the individuals facilitating those arrangements, they should all remember this lesson well. Some things cannot simply be seized. Will the teams from the competition return tomorrow? Yan Hui inquired again. Emperor Lingwu nodded. Tomorrow afternoon. Yan Hui smiled once more and turned to Zhong Ziyuan, saying, let us go together to watch then. Watch what? Of course, to enjoy the spectacle. Zhong Ziyuan couldn't help but smile at this, responding affirmatively. Emperor Lingwu felt much lighter in spirit due to their playful banter. Be sure to pay attention to safety. The previous incident was rather strange. Only then did Emperor Lingwu mention his true purpose for visiting this time. Wasn't it the work of the Soul Sect? Zhong Ziyuan inquired, playing along. Emperor Lingwu replied, it was merely to assuage public anxiety. Zhong Ziyuan cast a sidelong glance at Yan Hui that if the teacher were to learn that the instigator of the incident was sitting right before him, he wondered what his reaction would be. It could only be said that the soul spirit technique was truly remarkable. Even Emperor Lingwu, as a martial sovereign, could not sense any energy fluctuations emanating from Yan Hui. Unless Yan Hui deliberately revealed it, he appeared just like an ordinary person. That I understand. Thank you for your concern. Teacher, to reassure Emperor Lingwu, Zhong Ziyuan responded sincerely to ding-dash-dong. To at that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. It must be the delivery of vegetables, Yan Hui remarked as he walked over to open the door. Upon opening it, he indeed found that the delivery personnel from the Academy's supermarket were standing outside. Yan Hui accepted the items, expressing his gratitude politely. Once the person left, he closed the door and proceeded directly to the kitchen. In the living room, Emperor Lingwu turned to Zhong Ziyuan and said, I see Yan Hui is a good child. Treat him well. Zhong Ziyuan replied, last time, Jiang Shiqing seemed to say the same. I know. Yan Hui may not be a good person, but he truly cares for you. In his previous life, after Yan Hui had killed many of his women, he and Wang Wuhuang had once found Yan Hui, who was recovering from injuries. It was then that he successfully pierced his sword into Yan Hui's body for the first time. Zhong Ziyuan recalled how the youth had suddenly lifted his gaze to him, his eyes reddened and glistening with tears. That expression, as if on the verge of shattering, still haunted Zhong Ziyuan to this day. After his death, he followed Yan Hui, gradually learning many truths. He came to realize that Yan Hui was the mysterious powerhouse who had saved him multiple times on the battlefield of the myriad races. It dawned on him that Yan Hui's injuries at that time had indeed stemmed from saving him on the battlefield. During the fight, Yan Hui had always been mindful of him, fearful of causing him harm. Ironically, it was he who ended up injuring Yan Hui. Thus, the surprise and sorrow reflected in Yan Hui's eyes at that moment were entirely understandable. Yan Hui had done far too much for him, leaving him profoundly shaken. Even his teacher had not shown him the same level of care that Yan Hui had, or perhaps it should be said that the teacher still held attachments to Huaxia and Blue Star, whereas Yan Hui had only him. Having lost his father at a young age, Zhong Ziyuan harbored certain psychological scars. He cherished Yan Hui's pure and intense affection, finding it immensely comforting. Chapter 041. A scorned rat. Zhong Ziyuan understood Yan Hui better than anyone else. He knew how ruthless Yan Hui could be when provoked. Yet, when it came to Yan Hui, his heart was filled with compassion. He recognized that Yan Hui did not truly wish to live. The rebirth that others yearned for was merely a source of torment for Yan Hui. He also understood that he was the sole obsession that kept Yan Hui alive. For a time, he feared that if he were to push Yan Hui away, he might wake the next day to find a cold corpse before him. Fortunately, through his efforts, Yan Hui had improved significantly. His body's aversion to the same sex was gradually dissipating. At times, Zhong Ziyuan felt distressed. Though his mind had accepted Yan Hui, he found himself unable to take more intimate actions. Was it simply because he was the protagonist of a harem novel? Although he did not read novels, he was aware of this exceedingly popular genre that had captivated countless ordinary individuals for over 2 centuries. The notion that their world was a narrative was something he had indeed heard from Yan Hui after his death. It had shattered his worldview. It took him several days to come to terms with this reality. Recalling the inexplicably clingy women from his previous life, Zhong Ziyuan felt utterly exasperated that he had been wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation, yet somehow found himself embroiled in a harem. Was this the power of the plot? He cannot genuinely claim to have any affection for those women. His interactions with them are merely superficial. Although these women possess considerable beauty and come from distinguished backgrounds, they are all exceedingly compliant in his presence, requiring no effort on his part. But as for their actions behind his back, Zhong Ziyuan remains indifferent. Due to Yan Hui, the women around him tend to change rapidly. usually numbering 2 or 3. During that time, Yan Hui would often eliminate those women in his presence, casting fierce glares at him, which led him to misunderstand her intentions, thinking that she was attempting to provoke him. He had never considered that if Yan Hui truly wished to harm him, a single strike would suffice. Why would she bother with theatrics? Provocation seemed unnecessary, especially since Yan Hui had never laid a hand on him. Could it be that the influence of the narrative was that profound? Fortunately, after his rebirth, he had completely detached himself from the story's constraints. Ahem, his thoughts had wandered a bit too far. Zhong Ziyuan simply wanted to express that regardless of Yan Hui's nature or actions, he would treat her well. Ling Wuhuang was unaware that his single remark had prompted his disciple to contemplate so much in an instant. After dining, Ling Wuhuang departed, instructing Zhong Xin to inform him when he broke through to the 7th rank. That evening, after bathing, Yan Hui lay in Zhong Ziyuan's embrace, closing her eyes and merging her body and soul with utmost concentration. Over the course of the night, she advanced her bodily control by 2,000 points. At the pinnacle of the soul fusion realm, one could exist for extended periods without food or sleep, having transcended the realm of mortals. However, Yan Hui deliberately maintained her physical state at that of an ordinary person, adhering to a daily routine akin to Zhong Ziyuan's. This was her first experience of staying awake at night to cultivate, yet she had no intention of revealing this to Zhong Ziyuan. In the morning, after rising at the usual hour and having breakfast, she began her training as soon as Zhong Ziyuan headed to the training room. Lunch was prepared by Zhong Ziyuan, consisting of noodles, fried eggs, and mutated beast meat patties, accompanied by pickles made from spiritual vegetables that Yan Hui had previously prepared during her leisure time. The afternoon was spent continuing her cultivation, although she divided her attention to monitor the situation at school. They had agreed the day before to witness the unfolding events today, and she was determined not to miss it. Those individuals, vying for spots in the martial arts school competition, were fanning the flames behind Wang Ziru and Shifeng, slandering the relationship between Zhong Ziyuan and herself. Yan Hui had not forgotten this. Her perception had never been limited. Once the specific return time of the competition team was confirmed, Yan Hui timed it perfectly to call Zhong Ziyuan to accompany her to the school gate. Oh, and please notify Jiang Shiqing as well. She added that on the way, Yan Hui conveyed this to Zhong Ziyuan, who promptly sent a message to Jiang Shiqing. Unbeknownst to them, after the call ended, Jiang Shiqing announced the news in their class group, which was subsequently shared on the school forum by some eager onlookers. Countless students who had watched the live broadcast of the martial arts school competition were simmering with indignation and flocked toward the school gate upon seeing the post. This year's competition team had not only brought shame to them as Qingwu students, but had also significantly undermined the interests of all Qingwu students that if the resources among the top 3 places differed by only 10%. The gap between 3rd and 4th place was a chasm. The top 3 represented one level, while the 4th through 10th were relegated to another. This competition had decisively lowered Qingwu's standing. And how could they not be furious? At that moment, the Qingwu competition team was traveling back alongside their supervising teacher, heading toward Qingwu. Due to their unsatisfactory performance, their return was exceedingly low-key. The supervising teacher only informed the principal. There was no mention of a welcome ceremony. It was as if they wished for no one to know they had returned. Particularly, the 4 lower-grade students who had obtained their spots through connections were nearly bowing their heads to the ground. A stark divide had emerged between the 4 seniors and the 4 lower-grade students, clearly splitting them into 2 factions. This situation had revealed itself long before the competition, but it only fully manifested afterward. The seniors believed that had it not been for those 4 individuals, they would not have even secured 3rd place. The atmosphere in the vehicle was palpably stifling, and the supervising teacher was entirely at a loss for words. They had initially intended to head straight to their dorms to retreat into seclusion for training, but as they neared the school gate, they were halted by the throng of students, observing the dense crowd. Those inside the vehicle were drenched in sweat and pale-faced. The driver, witnessing the situation, stopped the vehicle. Unable to proceed, he told them to disembark there. He was also quite dissatisfied with the abysmal performance of the team this year, not only towards these students but also toward those who had allocated the spots. The supervising teacher, seeing the chaos outside, recognized the driver's statement as the truth and thus opened the door and stepped out first. The 8 members of the competition team had no choice but to follow suit. Yan Hui held on to Zhong Ziyuan, watching from a distance. The crowd was simply too dense. and she had no desire to push her way through. Jiang Shiqing stood beside them, that I merely mentioned it in the class group. I didn't expect it to lead to this situation, he said, sounding rather surprised. Yet Zhong Ziyuan shot him an eye roll. Noticing the smugness in Jiang Shiqing's eyes, the quality of Qingwu students was still commendable, Yan Hui remarked, her tone tinged with regret. Jiang Shiqing curiously inquired, how so? Isn't high quality a good thing, at that moment? She heard Yan Hui reply, surprisingly, no one is throwing rotten eggs or vegetables. Jiang Shiqing was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom such behavior. Zhong Ziyuan, however, understood that this must be a custom from Yan Hui's original world. Contemplating that image, Zhong Ziyuan too felt a sense of regret. The upperclassmen seemed to fare slightly better, as their performance was clearly visible to all through the live broadcast. However, for the 4 first and second-year students, regardless of whether their ancestors were martial emperors, unless they left Qingwu, they would undoubtedly endure a long period akin to that of a rat crossing the street. Chapter 042, Revelation of Cultivation Level. Someone recognized Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing, prompting others to voluntarily part the crowd for them. The members of the competition team halted at a distance, their gazes directed toward Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing. Yan Hui diminished her presence, subtly retreating to shift the focus onto the two of them. The result was that those individuals, despite their intimidation, merely cast a glance before circumventing Zhong Ziyuan and the others. Neither Zhong Ziyuan nor Jiang Shiqing uttered a word. There was no need that they grew stronger. This matter would inevitably resurface. Let's head back, Zhong Ziyuan stated before turning to leave, pulling Yan Hui along. Jiang Shiqing followed, saying, I'll join you on the way. Jiang Shiqing inquired. Did you two go on a mission a few days ago, without me? Zhong Ziyuan glanced at him and replied, you wouldn't be able to keep up. Jiang Shiqing wanted to say something further. Yet he recognized the considerable gap in strength between himself and Zhong Ziyuan. Then could you perhaps spare me a few more perfect qi blood pills? I'll work hard to catch up, he suggested, marveling at his own ability to adapt. After enjoying a hearty dinner, Zhong Ziyuan provided him with 5 perfect qi blood pills before he left. Once back in his dormitory, Jiang Shiqing promptly informed his grandfather, requesting him to send over additional resources for spiritual cultivation, that he then took the pills into the training room. Meanwhile, after their meal, Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui also began their cultivation. That night, a post appeared on the Qingwu forum. The post first criticized this year's competition team, especially targeting the 4 lower-grade students, stating that their performance had been abysmal. That IT then mentioned those who should have received spots, ultimately honing in on Zhong Ziyuan. The poster claimed that Zhong Ziyuan had recently undertaken a mission, with targets rated above the 6th rank, including several at the martial sovereign level. The poster asserted that this information could be verified through the school's task hall or the martial alliance, implying that Zhong Ziyuan possessed the strength to slay martial sovereigns. Speculations regarding Zhong Ziyuan's current level of cultivation began to circulate, with assertions that had he participated in the martial arts school competition, Qingwu might have secured victory. The post notably pointed out that Zhong Ziyuan had undertaken a personal mission, bringing along what many deemed a burden, his boyfriend. Numerous students encountered this post, and some even delved deeper. Soon after, someone posted Zhong Ziyuan's task list, clearly detailing the number of tasks he had completed, the time taken, and the rewards earned. The viewers were left astounded. Subsequently, the spectators returned to discussing the martial arts school competition, expressing even greater dissatisfaction with those who had connections and with the school itself. The personnel responsible for maintaining the school forum, noticing the escalating situation, disregarded the fact that it was after hours and reported the matter upwards. The school's higher-ups convened an emergency meeting that night, with all administrative staff, including the principal, in attendance. You caused this mess. You shall resolve it yourselves, the principal declared coldly that he had initially opposed the allocation of competition spots. Yet these individuals had united to bypass him and finalize the list. Not only did they fail to place in the top 3, but they also incited public outrage among the student body. Now that trouble had arisen, they suddenly remembered him. Principal, we acknowledge our previous errors, but this matter concerns the honor of Qingwu. If it escalates, it will be a disgrace to Qingwu. You must take action. The speaker is none other than the notoriously arrogant Vice Principal Wang. For quite some time, he has harbored ambitions of shedding the title of vice alongside the principal, both of whom belong to the martial lineage of the Wu Wang. Yet upon hearing his words, the principal merely scoffed. Honor of Qingwu? At this point, Qingwu has already fallen to the second tier. What honor is there to speak of? His remarks epitomize sardonic mockery. Are you truly unconcerned? Vice Principal Wang's expression turned icy. How can I be concerned? The principal regarded him with a steely gaze. Since you are unconcerned, there's no need for further inquiries. With that, the vice principal rose and exited. More than half of those present in the conference room exchanged perfunctory farewells with the principal before following suit. The principal observed their departing figures, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Principal, are we truly going to remain indifferent? One of the remaining attendees inquired. How can we be concerned? The same 3 words, yet the tone was markedly different. The audacity of others to confront him so brazenly was bolstered by the support of certain higher-ups in the Martial Alliance. How much effort had he and the former principal expended to elevate Qingwu to the pinnacle of the 3 great martial universities? Yet, in a mere few short years, they had already lost their standing among the trio. He too wished to alter this predicament, but some in the Martial Alliance were steadfast in their support of Vice Principal Wang in seizing power, seeking to manipulate the distribution of certain benefits. Unless he was willing to sacrifice the interests of the school and its students, his adversaries would never relent. After Vice Principal Wang and his colleagues vacated the conference room, they arrived at another location. First, delete that post. Anyone who made inappropriate comments should be banned. He commanded that I will see to it immediately, came the prompt reply as the individual hurried away. Is it true that the tasks assigned to Zhong Ziyuan were of the 6th and 7th ranks? Vice Principal Wang inquired that I have logged into the task backend and verified that those screenshots are authentic, was the response. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Wang's brow furrowed in concern. What is Zhong Ziyuan's current realm? He suspected that someone was assisting Zhong Ziyuan in completing these tasks, ostensibly to target them. Otherwise, the situation seemed far too coincidental. The individual shook his head, that I am uncertain. However, he is a student of Lingwu Huang. He should be aware. Vice Principal Wang fixed him with a penetrating gaze, his expression darkening. Why don't you go and inquire? The individual lowered his head, hesitant to respond, even though Lingwu Huang was no longer affiliated with the Martial Alliance. His status and prowess could easily overshadow them. They had taken advantage of Lingwu Huang's seclusion to unceremoniously expel his disciple from the competition slots. Regardless of their mentor-student relationship, their actions had undoubtedly tarnished Lingwu Huang's reputation. How could he possibly remain indifferent? Given the current circumstances, Vice Principal Wang dared not approach Lingwu Huang. Vice Principal Wang had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. He had agreed to allocate those for slots in hopes of gaining favor with various martial kings and emperors. Now, not only had he failed to garner goodwill, but it would be a stroke of luck if they refrained from denouncing him. After all, those martial kings and emperors sought slots for their offspring to gain prestige and advantage. Not to disgrace themselves, that he found himself in a truly thankless position, caught between conflicting interests. Not only that, but he had also incurred the ire of Lingwu Huang, that he had underestimated both the demon martial and capital martial factions. Initially, he thought that, given the circumstances, the outcome of the Martial University competition could not be altered. However, before he could devise a way to navigate through this turmoil, today's events unfolded. Principal Wang, the post has been deleted, and the necessary accounts have been banned, reported the individual who had exited earlier. Vice Principal Wang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The individual then returned to his seat. Unbeknownst to them, this entire sequence of actions had incited widespread outrage. Chapter 043. Escalating the situation. The original poster and many respondents had their accounts banned, that if they had merely spoken in error, it would have been one thing. However, to suppress undeniable truths was another matter entirely. While some could endure it, others could not. Delete the post, is it? You wish to keep this under wraps? I shall ensure everyone knows about it. He was resolute. This is a deleted post from the Qingwu Forum. Concerning the Martial University competition, the individual crafted a sensational title and shared the post in the Martial University Forum. Not only did numerous Martial University students frequent this space, but countless ordinary individuals also kept a close watch. The competition had just concluded, and the moment this post was published, it captured widespread attention, particularly among the students of the Martial University. They typically did not concern themselves with the situations of lower-year students unless they were included on the competition list or encountered one another on the battlefield of myriad clans. Thus, this was the first time they had heard of Zhong Ziyuan, the top student of Qingwu's second year, a formidable individual who independently completed 6th and 7th rank hunting tasks. How could such a person be excluded from the Marshall University competition slots? They could scarcely believe it and inundated the post with inquiries for clarification. The original poster, considering the matter to be of a personal nature regarding Zhong Ziyuan, refrained from answering but did divulge other information. For instance, in this year's Marshall University competition, not only had Zhong Ziyuan, the top student of the second year, been excluded, but the second-ranked student was also absent, having been replaced by the first year's top student. As the matter simmered through the night, other teachers from the Marshall University caught wind of the news. Given that both Capital Marshall and Qingwu were situated in the imperial capital, many were already familiar with Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing. In a student group from Capital Marshall, one remarked, "I heard Zhong Ziyuan's teacher is Ling Wuhuang, that I was a high school classmate of his. His martial talent is exceptionally high, and he works diligently in his training." What on earth is Qingwu thinking? They had tirelessly nurtured talents in Capital Marshall and Demon Marshall to secure a favorable position in the competition. Was Qingwu simply tired of their standing among the three? I cannot fathom Qingwu's reasoning, but I can see that their students are exceedingly angry that if it were me, I would be furious as well. All students and teachers in the Marshall University held conflicting views on Qingwu's actions. Some were confused, others derisive, and some merely observant. Meanwhile, the principal of Qingwu remained indifferent, and Vice Principal Wang and his colleagues had long since retreated to their homes for the night. That a few teachers and staff members who became aware of the situation harbored their own grievances and had no intention of reporting to the higher-ups. Thus, it was not until the morning that Vice Principal Wang learned about the incident through messages from others that he immediately ordered an investigation into the identity of the poster. However, the student had anticipated this and registered an anonymous account. Nevertheless, such precautions could only deter the average individual. Even anonymous accounts in the forum needed to be linked to a wristband, allowing for the discovery of the true identity once inside the backend. "I will contact the forum to ascertain this person's identity and delete the post," someone suggested. "Very well," Vice Principal Wang nodded, although the relevant parties already knew the news, and deleting the post could not quell the uproar. It was imperative to remove it from public view. Additionally, he needed to uncover the identity of the poster. Thus, the post was once again deleted, and the poster's identity was revealed to be a second-year student named Su Yi, whose family's strongest martial artist was only of the 6th rank. Regarding Su Yi's fate, Vice Principal Wang coldly stated, "Expel him immediately. Such a minor figure posed no concern for him to handle." "Understood," replied the staff member responsible, pondering what justification to use to be why the time Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui became aware of the situation. Su Yi had already been expelled, cited for disrespecting authority and lacking moral integrity. Zhong Ziyuan was somewhat astonished at how much had transpired in a single night. That Su Yi. Yan Hui raised an eyebrow, recognizing the name, that in his previous life, this individual had later joined the Soul Sect. He was unaware of what had transpired in between and had never inquired. He vaguely remembered Su Yi being taciturn, entirely unlike the fervor he exhibited now. Perhaps it was the fearless naivety of the uninformed. Upon hearing Yan Hui mention the name with a hint of nuance, Zhong Ziyuan asked, "Do you know him?" "I have seen him and know of him, but we are not acquainted," Yan Hui replied. At that time, he was a member of the Soul Sect, while Su Yi was merely an ordinary member. "I only remember him because I have a good memory." Zhong Ziyuan surmised some context, but did not press further. He merely expressed his dissatisfaction with the school's decision to expel a student for such an incident, frowning as he remarked, "Such punishment seems excessively harsh." Even if the school provided alternative justifications for Su Yi's expulsion, anyone with discernment could easily discern the true motive behind it. He simply could not understand the purpose of such obfuscation. Yan Hui chuckled, his tone laced with sarcasm. Perhaps he should take some action. "This matter cannot simply fade away without consequence." In the office of the principal of Qingwu, upon learning of Vice Principal Wang's actions, the principal felt utterly astounded. He longed to pry open Vice Principal Wang's skull to discern what thoughts resided within. What began as an internal forum issue had been escalated into a matter of widespread notoriety through Vice Principal Wang's erratic maneuvers, bringing disgrace upon all Marshall universities. To expel a student at such a juncture. Did he truly believe that concocting another rationale would obscure the fact that the expelled individual was the one who posted? If he genuinely wished to expel someone, he might as well have waited until the storm had passed. Furthermore, the pressing issue at hand was to effectively address the unfair distribution of Marshall University competition slots. What good did hastily deleting posts do? Matters that are already well known among the esteemed members of Wudao cannot possibly be concealed. IT would be far more honorable to present an individual who openly acknowledges their professional shortcomings than to continue in this manner. If this persists, the situation will undoubtedly escalate. IT is likely that the Wudao Alliance will soon intervene. Indeed, the allocation of slots for the martial arts school competition is determined by each institution. The actions of Vice Principal Wang and his associates do not contravene federal law. Yet they are still subject to the regulations of Wudao University that if Vice Principal Wang were to conduct an internal selection process and ensure that certain individuals secure the top 2 positions, there would be no issue. However, the absence of any selection procedure and the entirely predetermined list raise significant concerns that in such circumstances, overlooking students ranked higher in terms of their realms is undoubtedly problematic. Not to mention that this extends beyond a single slot. The crux of the matter is that this has led to a significant defeat for Qingwu in the martial arts competition. By morning, the principal had received numerous communications, some expressing concern, others curiosity, and many reveling in schadenfreude. He remained composed that it is possible that this incident could directly lead to Vice Principal Wang's downfall. Ultimately, these individuals are merely observing his vulnerability due to the absence of the martial emperor's support. Why, then, do no individuals dare to confront Mo Wu and Jing Wu, whose principals also hold the title of Martial King? Chapter 044. An unexpected turn of events. The principal's predictions proved accurate. High-ranking officials from the Wudao Alliance swiftly arrived at Qingwu, led by a martial emperor, none other than the protective umbrella of Vice Principal Wang. His original intention was to shift blame onto the principal during the investigation, thereby elevating Vice Principal Wang to a position of power. However, upon reviewing the investigation's findings, he was infuriated and struck Vice Principal Wang with a stinging rebuke. "Fool! How could you undermine the principal during a high-level meeting of the entire school?" Establishing the competition slots through the so-called majority rule, both the principal's supporters and the neutral faction were present. It was evident that the principal could not bear the brunt of this debacle, nor could Vice Principal Wang extricate himself from the situation. After all, the Wudao Alliance is not limited to just one faction that in their attempts to oust the principal, they had gone to great lengths to assist Vice Principal Wang in breaking through to Martial King, providing him with abundant resources to consolidate his followers. Just as success was within reach, this incident transpired, resulting in the obliteration of countless resources and years of effort. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? Indeed, he had resolved to abandon Vice Principal Wang, though not entirely. This significant oversight would necessitate punishment for Vice Principal Wang, the principal responsible, such as demotion. However, Vice Principal Wang would still remain at Qingwu, at least to stir up some trouble here. Consider it a case of making use of waste. The Wudao Alliance's investigation and subsequent decisions were swiftly revealed. Vice Principal Wang was demoted 2 ranks to become an associate director, and others aligned with him also faced demotion. Following this, the Wudao Alliance officials departed from Qingwu. The principal's first order of business upon regaining authority was to rescind the punishment imposed on Sui, effectively signaling to all that the decision to expel Sui was the doing of Vice Principal Wang, absolving himself of any culpability. While this approach may not have been particularly graceful, Qingwu's reputation had already suffered greatly. Thus, a forthright stance was preferable. That it was essential for everyone to understand that the only culprits were Vice Principal Wang and his associates, rather than the entirety of Qingwu. Otherwise, who would dare to send their children to Qingwu in the future? The principal's actions were justifiable. However, an unexpected development soon unfolded. The school could not establish contact with Sui, and even his family had seemingly vanished. Before the principal could investigate, Sui reappeared online and published another post, this time using his real name. "Qingwu has truly disappointed me." The title of the post may not have been particularly striking, yet it was sufficient to draw in readers. The post began by recounting Suyi's upbringing and the immense effort he expended to gain admission to Qingwu. Initially filled with hope for Qingwu, he now expressed profound disillusionment. The narrative swiftly transitioned to the soul cult. Sui recounted his initial fear when approached by the soul cult, only to be reassured that it was not as malign as the rumors suggested. He was persuaded that if he joined, his family's safety would be guaranteed. Sui acquiesced, but he then detailed his experiences after joining the soul cult. Yan Hui could discern that the portrayal of the soul cult was authentic, contrasting sharply with the demonized version propagated by the Wu Dao Alliance. The individuals associated with the soul cult were normal, not the deranged figures depicted in the news. Aside from framing Su Yi's proactive engagement with the alleged cult as a case of recruitment, the rest of the post was factual. Su Yi's hasty decision to join the soul cult and collaborate with them to tarnish Qingwu and the Wu Dao Alliance was, in truth, influenced by Yan Hui. Yet Su Yi remained oblivious to this fact, believing he was acting solely out of a desire for vengeance. Indeed, he harbored thoughts of retaliating against Qingwu, and Yan Hui's role was to amplify that sentiment while providing subtle guidance. Without Yan Hui's influence, Su Yi would not have joined the soul cult at this juncture. Yan Hui's intent in facilitating Su Yi's entry into the soul cult was to highlight the reality that Qingwu had forced students into the clutches of the cult. On a deeper level, it aimed to unveil the true nature of the soul cult to the public. Regardless of the initial reactions of viewers, an indelible impression would linger in their minds, a seed that, when the time was ripe, would sprout and flourish. The post simultaneously appeared on the Wu Dao University Forum, various social media platforms, and the forums of numerous martial arts schools. It was published in the evening, deliberately timed to impede immediate responses from the platforms, allowing the incident to gain traction and visibility. With a multitude of soul cult affiliates, the matter quickly surged to trending status. The principal was awakened in the middle of the night by a barrage of communications. Upon learning of the situation, his resolve wavered. Had he been an ordinary individual, the shock would have rendered him unconscious. Just which powerful entity had Qingwu offended? Reflecting on Su Yi, the principal felt a mix of guilt and dissatisfaction. Ultimately, he sighed deeply. After much contemplation, the principal resolved to visit Martial Emperor Ling. He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The specifics of their conversation remain unknown, but it was evident that when the principal emerged from Martial Emperor Ling's residence, his countenance was grim. That I care not for your internal struggles, but you must not allow them to adversely affect the students or compromise their interests. The principal pondered Martial Emperor Ling's words and sighed heavily. He was well aware of this principle. However, he felt powerless to act. That afternoon, Martial Emperor Ling paid a visit to Zhong Ziyuan, bringing up the principal's recent inquiry. "What assistance can I offer?" he inquired. The principal could not deny Qingwu's contributions, a fact recognized by Martial Emperor Ling. However, given that the principal had chosen to exploit this incident as a means to counter Vice Principal Wang while remaining a passive observer, he should have been prepared for whatever outcome ensued. Even if it surpassed expectations, that if he truly wished to prevent this, he ought to have approached Martial Emperor Ling immediately after Zhong Ziyuan's exclusion. He claims to be in seclusion. Such an excuse may deceive others, but it would not sway Martial Emperor Ling. It was merely an attempt to provoke Vice Principal Wang's ire. Martial Emperor Ling's demeanor darkened upon hearing this. He understood that, given Vice Principal Wang's style of handling affairs, Yan Hui's assertions were quite likely to come to fruition. As long as I am here, they will not dare to act. Ziyuan, focus on your cultivation. Do not concern yourself with these matters. Martial Emperor Ling evidently had no intention of involving himself in the internal disputes, that he merely established his presence at Qingwu, not holding any official position there. His mentorship of Zhong Ziyuan was solely due to his regard for the young man, independent of any ties to Martial Emperor Wang or Qingwu. Zhong Ziyuan glanced sideways at Yan Hui, sensing a deeper meaning in her words. Though he pondered these thoughts internally, he replied to Martial Emperor Ling, "I understand, Master." Chapter 045. Transforming passivity into proactivity. By this time next year, it remains uncertain whether he will still be in Qingwu. Even if he is, he would have long since ascended beyond the level of a martial sovereign. How could he possibly participate in the grand martial arts competition? As the teacher stated, he only needs to focus on his cultivation. Perhaps due to a foul mood, Emperor Lingwu did not stay for dinner today. He departed immediately after discussing the matters at hand. Su Yi's post resonated with both Qingwu and the Martial Alliance like a resounding slap. While Qingwu lost face, the Martial Alliance felt their prestige had been provoked. They issued a direct order for all websites and platforms to delete those posts and strictly enforce a thorough vetting of the content being published. The online platforms found themselves victims of an unjust calamity. Yet, as the command came from the Martial Alliance, they had no choice but to comply to that end. They were willing to increase their workforce significantly. In addition to the existing automatic filtering of prohibited words, they also employed manual reviews of all published content. The Martial Alliance's actions against the Soul sect became increasingly frequent. The number of tasks and rewards related to the soul sect within various martial schools and the alliance itself saw a marked increase. Recently, the Martial Alliance's television station frequently broadcasted reports of strong individuals dismantling soul sect hideouts. In response, Yanhui merely smiled and remarked, they haven't shown such enthusiasm when dealing with foreign tribes. Zhong Ziyuan refrained from voicing any opinions. Many things he had not seen in his previous life now unfolded before him early in this one. Zhong Ziyuan understood that this was the true martial alliance. In the past, he had been blinded by a single leaf. Now that he had exited the narrative, he was able to perceive the reality of this world. That on the sofa, Zhong Ziyuan pulled Yan Hui close, helplessly stating, "You are right. The martial alliance is not a force for good." Yan Hui had long been brainwashing him about the martial alliance's shortcomings, which Zhong Ziyuan had already recognized. Initially, Yan Hui had been somewhat cautious in his approach. But now he was increasingly direct, leaving Zhong Ziyuan no room to feign ignorance. Yan Hui rested his head on Zhong Ziyuan's shoulder, whispering, "As long as you know." Zhong Ziyuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. In his resignation, he couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips. Not wishing to continue watching the disheartening events unfold, Zhong Ziyuan picked up the remote and changed the channel. After flipping through several stations without finding anything worthwhile, he simply turned off the television. However, Yan Hui was unwilling to let it go. He straightened up, pressing Zhong Ziyuan back onto the sofa, demanding, "Why did you turn off my TV?" Zhong Ziyuan met Yan Hui's gaze. Realizing it was merely an excuse, he simply wrapped his arms around Yan Hui's waist, pulling him down onto himself. With the other hand, he held the back of Yan Hui's head and kissed him with precision. Zhong Ziyuan had learned to take the initiative. He had grown accustomed to kissing Yan Hui. "Brother," Yan Hui called out between kisses. Zhong Ziyuan felt a softening in his heart in his previous life. For a long time, Yan Hui had called him that, not knowing his name. Later, he had heard Yan Hui say that if he had known from the start that he was Zhong Ziyuan, he would have realized this was a fictional world, understanding he was the male protagonist of a harem narrative, and thus he would not have fallen in love with him. That a pang of bitterness filled Zhong Ziyuan's heart, prompting him to be gentler in his actions. After a while, he lifted the clingy Yan Hui in his arms and returned to the room. After both had washed up, they climbed into bed. Zhong Ziyuan naturally embraced Yan Hui. Yan Hui used his mind to open the system panel, gazing at the impressive 46,000 points of body control, feeling immensely satisfied. Nevertheless, he knew he had to continue striving for improvement. Zhong Ziyuan had already unlocked more than 500 AU points at this rate. He would soon unlock all of them. Thus, that night, Yan Hui remained awake once more, successfully increasing his body control by 2,000 points. The following morning, Jiang Shiqing arrived, bringing along a box of mental cultivation resources. Things have been rather chaotic in Qingwu lately. It wasn't until last night that my grandfather was able to bring these over. He explained as he set the box down. "It's fine. I'm not in a hurry," Zhong Ziyuan replied, placing the box in the refrigerator's cold storage compartment. He then retrieved a bottle containing 10 perfect quality blood qi pills and handed it to Jiang Shiqing. Upon receiving the bottle of pills, Jiang Shiqing could not suppress the smile that spread across his face. "At this rate, I should be able to break through to the 5th tier in about half a month." His smile widened even further as he spoke. However, Zhong Ziyuan interjected nonchalantly, "Oh, by that time, I should have already become a martial sovereign." Jiang Shiqing's smile vanished in an instant. He glared at Zhong Ziyuan, saying, "Can't you let me be happy for a moment?" Seeing Jiang Shiqing's reaction, Zhong Ziyuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I just don't want you to get too carried away. Shouldn't I be thanking you?" Jiang Shiqing had lost count of how many times he had rolled his eyes at Zhong Ziyuan. Did he really seem like a fool? By the way, there have been a lot of tasks related to the soul sect lately, and the reward points are also higher than before. "Did you know?" Jiang Shiqing suddenly inquired. Zhong Ziyuan pursed his lips and replied, "I know." Noticing Zhong Ziyuan's apparent lack of interest, Jiang Shiqing continued, "I've heard that many upperclassmen have taken on those tasks. Aren't you planning to seize the opportunity to earn some points?" Zhong Ziyuan certainly could not divulge to Jiang Shiqing that he had no intention of taking on any tasks related to the soul sect. Instead, he casually replied, "I'll consider it once the pills run out." Indeed, improving one's strength was paramount. Jiang Shiqing pondered for a moment and agreed that high-tier tasks always offered considerable rewards, regardless of the time. With that in mind, he decided to return and cultivate diligently. With those 10 perfect blood qi pills, he might just reach the peak of the qi consolidation stage, thanks to the perfect blood qi pills provided by Zhong Ziyuan. He wouldn't need to earn points to exchange for pills at school. Although families often encourage their descendants to be self-sufficient, it was unreasonable to expect him to rely solely on points to exchange for mental cultivation resources. Right. His grandfather clearly understood this, which is why he had never brought it up. After Jiang Shiqing departed, Yan Hui purchased another batch of spiritual herbs, all intended to assist in refining pills that would enhance soul power. Looking at the remaining points, he indeed felt no urgency to take on tasks. After lunch, Yan Hui refined all the mental cultivation resources into pills. Zhong Ziyuan, eyeing the pills in his hand, immediately took one and tossed it into his mouth. He had yet to consume any pills to enhance his soul power today. The pill was still warm. This was Zhong Ziyuan's first experience tasting freshly made pills, offering a rather novel sensation. Yan Hui chuckled lightly, asking, "Does it taste better this way?" Zhong Ziyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. After his laughter subsided, Yan Hui sensed Zhong Ziyuan's soul strength. Your current companion's soul strength is at 7 points now. An increase of 1 point from the beginning. That's so little. Zhong Ziyuan frowned. Yan Hui replied, "Ordinary individuals have companion soul strengths ranging from 4 to 6, and you are at 6 points. A companion soul strength of 4 to 6 falls within the mortal tier, while 7 points has already entered the realm of the white tier. Don't you feel any difference? When I was cultivating last time, I suddenly felt much clearer in my senses. Was that due to the upgrade of my companion's soul strength?" Zhong Ziyuan realized with a sudden understanding. He had thought it was because he had opened a certain acupoint. Just moments ago, he had felt that 7 points of companion soul strength was rather meager. But now, after Yan Hui's explanation, he understood just how precious that additional point was. It could very well be considered an elevation of life tier. Chapter 046. The Heart of Sima Zhao. However, although Zhong Ziyuan's companion soul strength had improved, without cultivating the soul spirit technique, he could not achieve a fusion between his companion's soul and body, leaving his strength without significant enhancement. Once you begin practicing the soul spirit technique in the future, the higher your companion's soul strength, the faster the process will be, Yan Hui explained. Zhong Ziyuan thought to himself. What an obvious intention of Sima Zhao. There was no attempt at concealment whatsoever. Had he ever mentioned that he would practice the soul spirit technique in the future? However, Zhong Ziyuan merely expressed his inner thoughts in silence. While outwardly, he inquired sincerely about the companion soul level. Yan Hui meticulously explained it to him. What is your current companion soul strength? Zhong Ziyuan asked that a seemingly simple question left Yan Hui momentarily speechless. He fell silent, and upon closer inspection, one could see that his expression appeared somewhat troubled. Is it inconvenient to say? Zhong Ziyuan inquired, puzzled. Yan Hui typically had nothing to hide from him. Could there be some secret he was unaware of? No, it's not inconvenient. I just worry it might discourage you. Misunderstanding Zhong Ziyuan's reaction, Yan Hui hurriedly clarified. His expression was earnest, devoid of any jest. Zhong Ziyuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself mentally before speaking. You may say at 0.99999, but the degree of fusion is just over half, Yan Hui stated, attempting to convey that he wasn't as strong as it seemed. Though this explanation held little weight. Zhong Ziyuan. So he doesn't even reach the decimal point of Yan Hui. He had always known Yan Hui to be formidable, but he had not anticipated him to be this strong. This revelation was indeed quite a blow. Fortunately, he was resolute in spirit and quickly regained his composure. You can now consume 2 of these pills daily, Yan Hui said, gesturing towards the recently refined pills. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ziyuan wasted no time and opened the bottle, tossing another pill into his mouth. With the double enhancement, wouldn't his companion's soul strength increase at an even faster rate? However, this situation likely means that resources for mental cultivation will struggle to keep pace. Fortunately, he will soon advance to the 7th rank, at which point he can venture into the battlefield of myriad races to seek out spiritual herbs himself. The revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star is still recent. And due to its scarcity, local herbs possess exceedingly weak efficacy, suitable only for concocting medicinal dishes. Only the spiritual herbs found in the battlefield of myriad races can be used to refine elixirs. Both Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui have been diligently practicing in silence, leading a tranquil existence. Yet soon, trouble stirred once more, this time directly targeting Zhong Ziyuan. The catalyst was Su Yi's initial post. where he proclaimed that regardless of Zhong Ziyuan's cultivation level, his strength would undoubtedly allow him to slay ordinary 7th-rank foreign entities. This insinuation implied that the 5th-rank prodigies from the Martial Arts Academy competition were no match for Zhong Ziyuan. Was this not tantamount to declaring him an uncrowned king? It was impossible for others from the Martial Arts University to accept this, especially those from Jingwu, Mowu, and Yunwu, who had recently achieved 3rd place through an upset. Their delay in taking action was due to the time required to organize this exchange event. The official narrative was that various martial arts universities had heard of several prodigies from Qingwu who, due to unforeseen circumstances, could not participate in the Martial Arts Academy competition, and thus felt regretful. They were therefore bringing their own students to spar and exchange insights with those prodigies. Ultimately, however, the sole purpose was to overshadow Zhong Ziyuan and prove their superiority over him. As for Jiang Shiqing and the others, they were merely collateral. On this day, Zhong Ziyuan received a long-awaited notification from the school, instructing him to report to the teacher's office at the designated time. Upon arrival, he discovered that several individuals were already present, seemingly the top 3 from various grades, including Jiang Shiqing. As soon as Jiang Shiqing spotted Zhong Ziyuan, he approached him. Do you know what this is about? Zhong Ziyuan inquired. Jiang Shiqing, puzzled, responded, haven't you been online lately? The school forum and the martial arts university's Tiaba had been abuzz with chatter, and Zhong Ziyuan was completely unaware. Zhong Ziyuan nodded, admitting he had been too preoccupied with his cultivation to browse the internet. Jiang Shiqing lamented that he needed to work harder, and then recounted the events. Their main target is actually you, he concluded. Zhong Ziyuan understood that as they spoke, the remaining individuals and the teacher arrived. The teacher then adopted a more formal tone to introduce the exchange event. The school hopes that you can restore Qingwu's lost dignity in the Martial Arts Academy competition through this exchange. Just as the teacher stated, the institution sought to have Zhong Ziyuan and others reclaim face for Qingwu. Teacher, Zhong Ziyuan interjected, prompting the attention of the teacher and the other students in the office. Do you have any questions? The teacher asked that I do not wish to participate in this exchange competition. Zhong Ziyuan replied, his expression unperturbed. The teacher was visibly taken aback. Why? He asked almost instinctively. In response to the teacher's inquiry, Zhong Ziyuan calmly stated, I need to cultivate. I have no time. Jiang Shiqing, upon hearing this excuse, expressed his approval, deeming it strong. Naturally, the teacher could not acquiesce. The principal had previously instructed him to ensure that Zhong Ziyuan thoroughly suppressed the arrogance of those martial arts universities, that if Zhong Ziyuan truly refused to participate in the exchange event, how could he justify it to the principal? Yet he could not compel Zhong Ziyuan to join. Participation in such inter-university exchanges was entirely voluntary, and the teacher had no authority to enforce attendance. After a brief contemplation, the teacher addressed Zhong Ziyuan, saying, we will discuss your concerns later. Does anyone else have questions? He turned his gaze toward the other students, preparing to address them first. However, barely had he finished speaking when one individual raised their right hand. It was Jiang Shiqing. The teacher felt a sense of foreboding, but had no choice but to ask, go ahead, that if Zhong Ziyuan does not participate, then neither will I, Jiang Shiqing stated bluntly. The other students exchanged glances. And after some silent communication, they too began to voice their agreement. Their reasons varied, but they all essentially echoed Jiang Shiqing's sentiment. The teacher felt overwhelmed. Realizing his plans had fallen through, he desperately wanted to assert his authority as a teacher. Yet being only at the 6th rank, he felt little confidence standing before Zhong Ziyuan, who was rumored to be capable of slaying 7th-rank foreign entities. Ultimately, the teacher had no choice but to escort them to the principal's office. After the teacher recounted the situation, the principal barely managed to maintain his smile that he turned to Zhong Ziyuan. This exchange event pertains to the honor of Qingwu. The principal spoke passionately, aiming to stir excitement. Looking at the expressions of the individuals beside him, it was evident they were captivated. Yet, Zhong Ziyuan remained as composed as ever, recognizing that he would need to offer tangible benefits to persuade Zhong Ziyuan to agree. The principal asked, what conditions would make you willing to participate in this exchange event? I want 10,000 points. Zhong Ziyuan replied directly, listing various names of spiritual cultivation resources and treasures, demanding 10 of each. The principal instinctively wanted to refuse. While 10,000 points might be acceptable, those spiritual cultivation resources were far too precious. Even the mentors barely had enough from Qingwu's stock. The rewards for winning the Martial Arts Academy competition were not nearly as generous. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Ziyuan added, "I will dominate all the martial arts universities participating in this exchange at Qingwu." Chapter 047. Hard to refuse, the principal swallowed the words he was about to utter. This condition was indeed challenging to dismiss, that if Zhong Ziyuan could truly achieve this, then Qingwu's earlier losses in the martial arts academy competition could be completely overturned. Thus, the principal gritted his teeth and agreed. Turning to Zhang Shiqing and the others, he stated, "You will each receive 500 points." Although this was paltry compared to Zhong Ziyuan's generous rewards, they understood that he was the core of this exchange event. Since Zhong Ziyuan had decided to participate, their own involvement became secondary to the school. Securing 500 points without effort was already quite favorable. The 12 top students from all 4 grades included 4 senior students who had participated in the Martial Arts Academy competition this year. Even without knowing Zhong Ziyuan's exact cultivation level, they dared not look down on him. From the outset, they had adopted an attitude of deferring to his opinions. That it must be said that everyone present was astute. The principal then approached Zhong Ziyuan and inquired, "Can you disclose your current cultivation level?" The others, curious at the principal's question, turned to listen. "That I am currently at the 6th rank," Zhong Ziyuan stated, refraining from providing more specific details. The principal did not press further. Confirming that Zhong Ziyuan was indeed at the 6th rank was sufficient. The others speculated that Zhong Ziyuan had assistance in completing tasks, but he had never entertained such thoughts. Zhong Ziyuan understood his own situation well. Although there were said to be 2 martial emperors behind him, Wang Wuhuang rarely intervened, and Ling Wuhuang had assigned a protector merely to ensure Zhong Ziyuan's safety. Without any expectation of helping him with tasks, Ling Wuhuang would not condone such behavior. Now that they knew Zhong Ziyuan's cultivation level, it was merely a confirmation. After leaving the principal's office, Zhong Ziyuan paid a visit to Ling Wuhuang, promptly informing him of the day's events. Upon learning of Zhong Ziyuan's actions, Ling Wuhuang chuckled, "You did well. Since they came to you, it wouldn't be appropriate to avoid confrontation. Now, you can also secure some resources for the school. However, you are quite proactive, preparing for spiritual cultivation resources so early. Aren't you worried that the efficacy will diminish over time?" Zhong Ziyuan pondered for a moment before deciding to be truthful with his teacher. Yan Hui could refine all the spiritual cultivation resources into elixirs that if the teacher had such resources, he could ask Yan Hui for assistance, as the resulting elixirs would be significantly more effective than consuming raw materials. Ling Wuhuang was genuinely astonished at this revelation, that he had not anticipated that Yan Hui could swiftly refine high-quality elixirs that were also consumable, especially the spiritual elixirs that had stumped all the alchemists on Blue Star. This was no longer something that could be described as mere talent. "Let me see," Ling Wuhuang said immediately. Zhong Ziyuan patted his pocket, only to remember that he had not brought any elixirs with him when he left. He could only inform Ling Wuhuang, "They're in my dormitory." As soon as Zhong Ziyuan finished speaking, Ling Wuhuang stood up and, before Zhong Ziyuan could react, headed outside. Seeing Zhong Ziyuan standing there in a daze, Ling Wuhuang turned back and said, "Aren't you coming?" Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhong Ziyuan found that Yan Hui was not in the living room. He presumed Yan Hui was in his room cultivating. Knowing the teacher was eager for the elixirs, he went straight to the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of elixirs that could enhance soul strength, bringing it to the teacher, who had already seated himself on the sofa. Ling Wuhuang accepted the bottle, opened it, and inhaled deeply. After carefully sensing it, he noted that it was as pure as the last blood essence elixir, devoid of any impurities. Observing this, Zhong Ziyuan remarked, "Teacher, you can give it a try." Ling Wuhuang smiled, took out a pill from the bottle, and placed it in his mouth. The elixir melted instantly upon contact, seemingly less bitter than other elixirs. Ling Wuhuang was uncertain whether it was merely his illusion or a psychological effect. After carefully attuning himself to the changes in his body, he remarked, "It seems as though something has shifted, yet perhaps it is not. It is likely that one must reach a certain threshold for it to manifest." Zhong Ziyuan perceived that the emperor's awareness was indeed keen. The perfect grade elixir, devoid of impurities, certainly had a superior taste compared to ordinary pills. As for the elixir that enhances mental strength, I only began to notice its effects after a prolonged period of consumption. In the presence of anyone other than Yan Hui, even before his own teacher, Zhong Ziyuan would refrain from disclosing the true effects of the elixir. Those who cultivate martial arts possess little understanding of the soul spirit. Rather, it is more accurate to say it enhances mental power. This is both easily comprehensible and not incorrect. Mental cultivation resources can only be utilized upon reaching the out-of-body realm, which accelerates the integration with the blood sea. What effect can it have for you now? He had assumed Zhong Ziyuan intended to refine it into an elixir for future use, yet it was consumed at present. Zhong Ziyuan replied, "It likely makes one more alert and perceptive. And with the increase in mental power, cultivation during the out-of-body phase will also progress more swiftly." This was indeed the truth. However, Zhong Ziyuan was aware that in the martial world of Blue Star, the enhancement of mental strength was solely intended to assist the soul spirit in its emergence. With little understanding of the significance of soul strength, he only spoke these words in front of his teacher. Otherwise, he would have kept silent. Whether his teacher could grasp this insight was left to fate. Ling Wuhuang pondered for a moment and then smiled at Zhong Ziyuan, saying, "I have some mental cultivation resources on my end. I will organize them and send them over later, so we can have a bit of a workload. Just give me half of the elixirs when the time comes. They were originally reserved for you when you reached the out-of-body realm." Zhong Ziyuan waved his hand, saying, "Teacher, you should consume them yourself. I have quite a few here. Speaking of which, I still haven't asked you, where did your previous mental resources for elixir refining come from?" Ling Wuhuang regarded Zhong Ziyuan with a somewhat serious expression. "That I provided some blood-boosting elixirs to Jiang Shiqing," Zhong Ziyuan explained. Ling Wuhuang furrowed his brow with authority. "So, the Jiang family is aware that you possess perfect-grade blood-boosting elixirs?" Zhong Ziyuan nodded honestly, then added, "But they are unaware of the source of my elixirs. The Jiang family members are decent. If you need anything in the future, let me know, and do not take risks." Ling Wuhuang advised. "That I understand," Zhong Ziyuan said, feeling a sense of gratitude. His teacher allowed him freedom in minor matters while considering his welfare in more significant ones. Recognizing that their conversation was nearing its conclusion, Yan Hui emerged from the room. "Teacher," he greeted Ling Wuhuang with a smile, "that I heard from Ziyuan that you can even refine mental elixirs, and they are of perfect quality. How impressive!" Ling Wuhuang immediately praised him. Yan Hui replied, "Please do not flatter me," so that he then turned to Zhong Ziyuan and said, "Ziyuan, you should take a large bottle back for the teacher." Zhong Ziyuan glanced at the small bottle on the table, which contained 5 elixirs. Having consumed 1 each with his teacher, only 3 remained. With a smile, he stood up and walked towards the refrigerator once more. Yan Hui then looked at Ling Wuhuang and said, "These elixirs can be consumed regardless of cultivation level. Teacher, you should take 1 each day." "Very well." Ling Wuhuang accepted this goodwill without inquiring how Yan Hui came to know such details. Zhong Ziyuan swiftly returned with a large bottle of elixirs. And without hesitation, he transferred the 3 remaining elixirs from the small bottle into the larger one. Chapter 048. The arrival of the exchange team time quickly passed to the day before the exchange event. That afternoon, various martial universities' exchange teams arrived at Qingwu in succession. Each school brought only a few students, so with the accompanying teachers, the total number amounted to just over 20 upon arriving at Qingwu. Some sought out their high school classmates who had enrolled there for news, while others headed to the gravity training rooms and similar facilities, and some chose to rest in their rooms. They were skeptical of Zhong Ziyuan's reported strength. Otherwise, they would not have come to Qingwu seeking a challenge. This was secondary, however, as this exchange event essentially provided Qingwu with a golden opportunity to turn the tide. Otherwise, Qingwu would have had to wait until next year's martial school competition to prove its strength. In the principal's office of Qingwu, the principal wore an unpleasant expression as he dealt with the various teachers leading the exchange teams. Yet inwardly, he was elated. He was immensely grateful to these individuals. Initially, he had worried that Zhong Ziyuan would not participate in next year's martial school competition. But now, to his astonishment, these people had come knocking at his door. Although Zhong Ziyuan had demanded numerous valuable items, when compared to the honor of Qingwu, those resources were trivial. They were all good people. If he were not concerned about scaring them away, he would surely invite them for a couple of drinks. The teachers from the various martial universities were oblivious to the principal's inner thoughts. Seeing his dark expression, they assumed Qingwu was merely putting on a facade, that if Zhong Ziyuan were truly as powerful as rumored, the principal would not exhibit such a demeanor. Perhaps the principal's acting was too convincing, as no one detected the discrepancy between his words and feelings. Among the students from Magic Martial attending the exchange event was a young man named Liu Yao, the top student of the second-year class, and a high school classmate of Jiang Shiqing. They shared a relatively good relationship. Before coming, he had already made arrangements via communication with Jiang Shiqing, so after settling in, he proceeded to Jiang Shiqing's dormitory. Seeing his old classmate after nearly 2 years, Lu Yao displayed no signs of awkwardness as he plopped down on the sofa and asked, "Why didn't you participate in the martial school competition?" Jiang Shiqing retrieved 2 bottles of beverages from the refrigerator and walked back to the living room, tossing a bottle to Lu Yao before opening one for himself. "That it's quite simple, really. Some wanted to participate in the martial school competition, but Zhong Ziyuan and I didn't take care either way. So we let them do as they pleased. That MY family has 2 martial kings, and I am second in my grade. Zhong Ziyuan is undoubtedly the top student in our year. And our teacher is the martial emperor stationed at Qingwu, that if we genuinely wish to compete, who could stop us?" Jiang Shiqing, like Su Yi at the Martial University Forum, refrained from mentioning Zhong Ziyuan's private matters. "The martial school competition, you all don't care?" Lu Yao found it hard to comprehend that IT would delay cultivation, that if one truly desires practical combat, it would be better to hunt foreign races. Jiang Shiqing replied coolly, his expression indifferent. Seeing him in such a mood, Lu Yao quickly raised his hand. "Stop pretending. It's not like we don't know each other," Jiang Shiqing scoffed. "What is wrong with pretending a little? I am soon to break through to the 5th grade." He looked at his old classmate with sympathy, thinking him incredibly brave. This was perhaps the essence of ignorance, being fearless, that he couldn't help but internally mourn for Lu Yao and those in the exchange team. Am I not stating facts? The martial school competition was never meant to be a task for honing skills. Lu Yao was naturally aware that Jiang Shiqing was not incorrect. However, he had only just reached the early 4th grade and had only completed 1 mission with classmates under the protection of a teacher. Even then, there were inevitable casualties that it's easy for you to say. Hunting foreign races isn't that simple. That's because you're inexperienced. Jiang Shiqing thought that if only he had witnessed Zhong Ziyuan's prowess in completing tasks, he would not have uttered such words. Although he was not as formidable as Zhong Ziyuan, after individually hunting several foreign races, he had shed the fear he once held, at the very least. When facing ordinary foreign races of the same realm, he was confident he could eliminate them. Once he reached the 5th grade, he planned to accept a few hunting missions for 4th grade foreign races to hone his skills. By then, with the level suppression, safety would be assured that if all else failed, there were also protectors arranged by his family. There was no way he would lose his life. Forget it, let us not discuss this. Lu Yao felt that if they continued, a quarrel might ensue, so he swiftly changed the topic. "Do you know Zhong Ziyuan?" Jiang Shiqing immediately raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yao, asking, "Are you here to inquire about him?" Lu Yao pouted. "Don't make it sound so bad. Isn't that the case?" Jiang Shiqing questioned. Yes. Just tell me." Lu Yao eagerly urged that he is my classmate and good brother, so I can only divulge so much. "What have you told me? Didn't you ask if I knew him?" "I told you he is my classmate and good brother," Lu Yao protested. "This sounds reasonable, yet it holds no substantial meaning." He shrugged, not overly concerned. His main purpose for visiting Jiang Shiqing was to catch up and chat. Gathering information was merely a side task. However, since Jiang Shiqing had a good relationship with Zhong Ziyuan, he thought the information must be kept confidential, but surely an introduction would be acceptable. Lu Yao was quite curious about Zhong Ziyuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiqing contemplated, then said, "I'll ask him." With that, he dialed Zhong Ziyuan's number in front of Lu Yao. After 2 rings, it connected. "There's something you need." Zhong Ziyuan's slightly somber voice reached Jiang Shiqing's ears. "There is someone in the Magic Martial Exchange team who is my friend. He wants to meet you. So I'm checking if you're available." Jiang Shiqing got straight to the point. "Then have him come over." Zhong Ziyuan readily agreed. However, he quickly added, "By the way, could you bring some food from the cafeteria? Yin Hui and I aren't going." "Understood." Jiang Shiqing, with a face full of exasperation, abruptly ended the call. Lu Yao, observing his demeanor, inquired, "What happened?" Jiang Shiqing lamented. "Not only did he not invite me to dinner, but he also expects me to bring food for him when I visit." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao was convinced that Jiang Shiqing and Zhong Ziyuan shared a remarkably close relationship, as only those with a strong bond would utter such words. "Aren't you going to the cafeteria?" Lu Yao asked. "Isn't it more convenient to eat there directly?" "I prefer to take the food to Zhong Ziyuan's dorm," Jiang Shiqing replied. Lu Yao, ever accommodating, naturally followed Jiang Shiqing's lead. As dinner time approached, the two departed from Jiang Shiqing's dorm and made their way to the cafeteria at that hour. The cafeteria was still relatively empty, and they were soon served. Jiang Shiqing, unperturbed by the points deducted, ordered an abundance of spirit fowl, spirit livestock, and mutated beast meat, along with a few servings of spirit vegetables, but he filled a large bag with enough food for 4 days. Carrying the bag, Jiang Shiqing led Lu Yao to Zhong Ziyuan's villa. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Yin Hui. Lu Yao was taken aback by Yin Hui's striking appearance, completely different from what he had envisioned for Zhong Zi. "Where's Zhong Zi?" Jiang Shiqing inquired with a smile. Yin Hui glanced at Lu Yao before responding. "He is still cultivating." After inviting the two inside, Yin Hui added, "Please have a seat. I will go call him." Once Yin Hui left, Jiang Shiqing placed the packed meal on the dining table and led Lu Yao to the living room. Lu Yao, curious, silently asked Jiang Shiqing about Yin Hui's identity. From their prior conversation, he discerned that Yin Hui was not Zhong Ziyuan. Jiang Shiqing feigned ignorance. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Ziyuan appeared with Yin Hui. Chapter 049. Will you trust me? Jiang Shiqing introduced Lu Yao to Zhong Ziyuan, merely mentioning Yin Hui's name. Zhong Ziyuan, with no hesitation, stated, "Yin Hui is my partner and currently serves as a reader at Qingwu." Lu Yao could not help but express his surprise. After a brief chuckle, Zhong Ziyuan took Yin Hui's hand and proceeded to the dining area. Jiang Shiqing nudged the daydreaming Lu Yao, prompting him to follow. Zhong Ziyuan methodically transferred the takeout into various bowls, while Yin Hui brought out an array of dishes from the kitchen. Jiang Shiqing, accustomed to this routine, found it unnecessary to go through such trouble. "Isn't it more convenient to eat straight from the containers?" Lu Yao suggested, mistakenly believing Zhong Ziyuan was doing this to accommodate him. Jiang Shiqing chuckled softly. "Don't flatter yourself. He is merely catering to Yin Hui's preferences." Lu Yao felt a heat rise to his cheeks and shot an indignant glare at Jiang Shiqing, who was clearly amused by his embarrassment. With an abundance of food, the two lent a hand in the kitchen, and to their surprise, the meal was indeed delightful. Lu Yao savored his food. He couldn't help but voice his thoughts. "It's quite good." "Not bad," Jiang Shiqing replied. Noticing that the spirit chicken wings were positioned far from Yin Hui, Zhong Ziyuan reached over and swapped their locations. Halfway through the meal, Lu Yao's curiosity piqued, and with a playful smile, he asked Zhong Ziyuan, "How did you two meet?" Lu Yao's outgoing nature often led him to inquire about personal matters with new acquaintances. Though he was careful not to overstep, Jiang Shiqing shared his intrigue, as he too was unaware of this detail. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Zhong Ziyuan suddenly regretted agreeing to let Jiang Shiqing bring Lu Yao along. "Curious, are we?" Zhong Ziyuan remarked. Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao nodded eagerly. "However, I have no desire to share," Zhong Ziyuan replied, lowering his head to continue eating. Jiang Shiqing turned to Yin Hui, his eyes pleading for assistance. Yin Hui, however, smiled and said, "I will definitely heed his wishes." After the meal, Jiang Shiqing helped Zhong Ziyuan clear the table, placing the dishes into the dishwasher. Lu Yao was taken aback to see Jiang Shiqing engaging in household chores. Quite unexpected for a young master, that on the living room sofa, Lu Yao discreetly observed Yin Hui out of the corner of his eye. While he was unclear about many aspects, it was undeniable that Yin Hui was exceptionally handsome. Nonetheless, Zhong Ziyuan was equally striking. Even as two men, their image together was undeniably beautiful. Seizing the opportunity while Zhong Ziyuan and Jiang Shiqing were still in the kitchen, Lu Yao leaned in and whispered, "How did you meet Zhong Ziyuan? Please tell me." The more Yin Hui withheld information, the more Lu Yao's curiosity grew. Yin Hui met Lu Yao's gaze and, after a moment's pause, spoke, "If you agree to one condition, I will tell you. How does that sound?" His words were calm, yet unmistakably clear. "What condition do you have in mind?" Lu Yao was cautious not to give a hasty agreement that if anyone from the magic martial arts asks about Zhong Ziyuan, "You must inform them that he has a boyfriend," Yin Hui stated with a smile. Lu Yao was taken aback. "Is that all?" Yin Hui nodded with a grin. Although he did not comprehend why Yin Hui would impose such a condition, Lu Yao acquiesced. After all, Zhong Ziyuan had openly acknowledged it in his presence, indicating that he was not concerned about others knowing. "Hurry and tell me," Lu Yao urged, anxious that Zhong Ziyuan might return unexpectedly. Amused by Lu Yao's urgency, Yin Hui thought it unnecessary to be so worried over something that did not concern him. Nevertheless, he immediately began to clarify, "We met in Star City, that time. I was in danger, and Zhong Ziyuan saved me." Since I had nowhere else to go, he took me to his home. And then, Lu Yao asked. Then we just got to know each other, Yin Hui replied. Matter-of-factly, Lu Yao exclaimed, What on earth is Qingwu? Jiang Shiqing spoke in such a manner, and now Yin Hui was no different. Who taught them this? Why did Zhong Ziyan go to Star City? The school's mission location shouldn't be that far. Right, he is from Star City, Yin Hui disclosed. Lu Yao was filled with numerous questions, such as why Yin Hui did not continue his studies. Was it due to a lack of martial arts talent? Even without martial arts, there were still academic institutions. What about Yin Hui's family? What about Zhong Ziyuan's family? Would they approve of their relationship? However, given his current rapport with both, such inquiries felt inappropriate. Ultimately, Lu Yao could only wish them happiness. Yin Hui did not expect Lu Yao to suddenly express such a sentiment, especially with his serious demeanor. Thank you, Yin Hui responded sincerely. Just then, Jiang Shiqing and Zhong Ziyuan emerged from the kitchen. Are you gossiping again? Jiang Shiqing asked Lu Yao as he sat down. As expected of an old classmate. Your guesses are spot on. Lu Yao remained silent. Yin Hui smiled. It's nothing. We were just chatting. Zhong Ziyuan was not the least bit concerned about Yin Hui being at a disadvantage. Do you know the rules for tomorrow's exchange activity? Jiang Shiqing queried Lu Yao. Lu Yao shook his head, replying, I don't know either. It seems we have to discuss it with your school first before making a decision that we'll only find out during the competition tomorrow. Zhong Ziyuan added, as long as one's strength is sufficient. Any rule can be overcome. With the current students at Wu University, even if they exert only 30% of their strength, none would be his match. This was not mere arrogance on his part. Even at the 4th rank, he could easily defeat the 5th rank, and now, at the peak of the 6th rank, it would not be a challenge to contend against those in the initial stages of the 8th rank. Were it not for these individuals approaching him and the principal offering such generous rewards, Zhong Ziyuan would have no interest in engaging in their trivial games. After conversing for a while longer, Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao took their leave. Yin Hui chuckled as he recounted his conversation with Lu Yao to Zhong Ziyuan, then looked at Zhong Ziyuan. Zhong Ziyuan smiled as he wrapped an arm around Yin Hui's shoulder. It's actually unnecessary, but if it makes you happy, so be it. That he understood that Yin Hui was employing this approach to ward off potential unwanted advances. Although he could assure Yin Hui that he would never entertain feelings for anyone else. He could only control himself and not others. The unfortunate fate of the previous senior student served as a cautionary tale that if those women were made aware of his attraction to men, it would save him from unnecessary troubles that in his past life. Those women had indeed been a source of annoyance, and he was now grateful to Yin Hui. Otherwise, with so many women surrounding him, would he have had time for peaceful cultivation? Yin Hui gently pushed away Zhong Ziyuan's arm. That I believe it's quite necessary, he asserted. Zhong Ziyuan stepped in front of Yin Hui and said, I misspoke. You are absolutely right. Yin Hui looked up and cupped Zhong Ziyuan's face in his hands, urging him to lower his head so their gazes could meet, staring intently into Zhong Ziyuan's eyes. Yin Hui earnestly declared, if you discover anyone with intentions towards you, inform them that you have a boyfriend. That a pang of bittersweetness tugged at Zhong Ziyuan's heart as he pulled Yin Hui into an embrace, whispering in his ear, understand that not fear. In this lifetime, you shall be the only one for me. Will you trust me? Chapter 050. What does it have to do with us? The following morning, Zhong Ziyuan received a notification from the school stating that the exchange competition would commence at 9 o'clock, with the venue set at the grand arena of the playground. Yin Hui prepared breakfast, and the two of them finished eating before making their way to the playground. By then, a considerable crowd had already gathered. In addition to participants from various martial arts schools, there were also teachers and students from Qingwu, along with onlookers curious to witness the event. Zhong Ziyuan took Yin Hui's hand and entered the competitors' preparation area from the other side. Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao had already arrived. Upon seeing them, Lu Yao waved cheerfully at the team from Modu, while Jiang Shiqing approached them directly. The principal was conversing with several other teachers from Wu University when he spotted Zhong Ziyuan and felt an overwhelming urge to break away and speak with him. However, in order to avoid any last-minute changes from Wu University, he restrained himself. Moreover, at this moment, the intentions of Yinwu's teachers aligned with his OWIT. Seemed they wished to decisively overshadow Qingwu, aiming to replace it as one of the 3 major schools. Thus, the teachers from Yinwu proposed to live-stream today's exchange competition, akin to the previous martial arts competition. Yet, they were aware that their own live stream would lack significant influence, given the absence of prior preparation and promotion. The principal was eager to endorse this idea, but he had to feign reluctance. However, he couldn't be too forceful, fearing that the live streaming plan might ultimately fall through. Jingwu and Mo were likely reluctant to appear overly aggressive. Hence their lack of enthusiasm towards Yunwu's proposal. The principal was left pondering whether to thank them or to dismiss them, lest they jeopardize his plans. The more Jingwu resisted, the more resolute Yunwu's teachers became in their decision to live stream. Under the relentless taunts and provocations from Yunwu's teachers, the principal finally reached his breaking point. Live stream it then. Just don't regret it later. His expression was one of feigned bravado. Mo and Jingwu exchanged glances. Seemingly indifferent, what does that have to do with us? The principal continued. Do you think you alone can live stream? Our Jingwu will live stream as well. He then summoned his office director, instructing him to expedite the arrangements for Jingwu's live streaming. It seemed that subordinates mirrored their superiors. This office director was evidently adept at acting. While he verbally complied, his expression conveyed indecision, clearly wanting to dissuade the principal, and own need for persuasion. I have faith in our students' abilities. The principal cut off the office director before he could voice his concerns and reiterated his command to prepare for the live stream. Ultimately, the office director left with a conflicted expression. This entire performance was executed flawlessly, without any script or prior rehearsal, relying solely on the tacit understanding cultivated over years of collaboration. With the objective achieved, the principal internally commended himself and resolved to reward his office director with a generous bonus. Meanwhile, Yunwu's teachers were equally pleased with the outcome, their lips twitching into smiles. The principal, observing this, thought to himself, smile all you want. Soon enough, your son will no longer be smiling. In the competitor's preparation area, the students from Jingwu had gathered around Zhongzi and Yanhui. Several among them were seeing Yanhui for the first time today, the rumored beloved of Zhongzi Yuan, or more accurately, his boyfriend. They found him even more attractive than the pictures circulated in forums. His appearance was not overtly aggressive, yet he did not exude an air of gentleness either. He resembled the most exquisite flower blooming amidst the snow-covered mountains of winter, captivating all eyes in the stark expanse of white. He was the only splash of color, radiantly beautiful, yet maintaining an aura of distance. Prior to meeting Yanhui, they had presumed that an ordinary person like him could never be worthy of Zheng Ziyuan. Some even maliciously speculated that Zheng Ziyuan was merely toying with him or that there was some improper exchange between them. However, when Yanhui stood before them, it was they who felt constrained. It was a curious sensation. Even Qiyu, the top student of the 4th year, felt similarly. Yanhui stood effortlessly by Zheng Ziyuan's side, tilting his head to watch Zheng Ziyuan converse with them. Indeed, he was focused solely on Zheng Ziyuan, offering them not a single glance beyond the initial introduction. His eyes seemed to hold only Zheng Ziyuan within their depths. Zheng Ziyuan, meanwhile, held Yanhui's hand, occasionally glancing at him, ever attuned to his well-being. Although they had not engaged in any overt displays of affection, the others couldn't help but feel as though they were witnessing a display of love. Strangely enough, a hint of envy stirred within them. Good morning, everyone. This exchange competition is jointly organized by Tsinghua Wu University, Jingqing Wu University, Modu Wu University, and Yinshan Wu University. I will now announce the rules for today's competition. First, this exchange will adopt a free challenge format, allowing all participants to challenge anyone regardless of school or year. Secondly, no injuries or fatalities are permitted during the exchange. Lastly, all martial arts universities will live stream the entire event, meaning countless individuals will be watching your performances. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced, with the live streaming beginning simultaneously. All participants, please ascend the stage. The host concluded their announcement. The students participating in the exchange competition began to make their way onto the arena. Before departing, Zheng Ziyuan turned to Yanhui and said, "Wait for me here." Yanhui replied with a smile. All right. Soon, all participants were gathered on the stage. Given the free challenge format, there was no need for drawing lots or forming groups. The rules stipulated that each participant must accept at least 3 challenges, while the remaining challenges could be accepted at their discretion. However, the regulations did not specify the total number of challenges each individual could face. The 3 martial arts universities of Mo believed their common goal was to challenge Zheng Ziyuan. As long as they could face him, that was sufficient. Conversely, the principal of Jingwu envisioned Zheng Ziyuan single-handedly overcoming all the other martial arts universities. questioning how he could perform effectively if the challenge numbers were restricted. From Qingwu, Qiyu, and the other third and fourth year students were aware that they were merely there to serve as a backdrop today. They had participated in previous martial arts competitions and were well aware of how their capabilities measured up against their opponents. They also recognized that there was little room for significant improvement within such a short time frame. And when faced with their former adversaries, it was highly probable they would still be at a disadvantage. Although this competition did not limit challenges by year, they were unwilling to challenge younger students from other schools. Winning would merely reflect an unfair advantage, while losing would be akin to offering their faces for humiliation. In short, regardless of the outcome, they would find no favor. Fortunately, it appeared that no one had their sights set on them. As the competition commenced, a student from Yunwu, at the initial stage of the 5th rank, stepped forward to challenge Zhang Ziyuan. His name was Zhang Zhe, the top student of his 2nd year. This year, Yunwu had only 2 students at the 5th rank participating in the martial arts competition, one being Zhang Zhe and the other their 4th year top student. The remaining participants were at the 3rd or 4th rank. The current exchange team was also their lineup for the martial arts competition. Zhang Zhe, being a sophomore, was of the same year as Zhang Ziyuan, and Yunwu had high hopes for this match. In response to Zhang Zhe's challenge, Zhang Ziyuan stepped forward to the center of the stage. I heard you can hunt 6th rank peak and 7th rank. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan cast a glance at Zhang Zhe, nodded slightly, and then addressed the referee beside him. Can we begin? He was eager to avoid wasting time on such formalities, as he anticipated numerous matches ahead. With the referee's declaration of match begin, Zhang Zhe struck first, aiming for a swift resolution. However, he overestimated his own strength while underestimating Zhang Ziyuan, resulting in him being sent flying off the arena with a single blow. Though his injuries were not severe, his pride suffered a significant blow to the most elite genius of Yunwu. With a 2nd year rank surpassing many 4th year seniors, he had believed that not only would he easily defeat Zhang Ziyuan, but that victory was all but assured. Yet he lost before he even had a chance to react. In the stands, the instructors from Yunwu were the most visibly affected. One of them immediately rushed to Zhang Zhe's side, inquiring about his condition. Meanwhile, both Mo and Jingwu were equally astonished, turning their gazes toward the principal at Qingwu. The principal maintained an expression of surprise, seemingly taken aback by Zhang Ziyuan's strength, though inwardly he was elated. Clenching his fists in excitement, the participants gathered at the edge of the arena, aside from Jiang Shiqing, wore expressions of shock. Even Qiyu and the other students from Qingwu were similarly astonished. They had never truly witnessed Zhang Ziyuan's capabilities, relying instead on the information gleaned from forums and online discussions. However, having observed the principal's attitude toward Zhang Ziyuan, they had no reason to doubt. On the side of the Mo exchange team, when Zhang Ziyuan approached earlier and Lu Yiyao greeted him, they all took note. Upon inquiry, they learned that Lu Yiyao and Jiang Shiqing were high school classmates. And it was through Jiang Shiqing's introduction that they became acquainted with Zhang Ziyuan. What rank is Zhang Ziyuan? A student standing beside Lu Yiyao asked. Lu Yiyao responded, I damn well wish to know. Did you not ask? The student inquired. I just met him yesterday. And with the competition imminent, do you think it's polite to ask such things? Lu Yiyao shot the person a look of incredulity. Perhaps it is a bit impolite indeed. Didn't you gather any information? Lu Yiyao Sr. from the 3rd grade laughed as he raised his arm and placed it on his shoulder, embodying a brotherly camaraderie. Throughout the duration of the Martial Arts Academy competition, despite not being in the same grade, they had become quite acquainted. Thus, this senior was somewhat familiar with Lu Yiyao's character. Upon hearing the senior's question, Lu Yiyao suddenly recalled Yin Hui's words. If someone from the magic martial world inquires about Zhang Ziyuan, you must inform them that Zhang Ziyuan has a boyfriend. The current situation seemed to align perfectly with this stipulation. Or perhaps not. Lu Yiyao kept them in suspense that a few students from the magic martial world nearby leaned in closer upon hearing his words. This matter pertained to Zhang Ziyuan's private life. So be sure not to spread it recklessly, Lu Yiyao warned, casting a stern look at the group. They all assured him, urging him to share quickly. After beckoning them closer, Lu Yiyao whispered, You must have seen that extraordinarily handsome youth who accompanied Zhang Ziyuan, right? The group nodded in agreement. They had been paying attention to Zhang Ziyuan, and with such a striking companion, it was impossible not to notice. Speak quickly. A 4th grade senior girl, somewhat impatient, gave Lu Yiyao a gentle nudge. Liu Yao gasped and revealed the crux of the matter. That youth is Zhong Ziyuan's boyfriend. No wonder they were holding hands. I thought they were just friends, but it turns out the group instinctively cast their gazes towards the direction where the Qingwu exchange group had been. Now only to find a single youth standing tall against the wind, gazing up at Zhong Ziyuan on the stage. After defeating Zhang Zhe, Zhong Ziyuan remained in the center of the ring, looking towards Yin Hui as no one else stepped forward to challenge him. Their eyes met, and he smiled at Yin Hui, who reciprocated with a radiant grin. The students from the magic martial world exchanged glances, taken aback by this scene. Then they turned to Liu Yao, with one senior asking, "Have they always been this sweet?" Indeed, it feels as if there are pink bubbles surrounding them. Oh, it wasn't just my imagination, Liu Yao remarked. They are deeply in love, but beyond that, I am not privy to more details. The others were not particularly surprised, as Liu Yao had only recently met Zhong Ziyuan. Changing the subject, Liu Yao inquired, "Are you not going to challenge Zhong Ziyuan?" He looked towards the two fourth-year seniors, both at the 5th rank. These two held the highest levels of power among the magic martial students. The senior girl and boy exchanged a glance, their expressions revealing some hesitation. "Why not you give it a try?" the senior girl suggested. She had just broken through to the 5th rank, but her strength was still inferior to Zhang Zhe's, having only reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank during the competition. "Let us wait a bit. ISNT, they're a 5th rank contestant from Yunwu." The senior boy deferred. He was at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, while the top senior from Yunwu was only slightly weaker than him. Had he not been marginally stronger, the disparity in the number of 4th rank contenders between their side and Yunwu might have made securing 2nd place in the competition uncertain. The senior girl nodded, acknowledging the senior boy's reasoning. Thus, the dilemma was passed on to the Yunwu side. To this moment, Zhang Zhe had already returned to his group within the Yunwu exchange team. His injuries were not severe, and after consuming a healing elixir, he had nearly fully recovered, though his spirit appeared somewhat diminished. The instructor from Yunwu looked towards his top 4th-year student, asking, "Are you confident?" The Yunwu top 4th-year student, now at the latter stage of the 5th rank, was indeed stronger than the early stage Zhang Zhe, but the difference was not substantial that it would require considerable time and effort to defeat Zhang Zhe. He certainly could not achieve a one-strike victory like Zhong Ziyuan. Were it a real battlefield, Zhang Zhe would likely have already perished. There was no comparison. The expression of the top 4th-year student was bitter. The emergence of a junior who was about to surpass him was already exerting immense pressure, and now another formidable opponent appeared. The situation was not much better on the Jingwu side either. During the Martial Arts Academy competition, they had faced Zhang Zhe before. Understanding Zhang Zhe's capabilities made it evident just how powerful Zhong Ziyuan truly was. While they hesitated, Zhong Ziyuan grew impatient. "That I challenge all participants above the 5th rank from the magic martial Jingwu and Yunwu schools. I am pressed for time, so you may all come at me together." After this, he intended to seek resources from the principal and then return to his dormitory to cultivate. With this batch of resources, he would not have to worry about his cultivation supplies for some time. Zhong Ziyuan's declaration left the students and instructors from the 3 martial arts universities completely stunned. It turned out that it was not merely them who refrained from challenging. Qingwu could also take the initiative to challenge them, and it was a direct one against many. Could they refuse? In such a scenario, if they all declined, these students would be deemed useless. That a martial artist may face defeat, but they must never shy away from battle. If they were afraid of a contest devoid of life-threatening risks, how would they ever confront the foreign tribes in the future? Thus, even though these students were likely to be defeated by Zhong Ziyuan, the instructors from the martial arts universities said nothing, allowing their students to make their own decisions. The students did not disappoint, including Zhang Zhe, who had just suffered a defeat, as they all regrouped to face Zhong Ziyuan at the center of the stage. There were 6 5th-rank contestants in total from the 3 martial arts universities, 2 from each. Among them, the magic martial side had one at the pinnacle of the 5th rank and one in the early stage. Jingwu had one at the pinnacle and one at the mid-stage. Yunwu had one at the mid-stage and one in the early stage. This time, the referee did not even wait for Zhong Ziyuan to prompt. He simply announced, "The match begins." They were not even given the chance to call out their names. Chapter 052. An outcry. The 6 contestants surged toward Zhong Ziyuan simultaneously as the referee's command echoed. Bang! 6 consecutive sounds rang out. Thud! Another 6 sounds followed. The first was the noise of Zhong Ziyuan's fists or feet making contact with the bodies of the six, that the second was the sound of their bodies hitting the ground. To save time and fulfill his promise to the principal, Zhong Ziyuan decisively overpowered all the martial arts students participating in the Qingwu exchange competition, while also ensuring that their lives were not genuinely endangered. He chose to knock them all out of the ring. The teachers from the 3 martial arts universities in the audience nearly covered their eyes in embarrassment. How utterly disgraceful. Suddenly, they recalled that they were seemingly still broadcasting live. Observing the subtle smile on the principal of Qingwu, it was clear that they had all been outmaneuvered. The instructors from the magic martial and Jingwu schools inwardly cursed the old silver coin. Glaring fiercely at Yunwu's leading teacher, IT was this individual who had insisted on the live broadcast. Meeting the gazes from the instructors of the magic martial and Jingwu schools, the teacher from Yunwu, if not for being seated, would have undoubtedly taken several steps back. The referee did not need to announce the outcome, for it was already glaringly evident. The only figure remaining at the center of the ring. Zhong Zun looked towards the other members of the exchange group. Did I ask there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? If not, I shall take my leave. His unspoken words were easily understood. Everyone grasped the implication. However, after witnessing the 6 fifth-rank contestants being eliminated in an instant, they realized that even if they all attacked together, it would be futile. That was not bravery. It was folly. That a basic sense of self-awareness was essential. The atmosphere atop the ring grew momentarily silent. You may return now. I shall have someone deliver the resources to your dormitory shortly. Ultimately, it was the principal of Qingwu who spoke, having already secured the benefits. There was no need to feign modesty. With Zhong Ziyuan's departure, there was no longer any need for the exchange competition to continue, marking a rather anticlimactic conclusion that as the instructors and students from the 3 martial arts universities left the stage. They appeared dazed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast rooms of the various martial arts universities, there was an uproar. They had all watched the live broadcast of the Martial Arts Academy competition and were acutely aware of how humiliating Qingwu's losses had been. They had faced Jingwu, Magic Martial, and Yunwu sequentially, losing each battle and barely managing to secure 4th place. Following that, the scandal regarding the allocation of competition slots became public knowledge, leading to student expulsions that forced some into the soul cult. Everyone had been savoring Qingwu's misfortune for quite some time, believing it to be on the verge of collapse. Yet now, what were they witnessing? In a simultaneous attack by 6 fifth-rank martial artists. Zhong Ziyuan had effortlessly dispatched them in a single move. The rumors claiming that Zhong Ziyuan could contend against peak 6th-rank and 7th-rank foreign tribes proved to be true. No wonder Qingwu students believed that if Zhong Ziyuan participated in the Martial Arts Academy competition, he would undoubtedly emerge as the champion. Was this assertion merely fanciful? However, the more this became evident, the more it underscored the sheer folly of the individuals previously listed by Qingwu. You say the foolish have already been penalized by the Martial Arts Alliance. Very well. That is settled then. As the principal desired. This live broadcast of the exchange competition salvaged a significant amount of face for Qingwu. Yet, as the saying goes, even a fleeting shadow leaves a trace. Should Qingwu err again in the future, the past transgressions will inevitably resurface in discussion. Jiang Shiqing, Qiyu, and others were aware that they were merely there to observe. However, they never anticipated such a thorough spectacle. Zhong Zun leaped down from the stage and landed beside Yan Hui, naturally taking his hand as they made their way out. The students watching the spectacle on the playground willingly parted to create a path for them. At the principal's signal, the host announced the conclusion of the exchange competition. The teachers from the stands began to leave, and the contestants from the various martial arts universities followed suit, rapidly clearing the once crowded playground. Shortly after Zhong Ziyuan returned to his dormitory, the principal arranged for the promised resources to be delivered, and his 10,000 points were credited simultaneously. Not long after, Ling Wuhuang arrived. The spiritual cultivation resources from my side are all here. Ling Wuhuang placed 2 extra-large boxes on the coffee table. Gazing at the boxes, Zhong Ziyuan thought to himself that it was fortunate the teacher had directly teleported to the villa entrance. Otherwise, carrying them all the way would have completely diminished their grandeur. Yan Hui, on the other hand, felt that the lack of storage space was indeed quite inconvenient, but he had not heard of such things on Blue Star. In his previous life, once entering the battlefield of myriad races, his mind was consumed solely by slaughter, and he had paid little attention to these details. Teacher, are there any items with storage capabilities in the battlefield of myriad races? Yan Hui inquired of Ling Wuhuang, as the highest martial force in Blue Star. Ling Wuhuang should possess the most extensive knowledge of the battlefield. Surprised, Ling Wuhuang glanced at Yin Hui.it is said that the closer one is to the center of the battlefield. The more powerful the races become, they seem to possess the storage items you mentioned. After speaking, he asked Yan Hui, how do you know about storage items? Yan Hui chuckled. Many novels mention them. Haven't you read any? Teacher, Ling Wuhuang chuckled softly, surprised by this answer, that I read some of those novels when I was young. He replied. The three then engaged in a discussion about various storage items from novels for a while before Ling Wuhuang took his leave. Around noon, Jiang Shiqing returned with Louis Yao after buying groceries at the dining table. Louis Yao remarked, we will set off tomorrow morning, that he felt utterly disengaged from this exchange competition. However, compared to other classmates, he was somewhat better off that at least he had met his old classmate Jiang Shiqing and made the acquaintance of Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui. Setting off, Zhong Ziyuan responded uncertainly. Louis Yao felt an urge to roll his eyes. These guys truly had a knack for making their words suffocating. Yet, thinking of his questions for Zhong Ziyuan, Louis Yao held back, after taking a couple of large bites of food, suppressing his desire to complain. He finally spoke up. That post claimed you hunted a 7th-tier alien. Is it true? Zhong Ziyuan simply acknowledged with a sound. And then, there was nothing more that he had no intention of boasting before him. He could kill a 7th-tier being at the 5th tier. Now, he estimated that even an 8th tier would not be his match. After the exchange competition concluded, Jiang Shiqing spoke with less reservation. Louis Yao clearly expressed disbelief in Jiang Shiqing's words. Casting a glance at Zhong Ziyuan, seeking verification that I haven't killed one yet, but the initial 8th tier shouldn't pose a problem. The higher the realm, the harder it is to kill enemies. The increase in strength between each major realm is exponential. So while I could slay a 7th tier at the 5th tier back then, now at the peak of the 6th tier, I can only manage an initial 8th tier. Beyond that, I cannot be certain. Hearing Zhong Ziyuan's nonchalant words, Louis Yao felt as though he had spotted an exceptionally sturdy golden thigh. He immediately set down his chopsticks and clasped his hands, saying, "O great father figure, stop. Speak only of business." Zhong Ziyuan interrupted him. Jiang Shiqing felt a pang of embarrassment. He never expected this guy to still be so shameless in college that he remembered being ensnared by him back then. That I want to undertake a mission. Can you take me along, big shot? Louis Yao changed his address this time. Were it not for being at the dining table, Louis Yao would have certainly resorted to clinging to Zhong Ziyuan's leg. Jiang Shiqing quickly added, "Take me along too, big brother." His expression seemed to convey a fear of being left behind. Observing these two, Zhong Ziyuan felt his eyes burn. That I recently do not lack points. I still have unspent points from my last mission, and today I receive another 10,000 from the principal. It should last me a while. Louis Yao and Jiang Shiqing gazed at Zhong Ziyuan with pleading eyes. Zhong Ziyuan helplessly turned to Yan Hui. Yan Hui's lips curled slightly, yet he remained silent. Jiang Shiqing and Louis Yao harbored no ill intentions toward Zhong Ziyuan, so he could proceed as he wished. Let's discuss it after we finish eating, Zhong Ziyuan said. Chapter 053. Just the two of us after finishing their meal, the three settled in the living room. Before they could inquire, Zhong Ziyuan took the initiative to address Louis Yao, saying, "If you're not in a hurry to leave, wait a few days until I break through to the 7th tier. At this moment." He turned to Jiang Shiqing. "You should also hurry and break through to the 5th tier." 5th tier, Louis Yao exclaimed in shock. That he swiftly turned to Jiang Shiqing, grasping his shoulders, shaking him as he asked, "You're actually going to break through to the 5th tier Meridian realm?" It was evident that Zhong Ziyuan's breakthrough to Martial Sovereign did not shock Louis Yao as much as Jiang Shiqing's impending 5th tier breakthrough. Perhaps it was because he had long known of Zhong Ziyuan's strength. Jiang Shiqing waved Louis Yao's hands away, snorting, "What's wrong with me being at the 5th tier? Is there a need for such surprise? I am only at the mid-4th tier, and you're about to break through to the 5th tier. What is the issue?" Clearly, during the summer break, their realms had been quite comparable. Both Demon Martial and Pure Martial belonged to the three great factions, and their family backgrounds were not significantly different. There was no reason for such a wide gap to develop in just a few months. That, of course, it's because I've been training harder, Jiang Shiqing explained, his expression one of naturalness to bolster his credibility. He added, "I even skipped the grand competition to focus on my training." Louis Yao was unsure whether to believe him or not. But what other reason could there be? "So, are you going or not?" Zhang Ziyuan sighed, having lost count of how many times he had been at a loss for words that day, finally recalling their purpose. The two responded, "I'm not in a hurry. I'll ask my mentor for leave shortly and inform them that I want to return with him tomorrow." Lu Yao looked at Zhang Ziyuan with a face full of flattery. Jiang Shiqing immediately added, "I'll head back to prepare for my breakthrough." He stood up and left so quickly that Lu Yao didn't even have time to stop him. With Jiang Shiqing gone, Lu Yao found himself alone with Zhang Ziyuan and Yan Hui. Feeling somewhat out of his depth, he pondered what to say. Zhang Ziyuan spoke up, "You should hurry and leave. I need to cultivate." Lu Yao felt quite dejected, leaving Zhang Ziyuan's villa in a daze, that he still needed to return and ask the lead teacher for leave, and then find out if he could continue staying at the school on the pure martial side. If not, he would have to find a hotel outside. Closing the villa door, Zhang Ziyuan returned to the living room and sat beside Yan Hui. He leaned wearily against Yan Hui's shoulder. "Lu Yao is far too thick-skinned and overly familiar. And I've only known him for 2 days," Zhang Ziyuan remarked with little energy. "You can choose to ignore him if you don't wish to interact." Yan Hui suggested that it's not that I don't want to. Zhang Ziyuan replied, "It's merely a waste of 2 days," that he understood that both Lu Yao and Jiang Shiqing lacked experience in battling alien races and desired to follow him for some hunting experience. Such matters could easily be arranged by their families. However, young people often had their own ideas, feeling that family arrangements imposed too many restrictions and preferring to act alongside their peers. That I'll go buy some items. Yan Hui gently nudged Zhang Ziyuan that he planned to refine the mental resources brought by the principal and Ling Wuhuang into pills. Zhang Ziyuan remained silent, directly accessing his wristwatch, logging into the Pure Martial app, navigating to the Academy supermarket section, and placing his arm before Yan Hui. The entire process was fluid and seamless. "It seems the holidays are approaching," Yan Hui remarked suddenly while selecting items on the wristwatch. Zhang Ziyuan paused, realizing, "Oh yes, the first semester of sophomore year is about to conclude. Soon, the new year would arrive." In his previous life, he had only just reached the 5th tier at this time. Now, he was on the verge of breaking through to Martial Sovereign. "We'll return to Star City for the new year, just the two of us." Zhang Ziyuan's words were clearly intended to reassure Yan Hui. Yan Hui's voice reached him after a brief moment. The delivery speed of the Academy supermarket was as swift as ever. This time, there were quite a few mental resources, and it took Yan Hui over 2 hours to complete the refining, yielding more than 300 pills in total. Most of these were produced from the resources provided by Ling Wuhuang. Due to the varying grades of mental resources, the pills produced also differed in quality. Here, quality referred to efficacy, not craftsmanship. Yan Hui pointed to about 10 vials containing pills and said to Zhang Ziyuan, "These are made from higher-grade resources. They will enhance the soul power more significantly. The others are similar in efficacy to the previous ones." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan examined the more than 20 vials of pills on the other side. Given the large quantity, Yan Hui used larger bottles containing 10 pills each this time. He thought to himself that these pills would be sufficient for the teacher until the start of the new semester, but "I'll take these to the teacher now," Zhang Ziyuan said to Yan Hui before departing. Arriving at Ling Wuhuang's residence, he found Yan Zicheng still guarding the place. "Uncle Yan," Zhang Ziyuan greeted him with a smile. Yan Zicheng smiled back and invited Zhang Ziyuan inside, mentioning that Ling Wuhuang was currently free. In the living room, Ling Wuhuang was examining something on his wristwatch. Upon seeing Zhang Ziyuan enter, he asked, "Is there something you need?" Zhang Ziyuan placed the handbag he held before the Emperor Lingwu, presenting him with a gift of elixirs. The Emperor cast a glance at the 10 vials within the bag. Newly concocted. He struggled to suppress the astonishment surging within him. This moment, Zhang Ziyuan had also come to a realization. It appeared that the resources allocated to both the principal and the teachers had only been provided to him today. "Well, Yan Hui is quite adept at alchemy," Zhang Ziyuan acknowledged, knowing that he could not obfuscate the matter any further and was compelled to offer a straightforward explanation. The Emperor Lingwu harbored doubts about whether his disciple considered him a fool. That he inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "What on earth is happening?" The Emperor regarded Zhang Ziyuan with a grave expression. "Yan Hui has always been comparatively swift in his alchemical endeavors, truly. Just a smidgen faster than other alchemists. Is it possible that so many resources were transformed into elixirs?" The Emperor inquired again. Zhang Zi nodded at this juncture. The Emperor could almost ascertain that the genuine secret did not lie with his disciple, but rather with Yan Hui. However, Judging by Zhong Ziyuan's demeanor, he seemed to be aware of Yin Hui's circumstances. I shall accept the elixirs, but do exercise caution henceforth. You must understand that should this matter be revealed, you will be unable to protect him. The emperor, fearing that Zhong Ziyuan might take the matter lightly, underscored its significance directly. That I comprehend, esteemed teacher. Subsequently, Zhong Ziyuan elaborated on the distinctions between the two types of soul spirit elixirs. Teacher, you should first consume the lower-grade soul spirit elixir, which is the same as the one I provided previously, at the rate of 1 per day. Once you perceive a marked change, you may then increase your intake to 2 per day. After finishing the lower-grade elixirs, you may proceed to the higher-grade ones, which possess a more potent efficacy. Yin Hui has assured me that whether high or low grade, they are of perfect quality, devoid of impurities. The emperor felt a sense of novelty that he had not anticipated being instructed by a disciple on the consumption of elixirs. Yet he found himself genuinely puzzled. What exactly constitutes a noticeable change? The emperor inquired, his curiosity piqued. Zhong Ziyuan meticulously recounted the symptoms he experienced during the breakthrough of his soul bond level. The emperor nodded. If the changes are indeed that pronounced, then he would certainly not overlook them. Why are they called soul spirit elixirs? The emperor's inquiries multiplied today. Perhaps because spiritual elixir lacks an appealing ring? Zhong Ziyuan suggested, spare me your nonsense. The emperor was well aware that this was clearly an evasion of the question. That in the days that followed, Zhong Ziyuan devoted himself entirely to opening the last few dozen acupoints in his dormitory. Yin Hui was also diligently working to integrate his physical form with his soul spirit. However, it was not until the eve of Zhong Ziyuan's breakthrough that his control over his body had barely reached 80,000 points, still 20,000 points shy of the ultimate peak control of 99,999. Alas, it seems I must exert more effort. Today, as Zhong Ziyuan prepared to break through, Yin Hui would undoubtedly act as his protector. The decision not to summon Emperor Lingwu was made to facilitate Yin Hui's operations in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Achieving the 7th rank not only necessitated meeting the requisite number of opened acupoints, but, more crucially, it required the unification of internal energy and blood essence, followed by the establishment of a blood sea. The stronger the energy birthed from the unification, the larger the area of the blood sea that could be developed, allowing for the accommodation of more energy in the future. Successfully establishing the blood sea signified entry into the blood sea realm. Yin Hui remarked that the blood sea is akin to the Dantian in Earth-esque cultivation novels. Upon entering the blood sea realm, one could begin to absorb external spiritual energy through acupoints, subsequently channeling that energy to the blood sea via the meridians, since the ability to absorb external spiritual energy only begins at the 7th rank. Theoretically, one could cultivate even before the revival of spiritual energy. However, one's realm could not surpass the 7th rank, and without the aid of elixirs, progress would be exceedingly slow. Achieving a sense of energy before death would already mark one as a genius among geniuses. It is important to note why individuals possess varying levels of martial talent. That at its core, this disparity arises from the blockage of many individuals' meridians. The more severe the blockage, the poorer the detected martial talent. And in some cases, there may be no talent at all. The so-called martial talent is, in reality, confined to cultivation prior to the 7th rank. Even those with mediocre talent, if they can manage to open all their meridians and acupoints, can subsequently cultivate at a pace that far surpasses all martial geniuses. Thus, beginning from the 7th rank, the significance of unblocked meridians and the number of opened acupoints truly becomes apparent. For instance, Zhong Ziyuan has fully opened all his meridians and ACU points that in the simple act of absorbing spiritual energy. His speed exceeds that of others by more than double. Unblocked meridians also reduce the time required to execute martial techniques. The higher the realm, the more crucial every moment becomes in battle, as many conflicts may conclude in the blink of an eye. Conversely, consider those warriors who have exhausted themselves in pursuit of opening numerous acupoints. While they may have opened many, if they have not cleared the corresponding meridians, their efforts are rendered futile, merely wasting time. Had they encountered someone like Yin Hui willing to assist them, their fate might have been vastly different. The cultivation of high-grade warriors requires not only spiritual resources, but also comprehension. The further one progresses, the more critical comprehension becomes. However, this quality cannot be easily tested during the mid to low ranks. It is seldom required outside of learning martial techniques. Zhong Ziyuan maximized his internal energy and blood essence to their utmost limits, preparing for the impending breakthrough. For others, this step might prove challenging. Yet, given his foundation, the only distinction would be the size of the blood sea. Due to the abundant energy and blood essence, the process of their unification took a bit longer than anticipated. Next came the establishment of the blood sea. Zhong Ziyuan was eager to test how vast the blood sea he could create with his nearly perfect foundation would be. Yan Hui sat nearby on a mat. His soul spirit energy, tracing the contours of Zhong Ziyuan's closed eyes, his prominent nose, and the finely chiseled features of his face, ultimately resting upon Zhong Ziyuan's lips. Yan Hui considered his patience commendable. Yet he occasionally felt a flicker of restlessness. 1 year. He would grant Zhong Ziyuan a maximum of 1 more year. Yan Hui was aware that his feelings for Zhong Ziyuan were tainted with excessive obsession. But he remained indifferent, unconcerned. Before his previous life came to a tragic end, he had commissioned the writing of an autobiography. This autobiography, set against the backdrop of his and Zhong Ziyuan's love, recounted how he, regarded as a heretic by the Martial Alliance, led the Soul Sect in overthrowing the Alliance, vanquishing the invading alien races, and ultimately saving the human race of Blue Star. I end the narrative, despite their profound love. Circumstances dictated that they could not be together. Zhong Ziyuan emerged as a new leader of the Martial Alliance, while he became the young master of the Soul Sect, later ascending to its leadership. Initially, they were unaware of each other's identities, having fallen in love after a heroic rescue. Various misunderstandings, compounded by interference from the Martial Alliance, forced them into opposition. Eventually, Zhong Ziyuan fell victim to a tragic misunderstanding. And after resolving the conflicts with the Martial Alliance and the alien races, he took his own life at Zhong Ziyuan's grave. The autobiography primarily narrates this poignant love story, given his status as a savior of Blue Star at that time. This autobiography would undoubtedly endure, becoming known to countless future generations that to ensure that posterity would recognize the visage of both himself and Zhong Ziyuan. Yan Hui had included a photograph within the autobiography. It was a cherished snapshot taken before he was taken away by Yin Yan, capturing a moment shared with Zhong Ziyuan. Perhaps to others, this endeavor might seem meaningless for someone on the brink of suicide. Yet, Yan Hui held a different perspective. Even if it were a fabrication, he was determined to engrave a unique mark upon Zhong Ziyuan. In future times, whenever his name was mentioned, Zhong Ziyuan would inevitably come to mind. And vice versa. This semi-fictitious autobiography would irrevocably intertwine their lives. As for figures like Wang Zhu, they were utterly unworthy of being mentioned within its pages. Zhong Ziyuan expended every ounce of his foundation, expanding the blood sea to its utmost limits before finally pausing in satisfaction. Upon completing his breakthrough, he opened his eyes and met Yan Hui's gaze. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Yan Hui's focus seemed unfocused. Exhibiting signs of distraction, Zhong Ziyuan approached and knelt beside Yan Hui. He gently pressed a kiss to Yan Hui's forehead, smiling softly as he said, "You're back with us, in truth." Yan Hui had known the moment Zhong Ziyuan made a move. He wrapped his arms around Zhong Ziyuan's neck and playfully complained, "My legs have gone numb." Zhong Ziyuan, well aware that Yan Hui was fabricating, nonetheless complied and lifted him up. He opened the training room and made his way to the living room. Zhong Ziyuan placed Yan Hui on the sofa and then sat beside him. Yan Hui rested his head on Zhong Ziyuan's lap. As Zhong Ziyuan stroked Yan Hui's soft hair, he also attuned himself to his own condition. His blood sea felt boundless, akin to an ocean, though currently it remained parched, in need of countless spiritual energies to fill it. Yan Hui turned onto his side, wrapping his right arm around Zhong Ziyuan. He held on tightly, to the point that Zhong Ziyuan felt a twinge of panic, that he wished to voice something, yet ultimately remained silent, gently caressing Yan Hui's back in a wordless gesture of reassurance. Many times, their understanding of one another felt instinctive. Even Yan Hui himself could not discern from whence this connection sprang. Their time together had been a mere year. Yan Hui believed that this must be related to Zhong Ziyuan's secrets. Surely it couldn't be true that the one who knows you best is your eternal enemy, could it? If Zhong Ziyuan possessed such capabilities, he would not have been persistently misunderstood in his intentions in his previous life. 2 days have passed, and Zhang Shiqing has finally advanced to the 5th rank, that he has summoned Lu Yao and returned to Zhong Ziyuan's side. Upon confirming that Zhong Ziyuan has also made a breakthrough, the three agreed to undertake a mission the following day. You may select your own tasks, but the locations must be in the vicinity of the capital, ideally clustered together. 3 tasks per person should suffice. Without heeding the excitement of the two, Zhong Zuan instructed, complete the tasks early and return swiftly. There is only a week left until the break. Perhaps I can manage to return earlier. The school is quite lenient in this regard. It is only natural, as most of the theoretical knowledge has already been imparted in junior and senior high school. The remaining coursework for the first-year students has long been completed. Subsequent training is uniformly overseen by their respective teachers or mentors. Upon hearing this, the two immediately activated their wrist devices to begin selecting tasks, occasionally whispering to each other. Zhong Zuan and Yin Hui sat quietly to the side, offering no interference. He would not demand that Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao refrain from undertaking tasks associated with the Soul Sect. Such a request would be too conspicuous and unnecessary. However, he glanced at Yin Hui with some concern. Yin Hui, understanding his thoughts, shook his head reassuringly. The Soul Sect has its share of infiltrators, and it is an opportune moment to cleanse them using the Martial Arts Alliance as a means to do so, sparing him the need to take matters into his own hands upon his return. Chapter 055. The Protector. After they had selected their tasks, Zhong Ziyuan reviewed them and subsequently accepted all nearby hunting and clearing missions pertaining to the 6th to 8th ranks. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui drove to the entrance of Qingwu, where they met Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao. Upon seeing Yin Hui in the passenger seat, Lu Yao displayed surprise. "Stop staring. Get in the car," Jiang Shiqing said as he opened the back door. Lu Yao, curious, climbed in. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned forward to ask, "Brother Yin, are you going too?" The manner in which Lu Yao addressed him revealed his social acumen. Despite Yin Hui being younger, the fact that Yin Hui was Zhong Ziyuan's boyfriend allowed him to call him brother. Yin Hui responded with an affirming hum. Jiang Shiqing interjected. "Zhong Ziyuan always takes Yin Hui along on tasks. Impressive," Lu Yao exclaimed, having pondered for some time before managing to articulate those 2 words. What immense confidence it must take to bring along someone as ordinary as Yin Hui for such missions. Yin Hui, however, was quite formidable, exhibiting no fear that as far as he knew, many ordinary individuals would do anything to distance themselves from the Soul Sect and the alien races. The first task belonged to Zhong Ziyuan, hunting an alien of the 8th rank with the ability to shapeshift. Lu Yao, Jiang Shiqing, and Yin Hui waited in the vehicle. "That I've heard that aliens with special abilities are more challenging to deal with," Lu Yao remarked. "Indeed, but the primary strength of such shapeshifting abilities lies in disguise and stealth, offering little advantage in combat," Jiang Shiqing replied. After a while, Lu Yao inquired, "Is there any danger? Should we go take a look? What purpose would that serve? Just to hold us back?" Jiang Shiqing rolled his eyes at him. Lu Yao fell silent. As a mere 4th-rank individual, he was indeed of little use in the face of an 8th-rank opponent. Yin Hui did not participate in their discussion, his gaze fixed through the window towards the direction of the task location. His spiritual perception allowed him to observe the situation on Zhong Ziyuan's side with clarity. After reaching the 7th rank, he was able to discern the differences between aliens and humans. Even this alien with special abilities, whose strength reached the mid-8th rank, was no exception, at least in front of Zhong Ziyuan. Its disguise held no efficacy. Through Yin Hui's spiritual sensitivity, he witnessed Zhong Ziyuan quickly identifying the target, before the target could react. He unleashed a spiritual blade, severing its head, but he also noticed the Protector lurking in the shadows, a figure who had trailed them since their departure from school, just as in every previous mission. Possessing the cultivation of an 8th-rank martial artist, Yin Hui felt the likelihood of this Protector being a match for Zhong Ziyuan in a confrontation was slim. Upon witnessing Zhong Ziyuan effortlessly dispatch the mid-8th rank alien with a single strike, the Protector's demeanor appeared visibly unsettled. As the alien's head fell, its disguise dissipated, revealing its true form, which bore a striking resemblance to the shape-shifting alien encountered during their first mission. They belonged to the same race. This shape-shifting ability was a racial talent, and in the language of Blue Star, their race was referred to as the Illusory Form Clan. Members of the Illusory Form Clan can disguise themselves as other living beings, not only masking their own appearance but also the targets within the scope of their abilities. The limitation is that the disguised object must be a living entity, not a plant or inanimate object, and its life level cannot surpass their own. This ability, while not exceptionally powerful, can yield remarkable results when employed effectively, such as causing enemies to mistake each other for allies, leading to self-inflicted harm. After retrieving the mission items, Zhong Ziyuan began his return. Shortly after Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao finished speaking, he reappeared within their line of sight. Opening the driver's door, Zhong Ziyuan entered the vehicle. He flashed a smile at Yan Hui before starting the engine. "That you're incredibly fast," Lu Yao exclaimed, feeling somewhat incredulous. Could Zhong Ziyuan's rapid dispatch of an 8th-rank alien imply that he could contend with a 9th rank as well? Before his breakthrough, Zhong Ziyuan had claimed he could slay an early 8th rank. Now, as a martial sovereign, taking on a 9th rank did not seem impossible. After all, the distinction between the 6th and 7th ranks is not merely one of a major realm, but also involves the transition from intermediate to advanced martial artists. Before reaching the 7th rank, battles relied solely on qi, with all energy stored within the body's meridians. After reaching the 7th rank, martial artists unlock their blood qi, akin to acquiring an energy source capable of absorbing and storing countless energies, significantly enhancing both explosive power and endurance. While this distinction may not be apparent in ordinary battles for Zhong Ziyuan, it would become exceedingly evident when facing opponents of comparable strength or greater. This also underscores the critical role of the blood qi size in high-level confrontations. Zhong Ziyuan drove swiftly to the second task location. "This is my mission," Lu Yao exclaimed, a mix of excitement and anxiety evident in his tone. "It is merely an early 4th-rank alien," Jiang Shiqing reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Lu Yao retorted, "Easy for you to say, sitting there." With that, he pushed open the car door. Zhong Ziyuan, accompanied by Yan Hui, also exited the vehicle, prompting Jiang Shiqing to follow suit. Unwilling to be left behind, it seemed that the presence of too many people had alerted the mission target. Upon their arrival, the task location was already deserted, and the traces indicated that the target had just departed. "What should we do now?" Lu Yao fretted. "Figure it out yourself," Zhong Ziyuan replied, unwilling to assist beyond ensuring their obvious safety. However, he could vaguely sense the presence of 3 concealed auras. One belonged to Uncle Lu, while the other 2 were likely the protectors of Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao. Uncle Lu, known as Lu Chun, was currently at the early 8th rank and had been arranged as a protector by the teacher. This was something Zhong Ziyuan only learned after he became a martial sovereign in his previous life. Lu Yao was not entirely inept. He quickly recalled knowledge from his studies, contemplating any applicable strategies. The house was surrounded by open space, and they hadn't seen anyone leave upon their arrival. The signs within indicated that the target had just vacated the premises. He must still be hiding inside, Lu Yao concluded. Yes, he thought, the target likely did not have the chance to truly escape. With this in mind, he began to search various locations within the house, cautiously opening every door and inspecting concealed spots. Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui observed Lu Yao's actions with a calm demeanor, neither confirming nor denying his deductions. Jiang Shiqing, curious about the outcome, pondered whether Lu Yao's assumptions were correct. Furthermore, this experience was educational for him. If he found himself in a similar situation in the future, how should he proceed? What if they couldn't locate the target? Pondering these questions, Jiang Shiqing turned to Zhong Ziyuan. Zhong Ziyuan replied, "If we cannot find it, we will simply move on to the next task. What else can we do?" They did not bring the spirit hound, and launching lacked technological means to track the scent of the alien race. Lu Yao was fortunate. He ultimately located the mission target attempting to escape through the window in the kitchen. Moreover, due to the window's relatively small size and the target's considerable bulk, the individual became stuck there. Lu Yao acted decisively, unleashing a surge of energy with his eyes closed, striking down with force. The alien let out a startled cry. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Yao was astonished to find the creature still alive and quickly delivered a follow-up strike. This time, the alien was successfully cleaved in two, the lower half collapsing onto the kitchen floor while the head and upper body fell outside. Though they had not engaged in a formal battle, Lu Yao still experienced a heart-pounding thrill. After retrieving the task item, he returned to the vehicle and set off towards the next mission location. Next was Jiang Shiqing's turn. His task involved hunting a mid-stage 4th-tier alien that do not inquire why their assignments primarily involve alien tasks. Simply put, the Soul Cult members possess a myriad of methods that are considerably more challenging to deal with than the aliens. Chapter 056. Captivating allure. Jiang Shiqing's target resided in a farmhouse villa beside the highway. Surrounded by a row of similar 2 to 3-story buildings that prevent the target from escaping, they parked the vehicle at a distance, with Jiang Shiqing proceeding alone, although he had just broken through to the 5th tier. The target was merely a mid-stage 4th tier, so he anticipated no difficulties. The alien did not flee as Jiang Shiqing had feared. Instead, upon his breaking in, it advanced toward him in an instant. The two were locked in combat. Initially, Jiang Shiqing held the upper hand. However, the alien's speed was astonishing. After a prolonged struggle, he had failed to inflict any serious injuries, let alone achieve a kill. Matters worsened when the alien unexpectedly entered a berserk state. Following its transformation, the alien's speed and attack power surged several-fold, and it began to overpower Jiang Shiqing. Had it not been for Zhong Ziyuan, who felt the prolonged duration warranted a check, the Guardian might have had to intervene. Zhong Ziyuan rescued Jiang Shiqing and then instructed Lu Yao. Both of you attacked together. Although Jiang Shiqing was injured, he was fueled by adrenaline and charged toward the alien without a second thought. Lu Yao mirrored his resolve. Unaware of the Guardian's presence, he was nevertheless confident that as long as Zhong Ziyuan was around, he had nothing to fear from a mere 4th-tier alien. Regardless of its prowess, Zhong Ziyuan, holding Yin Hui's hand, retreated slightly to observe the unfolding battle from a distance. The berserk alien now realized it could not escape today, attacking Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao with reckless abandon, almost entirely forsaking its defenses. Momentarily, both Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao sustained injuries that did not engage it head-on. Its berserk state cannot last long, Jiang Shiqing suddenly suggested. The two then shifted their combat strategy from direct confrontation to evasion, primarily focused on stalling for time until the alien's berserk state subsided. Typically, such a state is followed by a period of weakness. Jiang Shiqing's strategy proved effective, and ultimately, once the berserk phase concluded, he successfully dispatched the alien. After collecting the task item and submitting the mission, the group departed, knowing that staff from the nearby Martial Arts Alliance would soon arrive for verification. By noon, the four returned to the vehicle for a meal. The afternoon consisted of several tasks assigned to Zhong Ziyuan. Whether hunting or cleansing aliens, Zhong Ziyuan's speed was remarkable. The 3 guardians had now congregated. Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao's guardian playfully turned to Lu Chen, inquiring, "Can you best Zhong Ziyuan now?" Lu Chen's expression darkened. Was it necessary to highlight his shortcomings? With Zhong Ziyuan present, their abilities were rendered irrelevant. He glared at the two that were merely jesting. "Do not take offense, Lu brother," Lu Yao's guardian chuckled, apologizing. Noticing Lu Chen's expression soften slightly, he leaned in to ask, "Why does your companion bring a mere ordinary person along for missions?" Lu Chen's lips twitched. That was indeed a pertinent question, one he was also eager to explore. Initially, he had approached the situation with a spectator's mindset, planning to reprimand Zhong Ziyuan should danger arise, conveying the royal intent of the Lingwu Emperor to instill a lesson in him. Yet now, with Zhong Ziyuan achieving the martial sovereign rank, he found himself unable to compete, while the young couple remained blissfully intact. Previously, he had slain 7th-tier foes in the 4th and 5th tiers. Now he faced 8th-tier adversaries at the 7th tier. The disparity was utterly unreasonable. His strength allowed him protection, so what was wrong with bringing his boyfriend along on missions? He would never dare confront Zhong Ziyuan directly about it. He lacked the face to do so. Lu Yao and Jiang Shiqing's guardians gazed skyward. Point one was at the initial stage of martial sovereign, the other at the mid-stage. Their encounters with Zhong Ziyuan yielded similar results to Lu Chen's, but they glanced over at Zhong Ziyuan, who was engaged in a gentle conversation with the youth. His demeanor soft and tender. The youth regarded Zhong Ziyuan with eyes brimming with cosmic starlight, utterly captivating. Soon, it was time for Jiang Shiqing's next mission, to hunt a late-stage 4th-tier alien. This time, everything proceeded smoothly. Jiang Shiqing located the target directly at the mission site, defeating it effortlessly within a few minutes. When it came to Lu Yao's turn, although there were no unexpected complications, it marked his first genuine face-off against an alien, reminiscent of Jiang Shiqing's initial encounter, with numerous flaws and oversights. Fortunately, his target was merely a nascent 4th-tier alien, and with the pressure of rank, he only sustained minor injuries. After finally slaying the alien, Lu Yao collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent yet exhilarated. As evening approached, Zhong Xin drove to a hotel on the outskirts of the imperial capital. To his surprise, upon entering the hotel lobby, he encountered familiar faces. Qi Yu, the top student from Tsinghua University's recent exchange competition, along with the second and third place winners, including someone Zhong Ziyuan preferred to avoid. They approached with smiles. Zhong Ziyuan, Yin Hui, Jiang Shiqing, and Lu Yao, are you all here for a mission together? Qi Yu inquired. The Tsinghua students were well aware that Zhong Ziyuan often brought his boyfriend along, so they were not surprised to see Yin Hui with him. Yes, and you? Zhong Ziyuan replied, tightly gripping Yin Hui's hand, feigning ignorance to strike up a conversation that we're out on a mission, and also helping Qi Yu escort his sister. The second-year runner-up chuckled, but Qi Yu elbowed him playfully, then explained to Zhong Ziyuan, this is my cousin Xia Qinxing, also a sophomore, just like you. Xia Qinxing curiously surveyed Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui, cheerfully stating, I've long admired your reputation. She was striking in both appearance and personality, reigning as the top flower of Tsinghua University this year. Such a character was inevitably woven into Zhong Ziyuan's entourage. One of Yin Hui's potential victims. Zhong Ziyuan offered a perfunctory nod, then turned to Qi Yu, saying, we're in a hurry to rest, so we want tea chat. With that, he took Yin Hui's hand and proceeded toward the hotel front desk. Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao, seeing Zhong Ziyuan depart, waved goodbye to the group and followed suit. Zhong Ziyuan requested a large double room, while Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao opted for a standard room. After securing their accommodations, Zhong Ziyuan led Yin Hui toward the elevator, only to encounter Qi Yu and his companions waiting there. It turned out they had checked in before Zhong Ziyuan's group and were now waiting to ascend together. Zhong Ziyuan thought, this is truly unnecessary. I must have committed some sin in my past life. 8 individuals stood in the relatively spacious elevator, feeling somewhat cramped. Zhong Ziyuan held Yin Hui close, leaning down to whisper in his ear. Please do not be upset. I truly did not know they would be here. Otherwise, I would have chosen another location. Oblivious to the presence of so many acquaintances, Yin Hui neither resisted nor spoke. The elevator was small, and given that everyone present was a martial artist, they naturally overheard Zhong Ziyuan's words that a moment of silence ensued, with everyone exchanging glances. Even Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao appeared perplexed. Jiang Shiqing, facing Yin Hui directly, instinctively glanced his way. Yin Hui, held by Zhong Ziyuan, lowered his head, seemingly displeased. Upon sensing Jiang Shiqing's gaze, Yin Hui lifted his eyes slightly to meet his expression cold and indifferent. Jiang Shiqing's breath caught for a moment, but he quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head to take deep breaths, striving for composure. Chapter 057. Another outbreak. Jiang Shiqing had never witnessed such a side of Yin Hui before, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. What had Zhong Ziyuan done to provoke such anger? It seemed that his earlier words were somehow connected to Qi Yu and the others. As Jiang Shiqing's thoughts raced, the elevator arrived at their designated floor. As the doors opened, Yin Hui allowed Zhong Ziyuan to guide him out, while the others followed at a slower pace. By some twist of fate, the two groups found their rooms on the same floor. The 6 of them watched as Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui moved away, entering their room. Only after the door closed did they feel free to speak. What is going on? Qi Yu asked Jiang Shiqing, the one most familiar with Zhong Ziyuan. That I have no idea, Jiang Shiqing replied, shaking his head. The group then turned to Lu Yao. I am equally in the dark. Lu Yao responded, equally bewildered. Do not worry. It should resolve itself by tomorrow, Jiang Shiqing reassured them, offering a few more words before calling Lu Yao to return to their room. Once inside, Lu Yao asked Jiang Shiqing, did you notice anything unusual? For 3 years alongside Jiang Shiqing, the understanding is not a mere fabrication. You heard the words of Zhong Ziyuan as well. It should be noted that Yin Hui is likely not wishing to encounter a certain individual, who is highly probable to be among Qi Yu's group. Lu Yao questioned, what does this have to do with Zhong Ziyuan? Before arriving, Zhong Ziyuan could not have anticipated running into Qi Yu and his associates here. Jiang Shiqing merely pursed his lips, disinterested in engaging in trivial conversation with him. All right, I shall refrain from voicing my opinions. You may continue. Lu Yao quickly apologized. That in truth, I cannot say for certain either. Yin Hui has always possessed a gentle temperament. This is the first time I have witnessed him in anger. Coupled with Zhong Ziyuan's urgent demeanor to apologize, we are oblivious to the underlying circumstances. It is best not to jump to conclusions that a fleeting image of Yin Hui's cold gaze crossed Jiang Shiqing's mind, prompting him to advise Liu Yao, do not offend Yin Hui. Yet, these words only left Liu Yao in further confusion. Just remember my words, Jiang Shiqing stated, unwilling to elaborate, that if he were to explain, he would find it difficult to articulate. It was merely an instinct that Qi Yu and his companions each returned to their respective rooms. The four of them shared 2 rooms. Xia Qingqing had one to himself, while the 3 men occupied the other. Did you offend Zhong Ziyuan's boyfriend earlier? Inquired the third of their team, who was a senior. Qi Yu pondered before replying, absolutely not. Feeling his response lacked conviction, he added, I have only encountered him once during the exchange competition, and we did not even exchange words. Neither I nor the second have ever met him. He continued. The third, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated for a moment before suddenly asking, have you ever spoken ill of them privately or online? No, the second replied with utmost certainty. The third turned to Qi Yu, only to see him shaking his head as well. That is indeed peculiar, the third mused, lost in thought that if the matter did not concern them, they would have simply regarded it as an amusing spectacle. However, Zhong Ziyuan's words were unmistakably directed at them. Could it be your cousin? The second suddenly suggested. The third looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming, I never expected you to have such insight among Qi Yu's team. He was the strongest in both ability and intellect, serving as their captain. The second was somewhat impulsive, ranking second in strength among the 3, often straightforward and not particularly contemplative. The third, the weakest in strength yet sharp-witted, prided himself on being their strategist. Qi Yu, however, disagreed, asserting, that is impossible. After much discussion, the 3 were unable to reach any conclusion and ultimately decided to wash up and retire for the night, returning to Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui. Once the door to their hotel room was closed, Zhong Ziyuan pinned Yin Hui against it. He gazed into Yin Hui's eyes, which were filled with obsession and darkness, with a heart full of compassion. He gently kissed his eyelid. Yin Hui earnestly stared into Zhong Ziyuan's eyes, which brimmed with affection, ensnaring him in a tumult of emotions, leaving him both entranced and tormented. He longed to penetrate Zhong Ziyuan's thoughts with his soul's power, but refrained, fearing it would cause him pain. Yet his curiosity was overwhelming. After a prolonged silence, Yin Hui finally asked, why have you suddenly ceased to hate me? Zhong Ziyuan paused for a few seconds before responding earnestly. Because I have come to understand everything you have done for me. Are you certain it is everything? Yin Hui inquired, searching Zhong Ziyuan's face. Indeed, Zhong Ziyuan affirmed with a nod. Moments later, Yin Hui added, is it permissible to kill them? Zhong Ziyuan embraced him, replying, yes, that I do not hold the affection for them that you may presume, that if Xia Qingqing were to approach me again, knowing I am with you, I would take the opportunity to resolve her. His tone was gentle, yet laced with coldness, but he had never considered himself a good person, which allowed him to remain indifferent to the death of that senior, and to act decisively against Xia Qingqing if necessary. Upon hearing this, Yin Hui blinked back tears, which trickled down the corners of his eyes and landed between Zhong Ziyuan's neck. The warmth quickly turned to chilled. It was then Zhong Ziyuan remembered that the room card had not been inserted, causing the heating system to remain off. The room was well lit, with the curtains drawn back, allowing the last rays of sunlight to seep in. This oversight had contributed to his forgetfulness. Releasing Yin Hui, Zhong Ziyuan inserted the room card into the slot. With a beep, the lights illuminated the room, and the air conditioning and other appliances whirred to life. That he took Yin Hui's hand and led him to the bed, then returned to close the curtains before coming back to Yin Hui. That he cupped Yin Hui's face and slowly kissed him. Yin Hui instinctively embraced Zhong Ziyuan, tilting his head back to receive his affection. Their kiss lingered, eventually leading them to tumble onto the bed, their clothes strewn chaotically about. Only the final barrier remained between them, yet Zhong Ziyuan hesitated to proceed further. Why is my body so difficult for you to accept? Yin Hui questioned, flipping over to straddle Zhong Ziyuan, lifting his torso to scrutinize him. Zhong Ziyuan sought to apologize, but found himself at a loss for words. That he wished to ask for more time, but recalled he had already done so multiple times. Yin Hui, however, was no longer inclined to hear his explanations. That he covered Zhong Ziyuan's eyes with a blanket, focusing on the only area of his body still concealed by fabric. Taken by surprise, Zhong Ziyuan let out a pained groan, instinctively wanting to resist but ultimately refraining. That he could only submit to Yin Hui's relentless teasing. With his vision obscured, the sensations of his body became strikingly pronounced, oscillating between agony and pleasure. It felt as though his emotions were at odds with some inner will. At that moment, his body clearly betrayed that will, aligning itself with his emotions that as the moment reached its climax, Zhong Ziyin sensed a crack forming in that elusive will. Yan Hui did not continue, but instead nestled against him. Falling into a peaceful slumber. Exhausted, Zhong Ziyin held him close and succumbed to sleep as well, only waking the following morning to shower. When he emerged from the bathroom, he found Yan Hui already dressed. Seeing Yan Hui return to his usual self brought relief to Zhong Ziyin. Moreover, since they had risen rather late, Qi Yu and the others had already departed by the time they left. Chapter 058. Winter break. Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao, relieved to see the two reconciled, exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, as they observed the quiet and docile Yan Hui, Jiang Shiqing could not shake the haunting memory of his gaze from the previous day. He began to discreetly observe Yan Hui, only to find him shrouded in a mysterious haze that seemed to deepen the more he tried to see clearly. Are you perhaps paying a bit too much attention to Yan Ge today? Lu Yao seized an opportunity during lunch to caution Jiang Shiqing that I know Yan Ge possesses both looks and charm, but he is the captain. You ought not to court danger. It was only then that Jiang Shiqing realized his behavior was not as discreet as he had thought. If Lu Yao could sense it, Yan Hui and Zhong Ziyuan must have noticed it long ago. When Jiang Shiqing approached them again, he awkwardly confessed, I was just a bit curious. I had no ulterior motives. Yan Hui chuckled at this, while Zhong Ziyuan retorted with sarcasm. If you had ulterior motives, would you be standing here so calmly? Jiang Shiqing fell silent. Did I end the afternoon? Zhong Ziyuan, having completed the final task with Lu Yao, swiftly finished his remaining tasks before returning to Qingwu just before nightfall. The entire endeavor took 2 days and remained within Zhong Ziyuan's budget. The four of them dined together in the cafeteria. I won't be seeing you off tomorrow, Zhong Ziyuan told Lu Yao. There is no need for that. We can keep in touch often. Lu Yao felt that despite some minor mishaps during the mission, it had ultimately been a fruitful experience. After their meal, Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui departed, while Jiang Shiqing and Lu Yao walked side by side. Watching the pair's retreating figures, that I've pondered this over the past few nights and believe that the most likely scenario is that Yan Ge was feeling jealous that day. Lu Yao suddenly remarked. Jiang Shiqing turned to him, intrigued as Lu Yao continued, it must have something to do with Qi Yu's cousin. The big shot cannot possibly have feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be with Yan Ge. Thus, the most likely situation is that she has feelings for him, and both he and Yan Ge are aware of it. Listening to Lu Yao's analysis, Jiang Shiqing found it hard to identify any flaws in his reasoning. Could it truly be so? He admired Lu Yao's perceptiveness. Even when discussing Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui, he still referred to them as the big shot and Yan Ge. Impressive. His composure truly needed further refinement. The following morning, Lu Yao departed from the capital. Anticipating the upcoming holiday, Zhong Ziyuan presented Jiang Shiqing with 20 perfect quality blood essence pills in one go. Before returning to Xingqing, Zhong Ziyuan took Yan Hui to visit Ling Wuhuang for the first time. Ling Wuhuang served them spiritual tea and fruits. Once only the three of them remained in the living room, Ling Wuhuang, having shielded their conversation from external eavesdropping with his spiritual energy, began a couple of days ago. I sense that feeling you described. Although it has not yet resulted in any improvement in strength, it has breathed a semblance of life into my previously stagnant martial path. The efficacy of that pill exceeded my expectations. Yan Hui was not surprised by this, while Zhong Ziyuan accepted the news with satisfaction. This left Ling Wuhuang, who had been astonished for several days, speechless. Had he been the one overly agitated? Yet, how could one remain calm in such matters? The issue lay not with him, but rather with the two individuals before him, as long as it proves useful. Yan Hui smiled and remarked, we shall return to Star City tomorrow. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me at any time, teacher. You are welcome to visit my home during the new year. I will send you the address shortly. After all, you are all alone, and both Yan Hui and I lack other relatives. Suddenly, Zhong Ziyuan recalled the current leader of the Soul Sect, whom Yan Hui referred to as her benefactor father, and the brother who supposedly bullied the original Yan Hui. Was this very brother whose actions led to Yan Hui's departure from home and the subsequent demise at the hands of a few ruffians, making him complicit in her tragic fate. Unbeknownst to Zhong Ziyuan, The youngest son of the soul sect's leader actually had someone protecting him. However, as he had run away from home, he deliberately avoided his protectors upon leaving. His successful escape from the soul sect was, in part, due to the assistance of this brother. Knowing the side effects of the soul-devouring technique, Yin would certainly not allow her impulsive younger son to practice it prematurely. Only with a strong will could one resist the lingering effects of devouring souls. Hence, the original Yin Hui remained an ordinary person at that time. However, one must ponder. Had the original Yin Hui not fled from home and met her untimely end? How could the Yin Hui of Earth have the opportunity to traverse into this realm? It was precisely this understanding that led Zhong Ziyuan, upon his rebirth, to refrain from interfering with the fate of that Yin Hui, opting instead to rescue the present Yin Hui at the same time and place as in his previous life. The myriad thoughts that swirled within his mind transpired in but an instant. Zhong Ziyuan swiftly refocused his attention on Ling Wuhuang. Awaiting his response, "We'll see how things unfold," Ling Wuhuang replied. "Then I shall send you a message before the new year." Zhong Ziyuan discerned that his teacher was intrigued. Indeed, before departing, Zhong Ziyuan suddenly recalled that his teacher had requested to be informed once he had broken through to the 7th rank, and he hastily conveyed this matter. Ling Wuhuang's lips twitched in exasperation. "I meant for you to inform me before you broke through to the 7th rank, so I could protect you, not after you've done so. What is with your comprehension skills, my disciple?" It appeared that Zhong Ziyuan had been solely engrossed in his cultivation, leaving his teacher feeling quite excluded. After lamenting, Ling Wuhuang couldn't help but express his astonishment that a 19-year-old martial grandmaster. Such cultivation at this age is indeed somewhat terrifying. He waved his hand, urging the two to depart promptly. Upon returning to the villa, Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Hui began to pack their belongings. Observing Yin Hui as she folded her clothes, Zhong Ziyuan remarked, "You can purchase clothes when we return. It's too troublesome to carry them back and forth." Aware that Zhong Ziyuan did not lack for money, Yin Hui placed the clothes back down. The following day, the two of them boarded a returning high-speed train to Star City, carrying only a small bag filled with elixirs and a few small items. Sitting by the window, Yin Hui gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery. In their previous life, they had not returned during this winter break. Zhong Ziyuan had spent the entire holiday engaged in tasks, returning to the dormitory only once a week to rest for a day or two before departing again. Shortly after the new semester commenced, Wang Ziru and Zhong Ziyuan confirmed their relationship in the presence of Ling Wuhuang, agreeing to become engaged upon graduation. Later, he and Yin departed to pursue strength on the battlefield of myriad races. Upon feeling sufficiently powerful to return to Blue Star, he learned of Zhong Ziyuan and Wang Ziru's impending engagement that in a fit of rage, he killed Wang Ziru, which subsequently led Wang Meng to uncover his identity. From that moment on, he became an enemy in Zhong Ziyuan's eyes. The months spent in Star City became a time he would later reminisce about fondly. Zhong Ziyuan wrapped an arm around Yin Hui's shoulders, pulling her closer and inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" "I never expected to have the chance to return this time." Yin Hui leaned against Zhong Ziyuan. "Do you not enjoy the imperial capital?" Zhong Ziyuan asked her. Yin Hui smiled, surprised by Zhong Ziyuan's perceptiveness. Noticing her silence, he did not press further but instead said, "In truth, I prefer Star City as well." By the time they arrived at Zhong Ziyuan's home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The house, uninhabited for several months, was covered in dust and bore a somewhat desolate appearance. Yin Hui couldn't help but wonder what emotions Zhong Ziyuan experienced when confronted with such a sight upon his returns. Without glancing at Zhong Ziyuan, she utilized elemental power to cleanse the entire house. The items within took on an instantly rejuvenated appearance. Zhong Ziyuan was momentarily too stunned to feel sorrow as he beheld this scene. Chapter 059. The Federal Army. Can the Soul Spirit Technique manipulate elemental power? Noticing Zhong Ziyuan's curiosity, Yin Hui proceeded to explain. Once a soul's level reaches orange, one becomes a master of advanced organs and can harness the elemental power contained within them. The elemental power from the outside world is merely intertwined with these elements. Fundamentally, it is still the elemental power that resides within the human body. Continuing, Yin Hui added, "The human body is akin to a universe, with each cell containing unimaginable strength." Zhong Ziyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the soul spirit technique truly so extraordinary? He had assumed it was merely a cultivation technique for the dual mastery of soul and body, but he had not anticipated it to include mage-like skills. He felt a surge of anticipation. Zhong Ziyuan contemplated that perhaps he should resolve matters with his teacher as swiftly as possible after school commenced. Then leave Qingwu to focus on the soul spirit technique. Having recognized that the path of the soul integrator was the correct one, he was prepared to embark on this journey, inevitably positioning himself as an adversary to the martial alliance. It was not that they chose the soul sect. Rather, it was the only faction that could accommodate them in this world. The martial alliance was excessively tyrannical, allowing no other systems to exist outside of martial arts. The soul sect served as a cautionary tale. Since it was an eventuality, there was no need to squander excessive time in Qingwu. Yan Hui felt pleased to see him so resolute, despite having made numerous preparations. It would be ideal if Zhong Ziyuan could actively join him in the soul sect. It was worth noting that he had refrained from acting against Shi Feng and Wang Ziru in order to allow Zhong Ziyuan to leave Qingwu sooner. A feat that had required considerable restraint. After a day of bustling activity, even if he did not feel fatigued, Yan Hui had no desire to venture out again. Instead, he ordered some vegetables, rice, and various meats online from a nearby supermarket for delivery. Zhong Ziyuan took the initiative to carry Yan Hui's belongings from the guest room to his master bedroom. Yan Hui stood at the guest room's entrance, watching him tidy up. This scene brought to mind a few months prior when he had expressed his desire to sleep together with Zhong Ziyuan, causing Zhong Ziyuan to hurriedly run off to prepare his room. That day, he had also stood there watching. Dinner consisted of a few simple stir-fried dishes and a plate of grilled pork chops. After eating, they showered and settled on the sofa to watch a movie. Their shoulders leaned against each other, and they felt utterly relaxed. The film depicted a newly ascendant genius of the martial alliance. Aided by elder mentors, becoming a savior of Blue Star, and ultimately leading the planet to victory against invading extraterrestrials. The acting was quite good, but it overly glorifies those old-timers, Yan Hui remarked. Taking a jab at the so-called elders of the martial alliance. You speak the truth. Zhong Ziyuan now recognized the issues within the martial alliance as well. However, its foundation was far too entrenched, unless one possessed absolute strength. Like Yan Hui, to eradicate or suppress all high-ranking members, it was virtually impossible to destabilize the martial alliance's rule through any other means. Although Blue Star had the Federal Army apart from the martial alliance. The strategy established by the Federation was for the Army to engage externally while the martial alliance managed internal affairs. The Army was stationed on the battlefield of myriad races, positioned at the forefront of resisting extraterrestrial threats. And even if internal circumstances were dire, they could not be casually mobilized. Unless the Army had surplus strength while dealing with the extraterrestrial threats on the battlefield, this strategy resulted in the martial alliance dominating Blue Star's internal affairs. Each year, those who chose to enlist were typically students from the lower strata of society who could not gain admission to martial universities. While many of these individuals possessed outstanding martial talent, their backgrounds left them with only two choices: to enter society as ordinary workers or to join the Army and carve a bloody path. Without these options, they would be unable to access resources for continued cultivation. However, the Army's ability to fend off extraterrestrial incursions stemmed from the fact that Blue Star's passage to the battlefield of myriad races was still in its novice phase during this period. There were not many extraterrestrial aggressors, and their strength was relatively modest in his previous life. Once this novice phase concluded, all military forces within the base would likely have been annihilated, as the extraterrestrials had already fully entered Blue Star through the passage. Had Yan Hui not emerged, the fate of Blue Star was all too predictable. As an awareness entity, he had been terrified witnessing the devastation. After following Yan Hui to the battlefield of myriad races, he discovered that the military base established by Blue Star had been utterly destroyed, with not a single soldier remaining. Contemplating these matters caused Zhong Ziyuan significant distress that, if possible, he wished to save them all in this lifetime. Are you familiar with the Federal Army? Yan Hui, without needing to observe Zhong Ziyuan's expression, could discern his thoughts. Thus, she directly inquired, "Are you considering bringing them over to our side?" Zhong Ziyuan affirmed he indeed harbored this intention. Otherwise, once they replaced the martial alliance and entered the battlefield of myriad races, they would encounter a very troublesome situation. Zhong Ziyuan had no doubt that Yan Hui could easily eradicate the Federal Army. However, the crux of the matter lay in his desire to save those individuals. I acknowledge that the Army differs from the martial alliance. They have contributed significantly to Blue Star over the years. However, Their understanding of the Soul Sect is entirely derived from the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance, leading them to perceive the Soul Sect as a cult, with its members regarded as heretics deserving extermination. Therefore, if you wish to pursue this, you must devise your own methods. I simply lack the patience for it. Except for his treatment of Zhong Ziyuan, Yan Hui currently possesses little patience for anyone or anything else. He shows indifference towards all but Zhong Ziyuan. However, should Zhong Ziyuan wish to embark on any endeavor within the Soul Sect, Yan Hui is willing to indulge him, even if it leads to the ruin of the Soul Sect. He remains unconcerned at T.O. Yan Hui. The Soul Sect is equally dispensable as long as he desires. He can establish any faction he pleases. The reason he has yet to create a new force is due to his aversion to complications and the influence of the Soul Sect's techniques. Moreover, as the heir apparent of the Soul Sect, he naturally possesses the right to inherit it. That opportunistic elder brother meticulously plotted to eliminate the original host, all for that very position. Yet Yan Hui refuses to grant him satisfaction. Most importantly, does leading an evil sect to overthrow the Martial Alliance and become the legitimate authority of Blue Star not sound exceedingly intriguing? Zhong Ziyuan nodded in response that it was only then that he belatedly realized he had fallen into a trap. Had he ever expressed a desire to join the Soul Sect? Why had Yan Hui insinuated that he was already working to rally the federal army for the Soul Sect? Fortunately, Zhong Ziyuan was not one to stubbornly resist. He merely entertained such thoughts internally. Brother, can we not dwell on this? Yan Hui suddenly sat on his lap, his clear, profound black eyes fixed on him without blinking. Zhong Ziyuan's body instinctively stiffened for a moment. Yet he felt a flicker of anticipation within. Fearing that Yan Hui might become upset and leave due to his reaction, Zhong Ziyuan wrapped his arms around him. That was a tumultuous conflict within him. As their kiss deepened, Zhong Ziyuan recalled the previous incident and extended his hand. Yan Hui, lying atop Zhong Ziyuan, excitedly bit his neck. His teeth alternated between firm pressure and gentle grinding, provoking a sensation within Zhong Ziyuan that was both painful and pleasurable, accompanied by an inexplicable thrill. Listening to Yan Hui's soft murmurs in his ear, Zhong Ziyuan felt a rush of warmth surging through him. His body craved more, yet he could not fathom what being with a man would entail. It was only after Yan Hui had finished bathing together that he managed to calm himself down. Chapter 060. Yan Hui's restraint the following morning, as Zhong Ziyuan rose to freshen up. He caught sight of the purplish bite mark on his neck in the mirror. Just as he was about to harness his spiritual energy to erase the mark, Yan Hui approached from behind, embracing him. Glancing at the bite mark as if he had anticipated Zhong Ziyuan's intentions, he said, "Do not remove it." Yan Hui's voice bore a raspy and languid quality, reminiscent of someone just awakening. Yet his firm words sounded more like a playful pout. Faced with such a request, Zhong Ziyuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Yan Hui was always severely lacking in a sense of security regarding his feelings. However, he was also acutely aware that much of this was his own fault. Reflecting on the mere handful of women he had encountered in his past life, Zhong Ziyuan felt a sense of trepidation. Who could say when he might run into one of them? He was almost always with Yan Hui, and encountering one of them would inevitably mean Yan Hui would too, the outcome of which was too daunting to contemplate. He had long recognized Yan Hui's unstable mental state, so he had never considered reasoning with him. Discussing those women in Yan Hui's presence was futile. The more he spoke, the angrier Yan Hui would become. Yan Hui would perceive that he was reluctant to part with those women, still harboring feelings for them, which would only sow doubts about his affection for Yan Hui. After his death, his consciousness was bound to Yan Hui, unable to wander anywhere else. Though the duration was brief, he came to understand Yan Hui profoundly. Additionally, as Yan Hui often visited his grave to converse, he learned an abundance of information. For instance, he comprehended Yan Hui's feelings, his jealousy towards those women, and the gratitude for the several times Yan Hui had saved him. Furthermore, he realized that this world was akin to a novel, and he was the male protagonist with an abundance of romantic interests. Moreover, Yan Hui had traversed from the world of the novel's author, arriving precisely when he had rescued Zhong Ziyuan in that alley. Yan Hui had also mentioned that he had committed suicide in his past life, though he refrained from disclosing the reasons, seemingly shrouded in secrecy, unwilling for Zhong Ziyuan to know. Thus, even at his grave, Yan Hui had remained silent on the matter. Upon learning about Yan Hui's feelings, the events of those years became as clear as day. shrouded in a haze that dissipated instantly. That it was an intense and obsessive love from Yin Hui, so profound that even someone like Zhong Ziyuan, who harbored no thoughts of men, could not remain unaffected. Such a passionately devoted youth, who restrained himself for Zhong Ziyuan's sake, observing the countless scars on Yin Hui's arms, both fresh and faded. Zhong Ziyuan realized that Yin Hui only resorted to harming those women when he could no longer endure it. To do so in his presence was not a provocation, but rather a plea for a glance from him. In that moment, a wave of heartache surged through Zhong Ziyuan's chest as he gazed at Yin Hui, clad only in sleepwear, and gently pried his arms from around his waist, caressing his still smooth wrist, before turning to lift him effortlessly into his arms. The air conditioning outside had just kicked in, causing a slight chill. Yin Hui complied and allowed Zhong Ziyuan to carry him without mentioning that he would be fine even in sub-zero temperatures. Zhong Ziyuan brought Yin Hui back to the room and tucked him in a bed. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Yin Hui's strength. Yet since Yin Hui had not disrupted the act, he naturally continued to play along. Get dressed and freshen up. I'll prepare some food. Afterward, we can head to the mall, Zhong Ziyuan stated before exiting the room. Yin Hui buried his head in the blankets and laughed for quite a while. Scallion noodles, fried eggs, and pork chops. This was their breakfast. All items purchased online the previous day. After a light meal, Zhong Ziyuan drove Yin Hui to a nearby shopping center. The summer attire had been replaced with thick winter garments. Their striking appearances attracted numerous glances from onlookers. As people observed their intertwined hands, they could roughly deduce their relationship. Yet, some remained unconvinced, perhaps thinking Yin Hui was Zhong Ziyuan's younger brother and intended to approach them to confirm. After all, Yin Hui appeared to be a couple of years younger than Zhong Ziyuan. Upon entering the mall, Zhong Ziyuan's protective instincts kicked in, and he noticed a woman attempting to draw near, deliberately exposing the purplish mark on his neck that he then leaned down to plant a kiss on Yin Hui's cheek. The woman was momentarily stunned, staring blankly as the two brushed past her. Zhong Ziyuan mused to himself about the unexpected utility of the bite mark, grateful that he had heeded Yin Hui's advice not to erase it. He even envisioned that upon returning to the capital, he could have Yin Hui leave a bite mark on his neck in plain sight from time to time. After all, anyone with eyes would know he was taken. Your romantic prospects are truly flourishing, Yin Hui scoffed lightly. Zhong Ziyuan sensed that Yin Hui was not genuinely angry. He was likely satisfied with his earlier response. However, it was true that he did attract attention. After pondering, he suggested, perhaps I should wear a mask whenever I go out. Yin Hui playfully covered Zhong Ziyuan's mouth and nose with his hand, contemplating for a moment before responding. I think a mask would be better. Zhong Ziyuan replied, Did you know? Your eyes make it seem like you are alluring anyone you look at. Yin Hui regarded Zhong Ziyuan's slanted, enchanting eyes and remarked. This was the first time Zhong Ziyuan had heard his eyes described in such a manner. Leaving him momentarily unsure whether to take it as a compliment or a critique, that he attempted to adopt a frigid demeanor and asked Yin Hui, How about this? Yin Hui glanced at him and said, It only heightens the desire for conquest. Zhong Ziyuan's expression faltered. Should I draw a line across my face? After all, I'm not particularly concerned about my appearance. Absolutely not. Yin Hui instantly rejected the suggestion without hesitation. Fine, Zhong Ziyuan conceded, somewhat deflated. The two entered a men's clothing store, and upon surveying the array of garments, Zhong Ziyuan came up with another idea. Shopkeeper, this one, and this one set for both of our sizes. Also those trousers and the boots, such conspicuous couple attire, surely could not be misconstrued as brotherly garb, could it? If it were, so be it. After purchasing the outerwear, Zhong Ziyuan led Yin Hui to select undergarments. Socks and thermal tops. Although martial artists were not averse to the cold, one must still dress appropriately. After finishing their clothing shopping, they passed by a jewelry store, and Zhong Ziyuan suddenly remembered that he had yet to gift Yin Hui anything. Thus, he pulled Yin Hui inside, a female sales associate in a professional outfit approached them with a smile. What can I assist you with, gentlemen? Zhong Ziyuan lifted Yin Hui's arm to inspect it. A bracelet, something slender and simple. Certainly, gentlemen, please follow me, the sales associate replied, guiding them to the men's bracelet display. She conveyed their preferences to the attendant, who smiled and presented several options that matched Zhong Ziyuan's request. Please take a look and see if any catch your it's best to try them on, as the effect is only truly visible when worn. This gentleman is quite handsome. I imagine he would look good in anything. Truly, the sales associate was skilled with her words. Zhong Ziyuan turned to Yin Hui and asked, Which one do you like? You choose, Yin Hui replied. Zhong Ziyuan chuckled, all right, and began selecting bracelets for Yin Hui to try on. Finding that, just as the attendant had said, Yin Hui looked good in every piece. However, he ultimately chose the one that pleased him the most. This bracelet boasted a simple, yet exquisite design, fitting naturally without appearing out of place. It wasn't that he couldn't afford more. Rather, gifting too many items of this nature at once would diminish their significance. Chapter 061. The feeling of home back in the car. Zhong Ziyuan glanced at the bracelet adorning Yin Hui's wrist and inquired, "Do you like it?" Yin Hui smiled and replied, "I do, as long as it was a gift from Zhong Ziyuan." Yin Hui cherished in certain respects. His expectations were rather modest. With a smile, Zhong Ziyuan started the car, contemplating that the new year was just a few days away. Turning to Yin Hui, he proposed, "Shall we go to the supermarket tomorrow to purchase New Year's goods?" "Sounds good." The two returned home from the underground garage, carrying an assortment of bags. Once home, they hung their outer garments and placed their intimate apparel in the washing machine to be cleaned before wearing in the afternoon, both engaged in their respective training. Yin Hui aimed to maximize his mastery during the holiday, hoping to achieve a breakthrough to the ultimate level when he later ventured into the battlefield of myriad races. The Soul Spirit technique comprises 6 tiers: low level, mid-level, high level, top level, ultimate, and final, corresponding to 6 levels of companion spirits. While the number of tiers appears limited, the differences between each level are indeed vast. An early-stage high-level controller is akin to a martial emperor of peak martial prowess in Blue Star. While at their zenith, they can sweep through all races at the edges of the myriad races. To be honest, even Yin Hui himself was unaware of the extent of his current strength. In his previous life, he merely engaged in skirmishes at the periphery of the battlefield of myriad races and did not delve deeply. Wasn't out of fear. Rather, the battlefield was too expansive, with an overwhelming number of races, rendering it impossible to eliminate them all. Even if one could wipe out a considerable area in a single strike, it would still require time. Hence, he was unclear about the levels of races within the core regions of the battlefield. While it might be an exaggeration to claim Yin Hui slaughtered through the battlefield of myriad races, he indeed obliterated a significant number of alien races near the Blue Star Passage. It was precisely for this reason that his companion spirit strength surged to 99,999 points. It is important to note that the higher the level of a companion spirit, the more soul spirit power is required to enhance its strength. At the mortal level, a single point of mortal soul spirit power could increase companion spirit strength by 1 point. Upon reaching the white level, 10 points of mortal soul spirit power or 1 point of white level soul spirit power was necessary for a 1-point increase. The yellow level required 100 points of mortal soul spirit power, or 10 points of white level soul spirit power, or 1 point of yellow level soul spirit power for the same increase. The orange level necessitated 1,000 points of mortal soul spirit power, while the red level demanded 10,000 points of mortal soul spirit power. The purple level required 100,000 points of mortal soul spirit power, or 10,000 points of white level soul spirit power, or 1,000 points of yellow level soul spirit power, or 100 points of orange level soul spirit power, or 10 points of red level soul spirit power, or 1 point of the same level purple soul spirit power to achieve a single point increase in companion spirit strength. The 99,999 points of companion spirit strength correspond to the purple level. Most individual races at the outskirts of the battlefield of myriad races possess mortal and white level soul spirit power, with only a few reaching the yellow level. It is thus evident how Yin Hui managed to elevate his companion spirit level to the pinnacle of purple by absorbing a considerable amount of alien soul spirits with such low-tier soul spirit power. Moreover, the soul spirit power required for the ultimate level must increase tenfold. It can be said that as soul integrators advance, each increment in companion spirit strength becomes exceedingly challenging. Relying solely on personal cultivation could take 1,000 to 1,800 years. A mere blink in time. The endless races on the battlefield of myriad races serve as the best source of advancement for soul integrators. Killing alien races directly enhances one's strength. Can there be anything more advantageous? It is likely that at that time, everyone would lament that there were too few races to slay. However, this scenario would only materialize if the soul spirit technique were to become prevalent on Blue Star in the future. As Yin Hui had yet to completely assimilate his companion spirit strength, his training progressed swiftly without the need to consider supplementing soul spirit power. Zhong Ziyuan, now at the 7th tier, found his training somewhat arduous. After the 7th tier, the existing medicinal pills on Blue Star became ineffective for martial artists, and soul spirit pills could only enhance companion spirit strength, but could not replenish spiritual energy. Zhong Ziyuan's points were entirely exchanged for spirit stones, except for those used to redeem auxiliary materials for refining soul spirit pills, that he initially thought he had enough spirit stones for a long time. But after just a few days, they were depleted. The spiritual energy on Blue Star is thin, making the efficiency of absorbing it from the outside world exceedingly low. Consequently, martial artists at higher tiers often venture into the battlefield of myriad races, where spiritual energy is abundant and resources for spirit stones can be procured. Some spiritual herbs can also elevate one's cultivation, but such herbs are extremely precious and difficult to obtain. After only a few hours of training, Zhong Ziyuan emerged from the training room. Noticing that Yin Hui was still immersed in his practice, he decided to begin preparing dinner. Having observed Yin Hui cook numerous dishes, Zhong Ziyuan had also learned how to prepare many, albeit with slightly inferior taste. Nevertheless, Yin Hui always appreciated his efforts during mealtime. The following morning, they drove to the shopping mall once more, this time heading straight for the supermarket on the 3rd floor. With the festive season approaching, the supermarket was adorned with joyous decorations, and a special area was set up for selling couplets, lanterns, and window decorations. The two selected a few couplets, a box of window decorations, and tape for affixing the couplets. Then came the various New Year's goods that as they passed the meat section. Yin Hui tugged on Zhong Ziyuan's sleeve. "Let us buy some meat and dumpling wrappers. We can make dumplings ourselves when we get back." Zhong Ziyuan halted, surprised, and asked Yin Hui, "You can make dumplings?" "Yes, but I can't make the dumpling wrappers, and I'm not sure if they sell them here." Yin Hui replied, slightly furrowing his brow, "And no worries, if they don't have them here, we can go somewhere else." Zhong Ziyuan dismissed the concern and led Yin Hui to buy meat. The supermarket only sold regular meat and spirit beast meat. To purchase meat from mutated beasts, one would have to go to the Martial Alliance. The two, wishing to avoid complications, opted for some spirit livestock meat instead. After wandering through the supermarket, they eventually inquired with the staff to locate the dumpling wrappers. Considering that the wrappers might be sticky, Yin Hui also purchased a small bag of flour. Upon returning home, Zhong Ziyuan neatly arranged the couplets, saving their affixing for New Year's Eve. They also organized various food and drink items, though these did not necessarily have to wait until the festival. Zhong Ziyuan placed some on the fruit platter on the coffee table in the living room, ready to snack on while watching television. After tidying up, Zhong Ziyuan approached the kitchen, noticing that Yin Hui had yet to chop the meat, but he took the knife from Yin Hui's hands. Yin Hui chopped the meat at a steady pace, neither rushed nor slow, while Zhong Ziyuan was considerably more forceful. After a while, Yin Hui instructed him to stop, that if he chop any further, the meat will lose its chewiness. That in the afternoon, the two worked together at the dining table to make dumplings. Yin Hui filled the dumplings while Zhong Ziyuan assisted by scattering flour, arranging the dumplings, and wrapping the prepared dumplings in cling film before placing them in the refrigerator. For dinner, they enjoyed the freshly made dumplings. The dumplings just wrapped were the most delectable. The filling that Yin Hui prepared was also flavorful, and Zhong Ziyuan devoured quite a few. Since the passing of his parents, he had not experienced such warmth in many years. Both Yin Hui, who hailed from an orphan background, and Zhong Ziyuan, who lost his parents at a young age, rediscovered the feeling of home. That night, they fell asleep in each other's embrace, with Yin Hui resting his head on Zhong Ziyuan's arm, his face nestled in his neck. Brother Dahum Chapter 062. What is the plan? On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Zhong Ziyuan contacted Ling Wuhuang. After some persuasion, Ling Wuhuang agreed to come the following day. The martial emperor could only teleport over short distances. Flying consumed too much spiritual power, and high-tier martial artists would not travel this way unless in urgent situations. While Yin Hui could tear through the void and instantly return from the imperial capital to Star City, Zhong Ziyuan's body could not withstand the pressure of crossing through the void. Moreover, Yin Hui had no intention of revealing his abilities. There was nothing wrong with utilizing transportation like an ordinary person. Zhong Ziyuan asked Ling Wuhuang to send over the ticket information, and the next afternoon, the two drove to the train station to pick him up. They wore matching down jackets and boots, though their pants were of slightly different colors. Underneath, they donned black hoodies, with their hoods pulled over their heads. Zhong Ziyuan also wore a mask, Their appearance wasn't particularly conspicuous, yet it effectively concealed their identities. When Ling Wuhuang spotted them, he was momentarily taken aback that if not for Zhong Ziyun waving at him, he might not have recognized Yan Hui, who wasn't wearing a mask, given the throngs of people at the train station during the New Year season. If it weren't for his privileges, he wouldn't have been able to purchase a ticket on such short notice. Once aboard the train, Zhong Ziyun removed his hat and mask. Seeing this, Ling Wuhuang couldn't help but inquire, "What is the meaning of this?" Zhong Ziyun pursed his lips and replied, "I'm too good-looking, so I attract too much attention, but I already have Yan Hui. Don't I? I've noticed your skin seems to be getting thicker," Ling Wuhuang teased. However, he did not deny Zhong Ziyuan's exceptional appearance. But then, recalling something, Ling Wuhuang asked, "With both of you dressed like this, anyone can tell you're a couple that wears the attention. Who knows?" Zhong Ziyuan found it hard to understand some people's perspectives that in his previous life, countless women had actively pursued him. Didn't they know he had other women by his side? Did they care? Such women wouldn't concern themselves with whether he preferred men or already had a partner. Once they had made up their minds, they would dismiss whatever others said, embodying the mentality of "as long as I feel it's right," being exceedingly self-centered. Yet, it could also be that they were similarly influenced by the narrative that in this life, he simply hoped these women would not cross his path again. Your thoughts are not without merit. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Lingwu remarked to as for the practice of concealing one's appearance. He refrained from offering any judgment. This was, after all, Emperor Lingwu's first visit to Zhong Ziyuan's abode. The previous day, the two had already prepared a guest room for him, situated adjacent to the room previously occupied by Yan Hui. Aside from the master bedroom, the guest room was of a comparable size. As Emperor Lingwu surveyed the surroundings, he noted the vibrant atmosphere of life that permeated the space, indicating that the two were earnest in their daily lives. Following his inspection of the room, Emperor Lingwu took a seat in the living room. His gaze fell upon a platter brimming with an assortment of snacks on the coffee table, eliciting a smile from him. Yan Hui went to brew a cup of spirit tea, which had been brought back from school. Although spirit tea was available for purchase within the Martial Alliance, it required task points to acquire. Emperor Lingwu retrieved a cloth bag from his pack and placed it on the coffee table. "I thought you might be in need of spirit stones, so I brought some along. Once the semester begins, you will need to earn these resources for yourself on the battlefield of myriad races." After a moment of surprise, Zhong Ziyun expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." Observing this interaction, Yan Hui felt increasingly appreciative of Emperor Lingwu, particularly for his kindness towards Zhong Ziyuan, which further solidified her resolve to draw him into the soul sect. Despite the potential paths that lay ahead for martial artists even beyond emperor status, their lifespans were ultimately limited. At that time, she planned to have Emperor Lingwu transition to the soul spirit technique, allowing him to absorb a few powerful beings from other races, thereby rapidly surpassing emperor status. Unbeknownst to him, his future had already been meticulously orchestrated by Yan Hui. That evening, while Yan Hui prepared dinner, Zhong Ziyuan remained in the living room conversing with Emperor Lingwu. Typically, when Yan Hui cooked, Zhong Ziyuan would assist her in the kitchen. However, with Emperor Lingwu's presence today, it was only proper for someone to keep him company. They understood this fundamental etiquette of hospitality. "How has your training been lately?" Emperor Lingwu inquired. Zhong Ziyuan, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "I feel that absorbing spiritual energy is too slow. I haven't trained at all recently." Emperor Lingwu chuckled upon hearing this, that he had not expected Zhong Ziyuan, who was usually so dedicated to training, to have a day of reluctance. The sight of his teacher's unabashed delight at his misfortune was amusing. Had it been anyone else, even an emperor, they would have first engaged in a bout before speaking. Noticing his disciple's irritation, Emperor Lingwu made an effort to suppress his grin that he lifted his teacup, took a sip, and shifted the topic, saying, "You two are living quite well together." Indeed, Zhong Ziyuan concurred, feeling content with their current arrangement. Previously, spending the new year at the Wang family had always made him feel uncomfortable. Speaking of the Wang family, Zhong Ziyuan had sent a message to Emperor Wang a couple of days ago, informing him of their plans to celebrate the new year in Star City. Emperor Wang had expressed that he felt too isolated in Star City and encouraged Zhong Ziyuan to return to the Wang family. Zhong Ziyuan had mentioned that he would be spending it with Yan Hui and that Emperor Lingwu might also come. After hanging up, he felt a sense of ennui, that if Emperor Wang truly cared, he would not have waited until Zhong Ziyuan reached out to express such sentiments. The kindness shown to him in the past had merely stemmed from being viewed as a son-in-law. Since the incident with Wang Ziru, he had lost contact with Emperor Wang. Many things had changed in his previous life. He had not rejected Wang Ziru, thus Emperor Wang's attitude remained consistent, even after Wang Ziru's untimely demise before their engagement. Emperor Wang had gained feelings of guilt and affection towards him. Following the loss of his daughter, Emperor Wang had developed a certain emotional transference, possibly harboring other thoughts, and had treated him even better. This was precisely why he had intervened when Yan Hui attempted to kill Emperor Wang. Even in his rebirth, he still held feelings for Emperor Wang, which was why he had urged Yan Hui to spare Wang Ziru. It was only when Wang Ziru's situation became public and Emperor Wang's attitude shifted that he finally understood. The other party had always been a person driven by self-interest. Whether he adopted him or treated him well, or distanced himself, it was all contingent upon his own interests. Had he not adhered to the etiquette befitting a junior, he would have been reluctant to make that call. The two continued their discussion. They began to lament the spiritual energy situation on Blue Star. Was this phenomenon a result of the recent resurgence of spiritual energy or an inherent issue with Blue Star itself? In his previous life, after reaching the 7th rank, Zhong Ziyuan had spent most of his time on the battlefield of myriad races, and upon returning to Blue Star, he had never concerned himself with such matters. It seemed that the Martial Alliance had personnel dedicated to monitoring the spiritual energy concentration on Blue Star for nearly a century, reportedly observing a gradual increase, albeit at a painfully slow rate. Emperor Lingwu explained, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Dinner is ready," Yan Hui called from the dining room. The two quickly rose, washed their hands at the sink, and proceeded to the dining area. The table was adorned with 3 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat dishes, and a soup, all visually appetizing and aromatic. It had been a considerable time since Emperor Lingwu had savored Yan Hui's cooking, and he found himself yearning for it. This is an update prompted by yesterday's request and gift. However, we are still quite far from reaching 50 reviews. If the required data is met tomorrow, I shall continue to provide updates. Chapter 063. Continuing the unspoken understanding. The next day marked New Year's Eve. In the morning, Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui began to paste couplets and window decorations. Emperor Lingwu observed from the side. For lunch, they enjoyed the dumplings that Yan Hui had previously prepared, and then began to prepare the New Year's Eve feast. This was the first time Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui had personally undertaken the preparation of the New Year's dinner. Yan Hui, having been an orphan on Earth, regarded the New Year as something that bore no significance to him. When Zhong Ziyuan's parents were alive, they had handled these preparations, and after their passing, he had not been responsible for such matters during his time at the Wang family. Emperor Lingwu expressed a sense of nostalgia. He had never married, and thus, following the death of his parents over 20 years ago, he had not celebrated the New Year in a traditional manner. Each year, he either dined alone or gathered with friends. Some of those friends had not established families, while others had lost their wives and children. Observing the two busying themselves, Emperor Lingwu rolled up his sleeves to lend a hand. Together, the 3 of them prepared an extravagant New Year's Eve feast. They had researched the necessary customs online prior to purchasing the ingredients, such as the requirement for certain dishes and ensuring that the number of dishes was even. The table was also set with a bottle of spirit wine and 3 glasses. Once all the dishes were arranged, the 3 took their seats. Zhong Ziyuan uncorked the wine bottle and poured a glass for each of them. "Happy New Year!" they exclaimed in unison, raising their glasses. That evening, they sat in the living room, munching on snacks while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Even in the face of an impending invasion from other races, the gala had only been paused for a few years following the emergence of the battlefield portal. After the New Year celebrations, Emperor Lingwu announced his departure, stating that he intended to visit friends. Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui, lacking friends or relatives, found themselves pondering the absence of Yan Hui's estranged father, who had not made any effort to contact him. This was not entirely his fault. Prior to leaving home, Yan Hui had embedded a small device in his watch that prevented anyone from reaching him via communication or locating him. Furthermore, Yan Hui had never used the watch for any transactions, which is why no one had been able to find him until now. That small device had, of course, been provided by his estranged brother. Even the gangsters responsible for the original host's demise had been under his brother's influence that on the first day of the new year, they received New Year greetings from Jiang Shiqing and Liu Yao. Following that, the two remained at home, embarking on their daily training routine. With the spirit stones provided by Emperor Lingwu, Zhong Ziyuan could easily stretch his resources until the semester commenced. Only a few days remained until school started. Yan Hui was merely 2,000 points away from reaching the ultimate mastery of his physical control. A day later, Yan Hui opened a system panel. Host information. Soul Companion level. Purple Soul Companion strength. 99999 body control level. 99999 techniques. Soul Spirit technique. Ultimate. He felt that his body and soul had completely fused, allowing him to truly act in accordance with his will, that he could control every organ, bone, meridian, and cell's energy within his body. Apart from being unable to modify his genetic properties, he could now transform as he wished. To manipulate genetics, he would need to attain ultimate mastery first. At that point, another world awaited him. It was only after practicing the soul spirit technique that he truly comprehended his own body. A remarkably novel process. When Yan Hui first extended a bone sword from the back of his hand before Zhong Ziyuan, despite Zhong Ziyuan's efforts to feign shock, Yan Hui could still sense something amiss. He unleashed tendrils while Zhong Ziyuan continued to perform. It was only when white wings slowly unfurled from his scapula that Yan Hui truly saw surprise in Zhong Ziyuan's eyes. Connecting this with Zhong Ziyuan's previous acknowledgement of his efforts on his behalf, Yan Hui formed a certain hypothesis. However, he chose not to inquire further. Some matters required open discussion, while others could simply be understood through mutual tacit agreement. In the ensuing period, Yan Hui would no longer need to train. With time on his hands, he began to explore new recipes, preparing several dishes he had never tried before. A few days later, upon their return to the imperial capital, Zhong Ziyuan packed all these dishes. Upon arriving at Qinggu and entering the villa, Yan Hui invoked his cleaning technique once more. Compared to the martial artist's energy and spiritual attacks, Yan Hui's elemental manipulation could truly be deemed magic. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Zhong Ziyuan remained utterly astonished. Jiang Shiqing had already contacted Zhong Ziyuan, aware of their return that day, and expressed a wish to treat them to dinner. Thus, in the evening, Jiang Shiqing arrived at Zhong Ziyuan's villa. He handed over the mental resources he had owed Zhong Ziyuan, and after he had stored the items, Jiang Shiqing said, "Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner." "Is it far?" Yan Hui inquired. After sitting in the car for such an extended period, he felt a reluctance to move. The distance to the school gate was merely a few minutes on foot. Jiang Shiqing promptly interjected. Upon hearing this, Yan Hui nodded that if it were too far, he would prefer to dine at the cafeteria. Although the food there was somewhat mediocre, its convenience was undeniable. Zhong Ziyuan emerged from his room, wearing the couple's down jackets he and Yan Hui had purchased while traveling from Xingqing. Donning them as he walked, and by the time he reached the living room, he was fully dressed. He then handed another piece to Yan Hui to wear. Their shoes were also matching. Jiang Shiqing watched in astonishment. "Let us go," Zhong Ziyuan's voice echoed, and Jiang Shiqing then realized he had already taken Yan Hui's hand and walked to the villa's entrance. He followed suit. Zhong Ziyuan closed the door behind him and adjusted his hoodie, placing the cap atop his head before departing. "What is this?" Jiang Shiqing felt somewhat perplexed at couple's attire. "Can't you tell?" Zhong Ziyuan shot him a look that seemed to say, "Are you blind that you can't see this? I understand it's couple's attire. But what inspired you to purchase this?" Jiang Shiqing carefully chose his words, aware that it made it obvious to others that he and Yan Hui were a couple. After finishing his explanation, Zhong Ziyuan added, "Let's hurry along. Too many questions." Aware that Zhong Ziyuan was reluctant to discuss the matter further, Jiang Shiqing shifted the conversation to introduce the restaurant they were heading to that day. It was said that this establishment was owned by a family member of a high-ranking official from the Martial Alliance, thus possessing a license to sell mutant beast meat, offering a greater variety than their cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ziyuan felt an increased aversion towards the Martial Alliance. Nevertheless, despite his disdain, mealtime remained essential. The mutant beast meat served at this restaurant was far superior to that of Qingwu's cafeteria. No wonder Jiang Shiqing praised it so fervently. It certainly justified the price. After setting down his chopsticks, Zhong Ziyuan remarked, "Even if this establishment did secure its license through connections, at least the owner demonstrates a serious attitude towards business." Jiang Shiqing, filled with pride, responded, "Ha! I told you their mutant beast meat was delicious. I even made a reservation 3 days in advance to secure a private room." Zhong Ziyuan decided to inquire with his teacher about a membership for this restaurant, as Yan Hui seemed quite fond of the food there. On their return, Zhong Ziyuan invited Jiang Shiqing to accompany him back to the villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Jiang Shiqing asked Zhong Ziyuan, "Do you have something to discuss?" Instead of replying, Zhong Ziyuan retrieved the remaining bottles of blood qi pills from the refrigerator and handed them all to Jiang Shiqing. "Take them all. I have no need for them now." Jiang Shiqing's pockets were filled to the brim as he walked back to the dormitory. Somewhat distracted, he felt joy at suddenly possessing so many perfect blood qi pills, yet also worried whether his grandfather and father could amass such a multitude of spiritual cultivation resources in one go. Thanks to the 20 blood qi pills Zhong Ziyuan had provided before the holiday, he had already reached the late stage of the 5th rank. Chapter 064. The start of the semester before leaving Xingqing. Ling Wuhuang had informed Zhong Ziyuan that upon the start of the semester, he would arrange for him to join a seniors team in the Wanzhou battlefield. Zhong Ziyuan preferred to operate independently and had expressed this to Ling Wuhuang. However, Ling Wuhuang insisted that he should first familiarize himself with the Wanzhou battlefield, and if he still wished to act alone afterward, he could. What could he do? He couldn't very well reveal that he was a reincarnated individual with ample knowledge of the Wanzhou battlefield, thus exempting himself from the need to acclimate. Ultimately, Zhong Ziyuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Traveling with the team naturally precluded bringing Yan Hui along. The Wanzhou battlefield was not akin to the hunting missions on Blue Star. If their teacher found out, he would likely scold him severely. Moreover, ordinary individuals were not permitted entry into the Wanzhou battlefield. Yan Hui had mentioned that he had a method to disguise his martial artist rank, indicating that access would not be an issue. But the teacher was unaware of this. In response, Yan Hui had said, "I will adopt a different identity to accompany you, using your friend from Xingqing as a guise." Zhong Ziyuan nodded in agreement, that in his previous life, Yan Hui had successfully masqueraded as a student from Xingqing Wu University while teaming up with him in the Wanzhou battlefield. Additionally, there was a mysterious, powerful figure who had saved him from peril on several occasions. After entering the Wanzhou battlefield at the 7th rank, although their teacher remained concerned and insisted on having Uncle Lu accompany him, it had become a futile protective measure. Thus, had it not been for Yan Hui on those occasions, he truly did not know how he would have survived. Even if he did survive, it would have come at a severe cost, such as Uncle Lu's death, his own severe injuries, or the demise of his teammates. As the male protagonist, he was destined to survive until the end of the plot, but the fate of others was not so certain. Well, in truth, this male protagonist met his demise at Yan Hui's hands halfway through. In any case, Yan Hui's disguises were nearly flawless. He had never noticed a thing in the past at this moment. However, Yan Hui was preoccupied with other matters. The representative from his adoptive father was soon to arrive for the 2nd semester of his sophomore year. Although this life diverged in many ways, this particular matter had likely remained unchanged, and as far as he knew, this information was provided by an insider from the Soul sect within Qingwu. This insider was not a student of Qingwu, but rather a reader. The reader would only begin attending Qingwu this semester. Hence, last semester, when the events regarding him and Zhong Ziyuan garnered such attention, his adoptive father had not received any news about him. However, he was unclear about the specific identity of the reader, primarily because he had been too indifferent to inquire at the time. Regardless, as long as the individual entered Qingwu, they would eventually discover him. Since his adoptive father had arranged for someone to find him, they would undoubtedly disclose some details, such as his name and appearance. Such information was hardly a secret within Qingwu. To preemptively avoid his adoptive father seeking him out at Qingwu, Yan Hui decided to take the initiative. Returning to the Soul sect before his adoptive father could locate him, on the day the semester officially commenced, the principal spoke at the opening ceremony about the brutal wars faced by humanity over a century ago when the passage to the Wanzhou battlefield first emerged, and how hard-won peace had been achieved. He emphasized that the rookie period for the Wanzhou battlefield passage would conclude in 13 years, and by that time, their generation would have matured, thus bearing a significant responsibility. The students, upon hearing this, were filled with fervor, silently vowing to train diligently in the future. The principal observed the expressions of the students below with satisfaction. With nothing to attend to in the afternoon, Zhong Ziyuan once again took Yan Hui out of Qingwu, driving to an upscale clothing mall nearby. Upon exiting the car, he donned his hat and mask while casually placing Yan Hui's hat on his head as well. In the midst of winter, this did not appear out of place. Upon entering the mall, Zhong Ziyuan led Yan Hui directly to the 3rd floor, where a store specializing in men's couples clothing awaited, indicating he had done his homework. The clothing here was not simply matching items. Rather, they were genuine couples outfits, where the two pieces exhibited slight differences, yet were unmistakably coordinated as a pair. After purchasing a plethora of garments, the store attendant cheerfully recommended, "We also have men's couple bracelets. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure," Zhang Ziyuan nodded. Following the attendant to a designated area, Zhang Ziyuan and Yin Hui discovered an array of male couple accessories. In addition to the bracelets mentioned by the attendant, there were earrings, necklaces, watches, belts, cufflinks, and rings. After selecting for a while, they ultimately decided to purchase a pair of rings in addition to the bracelets, after paying for their items and returning to the car. Zhang Ziyuan retrieved the bags containing the bracelets and rings and pulled out 2 boxes. First, he opened the larger box and took out the slightly shorter bracelet to adorn Yin Hui's wrist. As for the original bracelet, he removed it. Wearing too many accessories was not visually appealing. After placing the bracelet in the box, Zhang Ziyuan extended his wrist toward Yin Hui with a smile. "Now you put it on me." Yin Hui remained silent, merely retrieving the other bracelet and carefully putting it on Zhang Ziyuan. The process for the rings was similar. They had selected the sizes based on the thickness of their ring fingers. So now they naturally wore them on their left ring fingers. Zhang Ziyuan believed the symbolism of engagement and commitment made these items more convincing. Although these accessories were purchased at a clothing store, their quality surpassed that of typical jewelry shops, primarily due to their superior design. The price was also quite reasonable for the quality offered. Otherwise, he would not have bought the rings here. Zhang Ziyuan placed their adorned hands together, admiring them for a moment before exclaiming, "They look splendid." His words felt somewhat inadequate. Upon hearing this, Yin Hui's lips curled into a faint smile, and his eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed at Zhang Zi. Just as Zhang Ziyuan was about to start the car, his watch beeped. Glancing at the display, he realized it was his teacher. "Did aren't you in the dormitory?" As soon as the communication connected, his teacher's voice came through. "I am out with Yin Hui shopping. Is there something you need, teacher?" Zhang Ziyuan replied. "Regarding the matter we discussed earlier, their team will be emerging in the next couple of days that I thought it best for you to meet them beforehand. And once they've rested, you can enter with them." "Understood. That I will find you shortly," Zhang Ziyuan acknowledged before hanging up. He drove Yin Hui back to Qingwu, dropping him off at the dormitory before heading to see Ling Wuhuang. Knowing his teacher had a fondness for the dishes Yin Hui prepared, he had brought along 2 jars of pickled vegetables from the refrigerator. Although Ling Wuhuang lacked for nothing, he was genuinely pleased to see the jars of pickled vegetables. In truth, the matters to be discussed had already been addressed in their previous communication, that Dio not leave the school for the next couple of days. "I will contact you then." Ling Wuhuang merely gave a brief acknowledgement. Zhang Ziyuan remembered the matter regarding that restaurant and inquired if his mentor possessed a membership card, to his surprise. Ling Wuhuang indeed had one, that although he was no longer managing affairs within the Martial Arts Alliance, he remained a martial emperor. The restaurant was conveniently located adjacent to Qingwu, and it was inconceivable that they would not extend courtesy to the martial emperor residing there. The cuisine was quite decent as well. After speaking, Ling Wuhuang spent a considerable amount of time rummaging through his room before finally locating the membership card. Typically, he dined by simply scanning his face, and payments were directly deducted from his wrist account, rendering the card unnecessary. Often, membership cards served merely as a symbol or were given to those close to oneself. Upon acquiring the membership card, Zhang Ziyuan took Yin Hui back to the restaurant. When the staff saw the card, they promptly recognized that Zhang Ziyuan and his companion were associated with Ling Wuhuang and immediately arranged a private room for them. This is today's update. Additional content will be written later. There were many requests for updates yesterday, and the 5-star reviews finally reached 50, but since that was yesterday's goal, I hope everyone can help me push it to 100 today. And don't forget the gifts. Everyone! Chapter 065. The reluctance of Xia Qingqing. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Zhang Ziyuan finally received notification from Ling Wuhuang, stating that the small team had emerged from the myriad races battlefield and inviting him to meet. The rendezvous point was that restaurant next to Qingwu. The team leader was named Mu Yuanzheng, a senior several years ahead of him. The private room was booked under his uncle Yan's name, and the expenses would be charged to Ling Wuhuang's account. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Ziyuan asked his mentor, "Aren't you joining us?" "I shall not attend. You young ones can converse amongst yourselves," Ling Wuhuang replied. After ending the communication, Zhang Ziyuan turned to Yin Hui beside him, "That we shall go together," he stated, primarily to allow Yin Hui to observe the team situation, if there were any issues. Even at the risk of displeasing his mentor, he would not join. After all, compared to his mentor, Yin Hui's anger was far more formidable. "That I end the evening," Zhang Ziyuan and Yin Huai strolled from their dormitory to the entrance of Qingwu, dressed in matching outfits, attracting the attention of numerous students. It wasn't that no one dated at Qingwu, nor were there no same-sex couples, yet it was the first time many had witnessed a same-sex couple so openly affectionate. This display made their relationship known to everyone, regardless of whether they were acquainted or not. That moment, Xia Qingqing happened to be passing by and caught sight of this scene, that a wave of unwillingness surged within her. After returning from a mission with her cousin, she had learned about the circumstances between the two and understood that Yin Huai was merely Zhong Ziyuan's attendant, an ordinary person devoid of any martial talent, leading her to believe he was unworthy of the exceptional Zhong Zi. What was the use of being handsome? An ordinary person was just that, and they existed in an entirely different realm from martial artists. The greater Zhong Ziyuan's strength, the more pronounced this disparity became. Most martial artists, upon reaching the 7th tier, spent their time in the myriad races battlefield, while Yin Huai, as an ordinary person, lacked even the qualifications to enter. Xia Qingqing was convinced that their relationship would inevitably dissolve. Thinking she had discerned the outcome, she still found it impossible to remain composed upon witnessing Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Huai's open display of affection. She could not comprehend why Zhong Ziyuan treated Yin Huai with such kindness and indulgence. Was it merely due to his good looks? Xia Qingqing, with her vibrant and proud demeanor, consistently viewed matters from her own perspective. She never considered that even if Zhong Ziyuan were to break up with Yin Huai, would he then take an interest in her? The first hurdle was the incompatibility of gender. After all, aside from Yin Huai, no one was aware that Zhong Ziyuan had an inclination for women. Yet, despite this apparent truth, Xia Qingqing seemed oblivious, or perhaps she simply chose not to see it, clinging to her one-sided beliefs. In this regard, she was even more obstinate than Wang Zi. As she watched the couple's retreating figures, Xia Qingqing left with a somber expression. Zhong Zi and Yin Huai remained unaware of her presence. The two exited the school gate, engaged in conversation as they made their way to the Yunduan restaurant. Indeed, they had taken note of the restaurant's name during their previous visit. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhong Ziyuan approached the front desk and stated, "A private room reserved by Ling Wuhuang." The front desk staff had already memorized Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Huai's appearances from 2 days prior. Thus, upon hearing Zhong Ziyuan mention Ling Wuhuang, they smiled and replied, "Second floor, room 666, that has anyone else arrived in that room?" Zhong Ziyuan inquired. The staff smiled and responded, "Not yet. You two arrived quite early." "Understood, thank you." Zhong Ziyuan replied, taking Yin Huai's hand as they proceeded inside. The front desk staff observed their intertwined fingers and the different style of their matching outfits, shaking their head with a smile. How sweetly they flaunted their affection, so much so that it made her wish to be in love herself. Upon reaching the second floor, they were approached by another staff member who inquired about their reserved room. "Room 666, please follow me." The staff led them to room 666, opened the door, and activated the air conditioning, ventilation, and lighting systems. Subsequently, Zhong Ziyuan settled at the main seat and began selecting dishes on the holographic screen. The staff, wearing a perfectly timed smile, asked Yin Huai beside him, "What would you two like to drink?" "We offer plain water, spirit tea, and various common spirit fruit juices. 2 cups of corn juice." Zhong Ziyuan interjected before Yin Huai could respond. "We had this last time, and Yin Huai enjoyed it." "Very well. Please hold on," the staff said, casting a glance at Yin Huai, who showed no signs of objection, before exiting the room with a smile. After the staff departed, Yin Huai approached Zhong Ziyuan from behind, observing him as he selected dishes. After a moment, she couldn't help but smile and say, "You truly are a remarkable disciple." Zhong Ziyuan chuckled heartily. There's no need to save this little amount of money for the teacher. When the staff returned with 2 cups of corn juice, Zhong Ziyuan had completed his order, that he sat down at the main seat and leaned down to converse with Yin Huai. Just then, the door to the private room opened once more. They looked up to see the staff leading 4 men and 1 woman inside, understanding that these were likely the team that his mentor had arranged for him. Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Huai stood up. "Greetings, seniors." Zhong Ziyuan smiled as he welcomed them. "Please, take a seat. I am Zhong Ziyuan, and this is Yin Huai. My partner. My mentor suggested that we young people converse on our own, so he did not join." The newcomers exchanged glances at Zhong Ziyuan and Yin Huai, somewhat surprised. They were aware that Ling Wuhuang's disciple, Zhong Ziyuan, had reached the 7th tier and was heading to the myriad races battlefield. But they hadn't expected that he would bring someone else along to AS for the relationship between Yin Huai and Zhong Ziyuan. Even without an introduction, they could discern it. How courteous, one of them replied. I am Mu Yuanzheng, the captain of this team. These are Cheng Jiahao, Zhao Yifei, Wang Jirui, and Dong Feifei. Zhao Yifei, Wang Jirui, and I are your seniors. Cheng Jiahao hails from Jingwu, while Dong Feifei comes from Mo. After everyone had taken their seats, Zhong Ziyuan inquired, what would you seniors like to drink? The staff promptly reiterated the drink options available at the restaurant that Mu Yuanzheng and Cheng Jiahao opted for spirit tea, while Zhao Yifei and Dong Feifei requested spirit fruit juice. Before the staff left, Zhong Ziyuan asked them to prepare the dishes while also ordering a few bottles of spirit wine. Did I heard that you were only a sophomore? Zhao Yifei asked curiously. Zhong Ziyuan displayed a hint of surprise and replied, Indeed, I am a sophomore. How did you hear about me, Senior Zhao? The sophomore is quite the celebrity at Qingwu, Zhao Yifei remarked with a knowing tone. Mu Yuanzheng added, a sophomore at the 7th tier. When I was a sophomore, I believe I was only at the 4th tier. How have you managed to cultivate so rapidly? By completing tasks to earn points and then exchanging them for elixirs to cultivate. My mentor also sponsors some of the cultivation resources, Zhong Ziyuan explained, mixing truth with embellishment. Ultimately, it was his exceptional talent in martial arts that facilitated his rapid advancement. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent, Cheng Jiahao commented. At that moment, the staff knocked before entering, carrying a tray with 2 cups of spirit tea and 2 cups of spirit fruit juice. Apologies for the interruption, she said as she placed the cups before everyone and then exited again. Chapter 066, Truly Foolish, one update. After some discussion, Zhong Ziyuan learned that the highest cultivation level in Mu Yuanzheng's team was merely the late 7th tier, which was Mu Yuanzheng himself. Cheng Jiahao, Zhao Yifei, and Dong Feifei were all at the mid-7th tier, while Wang Jirui was at the early 7th tier. It was evident that his mentor had intentionally assigned him to such a team. If the overall strength of the team were too formidable, following behind them would no longer be considered training. In his previous life, he did not advance his strength so swiftly. He had only entered the myriad races battlefield during the first semester of his junior year. And naturally, his mentor had not arranged such a team for him. Then he recalled that shortly after entering the myriad races battlefield, he had received news of his mentor's demise. They became more familiar. Their conversations grew increasingly casual. The dishes Zhong Ziyuan had ordered began to arrive at the table one by one. Having long heard of the restaurant's delectable offerings, it was indeed a challenge to secure a reservation. I've heard that the dishes here are delicious, but securing a table is quite difficult, Zhao Yifei remarked casually while eating. I requested a membership card from my mentor. In the future, if you wish to make a reservation, simply contact me. Zhong Ziyuan chuckled as he spoke. However, he merely assisted in securing a reservation, sparing them the trouble of queuing, rather than treating them. It was not that he was unwilling to spend the money. Rather, he believed that the intricacies of human relationships should not be taken to extremes. Zhao Yifei grinned and replied, Then thank you very much. Let us drink to that. Cheng Jiahao glanced at Zhong Ziyuan, who raised his glass in agreement. Zhong Ziyuan responded affirmatively, lifting his own cup to clink with Cheng Jiahao's. After finishing the drink, Cheng Jiahao, with a conflicted expression, spoke up, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Intrigued, Zhong Ziyuan urged, Go ahead. Separated by Yan Hui and an empty seat, Cheng Jiahao leaned in closer and whispered, How can one determine if a person is attracted to men or women? Yan Hui, upon hearing this, looked up in mild surprise at Cheng Jiahao. It became evident that everyone present had overheard his inquiry. Yet speaking softly was merely an instinctive act. Had he truly wished for discretion, he could have easily shielded his words with spiritual energy. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Cheng Jiahao turned back to Zhong Ziyuan, awaiting his response. To be honest, I do not know. When I liked Yan Hui, I was aware that he liked me too. Zhong Ziyuan realized that this question had genuinely struck a chord with him. You like men? Yan Hui's melodious voice suddenly broke the silence, marking his first word since entering the room with Mu Yuanzheng's team. Nevertheless, his status and striking appearance commanded attention, making it impossible for anyone to overlook his presence. Cheng Jiahao cast a glance at Yan Hui, momentarily captivated by his beauty, but quickly averted his gaze, knowing he was Zhong Ziyuan's boyfriend. Yes, Cheng Jiahao replied. The others were eager to hear Yan Hui's thoughts, but he merely responded with an "oh," leaving it at that. Cheng Jiahao, puzzled, looked up again, only to find Yan Hui engrossed in his meal. I can't believe it, Chenggu. You actually like men, and you've kept it from us for so long, Zhao Yifei exclaimed, leaning in to drape an arm around Cheng Jiahao's shoulder. Cheng Jiahao swatted Zhao Yifei's arm away, ignoring him. Wang Zhirui and Mu Yuanjing then began earnestly offering Cheng Jiahao advice, such as how men attracted to the same sex would not seek out female partners, or how their gazes would linger longer on attractive men. While these were theoretical insights, they remained somewhat practical. However, accurately discerning such matters was not an easy task. Zhong Ziyuan, how did you know that Yan Hui liked you too? Cheng Jiahao appeared to place greater trust in the experienced Zhong Ziyuan. Zhong Ziyuan thought to himself that he only learned of Yan Hui's feelings after he had passed. For over a decade, he had regarded Yan Hui as an adversary, only to discover in the end that Yan Hui had been accommodating him from the very beginning, even protecting him. Had his soul not persisted after death, even with rebirth, he would have continued to see Yan Hui as an enemy. Contemplating this left Zhong Ziyuan wishing to cover his face in embarrassment. How foolish he had been! At that moment, Yan Hui spoke, providing a timely rescue for Zhong Ziyuan that I told him, he stated. Zhong Ziyuan immediately turned to Yan Hui, scrutinizing his expression in hopes of gleaning some insight. Yet, faced with Yan Hui's complete control over his own body, the only information discernible was what Yan Hui chose to reveal. In his reluctance, others could perceive nothing. Not only expressions, but even physiological responses like gaze, heartbeat, and breath were imperceptible. Undeterred, Cheng Jiahao pressed Yan Hui further. But how did you know Zhong Ziyuan liked men when you liked him? Yan Hui regarded Cheng Jiahao with an indifferent expression and replied, I do not know, but does that have any bearing on my feelings for him? Doesn't it matter? What if he likes women? Cheng Jiahao's question prompted Zhong Ziyuan to wish he could eject him from the room. What sort of ridiculous question was that? Zhong Ziyuan feared Yan Hui would become furious, yet he noticed a slight smile tugging at the corners of Yan Hui's lips. Kill that woman. The words emerged from him with a dispassionate clarity, devoid of malice yet resonating with an unsettling intensity. Even if you kill her, he would still like women, wouldn't he? Wang Zhirui interjected innocently, rarely speaking up. What I cannot have, others should not possess that if he does not love. Let him hate me. That way, his heart is still filled with me, not occupied by another woman. After saying this, Yan Hui turned to meet Zhong Ziyuan's gaze. Zhong Ziyuan kissed Yan Hui gently on the eye. He understood that this reflected Yan Hui's true feelings from his previous life, jealousy, extremism, and a fiercely suppressed yet forcefully burgeoning possessiveness. Everyone present was taken aback, their perceptions of normalcy shattered. Was it typical for someone to eliminate their rival for affection when the object of their desire did not reciprocate? To their astonishment, Yan Hui, an ordinary person, displayed such intensity in matters of the heart. Cheng Jiahao regarded the two, acutely aware that he had asked the wrong individuals, for they did not seem like what one would deem normal. Aside from this peculiar episode, the meal proceeded with mirth and cheer. However, the sole female member of the team had remained largely silent throughout, focused intently on her food, seemingly satisfied with the offerings. Zhong Ziyuan and Mu Yuanjing exchanged contact information, agreeing to connect later before parting ways at the restaurant's entrance. Hand in hand, Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui strolled leisurely back to their dormitory. The slight intoxication they felt dissipated swiftly as they utilized their spiritual energy. What do you think of this team? Zhong Ziyuan inquired of Yan Hui as they walked. Not bad, Yan Hui replied casually. What pleased him most was that no one in the group seemed to covet Zhong Ziyuan. Their only female teammate was of average appearance and had not cast a single glance at Zhong Ziyuan. Although Cheng Jiahao claimed to prefer men, he appeared indifferent to Zhong Ziyuan as well as for their strength. Yan Hui had no demands. He was confident that even those with questionable character would not pose a challenge to Zhong Ziyuan, especially with his presence to back him up. Chapter 067. Jiwei City, Part 2. The passage to the myriad races battlefield lay in a desolate region of Blue Star. The portal resembled a shimmering blue gate, towering at a height of 100 meters and stretching 70 meters wide. That IT was not an ordinary door nor a teleportation array, but rather an entity akin to a spatial passage. Following the emergence of this ethereal blue gate, the surrounding area gradually transformed from a marketplace into a sprawling town that rivaled a city. Encompassing the gate was an expansive square devoid of any structures, filled solely with martial artists preparing to enter or exit the myriad races battlefield. Zhong Ziyuan and Mu Yuanjing's team had arranged to meet in the square that afternoon, arriving half a day early. They explored the town, where they discovered numerous stalls selling items sourced from the myriad races battlefield, such as peculiar spiritual herbs and mysterious devices of unknown use. These items were priced variably, with the final transaction amount relying on the bargaining skills of the buyer and seller, a practice referred to as picking up bargains that was akin to the experience of shopping on antique streets, where the acquisition of valuable items depended on one's discerning eye and luck. After lunch, as the appointed time neared, the two proceeded to the square after undergoing checks by the Martial Alliance. They approached the shimmering blue gate, estimating that Mu Yuanzheng and the others would arrive soon. Yan Hui remarked, "My name is now Yuani, a friend of yours in Star City, so do not mistake it." I won T. Zhong Ziyuan assured him. Yan Hui's current appearance, voice, and the name Yuan were all reminiscent of his disguise as a teammate, making it entirely familiar to Zhong Ziyuan. Yet he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this version of Yan Hui. However, it was for the best. Had Zhong Ziyuan and Yuan exchanged flirtatious glances, he could only imagine how Mu Yuanzheng and the others would react. For now, it was prudent to keep Yan Hui's identity concealed. Thus, it was impossible for him to openly enter the myriad races battlefield alongside Zhong Ziyuan. The lesser of two evils was to forego being together rather than facing the impossibility of presenting themselves as a couple. Before long, Mu Yuanzheng and the others arrived. Upon seeing the young man beside Zhong Ziyuan, they were puzzled that in response to Mu Yuanzheng's inquisitive gaze, Zhong Ziyuan introduced, "This is my friend Yuani. He happens to be entering as well. He is at the 8th grade realm and has been through many times, so he won't be a burden to you." Unconsciously, Zhong Ziyuan regarded himself and Yan Hui as we, while Mu Yuanzheng and the others were seen as you. Upon hearing Zhong Ziyuan's words, Mu Yuanzheng felt a sense of relief. He had no desire to lead two newcomers simultaneously, though he was somewhat taken aback by Yuan Yi's 8th grade cultivation level. During their time at the Martial Arts University, students were encouraged to focus entirely on their training, and the points earned from completing school tasks sufficed to obtain mid to low-grade cultivation resources. Only upon reaching the 7th grade were they permitted to enter the 10,000 races battlefield, as high-grade cultivation resources were no longer available on Blue Star. Countless martial artists from the civilian realm had ventured into the battlefield at the body refinement stage to seek their fortunes. The Federation merely prohibited ordinary individuals from entering the battlefield, imposing no restrictions on mid to low-grade martial artists. Even Mu Yuanjing himself had not achieved the 7th grade before graduating from university. All members of their team had entered the battlefield at a high grade. He had initially thought that the youth accompanying Zhong Ziyuan would at most be a mid-grade martial artist. But he was surprised to find him even stronger than they were. Mu Yuanjing nodded at Yuan Yi and then said to Zhong Ziyuan, "Once we pass through this light gate, we will arrive at the 10,000 races battlefield." As he spoke, he led several team members toward the light gate, with Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui following closely behind. Having traversed this threshold countless times in his previous life, neither felt any curiosity. However, Zhong Ziyuan, who was nominally entering the light gate for the first time, put on a spirited performance. The immediate sensation for martial artists above the 7th grade upon arriving in the battlefield was one of comfort. Compared to the spiritual energy-deprived Blue Star, this place made them feel invigorated, as if they were fish returning to water. High-grade martial artists who had spent considerable time in the 10,000 races battlefield often found themselves quite unaccustomed upon returning to Blue Star, akin to fish out of water. Accompanying this sensation was the omnipresent odor of blood. The battlefield had witnessed the demise of countless lives, and the ground beneath their feet had long been stained a deep brown by blood. Yan Hui, not being a martial artist and having no need for spiritual energy, turned his gaze toward the azure light gate that resembled Blue Star, where he perceived countless laws in motion. It seemed somewhat akin to his system panel, but the lines of law were vastly more numerous and varied than those on his panel. Standing beside Zhong Ziyuan, Yan Hui scrutinized the land with unprecedented seriousness. It was said that this was an immensely vast continent, dotted with countless passages leading to various civilized star worlds. Each day, old passages vanished while new ones emerged. The disappearance of a passage signified the complete destruction of the civilization and star it connected to, while new passages indicated the connection of yet another civilized star world to the continent. Blue Star was merely one of the most inconspicuous among these civilized worlds. Each civilization would establish cities or outposts near the passages connecting their own civilization in the battlefield. serving as military garrisons, supply points, and trade centers. Blue Star was no exception. They found themselves within the confines of a city. Similar to the plaza surrounding the light gate outside, the vicinity of the light gate within the battlefield was also deliberately left open. However, the land here had not been paved but rather retained its natural appearance that in the distance, towering structures could be glimpsed. This city was named ZY City, guarded by the federal military. ZY, the Imperial Star, presided over official positions and authority. In ancient times, the master of the ZY was said to possess a noble destiny, embodying the traits of a ruler. Thus, this name was quite fitting for a city representing the official domain. Within the trading hall of ZY City, one could exchange cultivation resources for points, or use points to obtain the cultivation resources they required. Firearms were useless in the 10,000 races battlefield. A strong individual could easily intercept them and return them with a flick of the wrist. You need to go to the trading hall. Mu Yuanjing inquired of Zhong Ziyuan and Yan Hui. No need. Let us head directly to the battlefield, Zhong Ziyuan replied. Understood. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuanjing ceased further conversation and stepped toward the battlefield's exit. Numerous individuals, similar to themselves, traversed the area, occasionally brushing past small teams. Some were heading to ZY City for rest, while others were returning to Blue Star. The so-called battlefield was essentially the region beyond the city walls. The farther one ventured from ZY City, the deeper into the battlefield they went, signifying greater danger. However, danger often coexisted with opportunity. The areas near ZY City had been explored countless times, making it challenging to find a mature low-grade spiritual herb. Only by delving deeper into the battlefield could one discover valuable items, though this also meant encountering alien races more frequently. The region where the Blue Star Passage was located seemed to be inhabited primarily by weaker races, leading some individuals on Blue Star to develop a misguided perception. They believed that the alien races were not formidable, gradually losing the sense of urgency they ought to possess. In reality, the people of Blue Star were akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. And what was more tragic was their obliviousness, merely observing the world from their confined vantage point. Were it not for individuals like Mu Yuanzheng, Yan Hui would have loved to take Zhongzuan to explore farther regions or even directly plunder an alien city. Perhaps he could absorb the power of souls while Zhong Ziyuan gathered cultivation resources. Let us wait a bit. Chapter 068. Storage Ring 3 Updates. This time, upon returning from the 10,000 races battlefield, he intended to pay a visit to the Soul Sect. He would first deal with that convenient older brother and then take control of other high-ranking members of the Soul Sect, including the convenient father. Afterward, he would enter alone, delve into the central area of the battlefield, eliminate some strong individuals to advance to the ultimate level, and take a look at the situation inside. As for the low-grade soul energy near ZY City, he would leave it for Zhong Ziyuan and Ling Wuhuang to absorb. Once a soul molder reaches the ultimate level, they can master their own genes and comprehend the laws of the world. This is because the genetic information within the human body is the most intricate, variable, and perfected form of LAW. That point, laws would be at his command. For instance, he could utilize spatial laws to freely create storage spaces within his body's cells, or within any flower or grass. The 10,000 races battlefield, rich in spiritual energy and nourished by the blood of countless races, boasted fertile land that birthed innumerable spiritual herbs, fruits, and spiritual stone veins. Even with countless races harvesting and mining daily, the resources remained inexhaustible. Spiritual herbs grew in abundance, and numerous ordinary stone mines were continuously transformed into spiritual stone veins. The primary objective of Mu Yuanjing's team was to seek out spiritual stone mines, casually collecting spiritual herbs along the way. Technological detection devices proved ineffective against spiritual stone mines, so they could only delve into the earth with their own spiritual energy, sensing it inch by inch. This method was highly inefficient, and if the spiritual stone mine lay deep underground, it would remain undetectable. However, there were no better methods available on the Blue Star side. Zhong Ziyuan was quite familiar with this process. After a brief study, he began to sense the underground situation with his spiritual energy to avoid overlapping perceptions. They maintained a certain distance between each other. Yan Hui did not join the exploration, as he lacked the requisite patience that if he wished, he could easily identify where the spiritual stone veins were located. However, Yan Hui preferred not to do so. It would be much more convenient to directly scour other races for already mined resources. Otherwise, even if they located a spiritual stone vein, they would still need to spend time extracting the stones one by one, all while ensuring that no one else discovered their actions. Not only aliens, but also their fellow Blue Star individuals. After all, wealth stirs the hearts of men. Generally, martial artists without a certain level of power would avoid seeking out spiritual stone mines. Even if someone stumbled upon one by luck, they would choose to collaborate with trusted individuals or sell the stones to the authorities for a significant amount of points. Mu Yuanjing's entire team was composed of high-grade individuals. They had the capability to locate spiritual stone mines and the strength to extract them. Even when faced with formidable opponents, they had powerful teachers behind them, such as those at the Martial King or even Martial Emperor level. This was their source of confidence. Yan Hui layered an additional layer of defensive markings on Zhong Ziyuan and then said, "I have something to attend to and will leave for a while, that I will find you later." Noticing Zhong Ziyuan's reluctance, Yan Hui added, "It will be quick," that he had initially planned to take Zhong Ziyuan along to plunder alien races. But plans often change. Given the efficiency with which Mu Yuanjing's team sought spiritual stone mines, Zhong Ziyuan would likely struggle to find time for his cultivation. It would be better for him to find a nearby city to procure some resources for emergency use. Alright, just be careful. Even though he knew how strong Yan Hui was, Zhong Ziyuan still felt compelled to express his concern. Once Yan Hui vanished, Mu Yuanjing, who was not far away, asked, "Why did your friend leave?" "I just learned he had something to do. When he said we would enter together, he truly meant it." Zhong Ziyuan shrugged his shoulders, seemingly displaying a sense of helplessness. Mu Yuanjing smiled faintly, not particularly surprised that Yuan Yi did not choose to accompany them. Zhong Ziyuan methodically sensed the presence of the spirit stone mine, while Yan Hui had already distanced himself from the area through instantaneous movement, that he made his way towards a thriving alien city that he recalled from memory. Vaguely remembering that high-ranking members of the Soul Sect had reported to him in his previous life about this city, mentioning it housed several warehouses filled with spirit stones, as well as numerous spiritual herbs and fruits. The Soul Sect had no use for such items, and he had instructed those higher-ups to handle them on their own. Ultimately, Yan Hui remained oblivious to the fate of those spirit stones. Unfortunately, he could not yet open a storage space, and as a fusion soul practitioner, he did not need to absorb spiritual energy, that he intended only to acquire some for Zhong Ziyuan's cultivation. Judging by Zhong Ziyuan's plans, he would likely need to maintain his identity as a martial artist for some time. However, he could certainly gather more spiritual herbs and treasures that enhance soul power. Yan Hui soon arrived at his destination. Before him stood a grand city, several times more magnificent than ZY City, surrounded by several satellite cities. The bustling sounds of the populace filled the air, signifying its prosperity. Yan Hui headed directly to the core building of the city, which was likely inhabited by the highest-ranking aliens. The warehouses containing resources were, of course, located here as well. Under the scrutiny of his soul power, Yan Hui quickly pinpointed his destination, just as he was about to teleport there. An unexpected scene unfolded before his eyes, that an alien was actually making a large quantity of spirit stones vanish. Yan Hui carefully sensed the situation and discovered that the stones had not disappeared, but had instead entered a ring worn on the alien's finger. A spatial ring. Wasting no time, he proceeded to the warehouse and simultaneously sealed off the area. "Who are you?" the alien inquired in a universal language of the myriad races. Under the immense pressure of his power, the alien could hardly move. Yan Hui had never learned the universal language, as he never communicated with aliens. He typically resorted to killing upon encountering them to AT that moment, to glean information about the storage ring. He initiated a soul-reading technique to delve into the alien's memories. After a considerable time, Yan Hui eliminated the alien. From the memories he extracted, he learned a wealth of information. Firstly, this alien was the treasurer of the city, responsible for managing all spirit stones and resources within. The only one who could exert authority over him was the leader in charge of military power. Yan Hui approached and severed the finger bearing the storage ring with a blade of wind, then used wind elements to lift the storage ring into the air, followed by cleansing it with water elements, drying it with fire elements, and finally grasping the ring in his hand. According to the treasurer's memories, the storage ring could be controlled with mental power, that if the treasurer were still alive, he would need to erase his mental power before using it, but now that step was rendered unnecessary. Yan Hui directly imprinted his soul mark onto the storage ring. This was a power that transcended mental energy. Even if the ring were lost, others would be unable to utilize it, connecting his soul power to the storage ring. He glanced inside at the spirit stones and herbs, then entered the warehouse, collecting all its contents into the storage ring. Adopting a mindset of having come this far, Yen Hui looted every warehouse in the vicinity. Thankfully, the space within the treasurer's ring was ample. Otherwise, he would truly have been unable to accommodate everything. Reflecting on what Emperor Ling Wu had once said, Yen Hui felt a twinge of emotion. He had not anticipated that, in the eyes of the powerful on Blue Star, this place was already considered close to the center of the battlefield of the myriad races. Indeed, the assertion that the strong of Blue Star had a narrow perspective was not unfounded. As he pondered the process of slaughtering aliens on the battlefield of the myriad races in his previous life, Yen Hui confirmed that he had never encountered a storage space. The reason was likely that he had killed far too swiftly. The Soul Sect, when cleaning up the battlefield, would not bother inspecting the corpses of these aliens, as there were simply too many for them to manage. The storage spaces naturally perished along with the high-ranking aliens. Chapter 69, Yen Hui's Peach Blossom, Part 1. Yen Hui returned to the vicinity of ZY City, laden with a storage ring brimming with resources. Zhong Ziyuan possessed the mark left by Yen Hui. Allowing him to sense his position, Mu Yinjing's team was still in search of the Spirit Stone Mine. Upon seeing Yen Hui, Zhong Ziyan beamed with joy, exclaiming, "You are back." Mu Yuanzheng and the others turned their gazes in his direction. Yen Hui replied with a smile directed at Zhong Ziyuan. In the ensuing moments, he stayed by Zhong Ziyuan's side, engaging in casual conversation as night fell, aside from a few spiritual herbs discovered along the way. They had accumulated no significant findings throughout the day. That evening, the group sought refuge in a cave, taking turns to keep watch. Thus, they spent 3 days searching, while they did find some spiritual herbs and fruits. Spirit stones remained elusive. Observing the dejected and fatigued expressions of his teammates, Mu Yuanzheng decided to return to ZY City for a brief respite, planning to rest for 2 days before continuing their search. He explained to Zhong Ziyuan, finding a spirit stone mine is quite challenging. It's not unusual to go a month without a discovery. Zhong Ziyuan nodded in realization, although Yen Hui had accompanied them during these days. He had not sought spirit stones or harvested herbs, merely keeping Zhong Ziyuan company. Mu Yuanzheng and the others thought little of it, believing Yen Hui had stayed behind to protect Zhong Ziyuan, especially since it was his first venture into this realm. That on the way back, Cheng Jiahao approached Yen Hui, smiling as he asked, "Where are you from, Yuani?" Yen Hui cast a curious glance at Cheng Jiahao. This was not the first time such a question had been posed. Over the past few days, Cheng Jiahao had often gravitated toward him during idle moments, considering the preferences Cheng Jiahao had alluded to during their meal. Yen Hui could surmise his intentions. Cheng Jiahao had developed a fondness for the persona Yen Hui had adopted. Yuani appeared to be around 20 years old, with a fair and refined appearance. Standing at approximately 180 centimeters tall, the same height as Yen Hui.in, crafting a favorable impression for Zhong Ziyuan, Yen Hui had indeed put considerable thought into this identity. While it may not have been as striking as Yen Hui's true self, it exuded a remarkably approachable aura. Cheng Jiahao's focus on Yuan Yi was both surprising and unsurprising. Unfortunately, Yuan Yi was a mere fabrication. No matter Cheng Jiahao's inclinations, they were in vain. Not wishing to create any misunderstandings, Yen Hui gazed directly at him, his tone indifferent as he asked, "Do you need something?" Perhaps the disinterest Yen Hui conveyed was too apparent, for Cheng Jiahao's face flushed with embarrassment. That Mu Yuanzheng and Zhao Yifei also drew nearer. They had observed Cheng Jiahao's behavior over the past few days and were naturally aware of his intentions. However, it was uncertain whether Yuan Yi preferred men or women. Even if he did favor men, it did not imply he would be interested in Cheng Jiahao. Moreover, Cheng Jiahao's actions had indeed caused Yuan Yi some discomfort. That it was not as if they could blindly defend him simply because Cheng Jiahao was their teammate. Furthermore, Yuan Yi was a friend of Zhong Ziyuan, a man of significant standing. Zhong Ziyuan had been quite displeased these past few days. Yet, given his public friendship with Yuan Yi, compounded by his own partner, he found himself unable to assert his claim, all while concealing his true feelings, which was exceedingly vexing. Zhong Ziyuan had remained by Yen Hui's side and now regarded Cheng Jiahao with an air of contemplation. Cheng Jiahao's cheeks flushed, his expression conflicted, until he ultimately closed his eyes and resolutely declared, I like you. Could you consider giving me a chance? His words stumbled initially, but the latter part flowed out in a rush, revealing his nervousness. Yin Hui's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, I already have a partner. Regardless of Cheng Jiahao's internal turmoil, Zhong Ziyuan felt a sense of relief. Watching someone harboring feelings for his boyfriend hover around was incredibly disheartening. Suppressing the urge to laugh, he looked at Yin Hui in surprise. You have a partner? How come I didn't know? Yin Hui shot Zhong Ziyuan an exasperated glance, responding, How long has it been since we last met? After you went to the imperial capital, it was as if you vanished. That weren't you busy training? And when have you ever called me that I didn't answer? Zhong Ziyuan smoothly played along. Yin Hui shot him another glance. Do tell. Zhong Ziyuan inquired with genuine curiosity that I met him on the battlefield of the myriad races. You haven't seen him yet, but I'll introduce you when the opportunity arises, Yin Hui explained. It was as if Zhong Ziyuan suddenly remembered Cheng Jiahao, and he awkwardly cleared his throat, casting a worried glance at Cheng Jiahao. Cheng Jiahao was on the verge of tears. Why did all the remarkable men already have partners? He turned to Yin Hui, asking, Can I know whether your partner is male or female? He's definitely a man. We connected because we both like men, Yin Hui replied, but before he could finish, Zhong Ziyuan interjected. What do you mean you're not together? Zhao Yifei chimed in, visibly puzzled. Zhong Ziyuan retorted, That's an interesting question. Do you mean to say that just because you like women, you can't have female friends? Zhao Yifei found himself ensnared in a web of thoughts. Contemplating the merit of Zhong Ziyuan's words, Mu Yuanjing silently shook his head. Although Zhong Ziyuan's remarks seemed plausible at first glance, the reality was far more complex. Yet, given the circumstances surrounding these two individuals, one could hardly refute his statements. Cheng Jiahao's musings were less convoluted than Mu Yuanjing's. He believed that the reason Zhong Ziyuan and Yuan Yi were not romantically involved, but rather became friends was quite simple. They shared similar attributes. Zhong Ziyuan clearly belonged to a higher echelon, and while Yuan Yi's youthful physique was apparent, his prowess indicated he was no weakling to AS for himself. Cheng Jiahao suddenly realized he had never seriously pondered this question. It appeared that seeking a partner required not only considering their sexual preferences, but also finding someone with compatible traits. Cheng Jiahao was a person of strong moral principles. Upon learning that Yuan Yi had a partner, he instinctively maintained his distance, reminiscent of his demeanor at the dining table with Yin Hui that day. Upon returning to Ziwei City, Zhong Ziyuan chose not to accompany Mu Yuanzheng and their team, instead opting to leave with Yin Hui. After parting ways, Yin Hui led him to a luxurious hotel within the city that Dou possessed spirit stones. This establishment exclusively accepted spirit stones, and the rates were quite steep. Yes, Yin Hui replied. There was no immediate need to disclose the matter of his storage space, so he planned to discuss it in their room. The hotel's accommodations were designed to shield against the perception of martial artists, effectively preventing any probing from those below the martial emperor rank. While speaking, Yin Hui discreetly transferred some spirit stones from his storage ring into his pocket. When checking in, the front desk staff witnessed Yin Hui retrieve spirit stones from his pocket, evoking a sensation akin to that of patrons on Blue Star extracting currency. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback before commencing her duties. After securing the room, she placed the key card on the table. Yin Hui picked it up and led Zhong Ziyuan away. The architectural style of Ziwei City bore resemblance to ancient Blue Star, with buildings no taller than 2 stories. Their room was located on the ground floor. While referred to as a room, it was in fact a small courtyard. Yin Hui had specifically requested the most luxurious suite. Upon using the key card to unlock the door, he inserted it into a designated slot inside. Although the myriad realms of the battlefield lacked electrical energy, they were rich in spiritual energy, which proved to be more versatile than electricity. What electricity could accomplish, spiritual energy could as well. And what electricity could not achieve, spiritual energy could manage. Chapter 070. A Beautiful Misunderstanding, Part 2. Zhong Ziyuan was pulled into the room by Yin Hui, who then reverted to his original appearance. Once the door was closed, Zhong Ziyuan pressed Yin Hui against it and kissed him passionately. Yin Hui's throat moved slightly, as if to speak, but ultimately, he said nothing that he could discern that his actions had led Zhong Ziyuan to form a misunderstanding. However, Yin Hui found this misunderstanding to be rather delightful, allowing it to persist. Today, Zhong Ziyuan's kiss was a touch more fervent, contrasting with his usual gentleness. That it was not until both were thoroughly heated that Zhong Ziyuan finally paused. He lifted Yan Hui into the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water while cleansing both their bodies in the shower area. The pristine shower gel glided over their smooth skin. Previously, Zhong Ziyuan's gaze had been fixed on Yan Hui's face. This was the first time he observed Yan Hui's body so clearly. Yan Hui's skin was as fair as his face, with a delicate layer of chest muscles. His waist was slender, as if he could be encircled by two hands. Following that were his abdominal muscles and the graceful lines of a mermaid. Yan Hui felt his cheeks flush and his body grow weak under Zhong Ziyuan's gaze, tenderly embracing him. "Brother, please help me." "All right, did I want it? Just a moment." A kiss ensued. After they had rinsed off the foam from their bodies, Zhong Ziyan wrapped one arm around Yan Hui's waist and used the other to grip the nape of his neck, sealing his lips with fervor. Occasionally, a droplet of water would slip from an unknown strand of hair, cascading down to their lips, yet neither had the presence of mind to acknowledge it. Yan Hui found himself weakened by the kiss, only to be swept into the bathtub by Zhong Ziyan, soaked for a while. His voice was low and husky. Yan Hui obediently settled into the tub, his eyes unabashedly surveying Zhong Ziyuan's well-proportioned physique, an enviable inverted triangle. His chest muscles were aesthetically pleasing yet not exaggerated, complemented by powerful 8-pack abs. Zhong Ziyuan, feeling a tad uncomfortable under Yan Hui's scrutiny, turned to don a bathrobe, fastening it before facing Yan Hui once more. "I'll step out for a bit." Watching Zhong Ziyuan's relatively steady stride, Yan Hui recognized the significant progress he had made. Lying in the pleasantly warm bathtub, Yan Hui experienced a rare moment of relaxation. Upon returning to their room, the two engaged in playful antics for quite some time. Zhong Ziyuan had become increasingly proactive in their intimate exchanges. After a deep slumber, they awoke the next morning at 9 o'clock. After getting up and washing up, Zhong Ziyuan invited Yan Hui to join him for breakfast. It was only then that Yan Hui remembered the important matter he had yet to address. He removed the spatial ring, erasing his soul imprint before handing it to Zhong Ziyuan. "This is a spatial ring I stumbled upon during my visit to an alien city yesterday. It contains a considerable amount of spirit stones, spiritual herbs and fruits, perfect for your needs." Yan Hui succinctly recounted his adventure in the alien city, omitting any mention of the official who had provided the spatial ring. "A spatial ring." Zhong Ziyuan gazed at the somewhat antiquated ring in Yan Hui's hand. Astonished, "Isn't it said that only the center of the battlefield possesses such items? Did you manage to make a round trip to the battlefield center in such a short time?" Yan Hui, with a hint of resignation, replied, "The battlefield center, as described by Ling Wu Huang, still seems to me to be on the periphery. It's not significantly better than Blue Star. I merely intended to acquire some spirit stones for your cultivation and perhaps a few herbs for crafting high-grade soul spirit pills. Carrying too much would be cumbersome, and serendipitously, I encountered some aliens utilizing spatial rings." Zhong Ziyuan, having followed Yan Hui in his past life and seen a fair share of the world, understood his implication immediately. "Blue Star. Sigh. Thankfully you returned. Otherwise, even as the male lead, I would likely only manage to lead humanity to barely repel the aliens after the novice phase of the passage. Maintaining control over Ziwei City would be uncertain at best. The ensuing conflict would continue without end. Blue Star may never again know peace and tranquility." Yan Hui placed the spatial ring into Zhong Ziyuan's hand and explained its usage, after Zhong Ziyuan successfully bound it. He gazed at the mountain of spirit stones, spiritual herbs, fruits, and various cultivation resources within, his throat constricting. "Isn't this a bit excessive? There is far more here than the entire reserve of cultivation resources in Ziwei City. Did you rob the warehouse of that city?" It was the only reasonable explanation for such an abundance of items. Surely the aliens could not have become this affluent. In response to Zhong Ziyuan's bewilderment, Yan Hui stated, "There were several warehouses. I didn't count them all. All of this is for me." Zhong Ziyuan mused. He wouldn't be able to utilize it all, aside from the herbs suitable for crafting soul spirit pills. The rest would soon become irrelevant once he transitioned to cultivating soul spirit techniques. However, he also recognized that Yan Hui would have little use for these items. After much contemplation, Zhong Ziyuan decided to set it aside for now. Holding the spatial ring in his hand, even a martial emperor had merely heard of such a thing, yet Yan Hui had so effortlessly bestowed it upon him. Zhong Ziyuan had long been aware of Yan Hui's kindness, yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in his nose. Zhongxian enveloped Yin Hui in a tight embrace, burying his head in Yin Hui's neck before finally uttering two words. "Thank you." His voice emerged somewhat hoarse to "No need. This is but a trifle for me." Yin Hui's words were indeed sincere. However, Zhong Ziyuan understood that matters were not so simply quantified. As they prepared to leave, they discovered it was nearly 11 o'clock. They decided to send an internal communication to the hotel for room service. The small courtyard of their suite was fresh and elegant, ideal for conversation and afternoon tea, also serving as a splendid spot for sunbathing. Zhong Ziyuan was no stranger to this hotel, yet it was his first time staying in this particular room. Upon this realization, he abruptly halted his thoughts. He was merely letting his mind wander, but if Yin Hui were to discover this, it would surely cause him distress. Thus, there were some matters he chose not to contemplate at all. There was truly little worth mulling over. If he could selectively forget, he would undoubtedly erase every single one of those memories. He desperately wished for Yin Hui to be happy, rather than upset or angered by his past. After their meal, the two ventured out to explore Ziwei City. Upon returning to the hotel after dining out that evening, Yin Hui informed Zhong Ziyuan, "I plan to return for a while." "Return? He is right here." "Where are you going?" "Back to the soul cult. Yin should be arriving soon. I need to address this matter first, and I'd rather avoid any interruptions to your life with Zhong Ziyuan." Zhong Ziyuan instinctively wished to accompany him, but it was evident that Yin Hui's return was intended to take control of the soul cult, and his presence would only hinder that if he could assist Yin Hui. Zhong Ziyuan was unafraid of exposure. At worst, he could leave Qing Wu early and devise another plan with his teacher, albeit it might be somewhat troublesome. Yet, if it meant Yin Hui would have to divert his attention to protect him, risking exposure of his identity, the potential consequences would not be worth the cost. Zhong Ziyuan inquired, "Shall we proceed now?" Leaving early allows for an early return. Ultimately, Zhong Ziyuan embraced Yin Hui once more before releasing him. Upon departing from the hotel, Yin Hui traversed through the azure light portal back to Blue Star, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in Feng City. The headquarters of the Soul Sect is situated on the outskirts of Feng City. From there, one can easily reach Star City, which is precisely where Yin Hui would have ended up after running away from home in his previous life. The Soul Sect occupies a vast expanse of territory here, with high-ranking officials and core members, along with their families, residing in this vicinity. Such brazen conduct has not escaped the notice of the Martial Alliance. However, the Soul Sect is protected by several Martial Emperor-level experts, with the sect master Yin possessing strength that surpasses even that of a Martial Emperor. Consequently, the Martial Alliance has merely dispatched individuals to eliminate the Soul Sect's various outposts, refraining from launching a full-scale assault on the headquarters. Ever since the side effects of the soul-devouring technique became apparent, the higher-ups of the Soul Sect have begun to emphasize the mental fortitude of core members, employing various methods to temper their wills. Though they remain susceptible to influence, it is kept within manageable limits. The external members face fewer demands, as the Soul Sect needs them to create disturbances for the Martial Alliance. Given that it is a cult, isn't it rather normal for them to engage in activities befitting a cult? Since the Martial Alliance prides itself on righteousness, let them deal with the mess created by others. The ordinary individuals and low-ranking martial artists who perish as a result are simply casualties of war. Yin Hui indeed holds disdain for the Martial Alliance, yet he has never contemplated whitewashing the Soul Sect. Neither party is virtuous. However, he remains indifferent to such matters. His aversion to the Martial Alliance stems solely from their offense against him. The misdeeds he disclosed to Zhong Ziyuan were indeed factual, but what relevance do they hold for him? Yin Hui walked towards the Soul Sect headquarters with no intent to conceal his demeanor. He had spent over a decade here and was quite familiar with the surroundings in his previous life. After being found by his adoptive father, he was brought back without any memories of the original owner, unaware of the schemes laid by his adoptive brother, leading to an unsatisfactory existence. His soul companion's level had advanced from mortal to white rank, stemming from a troublesome encounter with a minor figure from the Soul Sect sent by his adoptive brother. The white rank allowed him to gain control over his body, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical attributes that he subsequently left the Soul Sect to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. By the time he emerged from that realm, his soul companion's level had reached orange, becoming a high-level controller, overpowering martial emperors. Within the Soul Sect, apart from his adoptive father, no one else stood as his equal. As for his adoptive brother, Yen Hui had perused his memories and learned the extent of his betrayal against the original owner. Naturally, he eliminated him without hesitation. Even his soul power was not wasted. Compared to ordinary individuals, the adoptive brother's soul power, while chaotic, was considerably more abundant due to his practice of the soul-devouring technique. The soul spirit art, during the absorption of souls, possesses a purifying function, ensuring that practitioners receive only the purest soul power. Unlike the soul sex method, which indiscriminately absorbs all mixed energies, that as Yen Hui approached, the guards responsible for the soul sex defense noticed him. His features had not altered significantly from before, merely refined to appear more flawless. Most notably, his demeanor exuded an air of confidence that as someone approached, intending to stop Yen Hui, he vanished in an instant, teleporting to the center of the soul sect. The higher-ups of the soul sect resided there. Yen Hui had no intention of verifying his identity or following the standard procedures upon his return. He aimed to take complete control of the soul sect and saw no need to conceal his strength. Those residing in the central area were familiar with Yen Hui. Upon seeing him, some expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "Yen Hui, you actually returned on your own." Others hurried to inform his adoptive father and brother, as for his adoptive mother. She seemingly passed away when the original owner was quite young. The original owner and his adoptive brother shared the same father, but had different mothers, both of whom could only be regarded as Yin Yan's women, rather than wives. However, the adoptive brother's mother remained alive, though she lacked martial talent and had never practiced the soul-devouring technique, making her appear more like a mother to Yin Yan. Although the soul-devouring technique has its drawbacks, its benefits for longevity have been evident since the intermediate level. Yin Yan's soul companion level should now be orange. However, he merely understands how to stack soul power without fusing it with his body. This implies that while Yin Yin possesses the soul companion level, he lacks the corresponding mastery over his physical form. Nevertheless, even without taking any action, a portion of his formidable soul power will gradually integrate into his body, albeit over an exceedingly prolonged duration. "Yen Hui, where have you been?" Uncle Yin has sent people to search everywhere nearby. The youth rushed up to Yen Hui. Upon hearing this, Yen Hui turned to face the boy, recognizing him not at all. Just as he intended to continue towards the Yin family, his adoptive father appeared before him. Gazing at the darkly furrowed brow of Yin Yin, the original owner would have been frightened, but not him. Yen Hui met the gaze of this man, who, despite nearly reaching a century in age, appeared to be in his 30s. Yin Yan's appearance was strikingly handsome, and his life experiences lent him an air of maturity. It was no wonder he could father the original owner. Speaking of which, the original owner could be considered Yin Yan's late-in-life child, and thus he held a natural affection for him. However, Yin Yan was a stern father, always maintaining a serious demeanor when encountering the original owner. Yet privately, he could not conceal his fondness for him. The adoptive brother's jealousy towards the original owner was not without cause in the previous life. Yen Hui had eliminated the adoptive brother and his mother, sparing Yin only by planting a soul control mark upon him. This mark does not affect the thoughts of the marked individual concerning anyone other than the mark's creator, preventing them from becoming puppets. However, the mark is exceedingly domineering when it comes to matters concerning the mark's creator, such as ensuring that the marked can never harbor malicious thoughts towards them. It also imposes a restriction that, whether intentional or not, they cannot harm the mark's creator, or else the mark will detonate their soul. Those compliant members of the soul sect's higher-ups enjoyed this treatment. Non-compliance resulted in their soul power being absorbed. Suddenly, Yen Hui smirked at the man and remarked, "I am certainly not your worthless son." Yin Yan's eyes deepened as he scrutinized the familiar, yet strange youth before him. "I know you are a good father who cares deeply for him. Ironically, this fact is known to everyone except him, such as your eldest son and his mother. Your strictness, combined with their deliberate actions, has created an exceedingly oppressive atmosphere for him. Then, just as he was on the brink of being able to cultivate, you incited him to run away from home, providing him with various forms of assistance. He successfully escaped, yet your eldest son, of course, would not allow this to pass unnoticed and arranged for a group to disguise themselves as thugs to take his life to this point." Yen Hui paused. And then, the depths of Yin Yan's gaze swirled with complexity. Yen Hui chuckled, and then, that is where my story begins. Chapter 072, Soul Companion Suppression, Who Are You? Yin Yan scrutinized Yen Hui closely. not missing a single nuance of his expressions. Yen Hui paid little heed to Yin Yan's actions. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I could be considered a human from another world, having died and arrived in this realm. Occupying his body that if fortune favored him, perhaps he could also live in other worlds." In the presence of Yin Yin, Yen Hui felt inclined to converse further. This man was a true genius, yet regrettably, he fell short in the role of a father. Yin Yin furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to meet Yen Hui's eyes, and queried, "Are you not afraid of what I might do to you for disclosing this?" Yen Hui chuckled lightly. "Of course not, for I possess absolute confidence in my own strength." He then asked the man, "Shall we put that to the test?" "Very well. Let us," Yin Yin responded, preparing to take action. However, at that moment, he sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the youth, cascading towards him. This was not merely a physical pressure, but a manifestation of the soul he had always prided himself upon. This was the suppression of a higher-level soul companion over a lower-level one, as mentioned in the soul spirit art. Although Yin Yin had not practiced the soul spirit art, it did not diminish the effectiveness of the companion suppression. Yin Yin found himself immobilized, unable even to speak, reduced to a marionette, watching as the youth smiled and pointed at his forehead. The youth kindly explained, "I shall plant a soul control mark upon you." Hearing the purpose of the soul control mark filled Yin Yin with dread. He wished to resist, yet even the power within him was rendered inert. This was not merely due to suppression. It stemmed from an instinctual fear and submission of his inner strength towards the youth before him. Soon, even the thought of rebellion dissipated. The recent memories remained vivid, yet the youth had transformed into the being he respected most, one to whom he would willingly pledge all his loyalty. Yin Yin recalled every moment of this transformation with utmost clarity. This method was exceedingly formidable. Yin Yin unconsciously regarded Yen Hui with reverence. "From now on, my outward identity will still be Yen Hui," he declared, having no intention of revealing the truth of his transmigration to too many people. "Understood. How shall I address you?" Yin Yin, having lived nearly a century, demonstrated remarkable composure. Yen Hui was highly satisfied with his character and capabilities, intending to allow Yin Yin to continue managing the soul sect as he had in his previous life. "Just call me by my name." Yen Hui replied nonchalantly. "May I inquire what your name is?" Yin Yin instinctively asked a question, only to immediately recall that the boy must have been referring to the name Yen Hui. Just as he was about to speak, the boy profoundly remarked, "I am also called Yen Hui." Yin Yan's mouth slightly parted. The implication was that his original name was also Yen Hui. "Let us go home," Yen Hui said, leading the way towards the Yin residence. Yin Yan's sharp gaze fell upon Wu Yuza, the grandson of Elder Wu, who stood not far from them. He was the very youth who had approached Yen Hui to converse before Yin Yan's arrival. "Pay him no mind. He has heard nothing." Yen Hui discerned Yin Yan's thoughts, leaving those words without turning back. The moment he began conversing with Yin Yin, he had already cast a sealing spell, ensuring that no one but Yin Yin would overhear their exchange. After a brief moment of surprise, Yin Yin withdrew his gaze and quickly matched Yen Hui's pace. "Regarding my rather unfortunate elder brother and his mother, shall I handle it myself, or will you?" Yen Hui spoke as if in casual conversation, devoid of any hint of malice. Were it not for the understanding of his true meaning, one might easily mistake it for a mundane chat. Yin Yin lowered his gaze momentarily before lifting it again, responding, "I shall take care of it personally," but he would strive to ensure that the mother and son faced a smoother end, since Yen Hui desired their demise. They would not survive. Furthermore, Yin Yin firmly believed that if Yen Hui claimed that the mother and son were responsible for the death of his younger brother, it must be true, given Yen Hui's strength. There was no need for deception. Thus, although it was ruthless, their deaths were not unjust. Upon reaching the entrance, the elder brother approached Yen Hui with an expression of deep concern, although he claimed to be Yen Hui's brother. He was actually in his 50s, appearing nearly the same age as Yin Yin. Perhaps due to the burdens of that woman, his looks paled in comparison to those of Yin Yin and Yen Hui. "Where have you been?" "I was frantic with worry, and your father is beside himself with anger." The elder brother approached, launching into a tirade. Had the original host been present, he would likely have been left trembling in fear by such words. Yet, from Yin Yan's perspective, if he were unaware of the truth, he might perceive this as a caring older brother. However, Listening from the standpoint of one in the know revealed a different significance. It seemed caring, yet it lacked genuine concern for the younger brother's feelings. Rather, it deliberately conveyed his displeasure and hinted that their father was exceedingly angry, presumably to amplify the younger brother's fear. Yin was taken aback by how the elder son calculated against the young son, all while maintaining the facade of brotherly affection for so many years. Sometimes, Yin found it peculiar that despite being somewhat strict with his younger son, he had never punished or struck him. Why then did the boy react with such exaggerated fear, as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat? Each conversation felt as if the boy were on the verge of tears. It was unexpected that the younger son's terror stemmed entirely from the elder son's machinations. Yin had no intention of confronting his elder son, for he knew that he would only hear excuses and pleas for mercy, which would serve no purpose. That he stepped forward, his hand resting gently atop his elder son's head. In an instant, the elder son was lifeless. There was no pain, nor even time for fear. Yan's decisiveness pleased Yin Hui greatly. In his previous life, these matters had been handled by Yin Hui himself, primarily due to a lack of soul power, adhering to the notion that even the smallest mosquito was still meat not to be wasted. Moreover, those who practiced the soul-devouring technique were akin to the larger mosquitoes among their kind. Yin instructed Yin Hui to wait in the living room while he dealt with that woman. Upon returning, he first washed his hands before preparing a cup of spiritual tea for Yin Hui, which he then presented with great reverence. That it was evident that he was still unaccustomed to such tasks. Yet his demeanor was profoundly sincere, almost as if he were bathing and burning incense. Yin Hui had long grown accustomed to the changes in these individuals following the implantation of the soul control mark, accepting it with remarkable composure. Leaning back on the sofa, Yin Hui asked, "You seem not to have been significantly affected by the side effects of the soul-devouring technique, aside from appearing somewhat fatigued." Yin was in overall good condition, not resembling someone impacted by lingering remnants. My disposition is rather resilient, and I have discovered that by slowing the rate of devouring and taking the time to gradually obliterate those remnants, it can be managed. Yin disclosed to Yin Hui without any concealment. Yin Hui regarded Yin with mild astonishment, but he had been unaware of this in his previous life, as he had never been in a position to concern himself with Yan's affairs back then. "You are truly a genius." Yin Hui's praise was entirely sincere. Although this method appeared somewhat clumsy and time-consuming, it was indeed effective. Perhaps the soul spirit technique underwent a similar phase when it was first created. From innate talent to strength and appearance, Yin possessed all the attributes of a quintessential protagonist. How then had he become a villain? Even if he believed Zhong Ziyuan to be exemplary in every regard. In terms of martial arts talent, Zhong Ziyuan could not compare to Yin. Yin could only attribute it to the world's favoritism, much like how he himself favored Zhong Ziyuan. Chapter 073. Many things cannot be fully revealed. However, even if Yan's talent were unparalleled, it was unlikely that he could ever deduce the soul-devouring technique to even a fraction of the progress achieved by the soul spirit technique in a single lifetime. After all, the soul spirit technique had been refined through countless epochs and by numerous individuals over the ages before reaching its final form. Furthermore, those who contributed to its refinement in the later stages were unspeakable and terrifying entities. Although Yin Hui did not fully trust the system's introduction, this particular segment was likely credible, even if somewhat diluted. After all, he could directly perceive the strength of the soul spirit technique. One should not equate it with the soul-devouring technique, simply because both rely on devouring spiritual power. While absorbing spiritual power is indeed a shortcut to soul growth, the essence of the soul spirit technique lies in the fusion of spirit and body. Thus, fusion is the most critical aspect of this practice. Previously stating that the soul-devouring technique merely signifies the initial steps along this path is not merely a figure of speech, but a fact. Wishing not to squander too much time within the soul sect, Yin Hui instructed Yin to summon all high-ranking members of the soul sect for a meeting in the council hall. A few individuals have entered the 10,000 races battlefield. Yin mentioned, "Summon them from the headquarters." Yin Hui replied, unconcerned. Thus, half an hour later, Yin Hui found himself in the council hall, face-to-face with the majority of the soul sect's high-ranking members, including several martial emperors. He sat in the main seat with an air of calm, while Yin stood behind him. This unconventional arrangement elicited curious glances from all the high-ranking members who entered the council hall. Directed towards Yin, Y-A-N.A-S, the creator of the soul-devouring technique and the founder of the soul sect, Yin held an exalted status within the organization. They were aware of this. Yet the situation appeared decidedly amiss. Even if the sect leader favored his younger son, such a display seemed excessive. Yin Hui wasted no words. He initiated a soul spirit suppression and sent forth numerous soul control marks towards all high-ranking members in the council hall. To ensure clarity, he deliberately allowed these soul control marks to become visible, transparent, emitting a faint yellow glow resembling threads. At that moment, Yin was left dumbfounded. He had thought that Yin Hui needed to physically touch someone's forehead to apply such marks. Yet it was not the case at all. Thus, when Yin Hui had applied the mark to him, was that merely a playful act? However, at that time, it seemed he had not noticed the threads. Could it be due to the proximity? As the marks were embedded within the spirits of the high-ranking members present, they became unwavering loyalists to Yin Hui, never to be concerned about betrayal or disruption. At this juncture, the way the others looked at Yin became even more peculiar. Surely the sect leader hasn't also been marked by the young master. It was not unreasonable for them to entertain such audacious thoughts. Otherwise, the current situation would be inexplicable. Henceforth, in public, I shall remain the young master, while all affairs of the soul sect shall continue to be overseen by the sect leader. Yin Hui addressed the esteemed members of the Soul Spirit Council, who all nodded obediently in agreement. Subsequently, he raised his hand, summoning a radiant orange beam alongside a multitude of vibrant yellow rays. The orange beam penetrated Yan's mind, while each yellow ray entered the minds of the other high-ranking officials. The orange beam represented the advanced soul spirit technique, whose cultivation ceiling corresponded to that of a high controller, meaning that this technique could only elevate one's physical mastery to a maximum of 999 points. Furthermore, the rank of the accompanying spirit was confined to the orange level. In contrast, the yellow rays symbolized the intermediate soul spirit technique, with its cultivation ceiling aligned with that of an intermediate controller, allowing for a maximum physical mastery of 99 points and restricting the accompanying spirit's rank to the yellow level. It is possible to forcefully transcend the rank of the accompanying spirit. However, the soul spirit technique would retaliate through a soul upheaval, compelling one to confront the harsh reality that, of course, one may also choose to abstain from cultivation altogether, for once the soul spirit technique is practiced, the only means of separation is death. Unlike martial arts, which can be abandoned regardless of one's level of attainment, the soul spirit technique is binding. It is imperative to note that refraining from cultivating the soul spirit technique does not exempt one from the imposition of soul spirit marks and soul pressure. These methods are equally effective against ordinary individuals and practitioners of other techniques. Only if one cultivates a technique of a comparable grade to the soul spirit technique, possessing the means to counteract such methods, can they find respite. The soul spirit technique is an exceedingly tyrannical discipline, though its dominance is not manifested in those of the ultimate grade, but rather over practitioners beneath that echelon. Firstly, it exerts an absolute effect of soul pressure. Secondly, those of higher mastery can impose various effects through soul spirit marks upon those of lesser mastery. However, a limitation exists. The individual bestowing the marks must have a technique of a higher grade than the recipient. Otherwise, even a superior mastery level would not suffice to the sole practitioner of the ultimate soul spirit technique. Yin Hui possesses the unique ability to subdue others through the rank of his accompanying spirit and to bestow soul spirit marks upon any individual.